Chapter 1. The Prodigy Who Lives by Scavenging. The north wind howled fiercely as countless feathers of snow danced through the air. "It's truly frigid, this weather is unbearable," the young boy murmured, continuously rubbing his hands together and occasionally huffing warm breath into his palms. As the biting wind grew ever more ferocious, its howling reverberated across the vast expanse of land. The boy brushed the snow from his forehead and gazed toward the immense junkyard in the distance. "I'm nearly there. I hope today brings some fortune, perhaps enough to enjoy a hearty meal. If I could unearth something of value, that would be even better," the boy mused with hopeful anticipation. The boy, known as Tanyun, was well acquainted with this junkyard, which was far from an ordinary refuse dump. Instead, it was a sprawling graveyard for discarded mechas, one of the largest of its kind on the planet. Mountains of fragmented mecha parts towered like hills, comprising thousands of relics. Tianyun sought out relatively intact core components and mecha cores containing rare metals. These two items alone held significant worth, while the other common parts and alloys were utterly valueless. "Eureka!" With an exclamation of delight, Tianyun produced a small box, no larger than his palm, and quickly placed it on the snow-covered ground, pressing a few buttons. Instantly, a brilliant light flashed, and the small box transformed into a larger one. He then opened the box and retrieved a mecha disassembly laser cutter, revealing that this box was, in fact, a spatial toolkit. With a swift movement, Tianyun took several breaths before leaping onto the small platform towering over 30 meters high. He brandished a pair of laser scissors, taller than a person, and directed them toward the mechanical hand. With a gentle squeeze of the scissors, the mechanical hand severed with a crisp sound, simultaneously releasing a colossal sword, approximately 10 meters in length. The sword plummeted to the ground. Clanging as it came to rest, it was undeniably heavy, and Tanyun felt the earth tremble beneath him for a considerable moment. At this juncture, Tanyun descended with agility, his eyes alight with wonder as he surveyed the immense sword before him. Alas, it is a pity that the core of this sword is severely damaged. However, the exterior remains immaculate, crafted from a metal forged deep within the heart of a star, and it is still worth several tens of thousands of star coins. If the core were intact, its value would soar to 150,000 star coins. This colossal sword bears a striking resemblance to standard mechanized weaponry. Were it not for my reading of Grandpa Zika's book, Rare Mecha Materials, I might have overlooked this magnificent sword. It is no wonder it lies abandoned here. Such material is beyond the recognition of the average person. Were I a combat mecha master with a battle mecha at my disposal, this grand sword could prove invaluable. Alas, such fine material seems destined to be sold for coin. Just as Tanyun reveled in his discovery, a thunderous roar echoed from a distance. Following the sound, he beheld a pack of golden wolf beasts racing towards him. It seems the commotion from the fallen sword startled this group of ferocious creatures. My speed. Escape is impossible. I must confront them, Hedon. Tanyun gazed at the 8 golden wolf beasts, positioned over 100 meters away. Once again, he opened his spatial toolbox and drew forth a laser sword. This is my first encounter with a true. Fixated on the golden wolf beast ahead, Tanyun gripped the laser sword tightly, propelling himself forward with a sudden burst of energy towards the foremost beast. Upon witnessing this human daring to charge at it, the golden wolf beast opened its gaping maw, revealing its razor-sharp fangs, and lunged fiercely at Tanyun. However, Tanyun's laser sword proved swifter a flash of light, and the beast was cleaved in two. In the next instant, he dispatched 2 more of the remaining 7 golden wolf beasts with the same swift precision. At that moment, 2 on each side simultaneously launched a coordinated assault against him. With a smirk, Tanyun anticipated their ambush. He leapt onto one of the golden wolf beasts, using it as a springboard to launch himself higher, swinging his laser sword in a sweeping arc that severed 3 beasts in half. As he descended, his foot landed heavily on the previously mounted golden wolf beast, inflicting grave injuries upon it. The slowest of the pack, witnessing this scene, turned tail and fled in panic. Thinking of escaping? Not so easily, Tanyun declared, gripping the laser sword tightly and hurling it with force. With a swift whoosh, the golden wolf beast was pinned to the ground, lifeless. Just as he prepared to stow away his sword, A chill crept up his spine. He turned sharply to find himself face-to-face with a colossal golden wolf beast leader. The golden wolf beasts earlier measured over a meter in length and stood about a meter tall. Yet, this one was astonishingly 3 meters long and nearly 2 meters in height. Tianyan's expression turned grave. If it strikes me with a powerful blow, I may never return home. With that thought, he swiftly withdrew his laser sword from the body of the golden wolf beast. In a flash, he reached into his pocket with his left hand, retrieving a blue cube and pressing a button atop it. A shimmering blue shield enveloped him. Tianyan encased himself in a low-level energy shield, gripping his laser sword tightly, his gaze fixed intently on the colossal golden wolf beast leader before him. The creature's weaknesses lay in its head and abdomen, while its other parts boasted formidable defenses. Tianyan braced himself. The golden wolf beast leader charged forward, its sharp claws slicing through the air and closing in on him. Tianyan leaned back just in time, the wolf's claw grazing the edge of his shield, and he seized a moment to slash through the beast's body with his sword. However, the leader retaliated, its other claw striking fiercely against the energy shield. This is bad, my energy is depleting quickly, Tianyan thought anxiously. If I endure another hit, the shield will break. The golden wolf beast leader, relentless, launched another assault on the human who had wounded it, intent on tearing him apart. In an instant, the beast claw lunged at Tianyan. He dared not counterattack, resorting instead to evasion. The leader's strikes grew increasingly ferocious, and Tianyan maneuvered like an agile monkey, leaping and dodging with remarkable dexterity. This approach is not a solution should my strength falter. I shall be struck, and the shield shall shatter. Even if I evade the blow, the shield's energy will gradually wane, and once its duration expires, it will dissipate. This path leads only to demise. I must gamble everything now, either it is your end or mine. Tianyan gripped the laser sword tightly, evading while keenly fixating on the head of the earth wolf beast leader. He understood that the opportunity was singular. All he could do was seize it and deliver a fatal blow to the golden wolf beast leader in an instant. Tianyan, your martial prowess surpasses that of ordinary individuals. With a modicum of effort, you can ascend to the ranks of genetic evolution warriors. In your lifetime, you shall have the potential to become a high-tier warrior. You must continually hone your skills. Do not let your talent languish. In critical moments, one must remain composed, lest chaos ensue. The mightiest warriors possess a formidable inner strength. The path of a warrior is fraught with challenges. It requires not only extraordinary talent, but also an unwavering resolve. Though you possess aptitude, you lack the heart of a true warrior. What constitutes the heart of a warrior? It is an unwavering belief in oneself, an unshakable faith in the martial path one treads. The heart of a warrior embodies a spiritual strength, an indomitable spirit. Tianyan gradually recalled the moments spent with Grandpa Zika, who had imparted martial wisdom to him, recalling the sage's words of counsel. The heart of a warrior is a spirited, indomitable spirit, he murmured to himself, glancing at the golden wolf beast leader while deftly dodging its strikes. Once again evading a claw, the eyes of the golden wolf beast leader gleamed with a fierce crimson intensity. After evading a claw, Tianyan leapt backward, swiftly regaining his balance and charging with all his might towards the leader of the golden wolf beast, his right hand firmly gripping the laser sword. The leader of the golden wolf beast, equally reluctant to yield, frenziedly raised its forepaw and struck down fiercely at the approaching human. This time, Tianyan did not dodge. As he reached the front of the golden wolf beast leader, he brought his hands together, tightly clutching the laser sword. The heart of a warrior is a form of spiritual strength, echoed the words of Grandpa Zika in his mind. With a resolute grip, the laser sword pierced through the leader's skull, while the protective shield shattered. The youth withdrew the laser sword and sat quietly upon the carcass of the golden wolf beast leader. Surrounding him were 8 fallen golden wolf beasts and the chaotic expanse of snow, stained red with the leader's blood, revealing that this place was far from tranquil. After sitting for a while, Tianyan regained his strength. My spiritual level has reached perception. I can sense everything around me, and my power has doubled. He gradually acclimated to the changes within his body. These creatures are severely contaminated. They are not fit for consumption. Otherwise, these golden wolf beasts could sustain themselves for quite some time. Returning to the side of the colossal sword, Mo Tianyin opened his spatial toolbox and stored the great sword inside. At that moment, an inexplicable force subtly influenced him. The books say that the lairs of powerful beasts often contain strange treasures. I wonder if that is true. A spark of inspiration ignited in Mo Tianyin's mind. Driven by curiosity, he began to search for a cave nearby. This must be the cave. There are no other large caves in the vicinity. Mo Tianyin arrived at the entrance of a cave, from which emanated a foul stench. Suppressing his nausea, he ventured deeper into the cavern. The cave extended several meters into darkness, prompting Mo Tianyin to produce a light source that instantly illuminated the entire space. Upon closer inspection, he realized there were numerous treasures to be found. Wow, this is a combat mech core. This is an energy crystal, and it's a medium grade. This is a core for mech accessories. What is this? A metal sphere? Never mind, he'll take it. Mo Tianyin collected all these items. I've struck it rich this time. I won't have to go hungry. However, I nearly lost my life in the process. Grandfather Zika was right. Fortune truly favors the bold. But why are all these items clustered together here? No matter, he'll ponder that later. His home lay 35 kilometers away, and it would take him 2 hours to return. Tianyin frequented this place every few days to scavenge mech materials to sell for food to sustain himself. At his age, he should have been attending school. Yet, 5 years ago, Grandfather Zika mentioned going to the front lines to fend off the insectoid threat, assuring him he would return swiftly. To his dismay, a year later, news arrived of Zika's tragic demise in battle. At that moment, the young Mo Tianyin felt as though the world had collapsed around him. Zika was a combat mech engineer who perished on the front lines. Logically, the Empire should have provided a pension. Although Mo Tianyin had been taken in and raised by Zika, he was still considered family, yet he had not received any compensation. During his school years, Mo Tianyin was renowned as the most exceptional prodigy in Han City. Upon his enrollment, he shattered the record for the entrance power test, consistently achieving the highest scores in both martial examinations and theoretical knowledge throughout the city. However, following the sacrifice of Grandpa Zika, Mo Tianyin found himself unable to afford his education and consequently dropped out. As he departed from the school, the students rejoiced, celebrating with exuberant gestures, for they were finally free from the shadow of a formidable adversary looming over them. Chapter 2. This goddess is a tad bit beautiful. As Mo Tianyin traversed the snowy path, the relentless flurries enveloped him, and the 35 kilometers seemed somewhat exhausting, even a tad chilly. Yet, on his journey home, he frolicked with unbridled joy, feeling no trace of fatigue. Even the bare, gnarled branches lining the road appeared particularly endearing. Typically, the return home would take over an hour, but now he found himself back in less than an hour. Mo Tianyin resided in a modest village on the outskirts of the eastern district of Han City. Originally, his home was situated within the district. During the lifetime of his grandfather, Zika, a skilled mech warrior and a revered mech repairman, Zika's expertise was renowned throughout Han City. From a tender age, Mo Tianyin had apprenticed under his grandfather, mastering the arts of combat and mech repair. Zika often praised Mo Tianyin's repair skills, which blossomed from his deep-seated passion for mechs. His greatest aspiration was to become a celebrated mech warrior, renowned across the stars. Mo Tianyin envisioned a future where he could command magnificent mechs, soaring over throngs of admirers, evoking their envious gazes and awestruck murmurs. He fantasized about wielding formidable mechs to vanquish invading insectoids, aspiring to become a legendary hero akin to the Grand Marshal Kelii. Wasn't it said that Mo Tianyin's mech repair skills were exceptional? If he were to repair mechs for others, wouldn't he be financially prosperous instead of struggling to make ends meet? In actuality, the Empire mandates that one must possess a professional certification to engage in relevant industries. Those who contravene this law face dire consequences, ranging from a decade of imprisonment to the death penalty. To acquire such a certification, one must undergo a vocational assessment. For high-end professions such as a mecha technician, a fee of 10,000 star coins must be paid prior to the examination. However, Mo Tianyin is destitute and lacks the means to gather such an amount. Furthermore, the difficulty of the mecha technician assessment is exceptionally high. Merely 1 in 100 candidates is fortunate enough to succeed. Attaining the status of a mecha technician is no simple feat, It demands not only innate talent but also significant financial investment throughout the learning process. The cost of the mecha components required for training alone far exceeds the means of an ordinary household, rendering the examination fee trivial in comparison. Presently, the 10,000 star coins required for the assessment can be amassed by selling some items obtained today and with Mo Tianyuan's skills. Qualifying as a junior mecha technician should pose no challenge. Mo Tianyuan has resided in this impoverished village for nearly 5 years. He recalls that upon his arrival, he had no place to call home. What he now considers a dwelling is merely a makeshift tin house constructed over the years. Such a structure offers little protection against fierce storms and provides no warmth during the winter. Currently, as the bitter cold of winter envelopes the land, Mo Tianyuan finds himself shivering under his blankets each night, especially when blizzards rage. Despite the weight of the tin house and the reinforcement he has applied to prevent it from being swept away by the wind, the chill remains ever present. Undoubtedly, Mo Tianyuan would spend the night shivering under the covers, unable to find rest. He unlocked the door and gently pushed it open, returning to his familiar little abode. This home, in addition to its dilapidated state, was devoid of furnishings. Apart from the invaluable space toolbox bequeathed to him by Grandpa Zika, everything he had brought from his former residence had been sold off. Now, only a table, a stool, a bed, and a pot remained within the confines of his home. Mo Tianyuan opened the space toolbox and revealed today's gains: a colossal sword, a combat mecha core, a medium-sized energy crystal, a mecha accessory core, and a metallic sphere. He had truly struck it rich. These treasures were worth at least 200,000 star coins. The most valuable among them was the combat mecha core, albeit damaged, estimated to be worth around 100,000 star coins, while an intact one could fetch over 1,000,000. The colossal sword, medium energy crystal, and mecha accessory core collectively were valued at approximately 100,000 star coins. Mo Tianyuan mused. He gazed at the metallic sphere, perplexed, and remarked, "What is this? I haven't encountered anything like it in any of my readings." Indeed, he had perused every book in the school library, yet none contained any reference to this peculiar sphere. He decided to dismiss it, considering it might simply be an ordinary metallic orb. Shaking his head, he concluded, "It's not very large, just slightly bigger than my fist. I shall place it on the table." The table was rectangular, and it was not entirely bare. Atop it lay a stack of books and a white diamond-shaped crystal. This white diamond-shaped crystal is the core of the Zerg, radiating a pearlescent glow at night. As Mo Tianyuan gazed upon the crystal, the more intently he focused, the more his nose tingled with a poignant sensation. When Grandpa Zika departed, he handed this diamond crystal to Mo Tianyuan, stating, "This Zerg core was collected after I defeated my first Zerg. I kept it as a memento, hoping to slay more Zerg in the future, and now I entrust it to you." After uttering these words, Grandpa Zika ascended into his mech, soaring into the sky. Since the unfortunate news arrived, this crystal has become a spiritual anchor for Mo Tianyuan in remembrance of Grandpa Zika. "Grandpa Zika, I have achieved significant gains today. I will no longer face hunger. My spiritual level has reached perception, and I can pilot a mech now. This is my greatest achievement of the day. However, I almost came to find you, he." As Mo Tianyuan spoke, he wiped his eyes with his hand, sniffled, and tilted his head to blink while taking deep breaths. Over the years, he has developed the habit of conversing with this crystal, as if addressing Grandpa Zika. Each holiday, witnessing other families joyfully hand in hand venturing out fills him with envy. In his childhood, hearing peers joyfully call out for their parents sparked similar feelings of longing within him. Yet, throughout these many years, he has come to accept the reality of his parentless existence. Years later, the anguish of losing loved ones resurfaced, but this time, he has endured it. Mo Tianyuan vaguely recalls a question he posed to Grandpa Zika when he was very young. "Grandfather, where are my parents? Why haven't they come to see us for so long? Have they abandoned us? How could that be? They are off to another planet to earn star coins." Once again, Grandfather Zika uttered this explanation. "Yet, they have never sent us any star coins, have they? Everything I eat, drink, and use comes from the money you earn from repairing mechas, doesn't it?" Grandfather Zika furrowed his brow, contemplating how to soothe little Mo Tianyuan. With a mischievous glint in his eyes, Mo Tianyuan boldly voiced his thoughts. "Why do I not have a father and mother? Why is my name different from yours? In truth, I must be the one you found and brought home." After uttering these words, he gazed intently at Grandfather Zika, hoping for an answer. As anticipated, Grandfather Zika's response aligned perfectly with Mo Tianyun's expectations. "Ah, little Tianyun, you are far more astute than most children. When they were your age, they couldn't articulate their thoughts as clearly as you do. But it is indeed beneficial for a young man to possess such wisdom, allowing him to navigate this world with greater vibrancy," Grandfather Zika remarked. "Is that truly the case? Then I must be even more grateful to you, Grandfather. You have given me a warm home. Without you, I might not have survived," Mo Tianyun declared, wrapping his arms tightly around Grandfather Zika. The latter said nothing, gently patting the boy's back. As the memories faded, the flow of time and reality continued steadily. Mo Tianyun carefully placed the metallic sphere beside the Zerg crystal core. Mo Tianyun had just placed the metallic sphere when an astonishing scene unfolded before him. A beam of white light emerged between the metallic sphere and the insectoid crystal core, growing increasingly radiant. The insectoid crystal core became translucent, and before long, it fractured and shattered completely. "My crystal core." Mo Tianyun rushed forward to grasp several fragments, his expression one of utter disbelief. What manner of object was this metallic sphere that it could absorb the white light from within the crystal core? To Mo Tianyun's utter astonishment, another event transpired. The surface of the metallic sphere began to emit a brilliant white glow, and shortly thereafter, a figure materialized beside him. Startled, Mo Tianyun turned his gaze towards the apparition, only to find himself utterly entranced. A goddess. Before him stood a woman whose beauty transcended all earthly descriptions. A vision so ethereal and captivating that no combination of words, no matter how poetic, could encapsulate even a fraction of her splendor. Her loveliness was such that one might question whether the creator had devoted all their artistry in a futile effort to replicate her form. The perfection of her body was beyond the calculations of even the most advanced superintelligent minds in the universe. Yet, such a figure had indeed come into existence and now stood before Mo Tianyun. Surrounding her was a halo of divine, immaculate light, each ray composed of countless twinkling points converging into a singular glow. Behind her, 10 pairs of sacred white wings formed a pair of immaculate and holy wings, their surfaces adorned with a golden halo. However, the wings were not fully unfurled. They were gently folded with a slight opening. One cannot help but imagine the divine splendor they would exhibit if they were fully spread. As one gazes downward, the flawless, elongated, fair legs come into view. Yet it is astonishing to discover that the woman's crystalline, delicate feet do not touch the ground. Her entire form is suspended in midair. How exquisite! Even the so-called most beautiful princess of the empire, Princess Ilya, pales in comparison to her, as if a mere glimmer before the blazing sun, creating an insurmountable chasm between them. Mo Tianyun seemed to lose his very soul, his gaze entranced and bewildered, exclaiming in awe. Simultaneously, his heart raced uncontrollably, its rhythm quickening. The flow of his blood accelerated, causing warmth to envelop him, his face gradually flushing crimson. Chapter 3. The Spirit of Miracles in the epic Mecha blueprint. In the next moment, the woman's eyes slowly opened. Mo Tianyun beheld the ethereal beauty of her deep blue eyes, reminiscent of the starry sky. The instant those eyes opened, the room seemed to illuminate significantly. Within those orbs lay the essence of countless cosmic stars, myriad truths and principles. The infinite mysteries of the world danced within, their centers resembling black holes, drawing one into an inescapable abyss. As her eyes fully opened, consciousness awakened. She silently regarded the man before her, and as she stared, her eyes widened in realization. Her face suddenly flushed with color, spreading to her neck. In the next instant, she was enveloped in a radiant sphere of white light. Gradually, as the radiance faded, the figure of the woman re-emerged. Her wings had vanished, and her form was no longer bare. She donned a delicate pink battle dress, complemented by armor that enveloped her curves, etched with faint blue star patterns. Each of her hands was adorned with a white glove in her right hand. She wielded a slender, dual-edged sword of azure hue, its blade shimmering with a captivating luster, the tip glinting ominously. Elegant white stockings clung to her long, straight legs, while on her feet were pink, technologically advanced combat boots, each equipped with a wing-like feature that exuded an air of coolness. In the next moment, the sword in her right hand transformed into specks of starlight, vanishing from sight. The woman then spoke. "Who are you?" Her voice was clear and melodious, akin to a celestial melody. Mo Tianyun, regaining his composure, pointed towards the metallic sphere and replied, "You ask me who I am. Yet I am compelled to inquire who you are, emerging from that metallic orb. Moreover, you have consumed the Zerg crystal core left to me by Grandpa Zika as a memento. The metallic orb? The woman followed Motianyun's gaze, slowly turning her alabaster neck, reminiscent of a swan, towards the sphere. Upon sighting it, she appeared momentarily stunned. I understand now, she murmured, followed by a bittersweet smile. That metallic sphere you see is called the core of miracles, and I am a spiritual manifestation. You may refer to me as the spirit of miracles. She continued. Since you have activated the core of miracles, you are now its temporary master. Temporary master? Tianyun questioned, tilting his head in confusion. Indeed. Your task is to gather a sufficient number of Zerg crystals, and in return, I shall grant you some points, which can be exchanged for advanced technology. Elucidated the spirit of miracles. Advanced technology? Tianyun expressed his intrigue, promptly inquiring, Spirit of miracles, may I peruse the offerings of advanced technology? With a graceful wave of her delicate hand, the Spirit of miracles conjured a virtual screen in midair. The screen displayed 5 options: battle mecha, gene evolution martial arts, warfare weaponry, life technology, and simulation space. Within the realms of battle mecha, warfare weaponry, and life technology, there existed blueprints and documentation, while gene evolution martial arts encompassed gene evolution formulas and martial techniques. In essence, tangible items were not available for selection. Instead, one was presented merely with a collection of blueprints and formulas. Upon exchange, one would still need to procure materials to fabricate the items. Fabricate them myself? Tianyun pondered briefly before directing his attention to the final option. What is this simulation space? What purpose does it serve? The simulation space is designed for you to practice and simulate. The Spirit of Miracles responded. Within, you can emulate the training of martial techniques, engage in simulated combat, or explore scientific research. Indeed, the cosmos can be simulated, provided your mental fortitude is sufficiently robust. The simulation space does not require points for exchange. It shall consume your mental energy. However, rest assured, mental energy is recoverable, so there is no need for concern. The Spirit of Miracles elaborated. Tianyun acknowledged. May I view the blueprints for the battle mecha? He posed the question he was most eager to ask. Of course. The Spirit of Miracles nodded with a smile. At that moment, Tianyun found himself utterly unable to withstand the lethal charm of that smile, leaving him momentarily dazed. Observing his reaction, the Spirit of Miracles retracted her enchanting grin. Which would you prefer to examine, the main battle mech or its components? Her ethereal voice gently wafted into Tianyun's ears. The main battle mech, he replied, regaining his composure. Here, you will find 1,000 designs for ordinary mechs, 100 for extraordinary mechs, and 10 for epic mechs. With a wave of her hand, a display materialized before Tianyun. Golden Wolf mech, ordinary type, maximum combat enhancement multiplier, 6. Fire Leopard mech, ordinary type, maximum combat enhancement multiplier, 7. Storm mech, ordinary type, maximum combat enhancement multiplier, 8. Tianyun noticed that as he scrolled further down, the enhancement multipliers increased, and thus he quickly navigated to the end. Purple Gold mech, ordinary type, maximum combat enhancement multiplier, 10. Is the maximum enhancement multiplier for ordinary mechs only 10? Grandpa Zika's mech has an 8 times multiplier, Tianyun inquired, perplexed. The upper limit for ordinary mechs is indeed 10 times. While extraordinary mechs can reach a maximum of 100 times, and epic mechs can achieve a staggering 1,000 times. Any mech that reaches its corresponding maximum enhancement multiplier is deemed a perfect mech, the Spirit of Miracles elucidated. I see. Upon hearing this, Tianyun swiftly understood and flipped straight to the page containing the blueprints for the epic mechs. Nightfall mech, epic mech, maximum combat power enhancement multiplier, 250 meteor mech. Epic mech, maximum combat power enhancement multiplier, 567 Iron Brother mech. Epic mech, maximum combat power enhancement multiplier, 666 Silver Moon mech. Epic mech, maximum combat power enhancement multiplier, 789. His gaze swept downwards to the very bottom. Thousand Swords mech. Epic mech, maximum combat power enhancement multiplier, 960. This mech was the most magnificent and powerful of them all. How wonderful it would be to possess such a mech. Tianyun's eyes widened in astonishment like copper bells upon seeing the final combat mech blueprint. However, When he noticed that the Thousand Swords mech blueprint required 500 points for redemption, he quickly inquired, "Hello? Spirit of Miracles, what exactly are these points?" Points serve as a form of currency, but this currency can only be exchanged for items here, the Spirit of Miracles replied. For instance, the Thousand Swords mech blueprint you see requires 500 points for exchange, yet you currently possess only 1 point. Strange, I just picked up this metallic orb. How could I possibly have 1 point? Onion questioned. The Zerg crystal core you acquired is a standard one. The energy within can activate the miracle core. And the value of a standard Zerg crystal core is precisely 1 point, the Spirit of Miracles explained patiently. Standard Zerg crystal core? Energy? Onion pondered deeply over the words of the Spirit of Miracles. It seemed that any object infused with energy could be exchanged for points. Could this truly be possible? He produced a medium-grade energy crystal. The Spirit of Miracles gazed at it with eyes as luminous as the stars and declared, "Alas, this crystal is inadequate. Its energy level is too low, its essence impure, and it contains insufficient energy. You would require at least 10,000 of such crystals to earn a single point." The Spirit scrutinized Onion closely, her eyes narrowing as she sought to observe his anxious demeanor. Must it be so many? He sighed, his head drooping in dismay. He glanced once more at the blueprints for the Thousand Swords Mecha, feeling a wave of despondency wash over him. Yet, in the next moment, he steeled himself, regaining his composure. How, then, can I accumulate sufficient points to acquire the blueprints for this Thousand Swords Mecha? Annihilate the insectoid race and absorb their cores. The Spirit of Miracles replied gravely. The cores of the insectoids served as their energy heart, the wellspring of their strength, and their absolute vulnerability. Each insectoid core contained a high level of energy, with the primary distinction between various ranks being the quantity of energy they held. Ordinary insectoid cores are pearly white, while elite cores shimmer in emerald green. There exist even more advanced cores, which you shall encounter in due time, the Spirit explained earnestly. I shall eradicate the insectoids, Onion declared resolutely, for he had long harbored a desire to join the Imperial Army to avenge his grandfather, Zika, who had fallen at the hands of the insectoids on the front lines. Joining the Imperial Army to accumulate military honors is indeed the swiftest path to ascendancy for a battle mecha master. The legendary figure of Grand Marshal Cole exemplifies this very notion. However, considering your activation of the Miracle Core, I shall reward you with a blueprint. You may select one from the aforementioned designs, the Spirit of Miracle generously offered to Onion. Really? I want the Thousand Swords Mecha blueprint, exclaimed Onion with palpable excitement. It has been unlocked. You may peruse the blueprint at your convenience, the Spirit of Miracle informed him. Thank you, Spirit of Miracle. Onion expressed joyfully. After a moment's contemplation, he added, may I call you Sister Miracle? Onion felt it somewhat strange to address such an enchanting being, who seemed almost ethereal, merely as the Spirit of Miracle. Having lived a life of solitude and lacking familial companionship, he instinctively wished to refer to the Spirit as Sister. The Spirit of Miracle was momentarily taken aback before regaining her composure. Certainly, you may call me whatever you wish, she replied with a nonchalant nod. However, do not think that familiarity grants you the privilege of receiving rewards without effort. Your points shall remain as they are, no free rides. She admonished him directly. Yes, Sister Miracle, I shall strive to become a battle mecha master, vanquishing the insectoid race and gathering numerous insectoid crystal cores for you. Onion promised earnestly. Fortune, accumulating points was his sole opportunity for ascendance. As for the origins of the Spirit of Miracle, he decided to set that inquiry aside for the time being, intending to explore it further at a later date. Now let us strive to acquire points, enabling ourselves to become formidable battle mech masters. Very well, I shall await your good news. Upon witnessing the earnest demeanor of the young lad, the Spirit of Miracle smiled gently. Chapter 4, The 4 Battle Mech Professions? I desire them all. Suddenly, Onion recalled that the metallic sphere known as the Core of Miracles had appeared alongside several other items. Thus, he inquired of the Spirit of Miracles, "Did you gather these valuable items?" The Spirit of Miracles nodded lightly and replied, "These treasures are among the most esteemed offerings from that realm, presented to you as gifts." I knew it, Onion mused, beginning to perceive the Spirit of Miracles in a more favorable light. Sister Spirit, I wish to examine the detailed schematics of the Thousand Swords mech very well. The Spirit of Miracles nodded. Immediately, a virtual screen materialized before Onion. He eagerly clicked to open it, preparing to admire the epic design of the Thousand Swords mech in its entirety. Mo Tianyun was astounded. The schematics of the core of the Thousand Swords mech were extraordinarily intricate. Even the core design of the previously encountered extraordinary Heavenly Rain mech paled in comparison, being but a fraction of its brilliance. Moreover, the majority of materials utilized in this mech were exceedingly rare, each item particularly costly, with some requiring substantial quantities. There were materials he had never encountered before, and it seemed that even wealth could scarcely procure them. Mo Tianyun gasped in astonishment, exclaiming in disbelief. The most outrageous part was the core of the planet's heart. A single planet possessed only one such core. Where on earth was he to find this elusive object? Mo Tianyun felt on the brink of madness. As a mere commoner, certain materials essential for mech fabrication were exceedingly rare, and even with wealth, acquiring them remained an impossibility. Even if these materials were laid out before him, he would still be at a loss. With his current level of expertise, he was far from being able to produce a mech core. Not to mention the core itself, even the propulsion system, energy pathways, core components, and energy shields were beyond his comprehension. The technology of epic mechs was profoundly intricate. Furthermore, his mech fabrication skills fell drastically short of even the minimum requirements to construct the Thousand Swords mech. Do not fret. You may take your time to learn the art of mech technology, the Spirit of Miracles remarked with a gentle smile. I have just attempted to connect with the information network of this civilization and have obtained a wealth of data. The materials required for the mech I just showed you can all be found on this planet. Therefore, if you possess sufficient star coins, you can acquire all the materials needed to construct a mech. Upon hearing this, Mo Tianyun regained his composure. Fortunately, he glanced at the pile of books on the nearby table, which contained a thick stack of blueprints. Thankfully, over the years, he had independently designed a set of blueprints for a standard combat mech. This mech was named Tianyun, after himself. Since the epic combat mech could not be manufactured in the near term, he would have to settle for constructing the standard combat mech for the time being. To aspire to become a battle mech technician, one must first possess a mech of their own. However, constructing such a mech necessitates a considerable amount of star currency. Therefore, I shall first focus on earning money before manufacturing a standard mech. To generate income, it is essential to obtain a profession. In 2 months, I will turn 16, and thus, I shall pursue a qualification as a mech maintenance technician. Then, step by step, Mo Tianyun deduced a feasible path. In the technologically advanced Karen Empire, mechs have long been integrated into various facets of daily life. Mechs are categorized into lifestyle mechs, production mechs, and battle mechs. There exists an extensive array of professions related to mechs, yet the majority pertain to lifestyle and production mechs. Among the myriad of mech-related careers, only those associated with battle mechs are designated as mech technicians. Mech technicians are further divided into 4 principal categories: battle mech technicians, mech manufacturers, mech maintenance technicians, and mech accessory specialists. The functions of these 4 professions are readily apparent. Notably, battle mech technicians are the most financially demanding, yet they also hold the highest status. This is due to their formidable abilities to vanquish the insectoid species and safeguard the Empire's territory, resulting in the most generous benefits and compensation for battle mech technicians. Furthermore, the materials derived from the decomposition of insectoid corpses are essential for the creation of advanced mechs. However, given the formidable strength of the insectoids, defeating them proves to be a challenge, which drives the prices of these materials to exorbitant levels. Thus, while battle mech technicians are the most financially burdensome, they can currently represent the fastest means of earning a livelihood among all professions. Due to the necessity of confronting the insectoid invasion on the front lines, being a battle mech technician is also the most perilous vocation. The profession of a mecha engineer encompasses the design of mecha blueprints and the assembly of mechas, making it the most knowledgeable role in the realm of mechas, with the most extensive involvement in mecha-related knowledge and the highest levels of professional ranking. The progression within this vocation includes various ranks: junior, intermediate, advanced, special, expert, master, elder, and chief. In contrast to combat mecha pilots, who advance through a military rank system, mecha parts engineers and mecha repair technicians adhere to the same progression pathway. However, the latter two can only attain a maximum rank of master. Mecha engineers are also revered as the fathers of mecha. The more powerful a mecha is, the less replicable it becomes. Even with identical materials and individuals undertaking the manufacturing process, discrepancies will inevitably arise. Combat mechas are piloted by humans, and the greater the harmony between the pilot and the mecha, the more the mecha's maximum combat potential can be fully realized. For a combat mecha pilot to optimally harness the mecha's ultimate combat capabilities, surpassing even the mecha's inherent limits, the pilot must also be the creator of that particular mecha. Mechas possess a soul, which is embodied in the mecha core. This core encompasses the cockpit, where the combat mecha pilot establishes a mental connection to the mecha core, which in turn links to various systems and component cores, thereby uniting the pilot and the mecha as one. Consequently, a combat mecha pilot must reach a mental level of perception. However, the challenge lies in the fact that the mecha core is intricately inscribed with mental energy by the mecha engineer based on the blueprints. Once the core is completed, it retains a residue of the mecha engineer's mental energy. Thus, when a combat mecha pilot operates the mecha, the connection is not perfect. If the mecha is crafted by the mecha master himself, it is undoubtedly a perfect fit. The mecha maintenance technician serves as the physician for the mecha. Should any components of the mecha become damaged, the technician can restore them. As long as the core of the mecha remains intact, all other aspects can be addressed. Lastly, there exists the mecha accessories artisan. A complete mecha comprises both the mecha body and its accessories. While the mecha manufacturer is responsible for the creation of the mecha body, the accessories artisan specializes in crafting the various components. The weaponry falls under the category of accessories. The selection of these components varies according to the distinct requirements of the mecha. The most common combat accessories include weapons for sustained engagement, shields, and armor, alongside specialized functional accessories such as large detectors and high-energy weapon launchers, which may be single-use or limited in quantity. The primary purpose of combat accessories is to enhance strength, defense, and speed. Weapons are classified into melee and ranged types. Melee weapons are utilized in close combat, particularly by powerful warriors piloting mechas, making them formidable opponents. Ranged weapons are employed for distant confrontations and are primarily energy-based, exhibiting tremendous destructive power. Skilled practitioners can incapacitate adversaries from distances of dozens to hundreds of kilometers. High-energy weapons are even more fearsome, capable of devastating areas spanning over 100 kilometers with a single shot. It is said that the most potent high-energy weapon can obliterate an entire star system in one strike, reducing its sun to mere cosmic dust. Hence, I must master all mecha-related disciplines. Onion, with one hand on his head and the other clenched in a fist raised above, declared his ambition to become the most formidable mecha master. Chapter 5. The transaction. Onion opened the iron door and stepped out of his home with youthful vigor. Although it was winter and the ground was blanketed in snow, he found himself in a densely populated slum. The outside world was shrouded in a gray haze, the air heavy with a foul stench. This impoverished village accounted for 50% of the East District's population, yet it occupied merely 20% of its land area. With nearly 4 million residents in the East District, half of them lived in dire poverty. The slum was a labyrinth of cramped tenements, devoid of sunlight. Each day, lives were lost to hunger, and countless incidents of robbery and murder unfolded. However, such occurrences were rare near Onion's home. When he first arrived as a youth, local bullies had approached him, demanding protection fees. With a cold demeanor, he had simply replied, "Get lost." The bully, underestimating the young boy's resolve, brandished a knife. His face contorted in a sinister grin, eager to witness Onion's struggle before his impending demise. Though the bully appeared gaunt and emaciated, his eyes gleamed with a ferocity that suggested a history of violence. It seemed the child was doomed, and one could only hope he would be reborn into a kinder family, sparing him from further suffering. Indeed, several middle-aged women, clad in tattered, patched clothing, turned away, covering their eyes. Though they had witnessed such scenes before, they could not bear to watch this one unfold. Powerless, they could only await the arrival of the corpse retrieval team to take the boy's lifeless body to the designated dumping ground. Just as the middle-aged women anticipated Onion's demise, he retaliated, disarming the ruffian with a swift kick and subsequently sending him sprawling. The entire sequence transpired in under 2 seconds, leaving the women in stunned disbelief as they turned to witness the bully lying prostrate, blood gushing from his mouth. Subsequently, the ruffian summoned a cohort of individuals to exact vengeance. A dozen thugs encircled the youth, while onlookers were left to helplessly observe their impending assault on the recently arrived boy. The middle-aged women who had witnessed the earlier scene shook their heads in dismay. How could a single youth possibly withstand an entire gang? especially when their leader brandished an energy weapon. Contrary to expectations, Mo Tianyun displayed no trepidation, swiftly and efficiently incapacitating the armed assailants with his bare hands. The ringleader, brandishing an energy rifle, aimed at Mo Tianyun, discharging a bolt of energy that proved inconsequential. This was due to Mo Tianyun's foresight in activating an energy shield beforehand. Ultimately, Mo Tianyun unsheathed a laser sword, swiftly dispatching the gang's chieftain with a single stroke. From that moment onward, the local miscreants recognized the presence of an invincible youth, and no one dared to provoke Mo Tianyun. Even those who previously roamed the vicinity with impunity now paused to consider the consequences. The spirit of the divine relic returned to the core of the divine relic, which could be reduced in size. Mo Tianyun strung it on a cord and wore it around his neck. A small plaque adorned the cord, bearing the inscription Mo. According to Grandpa Sika, it was among the items discovered on him when he was found. He shall be named Mo Tianyun, with Tianyun signifying the clouds in the sky. Grandpa Zika hopes that Mo Tianyun will embody the freedom and boundlessness of the clouds above, living life according to his own desires. Currently, Mo Tianyun intends to venture into the city to sell the damaged core of a battle mech. Tianyun, where are you headed? A voice interrupted. I just saw you return home, and now you're off again. Have you not found any valuable mech parts? There's no need to search anymore. It's getting dark. Why not come over for dinner tonight? As Mo Tianyun passed through an alley, a boy of about 11 or 12 dashed out. No thanks, Bill. I have matters to attend to in the city, Mo Tianyun replied, observing the slender, dark-haired boy before him. Into the city? Tianyun, I want to go too. I've hardly ever had the chance to play in the city. Bill exclaimed eagerly. That's not possible. I have business to conduct, and I can't take you with me. Though Mo Tianyun would usually bring Bill along, he had urgent transactions to complete. I'll bring you back some delicious treats and fun things from the city, all right? Okay. But please come back quickly, Bill said, disappointment evident in his voice. Mo Tianyun then made his way towards the city, which was not far, approximately 10 kilometers, and he arrived swiftly. Upon entering the city, he headed directly towards familiar territory. The air was fresh, the roads were wide, and towering skyscrapers loomed above, bustling with people. Floating vehicles lined the streets, and occasionally, mechs soared through the sky. The trading market stretched endlessly before him, a dazzling array of goods laid out in abundance. There was nothing beyond one's imagination that could not be procured, provided one possessed sufficient wealth. A customer approaches. The young man exclaimed, "What treasures have you brought this time?" As Mo Tianyun entered his shop, the proprietor greeted him with a warm smile. "Please, take a look at this." Mo Tianyun opened his spatial toolbox, revealing a colossal item. The core of a battle mech. The shopkeeper gasped, rushing over to examine it with urgency. "It appears to be damaged, correct?" he inquired. "Indeed," Mo Tianyun nodded. 80,000 star coins, the shopkeeper offered. "I shall take my leave," Mo Tianyun responded, preparing to retract the damaged mech core. "Oh no, wait. 90,000. 90,000 star coins. Surely that will suffice." The shopkeeper hastily blocked Mo Tianyun's path. "If you conduct business in such a manner, we shall part ways in discontent." Mo Tianyun shook his head, indicating his intent to depart. "Star coins, this is my final offer. Take it or leave it," the shopkeeper replied, raising his hands in resignation. "Although this battle mech core is damaged, most of it remains intact, and the materials alone are worth 100,000 star coins. Do not presume I lack understanding," Mo Tianyun remarked with a smirk. The shopkeeper furrowed his brow at Mo Tianyun's words, then forced a smile that was more sorrowful than joyous. "Very well. You are as astute as ever, my friend. 100,000 star coins it shall be," he conceded. "No need for that. Since you are so lacking in sincerity, it is best we forego this transaction altogether. 110,000 star coins, my friend, please do not rush. It was indeed my mistake earlier." The shopkeeper appeared genuinely anxious this time. 110,000 star coins, well, that is agreeable. Mo Tianyun felt satisfied. He produced a star coin card and handed it to the shopkeeper, who, with a stoic expression, accepted it and busied himself at the counter for a moment. "The 110,000 star coins have been credited to your card. We welcome your next visit," the shopkeeper stated, returning the card to Mo Tianyun. Mo Tianyun pressed the card to confirm the amount within, responding affirmatively. Star coins serve as the circulating currency of the Aolong Empire, with 1,000 star coins sufficient for a modest family's sustenance for an entire month. In impoverished villages, 1,000 star coins could sustain a family of several for nearly half a year. Previously, Tianyun had only engaged in transactions involving small amounts, typically in the range of dozens or hundreds, with his most substantial exchange never exceeding 1,000 star coins. Thus, he felt a twinge of displeasure at the shopkeeper's earlier attempts to undervalue his transaction. As Tianyun walked away, the shopkeeper activated his communicator. "A young man just transacted a significant sum here. Please investigate where he resides." "Understood," came the reply from the other end. "Welcome again. You shall never have the opportunity to return." With a sinister grin, the shopkeeper glared at the vanishing figure of Tianyun. Chapter 6. Materials, Books. "And the young maiden Tianyun, I sense materials nearby that you may require. Do check there to see if you can procure them." Tianyun halted abruptly mid-stride as the voice of the Spirit of Miracles resonated directly within his mind. "How do you know my name, Sister Miracle?" Tianyun asked, perplexed. "Wasn't there a child calling you Tianyun Gij?" explained the Spirit of Miracle. "Ah, yes. However, my full name is Tianyun," he replied. "Well, enough of the idle chatter. Now that you possess star coins, why not procure some materials you require?" The Spirit of Miracle's voice suddenly turned frigid. "Oh, where can I find these materials?" Tianyun ceased his prattle. "At the third stall on your right," the Spirit instructed. Following the guidance of the Spirit of Miracle, Tianyun approached the stall. "Here lies the Chinga iron. It is essential for crafting ordinary mecha cores," the Spirit's melodious voice echoed in his mind. "This hefty iron block before you weighs 300 kilograms, and, according to market value, can be purchased for no more than a certain amount of star coins." The Spirit elaborated on the material's details. "Hello, how much for this iron block?" Tianyun inquired. The stall owner, noticing the youth before him, decided to inflate the price to gauge the boy's worth. 7,000, he declared. "Young man, that price is far too steep. It simply won't do, at least." The stall owner quickly shook his head. 8,500, will you sell it? If not, then so be it. Tianyun fixed his gaze intently upon the owner. The stall owner hesitated. The cost price for this piece of Chinga iron was 7,500 star coins. But since it was primarily used in the manufacturing of combat mechas, it had remained unsold. The mecha manufacturers are indeed prominent figures in the city, each possessing their own channels for sourcing materials. It is rather perplexing that they would come here to purchase his chromium iron. Additionally, given the recent financial strains, selling this piece of chromium iron would significantly alleviate some of that monetary pressure. The vendor's gaze flickered restlessly. This piece of chromium iron appears to weigh around 300 kilograms. Therefore, the price in star coins reflects the market value. You wouldn't be at a loss with this figure. Moreover, the quality of your chromium iron is merely mediocre, at most worth 9,000 star coins. Thus, I offer you 8,700 star coins. If you refuse, I shall have no choice but to seek other vendors." Tianyun, not wishing to engage in further banter, cut to the chase. The young man, despite his youth, possessed a keen eye. He decided to accept the vendor's price. The vendor, reluctant to let this customer slip away, directed him towards the fourth stall ahead. Upon successful transaction completion, the voice of the Spirit of Miracles echoed once more, indicating a transparent box containing a powder. This powder, known as pattern powder, is utilized for engraving the spiritual connection patterns of combat mechas. The contents of this box were precisely sufficient, priced at star coins. The Spirit of Miracles proceeded to disclose detailed information. "Is it truly so expensive?" Tianyun was momentarily taken aback. "Vendor, I would like to purchase this pattern powder." Upon hearing the young man's request for the pattern powder, the vendor scrutinized him closely. "This powder is essential for engraving the spiritual connection patterns of combat mechas. Could it be that this youth is a mecha manufacturer? It seems implausible, surely. There are no mecha manufacturers of such tender age. It is likely that he purchased it for practice, or perhaps it was a suggestion from his family." A multitude of thoughts flashed through the vendor's mind in an instant. "Welcome. Young man, how much are you prepared to pay for this pattern powder?" The vendor greeted with a beaming smile. "Are you joking, my friend?" Tianyun replied. The vendor chuckled awkwardly, and thus commenced a spirited negotiation between the two. Employing his silver tongue, Tianyun ultimately sealed the deal with a transaction in star coins. The two purchases consumed nearly half of Tianyun's funds. Yet this was merely a fraction of the materials required for creating the core. The entire mecha could cost upwards of 1,000,000 star coins. Should he opt for a ready-made mecha, the price would be no less than 3 million. The Cold Mountain High Bookstore was another destination for Tianyun upon entering the city. This establishment is one of the few in Cold Mountain City that offers advanced knowledge literature. However, the prices here are exorbitant. A single book can cost no less than 1,000 star coins, with some reaching tens of thousands. The so-called advanced knowledge encompasses the expertise required for high-end professions such as mecha engineers, genetic evolution potion masters, and genetic evolution warriors. On the table at home, a stack of books rests, all pertaining to the study of mecha engineering. These volumes include rare mecha materials, mecha repair techniques, advanced mecha repair, mecha design blueprints, introduction to mecha cores, and design and assembly of mecha components. These are invaluable treasures bequeathed to Mo Tianyun by Grandpa Zika. The last 3 titles were gifts from Grandpa Zika on Mo Tianyun's birthday. In recent years, Mo Tianyun has successfully designed a blueprint for a standard mech through his study of various texts. The blueprint is tucked away in the book titled Mech Manufacturing Blueprint Design on the table at home, ready to be brought to life as long as the materials are sufficient. However, the Tianjin mech is an epic creation, and Mo Tianyun currently lacks the capability to produce it. The bookstore is adorned in opulence. Each bookshelf is crafted from high-grade alloys, embellished with exquisitely intricate carvings. The side walls are adorned with rare works of art and valuable decorative items, while sparkling gemstones dangle from the ceiling, casting a dazzling glow. All of this grandeur suggests that only the affluent can frequent this establishment, ensuring that its decor is nothing short of magnificent. Good day, sir. I am a sales associate here. How may I assist you? A tall woman in uniform approached with a warm smile. Mo Tianyun, momentarily startled, quickly regained his composure. Although the sales associate discerned from Mo Tianyun's attire and demeanor that he did not appear to belong to a wealthy family, her professionalism compelled her to treat every customer with the utmost respect. I am seeking some advanced books on mech manufacturing, as well as texts on combat mechs and mech component craftsmanship. Mo Tianyun articulated his needs slowly. The sales associate, having attended to numerous clients, was taken aback. It was her first time encountering a customer with such a diverse array of requests. Typically, those who patronize this bookstore are esteemed professionals or individuals studying to enter high-end vocations. Listening to his words, could it be that he has already become a master of mecha manufacturing? Now, he seeks to acquire advanced knowledge in this field? Yet, why the need for literature of other genres? Though curious, the young woman soon dismissed the thought, recognizing it was not her concern. Please, follow me. The guide indicated to Mo Tianyun with a slight nod. Upstairs, she continued, the shelves here house the literature on mecha manufacturing, and those on the upper shelves consist of more advanced texts. The guide gestured towards a towering bookshelf. Indeed, Mo Tianyun replied courteously. This tome, Comprehensive Techniques of Advanced Mecha Manufacturing, is the most sought after among the advanced literature. The guide retrieved a large, hefty book from the shelf. Upon glancing at it, Mo Tianyun was astonished to find it contained no less than 1,000 pages. This volume was authored a century ago by Adrian Carmen, the Empire's chief mecha manufacturer, who was reputed to have already attained elder status in the field at that time. The guide elaborated on the book's significance. Sir, your timing is impeccable. This is the last copy available. The next shipment may not arrive for another month. Very well, I shall purchase it, Mo Tianyun declared. Only one remains. Then I shall take it. Before he could finish, a melodious and graceful voice captured the attention of both Mo Tianyun and the guide. The newcomer was a young girl clad in the uniform of a prestigious high school in Hanzhong City. Despite her tender age, she had developed a remarkable figure. With a budding bosom and a slender waist, her long legs adorned in black stockings embellished with golden embroidery. In addition to the girl's delicate features and waist-length black hair, it is evident that she undoubtedly belongs to the echelon of school beauties. Mo Tianyun cast a glance her way. Welcome to our store, esteemed Miss Vina, the sales assistant said, giving a slight bow. The assistant was well aware of the young lady before her, as her father was a respected senior mecha manufacturer, and she often visited the bookstore to purchase literature on mecha engineering. The girl replied politely. I would like this book, esteemed Miss Vina. This gentleman was the first to express interest in purchasing this book. Might you consider discussing it with him? The sales assistant inquired softly. Upon hearing this, Vina turned her graceful head, her hair flowing elegantly in a beautiful arc. She scrutinized the young man beside her. This young man is rather handsome. Indeed, Mo Tianyun possessed an exceptionally attractive appearance. With his deep-set eyes, chiseled features, and tall stature, he left a lasting impression. Yet, he seemed oddly familiar, as if she had seen him before. However, Judging by his attire, he did not appear to hail from a wealthy family. Considering that he was of a similar age to her, and given that she was the most talented mecha manufacturer in Han City, only reaching the level of a novice mecha engineer with her father's guidance, she pondered what use he would have for this book. Was he also delving into advanced mecha engineering knowledge? With these thoughts in mind, Venus smiled warmly and inquired politely, "Excuse me. Would you be willing to let me have this book?" "I'm sorry, but I need this book urgently," Tianyun replied, shaking his head. "Is that so? Do you find the knowledge of mecha manufacturing in this book useful?" Vina does not believe that any of her peers in Han City surpass her expertise in the field of mecha creation. "If I cannot utilize it, why would I purchase it?" Tianyun smiled nonchalantly. "If you possess such skill, why was there no sight of you at last year's Genius Mecha Manufacturer Conference held in the city? If you were truly exceptional, the championship would not have fallen into my hands last year." Vina gazed at this boy whom she perceived to be boasting. "The champion of the Genius Mecha Manufacturer Conference? I simply had no desire to participate," Tianyun replied calmly. In truth, he genuinely did not wish to partake in the Genius Mecha Manufacturer Conference, as participation required a registration fee of 3,000 star coins, a sum he could not afford. Nobles, however, viewed 3,000 star coins as a trifling amount. Furthermore, the conference featured numerous esteemed mecha manufacturing mentors, and the insights gained from their guidance would far outweigh the value of 3,000 star coins. Such bravado warrants an opportunity. Vina, incensed by Tianyun's audacious words, felt her honor could not be tarnished by another. Chapter 7. The pride of a genius. Vina retrieved a sheet of paper from her spatial wristband, which displayed a model of a mecha and intricate structural patterns. It was evidently a blueprint. "This is the mecha blueprint I designed. My father has pointed out some errors in my design, including one critical flaw. If you find me, then I shall." Vina pondered for a moment. "I will purchase this book for you, and I shall cover the cost for all the books you intend to buy today." Upon hearing this, Tianyun fell into a contemplative silence. "Hand me the blueprint," he said, extending his hand. Vina promptly handed over the blueprint. Tianyun studied it intently, seemingly captivated. Could it be that my meticulously crafted design has left him in awe? Observing his seriousness, Vina remarked, "It appears your father did not wish to discourage you, hence his light-hearted words. However, in my view, this blueprint is fraught with flaws." Tianyun began to point out the deficiencies one by one. "This core design is utterly flawed. The mental connection patterns fail to link to the appropriate mecha components, while an excessive number of unrelated components are connected. This will significantly slow your mecha's response time, a critical vulnerability during combat." Vina's expression grew rigid. The power system still relied on antiquated technology from a century ago. Upon hearing this, Vina's disbelief was palpable. The energy patterns are excessively simplistic. How much energy can these few lines truly convey? I am genuinely curious whether your mecha can even achieve a threefold enhancement in combat capability. As Vina listened to Tianyun's critique, a sense of discomfort began to well up within her. Here, and here. Is this truly the champion of the so-called Genius Mecha Manufacturer Conference? The creations presented are inferior even to those I designed 5 years ago. Tianyun calmly returned the blueprints to Vina, who stood frozen in place, her mind racing. Am I truly that inadequate? Vina's face turned ashen. Who is this person? He is able to articulate the errors pointed out by my father, seemingly with even greater precision. As Vina reflected on her father's critiques of the blueprints, she realized that this youth, who appeared to be of similar age, provided insights that surpassed her father's commentary. "Hello. I require some literature on mecha accessory design." Tianyun directed his attention to the nearby sales associate. The associate, startled, quickly responded, "Oh, certainly, sir, right this way." It was unclear what thoughts occupied the associate's mind, but her movements became noticeably less fluid. Tianyun subsequently selected 2 volumes, Comprehensive Guide to Mecha Accessory Design and Manufacturing and Advanced Melee Weapon Design for Mechs, alongside Encyclopedia of Advanced Mecha Manufacturing Techniques. He gathered a total of 3 books. "Let us proceed to check out," Tianyun instructed the sales associate. "Certainly, sir. Please follow me to the register." The associate escorted Tianyun to a counter. Star coins. The cashier presented a ticket to Tianyun. Upon inspection, he was taken aback by the steep prices. Encyclopedia of Advanced Mecha Manufacturing Techniques at 500 star coins, and Comprehensive Guide to Mecha Accessory Design and Manufacturing at 500 star coins. Design of advanced mecha close combat weapons 2500 star coins. Just as MOT Onion was about to make the payment, Vina appeared. I admit that my mecha manufacturing skills are inferior to yours. I will keep my word and pay for these books. MOT Onion glanced at her, dismissing her words, and proceeded to pay. What are you doing? I said I would pay. Vina exclaimed, visibly agitated. I, MOT Onion, do not accept charity from others. True geniuses never boast about their greatness, for they understand that they are not the greatest. MOT Onion harbored his own pride. He had lived in the impoverished village for nearly 5 years, and even in his most challenging times, he had never accepted help from others. Whenever locals saw him, they would invite him to dine, as he had long instilled fear in the nearby villains, and the neighbors wished to repay his kindness. Yet, he had never once accepted an invitation to dine at anyone's home. MOT Onion took a bag containing the freshly purchased books and, without a backward glance, strode towards the door. The spirit of miracles, witnessing this scene within the core of miracles, revealed a breathtaking smile. One so enchanting it could render countless stars in the sky dim by comparison. Alas, no one was there to appreciate this unparalleled beauty. The bookstore was left with a dazed Vina. MOT Onion? Vina seemed to recall something. MOT Onion. She finally remembered. She had encountered the legendary omnipotent genius, MOT Onion. It turned out he had not fallen into despair. Rather, he had tempered his brilliance. Vina gazed dreamily at the figure retreating further away. One can only wonder how those few individuals, who consider themselves invincible, would react upon learning of this. Vina suddenly recalled the dimly lit geniuses from her childhood school days, who had always been overshadowed by MOT Onion. Although MOT Onion no longer attended the school, tales of his prowess continued to circulate among the students. The night had completely fallen, and the moon shone especially round and bright, while countless stars twinkled in the sky. MOT Onion had just returned from the market, where he procured ample provisions, including 100 pounds of premium beast meat, costing him 10,000 star coins. Sated from a hearty meal for the first time in days, he had also purchased some low-grade energy crystals to replenish the energy of his protective shield, along with a selection of delicious snacks intended for Bill. As MOT Onion stepped into the impoverished village, the voice of the spirit of miracles echoed in his mind. MOT Onion, someone is following you. It was the owner of the shop from whom he had traded the damaged battle mech core earlier that day. MOT Onion paused momentarily, then resumed his stride with an air of nonchalance. Be cautious. This individual possesses greater strength, having attained the initial stage of a martial artist. The spirit of miracles cautioned him. It seemed that he had set the price a tad too high today, and perhaps his youth made him an easy target. MOT Onion contemplated this quietly. However, the fact that his pursuer had reached the initial stage of a martial artist complicated matters. He then entered a dark alley, drawing a laser sword, albeit without activating its energy. The cloaked figure followed him silently into the shadows. As the cloaked figure stepped into the shadowy alley, a swift sound echoed, and a beam of light from a laser sword aimed to cleave him in two. However, the man reacted with remarkable agility, evading the strike intended for his head, yet the blade still grazed him, leaving a long crimson mark across his body. In retaliation, the laser sword thrust forward once more. The black-clad man leapt backward, narrowly dodging the attack. Despite his evasion, he bore significant injuries. Damn it! How dare he launch a sneak attack? He seethed, brandishing his own laser sword, preparing to retaliate with ferocity. The two combatants clashed again, exchanging blows, yet neither could gain the upper hand. Impressive. He managed to block my strike. It seems I must reveal my true abilities. The cloaked man was taken aback by MOT Onion's youth and formidable strength. Gripping his laser sword tightly, he charged at MOT Onion once more. Feeling the immense power behind the attack, MOT Onion's hands tingled. He realized that a direct confrontation would be futile. Chapter 8. The Breakthrough of Star Moon Swordsmanship. The adversary's strength lay in sheer power, while MOT Onion's advantage was his exceptional swordsmanship and his mental acuity, which had reached the level of perception. Thus, a head-on clash was ill-advised. He needed to employ a strategy of yielding to overcome strength. As his opponent charged forward, MOT Onion's swordplay underwent a remarkable transformation. The laser sword became light and swift in his hands, shimmering like stars at times, leaving his foe unable to predict his movements. At other moments, it flowed like moonlight, gentle and continuous, with each strike surpassing the last. Time and again, MOT Onion either blocked or deflected his opponent's attacks with finesse. The man in black grew increasingly anxious, for he possessed great strength, yet found himself unable to unleash it. Each swing of his sword failed to strike Emotianyun with formidable mental acuity. Emotianyun could always anticipate his opponent's moves. How could the man in black possibly land a hit? The man realized that if this continued, the consequences would be dire. He retreated, one hand gripping his sword while the other swiftly retrieved a vial of potion. This concoction promised a brief surge in speed and strength, though its drawback was its fleeting effect, coupled with the permanent damage it inflicted on one's genetic makeup. Overindulgence could lead to genetic collapse and instant demise. Without hesitation, the man consumed the potion in one gulp. In an instant, his muscles swelled, and his physique became more imposing. A forbidden drug. Emotianyun's awareness heightened at the sight of this transformation. The man in black, denying Emotianyun any time to react, gripped his laser sword with his robust hand and struck fiercely at Emotianyun. The latter could only muster all his strength to defend himself. However, the force behind the blow was overwhelming, sending Emotianyun hurtling through the air. The man in black, already stronger than Emotianyun, had now augmented his power. How could Emotianyun withstand such an onslaught? As he soared through the night sky, Emotianyun caught sight of a luminous moon and a myriad of stars. The interplay of moonlight and starlight intertwined beautifully, drawing him in. Memories of countless sword practice sessions flooded his mind, a tapestry of techniques merging together. In that moment, Emotianyun felt the sword in his grasp transform. Executing a swift backflip in midair, he landed gracefully on the ground. The man in black, bewildered, could not comprehend how someone he had struck with all his might could still stand firm. "I will see you dead," he bellowed in furious rage. What was initially perceived as a straightforward endeavor unexpectedly proved to be quite the challenge. The adversary, clearly lacking the prowess of a martial artist and possessing strength inferior to his own, was reminiscent of an indomitable cockroach, tenacious and relentless. The man in black swung his sword once more, gripping the laser blade with both hands and exerting all his might. Yet, Emotianyun, instead of meeting force with force, deftly evaded the attacks. While dodging, he executed increasingly exquisite sword techniques, entangling his opponent's blade and preventing him from channeling greater strength. Once the effects of the opponent's elixir waned, he would pose no threat. Emotianyun's swordsmanship became progressively more adept, each move flowing with grace and speed. At that moment, his techniques seemed to reach a certain plateau, known as the Star and Moon Sword Technique, a martial art imparted to him by Grandpa Zika. Emotianyun had diligently practiced it for over 7 years. As he engaged with the man in black, his swordplay transformed into a mesmerizing painting. Observed from above, one would witness a luminous orb surrounded by countless twinkling points of light, reminiscent of the moon and stars adorning the night sky. Ultimately, the man in black could no longer withstand the onslaught. In a fleeting moment, Emotianyun seized upon the opponent's vulnerability. Star and moon shine together, he bellowed, his laser sword striking with the swiftness of lightning, piercing through the man's body. "If you kill me, you cannot escape. Brother Tian will avenge me. You cannot flee. You cannot flee." Gradually, the man in black succumbed to the ground. Fortunately, Emotianyun's swordsmanship had transcended into the realm of imagery. Otherwise, he would have found himself in grave trouble. However, the troubles are far from over. Soon, I may have to depart from this place. Otherwise, it is likely that they will come looking for me, perhaps sending even more formidable adversaries that I will be unable to confront. Emotianyun recalled the final words of the man in black before his demise. He needed to hasten the creation of the mech. Otherwise, the next encounter could prove perilous. Emotianyun silently gazed at the lifeless body of the man in black, then surveyed his surroundings. The nearby residents had long since heard the commotion from the clash between Emotianyun and the man in black. One by one, they peered out from their windows to witness this heart-stopping spectacle. Although these locals had grown accustomed to violent deaths, this particular event left them utterly astounded. They had never witnessed such a powerful confrontation. The sound of clashing laser swords resonated like deafening thunder. To their astonishment, the ultimate victor turned out to be a mere youth. Could he be the legendary boy who had stirred up such fervor in the impoverished village years ago? In that village, taking a life was a trivial matter, hardly even worth mentioning, as long as one refrained from killing and causing destruction within the city limits. The Imperial forces would not intervene. This planet, Uluru, is one of the closest to the front lines, and the Imperial army is stationed here year-round. Thus, the Imperial forces act as the local authority. Once they engage, death is inevitable for anyone involved. Emotianyun paid no heed to the onlookers. Instead, he began to search the man's body. Indeed, it was the shopkeeper. Emotianyun lifted the mask to take a closer look. There seemed to be a wealth of valuable items on his person. Mo Tianyun began to search the corpse of the shopkeeper. A spatial bracelet, a valuable find. A star coin card, filled with star coins. No wonder the adversary was eager to eliminate me. It turns out I was about to claim half of their fortune. Mo Tianyun mused silently. Afterward, he found nothing more. I shall also take this laser sword. Even if it proves useless, it can fetch a handsome sum. Ultimately, Mo Tianyun appropriated the laser sword and swiftly departed from the scene. Before long, he returned to the vicinity of his home. Bill. As Mo Tianyun passed by Bill's doorstep, he was greeted by a rush of excitement. Brother Tianyun, why are you so late returning? Bill exclaimed as he dashed out. I mentioned I had business to attend to. Ah, this is a gift for you. Mo Tianyun produced the snacks he had prepared earlier. Thank you, Brother Tianyun. You are so kind. Bill replied, brimming with enthusiasm. When I grow up, I will be as formidable as you, Brother Tianyun. I too shall earn well, allowing my parents and you to live a good life. Little Bill said earnestly, gazing at Mo Tianyun. Indeed, you must diligently cultivate your skills. Mo Tianyun gently ruffled Bill's hair. In the stillness of the night, an individual activated a communication device and dialed a number. Hello, Charlie. What is the matter that you needed to contact me? A holographic image of a man appeared, revealing only his upper body. Heavens, Brother Tian, Carlyle has been murdered. Who was responsible? Was it within the city? A burly, bald man inquired loudly. No. It is not that way. The man responding dared not even breathe, trembling as he recounted what he knew in a fragmented manner. It is impossible. I am well aware of Carlyle's prowess. A mere boy could not possess the strength to slay him. Even Rod Hubbard, hailed as the foremost martial genius at Cold Mountain High School, only recently attained the rank of an initial-level warrior. How could a lowly youth from a destitute village possibly kill Carlyle? I offer you one more chance. Do not attempt to deceive me. The burly, bald man shook his head in disbelief. Brother Tian, I swear, I am not lying to you. If you do not believe me, just look at his records. The man promptly sent a message. 5 years ago, he could already take on 10 opponents at once. The bald man's eyes widened in astonishment. Had you not slain Carlyle, I might have considered making you my subordinate. A ferocious and menacing expression crossed the burly man's face. Upon reviewing the information, he became convinced of Charlie's words. Thus, he resolved to take matters into his own hands. Dawn broke. Mo Tianyun had already completed a 20-kilometer run that morning. He was now practicing the Star Moon sword technique. Each stroke of his sword reverberated through the air, creating a symphony of sounds. After executing a full set of swordsmanship, Mo Tianyun sheathed his laser sword. Following last night's battle, my Star Moon sword technique has reached the realm of imagery, as described by Grandpa Sika. Grandpa Sika had once mentioned that after he attained minor success, he had never made further progress. Thus, I have surpassed Grandfather Zika in the art of Xingyue swordsmanship by 2 realms. 3 years ago, Mo Tianyun had already achieved the great completion stage in this martial art, completely eclipsing Grandfather Zika. Now, he has ascended to a realm that even Grandfather Zika could scarcely envision. This extraordinary advancement is the reason behind Mo Tianyun's victory over the enigmatic shopkeeper clad in black last night. His martial prowess has reached an unparalleled height. Mo Tianyun is filled with exhilaration. The levels of martial arts mastery ascend from comprehension, proficiency, minor achievement, major achievement, imagery, to perfection. It is said that there are even higher realms, attainable only through transcending the mundane levels of martial arts. Although Mo Tianyun is currently brimming with enthusiasm, an abrupt chill washes over him, dousing his fervor. What merit is there in reaching the imagery realm in such earthly martial arts? The spirit of miracles appears beside him. Captivated by the ethereal beauty of this enchanting woman, Mo Tianyun is spellbound. Sister Miracle, what brings you out? He inquires, concerned about being discovered. He is unable to safeguard the core of the miracle at present. Do not worry, only you can perceive me. Even the mightiest of this civilization cannot detect my presence. Your martial art is merely of the mundane level. Reaching the imagery realm should be quite simple, is it not? Simple? Mo Tianyun replies, a sheen of sweat forming on his brow. It took Grandfather Zika decades to attain the minor achievement stage, and the path only becomes more arduous with time. How can Sister Miracle suggest that reaching the imagery realm is so effortless? Should he truly be this exuberant? You have now become a novice in the art of genetic evolution, and the creation of mechs is of utmost importance. The spirit of miracles reminded Mo Tianyun. Very well. I shall commence my studies on mech technology and refine the blueprints for their construction, Mo Tianyun replied with a nod. His mech blueprints had long been designed. Now he needed to acquire advanced knowledge in mech manufacturing to enhance the design further. Chapter 9. The Core Space of Miracles. Mo Tianyun gathered all the essentials he needed to take with him. He cast a final glance at the iron shack he had inhabited for nearly 5 years, then secured the door with a lock. Ultimately, he was departing from this place. As he passed by Bill's home, Mo Tianyun noticed Bill intently engrossed in a book at his desk. He recognized the book in Bill's hands as a gift from himself. When Mo Tianyun had first arrived in the impoverished village, Bill was merely 6 years old. Having grown up without a mother and with a father who toiled daily in the city to earn a meager living, Bill had little time to receive care. Consequently, young Bill learned to fend for himself at a tender age. His greatest desire was to mature swiftly so he could assist his father. He had witnessed the grueling labor his father endured under the scorching sun, struggling to transport enormous loads, far larger than his father's towering frame. Bill even recalled the moment when his father slipped and fell, the massive cargo pinning him down. As he watched his father gasp for breath beneath the weight, surrounded by bystanders who offered no assistance, Bill clutched the iron bars of the fence with his frail hands, desperate to help. In a moment of desperation, Bill lamented his lack of wings, wishing he could soar in and lift the burdens that weighed upon his father. Yet, he forgot that even with wings, his strength would still fall short. Suddenly, Bill noticed a ruggedly dressed individual approaching his father. This person began to remove the heavy load from Bill's father. A helper has arrived, Bill thought gratefully, but in the next instant, he witnessed an unforgettable scene. The stranger began to assault his father with fists and feet. Bill felt utterly powerless, save for the tears that streamed down his face. Later, Mo Tianyun arrived in the impoverished village, and Bill witnessed the moment Mo Tianyun chased away the bully. From that day forward, Bill regarded Mo Tianyun as a role model, following him diligently. Gradually, Mo Tianyun accepted this little shadow. He recognized Bill as a devoted and ambitious companion. Bill called Mo Tianyun. "Brother Tianyun," replied Bill, setting aside his book and hurrying over. "Bill, I must leave this place," Mo Tianyun announced. Bill was taken aback, utterly unprepared for such news. Why would Brother Tianyun express a desire to depart upon his arrival? "Here are 5,000 star coins," Mo Tianyun said, producing a star coin card. A star coin card, a device containing a space for storing star coins, where retrieval and deposit requires a numerical input. This was something Mo Tianyun had prepared in advance, for the only person he truly cared about upon leaving was Bill. It was Bill's companionship over the years that had kept Mo Tianyun from feeling utterly alone. "Too much. I cannot accept it. Brother Tianyun, please take it back," Bill insisted, pushing the star coin card away. "Brother Tianyun, I cannot accept your money. I am aware that your life is not easy either. I know you haven't had a proper meal in days." Bill was acutely aware of Mo Tianyun's circumstances. "Take it. I've struck it rich," Mo Tianyun smiled, pressing the star coin card into Bill's hands. "No, I refuse." Bill's expression hardened, his voice rising slightly. "Brother Tianyun, haven't you always told me that a true man must rely on his own efforts? Don't you also believe in being self-sufficient? I know the neighbors are immensely grateful for your presence, and so am I. Thanks to you, no one has dared to collect protection fees around here for years. Otherwise, our lives would be even more difficult." As Bill spoke, tears welled up in his eyes. On one hand, he felt profound gratitude towards Brother Tianyun. On the other, he struggled with the thought of losing him. Mo Tianyun's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "What nonsense is this? If I say you should keep it, then keep it." Mo Tianyun resolutely insisted that Bill accept the money. A man must be strong and brave, but that does not mean one should be inflexible. "This money is for your education. What do you think it's for?" Mo Tianyun shouted at Bill. "If I could have continued my studies all these years, my achievements would have far surpassed this." Mo Tianyun understood that without money, one could hardly progress. He merely wished for Bill to receive an education, for it was the key to transforming the fate of poverty. "Do you not yearn for the chance to study? Do you not aspire to become a man of great stature? Do you not wish for your father to live a better life?" Mo Tianyun inquired emphatically, his voice resonating with urgency. "If you desire it, take this money earnestly and pursue your studies. Strive to be the best. Do not bring shame upon me." Mo Tianyun grasped Bill's shoulders, imparting his earnestness with a solemn gaze. "I shall take my leave. If you choose not to accept this money, then cast it aside." With that, Mo Tianyun released his hold and walked towards the city center. "Goodbye, Brother Tianyun. Remember to return and visit me. I shall forever cherish your kindness and will not disappoint your expectations. I will surely become a man of great standing. Bill shouted, clutching the star coin card tightly. Watching Tianyun's receding figure, Tianyun paused momentarily, yet without turning back, hastened away. When Bill next heard of Tianyun, he had already become renowned across every planet of the Empire. Brother Tian, that lad has entered the city. What? He's entered the city. This spells trouble. What shall we do, Brother Tian? Continue to keep an eye on him. I refuse to believe he will remain in the city forever. Tianyun settled into a hotel within the city. Shortly thereafter, the Spirit of Miracles appeared. If you wish to learn about mecha knowledge and martial combat techniques, you can do so in the simulation space. It possesses remarkable efficacy. The Spirit of Miracles suggested, well, how does one utilize the simulation space? Tianyun inquired. You simply connect your mental energy to the core of the miracle to enter the simulation space. You may also employ your mental energy to examine blueprints, recipes, and so forth, replied the Spirit of Miracles. However, you must connect to the core in a state of safety. Otherwise, your body will be rendered defenseless. The Spirit of Miracles cautioned Tianyun. Unless your mental energy reaches the next level, Sea of Spirits, the Spirit of Miracles added. Tianyun concentrated his mental energy and gradually established a connection with the core of the miracle. Where is this? Tianyun felt as though he had entered an unfamiliar realm. Countless intricate patterns surrounded him, layered upon one another, gently flowing. The space exuded an ancient and enigmatic aura, as if it had existed in this world for an eternity. Standing within were 6 doors. 5 grand doors stood before him, with one colossal door looming behind. The 5 doors in front represented combat mechas, genetic evolution, martial arts, warfare weaponry, technological advancements for daily life, in the simulation space. The door to the right is the door of simulation. Upon entering, you shall discern its usage. The ethereal figure of the Spirit of Miracles manifested beside Tianyun. What purpose does that immense door serve? Tianyun gazed at the towering entrance. I cannot enter it at present, nor do I know what lies within. Perhaps one day, you shall unlock it. The Spirit of Miracles responded, gazing hopefully at the great door. Chapter 10. The might of the mech can you not enter, Sister Miracle? Tianyun asked incredulously. Indeed, the Spirit of Miracle replied, ceasing further discourse. With that, I shall now enter the simulated space. Tianyun approached the door on the far right and gently pushed it open. Within lay a swirling vortex of darkness. Step inside, the Spirit of Miracle gestured. Subsequently, Tianyun entered the vortex alongside the Spirit. This was the simulated space, a realm capable of emulating all that exists in the universe. With sufficient mental prowess, one could even conjure an entire universe. However, this remained a theoretical notion, as no one possessed such formidable mental strength. The Spirit of Miracle began to elucidate the simulated space. Behold, with a wave of her hand, a towering mech, over 100 meters in height, materialized before them. The Thousand Swords mech. Tianyun approached, yearning to touch this magnificent and powerful mech of his dreams. Yet, his hand passed through it. He was unable to make contact. Your mental strength is insufficient to simulate an epic mech, hence you cannot touch it. Observe closely. The battle scene of the mech is about to unfold. The Spirit of Miracle gracefully ascended into the cockpit of the mech. Thousand Swords mech, activate. She connected her mental energy to the mech. The core energy patterns of the mech illuminated, followed by the activation of all energy lines. The colossal mech began to rise slowly into the air. As the Spirit of Miracle piloted it, soaring freely through this expansive space, suddenly, a colossal insect appeared not far away, towering over the Thousand Sword Mecha by 10-fold or more. The Thousand Sword Mecha, already standing at a height of 100 meters, rendered the size of this creature unimaginable. The gigantic insect was encased in a thick, formidable exoskeleton with a pair of wings adorning its back. It possessed 8 legs, each one larger than the Thousand Sword Mecha, gleaming menacingly with a chilling sharpness. Countless dense, dark red eyes covered its head, and upon closer inspection, one would find that each eye was composed of innumerable facets. If Tianyun had a fear of clusters, he would undoubtedly be frightened to the point of losing control. Atop the insect's head were 2 prominent horns, pulsating with a green, electric-like glow, likely serving as the creature's means of ranged attack. This was the Zerg. It was Tianyun's first encounter with the Zerg, and it was entirely different from his imagination. The sheer enormity of the creature exceeded his wildest thoughts. However, what transpired next left Tianyun profoundly shaken. The thousand-sword mecha did not shy away. Instead, it surged forward with increased speed. Enormous alloy swords materialized from the void surrounding the thousand-sword mecha, coalescing above it to form an enormous alloy sword. At this moment, the thousand-sword mecha raised its arms high above its head, gripping the colossal alloy sword tightly. Divine Domain, Thousand-Sword Slash. The Spirit of Miracles executed a martial arts technique through the thousand-sword mecha. As this technique was unleashed, a dazzling display of colorful starry illusions emerged around the thousand-sword mecha, continuously transforming into a mysterious realm of stars. The realm of stars enveloped the colossal insectoid horde within its embrace. A brilliant sword light illuminated the entire expanse, reducing the immense creatures to countless fragments that plummeted through the void before dissipating into nothingness. The Spirit of Miracles piloted the Thousand Swords mecha back to stand before Emotionyan, who fixated intently on the mechanized marvel. In that moment, it seemed as though he could hear his very soul and heart simultaneously cry out, "The Thousand Swords mecha must be crafted swiftly, it must be." The Thousand Swords mecha transformed into a cascade of starlight, as the Spirit of Miracles gracefully manifested. This was a scene of mechanized warfare. The Spirit of Miracles addressed Emotionyan, explaining that the simulation space could be utilized to practice combat techniques and fabricate mechas. Though virtual, it mirrored reality with perfect fidelity. The Spirit continued, particularly emphasizing the capacity to refine mecha creation within the simulation space, allowing for countless iterations until the design reached perfection. Consequently, the mecha constructed in reality would attain the maximum combat enhancement multiplier, rendering it a flawless creation. Furthermore, it would conserve an abundance of practice materials. To forge mecha, practice is indispensable, unless one is working on a rudimentary design. The Spirit of Miracles patiently conveyed this to Emotionyan. Upon hearing this, Emotionyan comprehended the immense value that the simulation space offered him. The creation of mechas is an endeavor fraught with financial burdens. A single failure could render certain materials useless. Thus, the existence of a simulation space would save considerable expense. Additionally, some rare materials are often limited to a single use. Should one fail, the mecha would be rendered inoperative. It is no longer a matter of merely saving money. Furthermore, the voice of the Spirit of Miracles resonated once more. I have established 10 trials. Upon conquering the third challenge, you shall unlock the advanced mecha behind the epic one, along with other blueprints of the same caliber. At that time, you will be able to exchange them for points. What lies within the trial challenges? Emotionyan inquired. Did you not witness it just now? The Spirit of Miracles replied with a gentle smile. Emotionyan's heart raced. Sister Miracles, you are so beautiful, he exclaimed, recalling the moment he first beheld her. Oh, am I truly that beautiful, dear sister? The Spirit of Miracles teased. Indeed, Sister Miracles is the most beautiful. Emotionyan gradually lost his composure. Then you must gather plenty of Zerg crystal cores for me, she insisted. I shall strive to do so, he nodded fervently. Then why are you not hastening to learn the craft of mecha manufacturing? The Spirit of Miracles suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. Thus, Emotionyan began to immerse himself in the simulation space, diligently studying all aspects of mecha craftsmanship, while simultaneously mastering the operation of ordinary mechas to vanquish common Zerg foes. A month later, he attained an intermediate level of expertise in all mecha-related disciplines. Furthermore, he was capable of unleashing martial techniques, the Starmoon swordsmanship, through piloting the mecha. Ordinary Zerg no longer posed a challenge to Emotionyan. The design blueprint of this mecha had reached a state of perfection among ordinary mechas. If perfected, this mech's maximum combat enhancement could reach a staggering tenfold. This is my first design, and I shall name it after myself, the Tionyan mech. Emotionyan murmured to himself while holding a blueprint. In a month, I will turn 16. It is time to prepare diligently. Once I reach adulthood, as defined by the Empire at the age of 16, I will be eligible to participate in all professional assessments. Currently, I need to procure materials for creating ordinary combat mechs and biological resources for formulating genetic evolution potions. Indeed, Emotionyan exchanged his soul point, a precious commodity, for a basic recipe for a genetic evolution potion. With this recipe, he would not need to acquire the knowledge of an apothecary. Possessing the materials would suffice for potion creation. The apothecary profession involves gathering biological materials, analyzing their properties, and researching genetic evolution formulas, and holds an esteemed status equal to that of a mech manufacturer, with the potential to attain the highest professional rank of chief. Chapter 11. Recipe for Genetic Evolution Potion. The basic Genetic Evolution Potion recipe that Mo Tianyun redeemed produces a potion far superior to those available on the market. Furthermore, it exhibits minimal side effects. A standard basic genetic evolution potion available commercially can enhance strength by 300 kilograms, priced at 100,000 star coins per vial, and comes with significant restrictions, such as a limit on the number of doses one can take, with diminishing effects with increased consumption. The initial stage gene purification potion formula crafted by Mo Tianyun yields a concoction that enhances strength by a staggering 1 ton. Most astonishingly, it boasts no side effects, allowing for continuous consumption until one's power reaches a formidable 100 tons, the pinnacle of an initial stage martial artist. To further amplify strength beyond this threshold, one must resort to a mid-stage gene evolution potion. However, such consumption necessitates that one's mental acuity attains the perception level capable of withstanding the force of gene evolution. Typically, an ordinary initial stage martial artist's mental fortitude falls short of this perception threshold. Mo Tianyun, upon comprehending his martial aspirations, was able to break through this limitation. Although the potion can be ingested indefinitely, it should be taken gradually, allowing the body to acclimate to the current strength. Only those with formidable mental prowess can continue its use. Should one attempt to consume the mid-stage gene evolution potion without having reached the 100-ton threshold, they risk catastrophic gene collapse and death. Nevertheless, some beings endowed with exceptional genetic strength may survive, transforming into aberrant beasts. The Golden Wolf Beast and its leader that Mo Tianyun encountered in the Mech graveyard are likely manifestations of individuals who ingested a failed gene evolution potion, resulting in their transformation. As Mo Tianyun exited the inn, the staff cast peculiar glances in his direction, for he had not ventured outside for an entire month, making this his first foray beyond the inn's confines. Unperturbed by their scrutiny, he inhaled deeply of the fresh air outside and stretched languidly, reveling in the sensation. Indeed, the air in the city was far more invigorating than that of the impoverished village. The population density in urban areas is significantly lower than that in civilian villages, further enhanced by advanced air purification systems. One must admit that life in the city is remarkably pleasant. The winter sun is particularly warm. With merely a month left in this winter season, spring is not far off. However, before the arrival of the gentle spring, the final month of winter typically brings a formidable snowstorm. Surviving this tempest will herald the advent of spring. Failing to endure it may result in becoming mere fertilizer for others' growth. Since that fateful night when the sinister shopkeeper attempted to take his life, Mo Tianyun has acquired a considerable amount of star coins, along with a spatial wristband. This wristband contains a damaged combat mecha core, which he had traded for with the shopkeeper, as well as an abundance of mecha materials. Mo Tianyun's current proficiency in mecha manufacturing enables him to repair this damaged combat mecha core. The materials within are plentiful, and with the purchase of a few additional components, he can fabricate a mecha. Although ordinary combat mecha materials are costly, they are relatively easy to find in the vast mecha materials market. The primary objective of Mo Tianyun's expedition is to locate a rare material known as deep-sea fire crystal. This crystalline substance forms only at the volcanic vents situated deep within the ocean, approximately 10,000 miles beneath the surface. Such crystals can only be created in the extreme conditions of high temperature and pressure. Mo Tianyun requires this material to construct the energy conduit patterns for the mecha core, as only this substance can perfectly withstand the energy output pressure of an ordinary combat mecha with a maximum combat enhancement multiplier of 10. To transform and upgrade the original core, one must first inscribe the mental connection patterns onto the mecha's core using mental energy. Only after the core has been upgraded can it elevate the mecha's maximum combat capability to its most exquisite potential. As expected, Mo Tianyun scoured the entire mecha materials market but found no trace of the deep-sea fire crystal. He only managed to acquire all the ordinary battle mecha materials. Most merchants had never even heard of this rare crystal, while a small fraction acknowledged its existence. Some merchants could not procure it due to its rarity and lack of supply channels, while others refrained from stocking it because of its exorbitant price and poor sales prospects. In summary, Mo Tianyun was on the verge of completing his mecha, yet the elusive deep-sea fire crystal remained his final obstacle. Just as he began to feel despondent, the voice of the Spirit of Miracles resonated within his mind. Mo Tianyun, I have located the position of the deep-sea fire crystal. Really? Where? Mo Tianyun exclaimed with delight. The location is following the directions provided by the Spirit of Miracles. Onion swiftly arrived at a concealed shop. The entrance bore no embellishments, and the floor was remarkably clean, likely due to the absence of customers. Curiously, the shop lacked any decoration, appearing to be an ordinary room. Moreover, the interior was completely obscured from view. Since Onion had already arrived, he felt compelled to enter and discover what lay within. He knocked on the door. "Come in." A raspy voice of an elderly man responded. Upon hearing this, Onion no longer hesitated and pushed the door open to enter. Indeed, there stood an elderly gentleman with flowing white hair. Onion silently mused. "Now that you are here, you ought to be familiar with the rules of this place." The elder's subsequent remark left Onion somewhat perplexed. "What rules?" He mustered the courage to respond. You arrive here without even knowing the regulations that govern this place." The elder's expression soured. Esteemed elder, please do not take offense. I have come solely for the deep-sea fire crystal." Onion hastily articulated his purpose for being there. "How peculiar. You are aware of the rare materials I possess, yet remain oblivious to the protocols?" The elder appeared somewhat bemused. "Since you have come seeking rare materials, I presume you are a mecha engineer?" He inquired further. "One might say that." Onion offered a somewhat ambiguous reply. "What do you mean by one might say? Are you or are you not?" The elder's patience began to wane. "Yes, I am a mecha engineer." Onion realized he had misspoken. "Very well. Looking at your youthful appearance, you hardly seem like a mecha engineer. However, since you have the audacity to come here, I shall grant you an opportunity." The elder regarded Onion and continued. "If you can design a mecha blueprint today with a maximum combat enhancement factor of 5, I shall provide you with the rare materials you seek." The elder recognized the formidable challenge of crafting a battle mech blueprint within a single day, especially when he requested a design capable of achieving a maximum combat power enhancement of 5-fold. This was undoubtedly a daunting task, particularly given the youth of the individual in question, who was hardly likely to possess the requisite skills. Even the prodigious young girl who had triumphed at last year's Genius Mech Designer competition still had a considerable journey ahead of her. The elder was acutely aware of the proficiency of mech designers at this age in Han City, having presided over the very competition the previous year. Chapter 12. The Mech Dreams Common to Youth, a blueprint for an ordinary battle mech with a maximum combat power enhancement of 5-fold? Onion sought clarification regarding the elder's assertion. "Haha, do you find it too challenging? You might as well give up. Over the past few decades, fewer than 20 individuals have passed my tests." The elder chuckled heartily. "It is not that it is too difficult. Rather, it is excessively simple." Onion responded with a smile. Over the course of the past month, he had thoroughly absorbed the tome compendium of advanced mech manufacturing techniques. Through continuous design and production within the simulation space, he had amassed a depth of knowledge in mech manufacturing that surpassed the lifetime accumulation of an ordinary mech designer. Indeed, Onion was now capable of designing extraordinary mech blueprints, let alone commonplace ones. Thus, for him, creating an ordinary mech blueprint was a mere matter of execution. He retrieved a blank sheet of paper from his spatial wristband. This paper is not merely ordinary, it is a specialized crystal paper, a sophisticated medium capable of being inscribed with the power of the mind. The images contained within this paper can project holographically. Hence, the mecha designed by Onion possesses a three-dimensional quality. The books purchased by Onion at the prestigious bookstore in Han City are not just any books. They are holographic record books. The steep price of these volumes is not solely attributed to the advanced professional knowledge they contain. A significant factor is the multitude of holographic images they encapsulate. For those seeking knowledge, opening one of these books is akin to having a true instructor by their side, providing personalized, one-on-one teaching. This is also the reason Onion was able to master advanced mecha manufacturing knowledge within a month. After establishing a mental connection with the crystal paper, Onion began to design upon it using his mental faculties. "Simple? Do not boast, little one," the elder remarked. "I have spent decades designing mecha blueprints, and even I would require half a day to create a basic combat mecha blueprint with a maximum combat enhancement multiplier of 5. Upon hearing Onion's assertion, the old man could not help but chuckle. "Just you wait and see," Onion replied with confidence. And then he focused intently on the crystal paper to commence his design. First, he set about crafting the core structure. The elder observed as a preliminary form of the core began to materialize on the crystal paper, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. The core structure is the most challenging aspect. Having completed this step, the design of the entire mecha is within reach. However, to elevate the maximum combat enhancement multiplier of the mecha, one must also consider the overall design. The elderly man murmured to himself. After speaking, he scrutinized Mo Tianyun's blueprints with utmost seriousness. This. Upon glancing at the designs, he was taken aback. It appeared that Mo Tianyun had nearly completed the core. How long has it been? He had merely been distracted for a few moments. This young man. He has certainly startled me, an old man, to no small degree. Is there no consideration for my age? Just look at this speed. I have dedicated over half my life to designing mechas, yet this youth surpasses me in haste. It seems my decades of experience have gone to waste. The astonishing speed at which Mo Tianyun completed the mecha's core left the old man in a state of shock. With the core finished, the next step involved the mecha components. Mo Tianyun casually remarked, "It's done, just like that?" The old man's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. In truth, Mo Tianyun was able to design the core so rapidly because he had already completed the mecha manufacturing blueprints long ago. He had even memorized the designs thoroughly during countless simulations of mecha fabrication. After a while, he said, "All right, senior, my design blueprints are complete." Mo Tianyun rubbed his head. The design process had been somewhat mentally taxing. At that moment, the elderly gentleman remained stunned by the speed of Mo Tianyun's design work. Noticing the old man was still immobile, Mo Tianyun gently patted his shoulder, saying, "Senior, the blueprints are ready." Oh, yes. The elderly man nodded repeatedly. "Let me take a look first." Trembling, he accepted the blueprints from Mo Tianyun's hands. The elderly man took a deep breath, attempting to calm his dazed emotions. Ah, splendid. The ordinary combat mech designed from these blueprints boasts a maximum combat enhancement factor of at least 6 times. The potential for perfection could elevate that factor to 8. After observing for a considerable time, the elder could not help but express his admiration. This old master possesses remarkable insight. It is evident that the maximum combat enhancement factor of my ordinary combat mech blueprints reaches 8 times. Mo Tianyun mused to himself. You have passed my test. You are aware of the rules here. The blueprints belong to me, but you may take the materials free of charge. However, given the high value of these blueprints, I can offer you an additional material. The elder nodded at Mo Tianyun. Yes, I desire deep sea fire crystal. Mo Tianyun exclaimed joyfully, anticipating the birth of his first mech. As for the second material, he found himself at a loss. Suddenly, a thought flickered in his mind. I also require the core of the earth. Mo Tianyun recalled the materials for the Thousand Swords mech, where the most precious component was indeed the core of the earth. What? The elder's eyes widened once more. You seek the core of the earth? Surely, you jest. Everything I possess combined is worth less than a single core of the earth. Is that so? Mo Tianyun replied, somewhat disheartened. The core of the Earth's center is the most precious material for crafting epic mechas, yet Mo Tianyun was aware that it would unlikely be found here. Nevertheless, he inquired, for what if it did exist? Although ordinary mecha blueprints lack significant value, Mo Tianyun could offer extraordinary mecha blueprints, or even more coveted designs in exchange. Wasn't this an evident truth? Such materials were exclusive to the Imperial Legion. Nowhere else could they be found. The Earth's core was essential solely for the creation of epic mechas. What purpose did he have for it? The elder questioned, puzzled. I aspire to fabricate epic mechas in the future. I merely wish to gather materials for now, Mo Tianyun explained. Upon hearing his words, the elder fell into contemplation. Had he not, years ago, shared the same fervor as Mo Tianyun? The pursuit of epic mechas had been his lifelong ambition. Yet, despite the passage of time, he had never attained the status of a master mecha craftsman, nor had he designed a single epic mecha blueprint. You, young man, possess great ambition. In my youth, I too aspired to construct epic mechas. Yet even with my hair turned white, I still have not succeeded in creating an epic mecha blueprint. The elder lamented with profound emotion. Ah, enough of this. Please, offer me something more tangible, something that won't leave me in disbelief, he said with a wry smile. From the elder's words, Mo Tianyun learned that the Earth's core could indeed be acquired within the Imperial Army, marking a significant revelation. Then I shall request a spatial pearl, he stated. The spatial pearl is a technological marvel capable of housing mechas, providing an expansive space to accommodate them. The more sophisticated a spatial pearl, the more expansive the space within. The same principle applies to mechs. This one is acceptable, though not exceptionally valuable. With these words, the elder retrieved a spatial pearl, adding, it can accommodate even a transcendent grade mech. Consider it a gift. Senior, these two items are far too precious, replied Emotianyan. Please, is there anything I can assist you with? Emotianyan felt that his blueprints did not equate to the value of the items bestowed by the elder. Off you go, off you go. Since you've completed my trial, it is customary for me to reward you. There's no need to dwell on it. On the contrary, encountering a talented young man like yourself and being able to lend a hand, facilitating your success, brings me joy. Do not concern yourself. There's nothing you can do for me at present. Now, be on your way. The elder waved his hand dismissively. Emotianyan, eager to express his gratitude, found himself ushered out before he could properly thank the elder. The elder gently closed the door, settled back into his chair, and sighed, a truly gifted successor. I hope he realizes his mech building aspirations. Chapter 13. Without an Imperial identification card, you shall not pass. An epic mech? Emotianyan mused, recalling the elder's words. If that's the case, then these should be of some assistance to the senior. Emotianyan retrieved some ordinary drafting paper from his spatial wristband, discreetly placed it before the elder's door, and secured it with a pebble from a nearby flower pot. These drafts are the result of Emotianyan's research on the comprehensive guide to advanced mecha manufacturing technology and the schematics for the Tianjin mecha, which he has practiced in a simulated environment. The knowledge encapsulated within these drafts pertains to advanced combat mecha manufacturing techniques, applicable only to at least epic-grade mechas. Although Emotianyan is not yet capable of completing a design blueprint for an epic mecha, he has acquired a substantial amount of understanding. He hopes that these drafts will assist his predecessors in designing epic mecha schematics. Emotianyan is consistently benevolent. He reciprocates kindness with kindness. The protagonist is not a saint. This is an immensely significant foreshadowing, so please be gentle in your critique. Conversely, anyone who wrongs him or causes him harm will face retribution. Now that all the materials have been gathered, the creation of the Tianjin mecha can commence. I am filled with anticipation at the thought of piloting the mecha and engaging in battle. Emotianyan departed from the elder's presence, unable to contain the excitement bubbling within him. The next step is to construct the mecha. However, it is impractical to fabricate it in the hotel. The space there is insufficient, and the building materials would not withstand the weight of the completed mecha. Moreover, the assembly process necessitates a variety of tools and a large mechanical workbench, which can only be found in a substantial machinery manufacturing plant or a combat mecha manufacturing center. Emotianyan silently pondered the intricacies of mecha construction. The large machinery manufacturing factory is generally inaccessible to the public, as it is primarily a hub for the production of life mechas and transport vessels such as cargo ships. Thus, the only option is to visit the combat mecha manufacturing center. Emotianyan arrived at the aerial floating platform and boarded the circular city train. After approximately half a minute, he traversed the entire East District and arrived at the heart of Hansan City. This central area is far more prosperous than the East District, serving as the political and economic nucleus of Hansan City. Although the city is currently in the grip of winter, the central district remains devoid of any chill, with not a single snowflake visible in the sky. In fact, upon arrival, one is greeted by a pleasantly mild climate, akin to spring. This phenomenon is attributed to a modified weather system, with the pinnacle of the tallest skyscraper housing a city temperature controller. This controller regulates the surrounding climate, ensuring a constant and stable temperature in the central district. This skyscraper is known as the Hansan Building, surrounded by four slightly shorter edifices. Standing at the main entrance of the Hansan Building, one would find the Combat Mecha Manufacturing Center to the left, the Vocational Center to the right, the Gene Evolution Warrior Center ahead, and the Hansan Commercial Center behind. These four pivotal centers are encircled by additional buildings. The entire central district is centered around the Hansan Building, creating a picturesque scene of stars revolving around the moon. People from all directions come and go, while intelligent service robots are visible everywhere, alongside countless mechanical facilities, all contributing to the vibrant prosperity of this central district. Emotianyan made his way directly towards the Combat Mecha Manufacturing Center. As Emotianyan traversed the path, the only sounds to be heard were the mechanical greetings of intelligent service robots, while the faces of passers-by remained inscrutable. Before long, Emotianyan arrived at the Mecha Manufacturing Center. He observed that those entering and exiting were either adorned in opulent attire, exuding an air of affluence, or impeccably dressed, embodying elegance and grace. In stark contrast, his ordinary clothing rendered him conspicuously out of place. Unfazed by this disparity, Imo Tunyon proceeded directly towards the entrance, prepared to enter. Hey, you there, stop. You cannot enter. Just as Imo Tunyon was about to step inside, a voice, both stern and tinged with levity, rang out. This voice echoed in the ears of everyone present, including Imo Tunyon, drawing the attention of all. Turning to look, he saw that the speaker was a security personnel clad in mechanical combat attire, brandishing a long energy weapon. Please present your Imperial Identity Card. The Imperial Identity Card serves as a form of identification for the citizens of the Empire, categorized into various levels. Typically, individuals can apply for an Imperial Identity Card using star coins upon reaching the age of 16. However, this card is merely an ordinary one, the most basic tier. Possessing such a card signifies one's true status as a citizen of the Empire, granting them the privilege to partake in various Imperial policies, such as applying to join the Imperial military or pursuing various professions. The Imperial Identity Card is stratified into different levels, the higher the level, the greater the authority one possesses within the Empire. Individuals possessing a Senior Identity Card are empowered to bestow upon others a subordinate tier of identity cards. This authority is strictly confined to those holding a Senior Identity Card or a higher rank. One need not necessarily attain the age of 16 to procure an identity card, as Senior Identity Cards may confer such privileges. Consequently, some fortunate souls may possess an identity card from the moment of their birth. In truth, it is those who hold Senior Identity Cards or cards of a higher echelon who are the true citizens of the Empire. They alone are afforded the protection of Imperial law, for should they fall victim to homicide, the Empire will pursue justice relentlessly. Without an identity card, Imo Tunyon shrugged and replied, I am afraid you cannot enter. He promptly extended his hand to obstruct Imo Tunyon's passage. The security personnel inwardly scoffed. Although his role was to maintain safety, not just anyone could be admitted at will. Should an incident arise, if the individual possessed an identity card, accountability could be established. Most critically, he could not permit those without identity cards, deemed commoners, to offend the sight of the esteemed nobles. Having encountered many individuals, he could discern at a glance who possessed identity cards and who did not. Although this youth exhibited a certain distinguished demeanor, his attire was far too mundane, utterly unbefitting one of noble standing. Inquiries confirmed this. Those lacking identity cards could hardly be presumed to have any notable background. Why then, do those individuals not need to present identity cards? Imo Tunyon surveyed the comings and goings of the crowd. Mind your own business. Your lack of an identity card prohibits you from entry. The onlookers, witnessing the scene, paid little heed to the unfolding events. Some even stifled laughter, while others openly mocked. Imo Tunyon cast a penetrating glance at the security personnel, realizing that he was undoubtedly being singled out. This realization ignited a flicker of anxiety within him. Yet he understood the futility of the situation. Causing a disturbance here could cost him dearly. It seemed that his understated attire was not suitable for every occasion. He mused silently. Clearly, he would need to devise an alternative means to create the mech. A sense of retreat began to take root in Imo Tunyon's mind. Before departing, he shot another glance at the security officer, whom he deemed contemptuous. The officer continued to regard him with a cold demeanor, resolving not to linger any longer. Imo Tunyon turned to leave. Hey, Imo Tunyon, what brings you here? A melodious, youthful voice suddenly captured the attention of everyone present. Following the sound, Imo Tunyon beheld a girl of similar age. Upon closer inspection, he noted her adorned in a resplendent black dress, exquisite black stilettos gracing her feet, her delicate features framed by cascading black hair, and an alluring figure that was nothing short of breathtaking. You are. Imo Tunyon pondered momentarily. You are Vina. Recognition dawned upon him. She was the proud girl he had encountered previously at the prestigious bookstore in Hanzhan City, donning the elite high school uniform. She was also the champion of last year's Mech Design Masters competition. It seems you remember me. Vina replied with a gentle smile upon hearing Imo Tunyon's words. Vina's father serves as the vice president of the Mecha Manufacturing Association in Hanzhan City. Vina frequently visits this place to learn the art of mecha creation, making it akin to her second home. Chapter 14. Vina's gratitude. Vina gracefully strode forward, her long, slender legs carrying her towards Imo Tunyon. Her exquisite figure and elegant demeanor captivated the attention of all present. Imo Tunyon cast a fleeting glance at Vina before withdrawing his scrutinizing gaze. After all, he was accustomed to the ethereal beauty of the miraculous sister he encountered daily, which had significantly fortified his resistance to enchanting sights. Esteemed Miss Vina, greetings. The security personnel greeted her with a fist gently pressed to his chest. As Vina approached Emotionian, she paid no heed to the security officer's salute. You still haven't answered my question, Vina inquired playfully, her eyes twinkling with curiosity. I am here to create a mecha. Oh. Vina's interest piqued at the mention of Emotionian's endeavor. You are going to create a mecha? May I observe your process? Perhaps I might glean some secrets of mecha crafting, she remarked with a charming smile. Upon hearing this, the security personnel felt a chill run down his spine. Who was this young man? Miss Vina, the foremost genius among all mecha manufacturers in Han City, wished to learn from him? The security officer sensed an impending misfortune, his thoughts racing. This appears to be an insurmountable predicament. I lack an imperial identity card and have been obstructed by this guard. Emotionian shook his head and, gazing at the security personnel, expressed his helplessness. Upon hearing Emotionian's words, Vina turned her cold gaze toward the guard, asserting, I have been studying the art of mecha manufacturing here since childhood. When was I ever informed that an identity card would be required for entry? This. The guard's demeanor faltered, his speech becoming hesitant. Observing the guard's reaction, Emotionian realized that this superficial guard had been intentionally making things difficult for him. You do understand the repercussions of your actions, do you not? Vina pressed, her expression stern and her tone frigid. The guard's face flushed crimson, his words stumbling, and his body trembled slightly, as if caught in a harrowing dilemma. Onlookers, witnessing this scene, began to murmur amongst themselves. This guard has encountered a formidable opponent. It seems this young man is not to be trifled with, especially given his connection with the vice president's daughter. I noticed his exceptional demeanor right away. Just look at him. His sharp features and upright posture suggest he is no ordinary individual. Previously, those around had pointed fingers at Emotionian, mocking him, but now they were extolling his virtues. This sudden shift was merely a reflection of their sycophancy towards Vina. Although they had heard about Vina's intention to study mech manufacturing under Emotionian, no one truly paid attention to her words. Their focus was primarily on Vina and the esteemed figure of her father. Vina's father was a distinguished senior combat mech manufacturer, holding a significant status in Han City. What does it mean to be a senior combat mech manufacturer? It signifies the capability to create extraordinary combat mechs. This also implies that many extraordinary combat mech artisans maintain a close rapport with Vina as father. A mere ordinary combat mech artisan is already a figure of admiration for many, let alone the esteemed extraordinary artisans. An extraordinary combat mech artisan possesses the power to obliterate a city, standing as nearly invincible in the absence of an epic-level combat mech artisan. However, the number of epic-level combat mech artisans on Uluru Star is likely no more than 3. There is not a single epic-level combat mech artisan stationed in Han City. It is known that only the largest military base on this planet is graced by the presence of an epic-level combat mech artisan who commands from the operations center. The duty of this epic-level combat mech artisan is to safeguard Uluru Star, an imperial settlement planet, always prepared to fend off invasions from the Zerg, incursions from alien civilizations, cosmic marauders, and eliminate any threats to the planet's safety. Miss Vina, I humbly acknowledge my oversight and wish to extend my sincerest apologies to your esteemed friend. The security personnel concluded, bowing deeply to Emotionian. Young sir, I beseech your magnanimity and kindly request your forgiveness for my transgressions. Emotionian glanced at the security personnel, finding him not deserving of pity, but rather quite laughable. Initially, he believed he was the sole individual to have lost dignity in this situation, retreating in shame. To his surprise, Wei Na appeared and stood up for him. It struck Emotionian as peculiar. Previously, in the elite bookstore of Han City, he had caused Wei Na to lose face. Why, then, was she now defending him instead of seizing the opportunity to humiliate him and reclaim her pride? In truth, Emotionian's words had prompted Wei Na to engage in profound self-reflection. Following her victory at the Han City Genius Mecha Manufacturing Competition, she had begun to harbor an inflated sense of her own mecha fabrication talent. However, after contemplating Emotionian's remarks, she felt a wave of shame wash over her. This introspection led her to set aside her inner arrogance and embrace a humble approach to learning about mecha manufacturing. To her astonishment, her skills had significantly improved during this period, even surprising her father. Therefore, Wei Na did not perceive Emotionian's actions as an affront. Instead, She felt immense gratitude towards him. It was unexpected that she would encounter the very person she had been thankful for at the Mecha Manufacturing Center. Upon seeing Mo Tianyan, she was filled with delight, accompanied by a tinge of nervousness. Observing that he had not accepted the security personnel's apology, Wei Na spoke up. "All right. You should go work as a warehouse guard." Upon hearing her words, the security personnel's countenance paled. The position of warehouse guard offered neither the same working environment nor the remuneration of his current role. "Yes," he replied, departing in dejection. Vina still possesses the authority to summon a mere security personnel. All she needs to do is inform her father, who will not concern himself with such trivial matters. "Mo Tianyan, are you not intent on crafting a mech? Come inside." Vina stepped into the small spatial teleportation device, and, noticing that Mo Tianyan had not followed, waved at him. Mo Tianyan responded as he observed the girl beckoning to him. Having arrived at this location, it would be a waste of time to change venues. Once Mo Tianyan entered the teleportation device, Vina began to manipulate the controls. In the next moment, a brilliant light flashed, and the two vanished from their original spot. "Welcome to the Mech Manufacturing Center. You are now at workstation number 3, a mechanical voice resonated in Mo Tianyan's ears. They had arrived. This workstation was the finest apart from the ones belonging to the esteemed chairman and her father. "I usually experiment with mech construction here," Vina informed Mo Tianyan as she guided him to her frequently used manufacturing station. Chapter 15. The perfect mech. Vina led Mo Tianyan to the intelligent recognition door, where a faint beam of light illuminated her. Following this, a mechanical voice echoed, "Scan identification successful. Vina, you possess advanced access privileges." The door gradually opened automatically, and Vina stepped inside with an air of familiarity, while Mo Tianyan trailed closely behind, his gaze wandering across the mech manufacturing workstation. Within lay an expansive mech fabrication area, equipped with a myriad of large-scale mechanical tools for creating mechs. What first captured Mo Tianyan's attention was the enormous mechanical workbench positioned centrally. This colossal workbench stood nearly 20 times his height, as he measured at 1.78 meters. Thus, the workbench towered at an astonishing 30 to 40 meters. Each level of this battle mech manufacturing center soared to a minimum of 50 meters. This facility is dedicated to the creation of battle mechs, with even the most basic models reaching a height of at least several meters. Moreover, advanced mechs can also be fabricated here, making it implausible for the building to be modest in size. The entire battle mech manufacturing center occupies an area exceeding 1 square kilometer, with a staggering height of 15 kilometers. The third mech manufacturing workbench is situated nearly at the pinnacle of the structure. Otherwise, why would one need to ascend via a small spatial teleportation platform? The Hanshan building rises to a height of 20 kilometers, and it is precisely due to this elevation that the temperature control apparatus on the top floor can regulate the climate of the entire central zone. It was the first time Mo Tianyan beheld such a vast mechanical workbench in reality. He contemplated silently that the mechanical workbench is essential for securing and assembling mechs. Without it, the creation of battle mechs would be utterly impossible. Adjacent to the workbench was a control panel, designed for operating the mechanical workstation during the assembly process. Subsequently, Mo Tianyan directed his gaze towards the second largest mechanical tool within the manufacturing workspace. This tool, shaped like a sphere, stood at a height of several meters. It was, indeed, the alloy forging furnace, he mused inwardly. His attention then shifted to a small room situated nearby. This room, in comparison to the entire Mecha manufacturing workstation, is indeed modestly sized. However, to Mo Tianyan, this room feels immensely vast. Although labeled a small room, it spans over 100 square meters and boasts a height of 10 meters. Here lies the Precision Machinery Component Processing Station. This is the material processing and assembly machinery platform. There is also a large mechanical power system manufacturing station, an energy intensity testing device, and astonishingly, a component manufacturing workstation. Mo Tianyan surveyed each area, surprised by the comprehensive array of tools, including the component manufacturing workstation. While one might seek out a large mechanical manufacturing factory to achieve mecha production, the complexity and time required would be significantly greater. Mo Tianyan began to feel a sense of gratitude towards Vina for bringing him here. According to her, this mecha manufacturing workstation is second only to those of the association president and her father. No wonder the tools are so complete. It appears that he owes Vina a considerable favor today. If the opportunity arises, he should certainly guide her in return. Mo Tianyun couldn't help but ponder. These are the large mecha manufacturing tools he is witnessing for the first time in reality, though he has used most of them proficiently in the simulation space. Now, this is the mecha manufacturing workstation. You may begin preparing to create the combat mecha, Vina said to Mo Tianyun as she gazed at the familiar workstation. Indeed, thank you, Miss Vina, he replied. Mo Tianyun expressed his gratitude to Vina. For some unknown reason, Vina felt a sudden twinge of displeasure upon hearing Mo Tianyun address her in such a manner. You can simply call me Vina, she gently suggested, attempting to correct him. Very well, Miss Vina, Mo Tianyun nodded in acknowledgement. Humph. Vina furrowed her brow, turning her head away in a slight show of annoyance. Mo Tianyun, observing her reaction, was somewhat puzzled but chose to remain silent. He began to quietly retrieve several blueprints made from crystal paper from his spatial wristband. The blueprints contained a wealth of information regarding various mech designs, featuring intricate mechanical illustrations, text, numbers, and symbols densely packed together. Mo Tianyun, may I take a look at those blueprints? Just a glance won't interfere with your mech manufacturing, she inquired. All right, he replied, handing the blueprints over to Vina. These blueprints were the culmination of every mech designer's toil, typically not shared lightly, however. After considering her significant assistance and recognizing that an expert like Vina was unlikely to covet his standard combat mech designs, he decided to let her see them. Furthermore, even if Vina were to take the blueprints, Mo Tianyun was confident in his ability to continue creating new designs. Vina extended her delicate, fair hands to gently receive the blueprints from Mo Tianyun. Meanwhile, he started to extract various materials from his spatial wristband, preparing to commence the construction of the mech. Gradually, an array of materials accumulated, forming a small mountain before him. Fortunately, the space bracelet is sufficiently spacious. Otherwise, everything would not fit. Mo Tianyun shook his head, realizing that he had spent nearly 200,000 star coins to procure all the materials here. Additionally, he possessed some items already, such as a damaged mecha core, a colossal greatsword, and mecha accessory cores. Furthermore, a piece of deep-sea fire crystal was gifted by a senior. Among these, the damaged ordinary mecha core is the most valuable. A high-quality ordinary mecha core can fetch over 1,000,000 star coins, while the other materials are comparatively less precious. The deep-sea fire crystal bestowed by his senior is quite rare. If one were to appraise its worth in star coins, it would likely be valued around 200,000 star coins. Mo Tianyun, your blueprint is exceedingly intricate. The ordinary combat mecha blueprints designed by my father are not nearly as complex as yours. Vina completely failed to comprehend the design Mo Tianyun had created. Is that so? Mo Tianyun replied with a confident smile. The ordinary combat mecha he designed has reached a level of perfection. Theoretically, the manufactured mecha could attain a maximum combat enhancement multiplier of 10 times. However, this is contingent upon all utilized components meeting the requisite standards, each part manufactured to perfection, and the compatibility between each component also achieving perfection. Only then could the theoretical maximum of 10 times enhancement be realized. Such a mecha is also referred to as a perfect mecha. The higher the grade of the mecha, the more challenging it becomes to produce a perfect one. As the sophistication of mechs increases, achieving perfection in each component becomes increasingly elusive, and attaining perfect compatibility among all parts is an even greater challenge, akin to scaling a daunting peak. Nevertheless, the pursuit of a flawless mech is not entirely unattainable, provided one possesses ample financial resources and time. Since mechs allow for the replacement of parts, one can simply substitute any incompatible components until the entire machine reaches a state of perfection. This is the essence of a perfect mech. If Mo Tianyun were to fabricate such a mech, it would indeed be classified as a perfect-grade standard combat mech. Chapter 16. Remanufacturing the mech core. Indeed, I can somewhat comprehend the ordinary mech design blueprints created by my father. However, the intricacies and complexities of your designs leave me utterly perplexed. I cannot fathom the purpose behind such elaborate configurations. Vina nodded, her expression reflecting deep frustration as she turned towards Mo Tianyun. She hoped that he would notice her distress and elucidate the principles underlying the design of the blueprints. This is the blueprint for a perfect-grade standard combat mech, Mo Tianyun remarked succinctly before resuming his preparations for the mech manufacturing process. His calm response dissipated Vina's inner turmoil in an instant. Perfect grade? Wait a moment. I seem to recall encountering this concept somewhere before. Upon hearing Mo Tianyun's words, Vina appeared to recollect something significant. Enough pondering. I shall conduct a direct search. With that, she abandoned her thoughts and hastily retrieved a small intelligent device to initiate her inquiry. Suddenly, a line of text appeared on the luminous screen of the intelligent brain. Perfect level. The maximum combat enhancement multiplier achieved by a certain level of mecha reaches the theoretically maximum combat enhancement multiplier of that level of mecha. For instance, if the maximum theoretical combat enhancement multiplier for an ordinary combat mecha is 10, then a particular ordinary combat mecha achieving this multiplier is classified as a perfect level ordinary combat mecha. How astonishing is this? Vina gazed in awe at the mecha manufacturing blueprint in her hands. Is this truly the perfect level mecha her father spoke of? She recalled that the term perfect level had been mentioned by her father. This blueprint represents a mecha design so intricate that even her father found it challenging to create. Vina glanced at Mo Tianyun, and he appeared even more brilliant in her eyes. Is this what it means to be an omnipotent genius? It seems I still have a long way to go in comparison. Vina murmured softly as she observed Mo Tianyun's figure. Miss Vina, the blueprint, please. Mo Tianyun said, having completed the preparation work for material classification and now ready to commence the mecha manufacturing process. Oh, all right. Vina, dismissing her thoughts, handed the blueprint back to Mo Tianyun. This guy keeps insisting that I should not call him Miss Vina. Vina mused internally. The first step is to create the core of the mecha, which is the most challenging part. If it fails, the subsequent series of manufacturing processes will be rendered impossible. Mo Tianyun gazed upon the meticulously crafted schematic of the mecha core, a distilled essence of the entire mecha manufacturing blueprint, armed with the diagram, a damaged standard combat mecha core, and an assortment of commonplace materials such as pattern powder and cyan chromium iron. He made his way to the precision machinery component processing station. Upon arrival, Mo Tianyun projected the mecha core schematic, conjuring a three-dimensional representation of the core in midair. He then secured the diagram onto a fixed stand, facilitating the projection to hover above. Subsequently, he employed a conveyor belt to channel the cyan chromium iron, alongside several rare metals and a substantial quantity of ordinary metals, into the alloy forging furnace. Next, he configured the core model on the central control console, meticulously inputting various parameters and verifying the accuracy of all values before activating the switch to commence the framework fabrication of the mecha core. Instantly, the temperature within the alloy forging furnace surged to 5,000 degrees, causing the cyan chromium iron to liquefy, while other materials were subjected to their specific thermal controls. As all metals transformed into a molten state, a high-temperature resistant mechanical arm within the furnace commenced the amalgamation of the various metal liquids. It then began to spin at high velocity, achieving a flawless fusion of the metals. Mo Tianyun remained vigilant, monitoring the developments within the alloy forging furnace. The molten metal solidified into a high-temperature alloy, while intelligent light scans detected impurities within the alloy. The mechanical arm tirelessly forged the alloy with rapid precision, with countless sparks flying within the furnace as the alloy gradually took shape. In the final stages, the alloy underwent a thorough quenching process, resulting in the elimination of all impurities and achieving an impeccable strength. Then, this massive alloy was reheated, while mechanical arms wielding an array of forging tools meticulously shaped the alloy into the fundamental structural framework of the mecha core. Once completed, the framework was transported out, and Mo Tianyun replaced the original damaged ordinary combat mecha core framework with this new one, thus accomplishing the upgrade and restoration of the core framework. Subsequently, Mo Tianyun removed all the damaged components inside, erased the mental connection patterns, and finally extracted the core's energy conduit. The next step involved engraving the mental connection patterns, a process that was both time-consuming and exceptionally challenging. Mo Tianyun retrieved a transparent box containing the pattern powder, then took up the engraving tool, filling it with the powder, and commenced the engraving of the core. At this moment, Mo Tianyun released his mental force, allowing it to permeate the pattern powder, and proceeded to inscribe the mental connection patterns according to the blueprint step by step. Only the mental connection patterns inscribed using mental force could be later connected by one's mental energy. Although the machine-engraved patterns were far more exquisite and fluid than those crafted by human hands, they were incapable of establishing a mental connection due to the absence of mental energy in machines. Only living beings possess such energy. Thus, mechas inscribed with machine-engraved mental patterns could never be activated. Time flowed slowly, and the sky outside gradually darkened as the city descended once more into the realm of night. Mo Tianyun remained entirely focused, meticulously inscribing the spiritual connection patterns according to the core structure diagram of the mech. Vina, observing intently through a holographic projection, absorbed the intricate method of inscribing these spiritual connection patterns. Neither allowed a moment's distraction, fearful of any missteps. After what felt like an eternity, Mo Tianyun finally succeeded in etching the last spiritual connection pattern. All the patterns converged to form a closed circuit, and he infused them with his mental energy. Instantly, the entire core emanated a soft, ethereal blue glow. Once more, Mo Tianyun checked the integrity of the spiritual connections, pleased to find that all patterns were successfully linked. This signified the completion of the most challenging step, paving the way for machines to replace manual labor in the mech manufacturing process, thereby simplifying the subsequent creation of mech significantly. With a sigh of relief, he stretched his somewhat stiff limbs. Mo Tianyun, have you completed the spiritual connection patterns? Vina inquired. Already aware of his success, but unable to suppress her curiosity. Yes, it's done, and quite excellently, I might add, Mo Tianyun replied, a genuine smile gracing his face. It's all completed. It only took about 8 hours, rather quick, wouldn't you say? And this is for the perfect mech's spiritual connection patterns. I struggled with the spiritual connections in even standard quality mechs, and your achievement is truly remarkable. Vina exclaimed, her admiration unabated. What significance does it hold? With sufficient proficiency, one can achieve remarkable speed. Mo Tianyun had already practiced engraving the spiritual connection patterns of this mech over 100 times within the simulation space. His fastest accomplishment took merely 5 hours. Today, dedicating 8 hours to inscribe the spiritual connection patterns reflects Mo Tianyun's steady approach in reality. This mech is the culmination of countless creations and refinements undertaken by Mo Tianyun within the simulation space. Moreover, with the continuous guidance of the Spirit of Miracles, he was able to design this exemplary ordinary combat mech. Over the past month, he has devoted the majority of his practice within the simulation space to this mech, simultaneously engaging in the entire manufacturing process while honing his combat skills. Although Mo Tianyun has yet to complete the construction of this mech, he has already experienced countless battles while piloting it. While it may seem illogical, within the simulation space, everything falls into place. The spiritual patterns have been successfully re-engraved, and now he moves on to the energy conduit patterns. Mo Tianyun stretched his body, adjusting his mental state, and prepared to commence the next phase of upgrading the core of the ordinary combat mech. His gaze fell upon the massive deep-sea fire crystal that had been set aside for some time. This crystal is quite substantial, standing about the height of a person, and exhibits a dark red crystalline form. The deep-sea fire crystal is born from the depths of a volcanic crater, thousands of miles beneath the ocean's surface, and its hardness rivals that of freshly forged alloys. This material can withstand immense energy impacts, and its excellent energy conductivity makes it an ideal choice for crafting energy conduit patterns. Mo Tianyun placed the deep-sea fire crystal into the super laser cutter for processing. Upon completion, the crystal transformed into slender, dark red conduits. With deft control, Mo Tianyun maneuvered the mechanical arm to install the conduits into the core of the ordinary combat mecha, thus upgrading the core. However, the core was not yet finished, as several damaged components remained unprocessed. Mo Tianyun needed to visit the material processing assembly platform to fabricate these ordinary materials into the necessary parts. Upon arriving at the assembly platform, he deposited a variety of pre-prepared materials into the machine and meticulously manufactured each component according to the design blueprints. Afterward, he installed all the parts into the mecha core, completing its construction. Mo Tianyun retrieved a pre-prepared cockpit from his spatial wristband and installed it. The cockpits of ordinary combat mechas were uniform, with variations found only in advanced models. With the upgrade finally accomplished, Mo Tianyun could not contain his joy as he admired the completed mecha core. Chapter 17. The Astonished Father of Vina. After finishing the mecha core, Mo Tianyun quietly observed it. The core was a sphere approximately 3 meters in diameter, adorned with intricate energy patterns, each radiating a dark red hue, the signature color of the deep-sea fire crystal. Within, it housed even more complex blue mental connection patterns in the cockpit. In the future, when Mo Tianyun operates this mecha, he will first enter the cockpit and then establish a mental connection through the intricate mental patterns. This way, the mecha will feel as if it is an extension of his own body. Every motion and stillness of the mecha is executed through a single thought. However, the mecha's reaction speed and strength are ultimately determined by the physical capabilities of the pilot. The more formidable the pilot's mental prowess, the quicker they can perceive changes in their surroundings, leading to swifter neural responses and, correspondingly, a more rapid reaction from the mecha. Similarly, the greater the pilot's strength, the more substantial the mecha's power becomes under the maximum enhancement of its combat capabilities. Nevertheless, these factors are still constrained by the mecha's inherent grade. For instance, an individual with perception-level mental strength piloting both a standard mecha and an extraordinary mecha will experience the same reaction speed, yet the power of the mechas will differ. Conversely, an individual with spirit sea-level mental strength will notice variations in reaction speed between the standard and extraordinary mechas, with the latter exhibiting superior speed and strength. The aforementioned illustrates how individuals with different levels of mental strength can affect the reaction speed of various grades of mechas. Below, we analyze the effects of genetic evolution on warriors of varying strengths operating different grades of mechas. A warrior with a foundational strength of 10 tons piloting a standard mecha with a maximum combat enhancement factor of 5, as opposed to an extraordinary mecha with a maximum factor of 50, will witness a shift in the mecha's power. The standard mecha will possess a strength of 50 tons, while the extraordinary mecha will boast a strength of 500 tons. A mid-tier warrior possessing a strength of 1,000 tons pilots two distinct types of mechs: a conventional mech with a maximum power enhancement factor of 5, and a transcendent mech with a maximum enhancement factor of 50. The conventional mech merely mirrors the warrior's inherent strength of 1,000 tons, as it does not augment the warrior's power. In contrast, the transcendent mech boasts a formidable strength of 50,000 tons, attributable to its ability to amplify the mid-tier warrior's capabilities. The disparity in the effectiveness of mechs is thus self-evident, with each tier representing a significant leap in power. It is important to note that the mass of the mech itself contributes additional force during combat. A combat mech master is defined as the sum of the warrior and the mech. Thus, even an individual possessing minimal physical strength can, with adequate mental fortitude to operate a combat mech, transform into a formidable combat mech master. The first mech, crafted by Mo Tianyun, known as the Tianyun mech, can only be utilized until Mo Tianyun reaches the status of a mid-tier warrior, yet that is a matter for the future, as he has not yet attained even the foundational level of prowess. The complexity inherent in the core of your mech rivals that of the transcendent mechs, Mo Tianyun. Vina approached to examine the core of the ordinary combat mech recently completed by Mo Tianyun. Haha, Miss Vina, your praise is unwarranted. It pales in comparison to the transcendent models, Mo Tianyun humbly replied. No. The complexity of your ordinary combat mech core is nearly equivalent to that of transcendent mechs with enhancement factors ranging from 10 to 20. Although I do not fully comprehend, I have encountered numerous extraordinary mechas with a complexity akin to your ordinary battle mech cores. Their maximum combat enhancement multipliers typically range from 10 to 20 times. With a gentle smile, Vina shook her head, reminiscing about the exceptional battle mech cores she had previously seen, and spoke candidly. Mo Tianyun, however, did not respond to Vina's remarks, but was lost in his own thoughts. Observing Mo Tianyun's demeanor, Vina quietly distanced herself, choosing not to disturb him as he continued his work on the mech construction. It was now time to forge the mech's outer armor. Mo Tianyun skillfully maneuvered the large transport mechanical arms, sending heaps of rare metals into the alloy forging furnace via conveyor belt. The metals utilized for the mech's outer armor were of the utmost hardness, and following Mo Tianyun's alloy forging recipe, the resultant armor was extraordinarily resilient, capable of withstanding impacts of up to 10,000 tons. The alloy forging furnace methodically repeated the previous sequence of alloy creation, swiftly producing each piece of outer armor. This included an outer armor for the mech's head, one for the torso, two for the arms, and two for the legs. Next came the crafting of the core components for the mech. Since the core resides within the torso, there was no need to forge that part. Thus, 5 core components had to be created. Although the fabrication of these core components was not particularly complex, producing 5 of them would demand a considerable amount of time. Mo Tianyun shook his head, dismissing further thoughts. The process of manufacturing the mech component cores was akin to that of creating the mech core itself. However, the core of the mech serves as its central nervous system, orchestrating the operation of all its components and systems, a task of considerable complexity. The core of the mech's components is designed to receive directives from the neural connection patterns emitted by the mech core, facilitating the movement of each individual part. Mo Tianyun first focused on the component core of the mech's head, commencing with the construction of the fundamental framework using an alloy forging furnace. Subsequently, he began etching the neural connection patterns on a specialized mechanical component workstation before finally assembling the various parts fabricated from the materials processing assembly platform. The component core does not require a cockpit for installation. Once assembled, the head component core was completed. Following this, Mo Tianyun proceeded to finalize the component cores for both the arms and legs, a seemingly straightforward task that nonetheless consumed several hours of his time. During this period, Vina momentarily left the mech manufacturing workstation, a detail that Mo Tianyun did not notice. "Why have you been at the mech manufacturing workstation all day, Shauna?" inquired a tall, handsome middle-aged man, his eyes filled with affection as he regarded Vina. This striking figure was none other than Vina's father. One glance at Vina's beauty and her graceful stature made it evident that she had inherited her father's genes. Upon seeing her father, Vina contemplated for a moment before deciding to share her news with Mo Tianyun. "Father, I have a friend who is currently at the mech manufacturing workstation constructing a mech." "Oh, a friend?" Vina's father responded with a knowing smile. "This is the first time I've heard you mention having a friend. Is it a male or a female?" He began to inquire further, because his daughter had been raised in privilege since childhood. She had quite the temper of a young lady and had never been known to have any friends. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing. "Oh dear. Whether it be a man or a woman, that is of little consequence." Upon hearing her father's words, Vena felt somewhat at a loss. "Allow me to explain." "Father." Once Vena regained her composure, she recounted the events regarding Mo Tianyun, detailing everything from their initial encounter to his current endeavor of creating mechas. "No wonder you have matured so significantly these past few days. It appears you have faced some challenges. However, the audacity of this young man to bring shame upon my daughter shall not go unpunished." Upon hearing about the bookstore incident, Vena's father expressed his irritation. A blueprint for a perfect-grade mecha. The moment Vena mentioned that Mo Tianyun had designed a blueprint for a perfect-grade ordinary combat mecha, her father's demeanor turned serious. "Oh, he has already completed the core manufacturing of the mecha?" Vena's father began to sense the gravity of the situation. "He is even nearing completion of the 5 core components. Does this not imply that the perfect-grade ordinary combat mecha is on the verge of coming into existence?" Vena's father was gradually becoming astounded. "Indeed, father. Would you care to witness it? Perhaps the mecha will be completed shortly." Noticing her father's excitement, Vena couldn't help but tease him. "A perfect mecha. It has been many years since I last beheld one. I must see for myself what kind of genius Mo Tianyun truly is, to have designed such a perfect mecha." Having spoken, Vena and her father arrived at the manufacturing station for the 3rd mech. Chapter 18. The birth of the first mech. Inside the manufacturing station for the 3rd mech, Mo Tianyun exhaled deeply. At last, he had completed the 5 core components of the mech. Gazing at these 5 core components, he began to prepare for the next phase of the mech's creation. This was the manufacturing platform for the large mechanical power system, where Mo Tianyun would assemble the mech's energy system. With a sufficient energy supply, the power system could propel the mech into battle. The more potent the power system, the greater the speed of the mech, with increased velocity. The mech could unleash more formidable force. Additionally, the power system enabled the mech to soar freely through the skies and across the cosmos. If the mech possessed excellent waterproof capabilities, it could even navigate underwater. A blueprint appeared in Mo Tianyun's hands. This blueprint was the design for the power system, the super lightwave energy drive system. This power system featured 3 distinct modes: normal mode, full power mode, and superpower mode. In normal mode, the mech could achieve a maximum speed of 200 meters per second. In full power mode, the maximum speed could reach 500 meters per second. In superpower mode, the mech could attain an astonishing maximum speed of 1,000 meters per second. However, the immense power generated by the final mode could be detrimental if used for extended periods, potentially damaging the power system and, in severe cases, leading to its complete failure, unlike the previous 2 modes. When initiating the hyperpower mode, one either swiftly annihilates the opponent to conclude the battle or reaches a pivotal moment of decisive confrontation. The former scenario leads to a rapid end of the conflict, sparing the power system from any damage, while the latter signifies a critical juncture where survival hangs in the balance, rendering concerns about the power system's integrity trivial. For in the event of defeat, even retreating becomes an arduous task. Despite the complexity of the power system, it can be fabricated using design schematics. By inputting various models and parameters and then incorporating materials, it can be produced. A superior power system is characterized by its output potency and energy consumption. The more powerful and less energy-consuming the system, the better it is. Onion swiftly completed the construction of the power system. Next, he turned his attention to the Mecha's energy conversion reactor, the source of the Mecha's energy. The energy is outputted here, transferred to the core of the Mecha, and subsequently distributed through energy conduits to the core components, adhering to the previously devised blueprints. He placed rare metal materials into the alloy forging furnace to complete the forging process. Following this, he proceeded with further refinement, etching energy conduits, and then inserting them into the energy conduits. Onion soon finished constructing the energy conversion reactor. After completion, he needed to test the energy conversion reaction intensity within the reactor. Onion transported the energy conversion reactor beside the energy intensity testing apparatus, secured the reactor, and then placed a mid-level energy crystal into it. He activated the energy conversion reactor. In the next moment, a resounding roar emanated from within, and one could observe the mid-level energy crystal releasing energy. The intermediate energy crystal continuously radiates brilliant energy, perpetually releasing immense power. The majority of this energy flows into the energy transmission conduits, while a small portion dissipates. The conduits utilized in the energy conversion reactor are also deep-sea fire crystal conduits, which have now illuminated, casting a fiery glow within. Upon activating the energy intensity tester, the assessment commenced. Upon completion, the results revealed: energy intensity level, planetary class. Medium energy output value, 10. 645. It is within my expectations that an ordinary combat mech can withstand medium planetary level energy. However, the magnitude of the energy output has exceeded my anticipation. An output of 10 could amplify combat capabilities tenfold, and it appears that this energy output may even surpass the limits of the mech. While Onion was testing the energy conversion reactor, Vina and her father arrived at the manufacturing station for the number 3 mech. Onion. Vina's voice echoed as the door to the station opened once more, reaching his ears. Turning to look, Onion noticed a tall, handsome middle-aged man accompanying Vina. Upon closer inspection, the man's facial features bore a resemblance to Vina's, suggesting a familial connection. This must be Vina's father. Onion mused silently as he observed. Miss Vina, may I inquire who this is? He asked. Onion. This is my father, Vina replied with a smile. Hello, uncle. Onion regarded the handsome man beside Vina with respectful greetings. I'm Onion. It is thanks to Miss Vina's assistance that I have the opportunity to be here crafting mechs. Greetings. I am Vina's father, Anders Light. I heard from Vina that you are in the process of creating mechs. I came to see how far along the production has progressed, Vina's father inquired curiously. Uncle Light. We are currently in the final stages of mech production, Onion responded candidly. Well, we shall not disturb you further. We will return to see your progress once you have completed the task, if that is agreeable. Of course, you are both most welcome, Onion replied. Do your best. Onion. You must create the mechs to perfection, Vina encouraged him with a smile. Indeed. Onion approached the material processing assembly station and placed the final batch of materials inside. Now, all components must be crafted, and these parts must be assembled with impeccable precision. This way, the compatibility between components will achieve perfection. He meticulously input the data from the blueprints, not daring to be careless in the slightest. A screen illuminated on the control panel, its emitted light continuously scanning each mech's exterior and core components. Soon, a flurry of data began to rapidly flicker across the screen, and Onion diligently analyzed each piece of information. Part 1 has been successfully manufactured. The analysis of the components is underway, and upon completion, the results are satisfactory. Component number 2. Satisfactory. Component number 3. Satisfactory. All components have been deemed acceptable, and preparations for the assembly of the mech are underway. Onion is acutely aware that the pivotal moment is approaching. The success of creating the mech hinges on the flawless compatibility of all parts. Standing before the central control console, Onion deftly maneuvers the robotic arms to assemble the mech's exterior armor, components, core, and power system, alongside the energy conversion reactor. Countless mechanical arms are operating at high speed, gradually transforming a multitude of disparate parts into a cohesive assembly. Done. The mech's head, torso, left arm, left leg, and right leg are all neatly arranged before Emotionyan. Among them, the torso is the largest, housing the mech's core, energy conversion reactor, and power system. However, the energy shield for the torso remains to be assembled. Emotionyan has already prepared it, ready to be integrated during the final assembly. He transmits all components to the large mechanical workbench via the central console. The final tasks will be completed here, under Emotionyan's guidance. The large mechanical workbench uses an elevating platform to secure the torso and raise it into the air. He then operates the mechanical arms to install the omnidirectional energy shield onto the torso. The shield's value is directly related to the strength level and total energy capacity of the mech's energy core. The greater the intensity of energy, the more formidable the energy shield becomes. Likewise, the higher the total energy, the longer the shield endures against attacks. The energy core of the mech crafted by Emotionyan is an energy conversion reactor. Once the energy shield has been installed, the mech's arms and legs are swiftly assembled onto its torso, culminating in the attachment of the head. At this point, the assembly of the mech is complete. However, Emotionyan refrains from displaying any sign of elation, for it is too early to rejoice. The final test still awaits. Emotionyan steps onto the platform and enters the cockpit within the mech's core. After donning the mental connector, he channels his mental energy into the intricate connection patterns, feeling an intrinsic bond with the mech. The mental connection is successful. Emotionyan then proceeds to activate the energy conversion reactor. The energy core ignites. The power system engages. Standard mode. In an instant, the reactor unleashes a substantial surge of energy, which flows through the energy conduits into the core of the mech, continuing to distribute to the various component cores. Warning: there's a problem. Emotionyan fixates on the holographic interface of the cockpit, which indicates a disruption in energy transfer to the mech's head. He meticulously inspects the remaining components. A malfunction in the energy transfer of the mech's head has occurred. Although the core serves as the mech's critical vulnerability, the head plays an equally vital role akin to that of a human's. The mech's head is equipped with numerous sensory devices, functioning as its eyes. Additionally, it houses receiving equipment, akin to the mech's nose and ears. The head of the mech is equipped with devices that emit sounds and transmit signals, serving as its mouth. In essence, without a head, the mech is akin to a headless fly. Emotionyan returned to the main control panel, disassembled the mech's head, and employed penetrating light to scan its interior. Vina and her father approached Emotionyan. Her father inquired, "Is there a problem?" "Indeed, I have identified the issue. It lies within the energy conduit." Emotionyan discovered a minuscule gap between the conduits, which was the source of the energy leakage. "Have you found it?" "So quickly." Vina's father expressed surprise at the swift resolution of the problem shortly after its emergence. Emotionyan proceeded to disassemble the mech's head further and crafted a new deep-sea fire crystal conduit, reassembling it into place and finally sealing the energy lines. The mech was once again fully assembled. Mental connection established. Energy core activated. Power system engaged. Energy transmission successful. The mech was completed. Emotionyan realized that his first mech was about to be born. The overall seamless welding function of the mech was initiated. Welding completed. The design input for the mech's paint scheme was successful. Now, the painting begins. Painting completed. "My mech is finished." Emotionyan exclaimed in elation upon gazing at the magnificent Tianyun mech, Chapter 19, possessing an Imperial Ordinary Identity card. "Emotionyan, has your mech been completed?" Upon hearing his words, Vina sprinted to his side. "Haha, indeed." Emotionyan gazed at the colossal mech he had meticulously crafted, nodding with delight. This mech stood at an impressive height of 18 meters and weighed 300 tons, categorizing it as a giant among standard mechs, which typically range from 10 to 15 meters in height and weigh between 1,000 to 1,500 tons. "Congratulations are in order," Vina remarked with a smile, observing the freshly completed mech beside him. "How does the mech's data look?" Vina's father inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Emotionyan accessed the mech's data on the control panel and projected it into the air. Tianyun Mech Combat Mech Class. Standard height, 18 meters weight. 300 tons energy core level. Planetary class. Medium energy output. 10. 654 normal speed. 200 meters per second maximum speed. 1,000 meters per second maximum combat enhancement factor. 10 evaluation. Perfect class standard combat mech energy shield strength planetary class. Medium weapons. none additional components, none mech intelligence level, low detector, automatic adjustment laser vision scope, planetary class, medium, receiver, ultrasonic detection receiver, planetary class, medium, human vocal mimicker. Indeed, it is a perfect class, Venus' father exclaimed, shaking his head in amazement. Since my graduation, I have not encountered anyone capable of crafting a perfect class mech, let alone a perfect class standard combat mech. Although he possessed the skill to create extraordinary combat mechs, designing a flawless standard combat mech remained a formidable challenge. However, the basic functional accessories equipped on your mech are somewhat lacking and should ideally reach at least the quality of planetary-grade components, suggested Venus' father to Emotianyan. By the way, why does your mech not even possess any weapons? Venus' father inquired further. Uncle, these functional accessories are the finest I can procure at the moment. As for the weapons, I shall create them right away, Emotianyan replied, releasing a colossal sword from his spatial wristband. The sword measured 12 meters in length and 1.5 meters in width, accompanied by a core component for the mech. This magnificent sword was the very one Emotianyan had unearthed from the mech graveyard. The material of this gigantic sword surpassed even the highest-grade deep-sea fire crystal used in the construction of the mech he had just completed. The deep-sea fire crystal is extraordinarily rare, and given the considerable quantity Emotianyan required, it bore a value of 200,000 star coins. In contrast, the metal forged for this colossal sword was derived from naturally occurring substances found deep within a star. Such metals are relatively common at the core of stars, and, being merely ordinary rare metals, they are not particularly precious. Indeed, developing a star with the Empire's technology is a rather straightforward endeavor. However, due to the affordability and exceptional strength of this metal, it is ideally suited for crafting mech weapons. Emotianyan then proceeded to fabricate the core component for the mech once more, entering the accessory manufacturing workstation to polish the colossal sword and sharpen its edge before embedding the core. Thus, the creation of the weapon was successfully completed. Vina and her father gazed in astonishment as Emotianyan effortlessly completed the fabrication of the mecha weapon. After all, these were mecha components. Although a mecha craftsman could also accomplish this task, how many ordinary mecha artisans possess the time and energy to master so many skills? Haha, Emotianyan, you truly are a genius in mecha manufacturing. Vina's father chuckled heartily. Indeed, indeed. Vina nodded in agreement. Oh, it's nothing. Emotianyan humbly shook his head. Grandpa Sika had often remarked that there are always greater talents beyond our own, and one must recognize their own insignificance to achieve greater progress. Thus, Emotianyan had always been exceptionally diligent and proactive at school. Even though he ranked first in the entire institution, he never allowed himself a moment of complacency. I hear you lack an Imperial Identity card. Therefore, I shall grant you a standard Imperial Identity card. With this, you shall be recognized as a mecha craftsman. I will now notify the President. Once he arrives, you will likely acquire the status of a junior mecha craftsman. Vina's father was quite eager to forge connections with others, especially upon encountering such a prodigious mecha artisan. The fact that Emotianyan, at such a young age, could produce a perfect grade standard combat mecha hinted at the potential for him to one day create epic mechas and ascend to the rank of a senior mecha craftsman. This favor would undoubtedly hold significant weight. It is worth noting that there was not a single senior mecha craftsman on the entire Olulu star. In any case, given Emotianyan's current prowess in mech manufacturing, he is destined to become a distinguished mech artisan in the future, a peer of equal stature. Cultivating a favorable relationship now would undoubtedly prove advantageous. Emotianyan found himself momentarily bewildered by Vina's father's remarks. First, he was bestowed with an ordinary Imperial Identity card, followed by the offer to become a junior mech manufacturer. This would significantly alleviate many of his troubles. Yet it also meant he would owe a considerable debt of gratitude. Emotianyan understood that by accepting assistance now, he would be obliged to reciprocate in kind in the future. Vina, upon hearing her father's words, couldn't help but feel a secret delight for Emotianyan. Emotianyan, this is your ordinary Imperial Identity card. You simply need to input your personal information. However, be cautious and ensure it matches your current identity. Her father produced a card inscribed with Ordinary Identity Card. Thank you very much, Uncle, Emotianyan replied, ultimately accepting Vina's father's generous offer. Recognizing it would spare him a plethora of complications, he was now eligible to enlist in the Imperial Army, which would enable him to hunt the insectoid foes and exchange their cores for points, a priority task for him at this moment. As for the aid rendered by Vina's father, he would remember it and repay it in due time when he possessed the means to do so. Name, Onion. Gender, male. Date of birth, year 23rd. January 1st. Age, 15. Status, none. Onion began to enter his personal information. Identity verification successful. At last, Onion possessed his own Imperial identity card. At long last, I can finally join the ranks of the Imperial Army. The Imperial identity card serves a multitude of purposes. Its significance becomes increasingly pronounced as one approaches the central planets of the Empire. With this card, one gains access to numerous locations and the ability to relocate to different planets for a new life. At this moment, the door to the Mecha manufacturing workstation No. 3 swung open once more. An elderly man, with hair as white as snow, entered. Ah, esteemed chairman, you have arrived. This gentleman is indeed the mechanical genius I mentioned. Vina's father introduced Onion to the elder with utmost reverence. Upon seeing the newcomer, Onion was taken aback. Could it be the senior who provided me with the deep-sea fire crystal core and the spatial orb? Chapter 20. The Empire's true genius mecha manufacturer. It truly is you, young man. I was pondering which young talent from Han Mountain could possibly create a perfect grade ordinary battle mecha. The elder had clearly anticipated Onion's presence. Chairman, have you two already met? Vina's father, witnessing this exchange, realized that the chairman and Onion were indeed acquainted. Indeed, he passed my test yesterday and received the deep-sea fire crystal and the spatial orb. If I am not mistaken, the mecha he has just crafted utilizes the deep-sea fire crystal. The old chairman remarked with a calm demeanor, gesturing towards the mecha Onion had just completed. Yes, you are correct, esteemed senior. The deep-sea fire crystal you provided has indeed been fashioned into the energy conduit patterns of the mecha. Onion nodded and said, these drafts are left for me, right? The old president produced a stack of drafts, which were indeed the ones Onion had previously entrusted to him. Onion nodded once more. Young man, your drafts have greatly influenced my design of the epic mecha. I was just thinking of expressing my gratitude to you. Yet I had no idea how to find you. And here we are. Fate has brought us together again, haha. The old president exclaimed joyfully. Is that so? I'm glad to be of assistance to you, senior, Onion replied, equally pleased. President, may I take a look at these drafts? Upon hearing the president mention that Onion's drafts were beneficial to his epic mecha design, Vina's father, unable to contain his astonishment, eagerly wished to examine the drafts. Certainly. But remember to return them after you've finished. The old president handed the drafts to Vina's father. All right, I shall take a look now. As Vina's father gazed at the intricate mecha design sketches, he was utterly absorbed. Incredible. The core of the mecha can be designed this way. This spiritual connection pattern is simply astounding. Vina, observing her father's reaction, was equally bewildered. Could it be that Onion's mecha manufacturing skills surpassed those of her father? Onion's prowess in mecha creation was undeniably remarkable, consistently shattering Vina's perceptions. She began to feel that an aura of mystery enveloped Onion. She can no longer restrain her curiosity about the myriad secrets that shroud Onion. Ah, dear light. Do not delve too deeply. I have pondered these drafts for quite some time myself. Had it not been for your notification, I would likely still be engrossed in them. The former president could not help but remind Mr. Light, his vice president, who was utterly absorbed in the design drafts. Oh, my apologies, I inadvertently became captivated. Light, who is none other than Vina's father, chuckled. Are these drafts truly the work of young Onion? Light sought confirmation once more, for if true, this revelation would be quite astonishing. After all, Onion had just recently completed the flawless ordinary battle mech, which had already left him in awe. His daughter, Vina, is of the same age as Onion, and among her peers in Han City, her mech manufacturing prowess is unparalleled. Even in his youth, he could not quite match her skill. Thus, he diligently mentored her, hoping that one day she would surpass his own achievements in mech creation. While Vina has only just managed to construct an ordinary battle mech, albeit a finely crafted one with a maximum combat enhancement multiplier of around 4. Onion's level of mech manufacturing seems to transcend all expectations. He has aimed to create a flawless ordinary battle mech right from the outset and has already succeeded. And now what follows? In a moment of earnest aspiration, one wished to extend a helping hand to Onion during his nascent stages, hoping to provide assistance akin to a timely gift in the midst of a snowstorm. To one's astonishment, Mo Tianyun had already established a connection with the president of their organization. Moreover, the drafts he presented to the president contained designs for mecha manufacturing that had already approached the threshold of epic-level craftsmanship. In other words, Mo Tianyun's proficiency in mecha creation had reached a level comparable to one's own. Light felt as though his nearly 3 decades of dedication to mecha manufacturing had been in vain, perhaps even eclipsed by a mere teenager. Haha, Light. Isn't that quite astonishing? The former president chuckled heartily, giving Light a gentle pat on the arm. Indeed, it was utterly unbelievable. Light nodded in agreement. Then, as if recalling something, the old president casually remarked that individuals of his age who had achieved such a level in mecha manufacturing were not rare within the empire. Numerous prodigies were capable of similar feats. Within the imperial capital, there existed many time-honored families of mecha manufacturers, whose heirs could craft epic mechas by their teenage years. As the old president mused aloud, he noted that, to his knowledge, there were 6 true geniuses in imperial mecha manufacturing. His words cast a hush over the gathering, with Vina and Mo Tianyun listening intently. The first was named Cordy, age 17, who had completed the construction of an epic mecha just 2 months prior. He was not only a master mecha manufacturer of the highest rank, but also an epic-level combat mecha engineer, being the son of Grand Marshal Clyde. Truly, the offspring of a great father. Everyone present harbored such thoughts. The second individual was Charles Locke, heir to the illustrious Charles family, the third most prestigious mecha manufacturing lineage in the empire. Remarkably, he accomplished the creation of an epic mecha a year ago, at merely 16 years of age, completing this monumental feat on the day of his coming-of-age ceremony, a news that resonated throughout the entire empire. Vina, upon hearing this, wore an expression of disbelief. At the tender age of 15, she struggled to construct even a basic mecha, and she couldn't fathom reaching such a level of skill within a year. Even with a decade of effort, she doubted her ability to achieve it. Could I, at 16, have crafted the 1,000-sword mecha? Mo Tianyun silently questioned himself. Vina's father, right, remained enveloped in silence. The third individual was Kyle Bellamina, the heir to the second most esteemed mecha manufacturing family in the empire, who produced an epic mecha at the age of 15. The fourth was Princess Lisa, the 17th princess of the imperial family, who had completed her epic mecha 2 years ago, thus earning the title of a master mecha manufacturer at the astonishing age of 14, just shy of her 15th birthday. The fifth was Brock Latour, heir to the foremost mecha manufacturing family in the empire, who achieved the creation of an epic mecha at the age of 14. Becoming a master mecha manufacturer, he is now also 16 years old. Lastly, there was Adrian Carmen, a remarkable figure who, at the mere age of 12, accomplished the creation of an epic mecha 5 years ago, and it is said that he is now preparing to construct a legendary mecha. His grandfather was the empire's chief mecha craftsman, Adrian Carmen. The former chairman recounted the remarkable achievements of various prodigies. Chapter 21. The 3 challenges in crafting epic mechas. What I speak of are the most renowned mecha artisans of the empire, each capable of constructing an epic mecha by the age of 16, celebrated throughout the empire. The territory of the Oran Empire spans 300,000 light-years across the Oran star system, with countless planets inhabited by tens of millions of settlers, each boasting populations of at least hundreds of millions, and some exceeding trillions. With such a vast demographic, the number of gifted mecha artisans reaches into the hundreds of millions. Yet, among these prodigious talents, fewer than 100 achieve the rank of master mecha craftsman by the age of 16. To fully harness their abilities, these gifted artisans must pursue their studies at the Oran Academy for Genius Mecha Craftsmen, located on the Empire's home planet. Naturally, other mecha craftsmen may also attend this esteemed institution for training. However, the Oran Academy exclusively admits the CRME de la CRME of mecha manufacturing talent, enrolling only 1 million exceptional artisans under the age of 20 each year. Similarly, the Academy accepts 1 million combat mecha artisans, mecha component specialists, and mecha maintenance craftsmen annually. Alas, while 1 million may seem substantial, hundreds of billions apply each year. The old president sighed, contemplating what could have been if he had been younger. Indeed, this has been my aspiration for many years, Vina murmured to herself upon hearing the words of the old president. As the foremost genius in mecha manufacturing in Hansan City, she harbored an immense admiration for the Olan Academy of Mecha Engineering, renowned as the sanctum for imperial prodigies. Mo Tianyun was well aware of the illustrious Olan Academy as well. Returning to the subject at hand, let us discuss the epic mechas. The creation of an epic mecha presents a formidable threshold, one that countless individuals fail to transcend throughout their lifetimes. The old president shook his head, lamenting the reality. The first obstacle to manufacturing an epic mecha lies in the necessity for one's mental prowess to attain the spiritual sea level. This alone has thwarted innumerable aspirants. The second hurdle is that epic mechas tower at heights ranging from dozens to hundreds of meters, requiring an overwhelming array of materials, each of which is exceedingly rare, making it a feat beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Indeed, Mo Tianyin nodded in agreement, fully cognizant of the challenges presented by epic mechas. After all, he possessed a blueprint for constructing an epic mecha, even with such a schematic. The existence of a core from the Earth's core made it clear that the general populace would find it impossible to realize such a creation. The old president continued, outlining the third major challenge. The core of the epic mecha must integrate the energy hub and the power system into a cohesive whole, inscribing spiritual marks to forge the mecha's battle insignia. The mecha battle insignia is exclusive to mechas of epic rank and above, with each insignia uniquely distinct. When a genetic evolution warrior employs a mecha to unleash martial techniques, the insignia manifests, thereby augmenting the potency of these techniques. Once the insignia is formed, only a single individual can merge their mental energy with it, rendering the mecha inaccessible to others. Mo Tianyin nodded in acknowledgement, well aware of this, as Sister Shinzi had imparted this knowledge to him long ago. Vina, however, found herself overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information, struggling to absorb it all as her mind felt somewhat taxed. Light also nodded, as he too was familiar with these matters, having been mentored by a master mecha craftsman. These three formidable challenges have thwarted countless talented mecha artisans on their path to crafting epic mechas. I completed the first two challenges over several decades of accumulation. Now, I am left with only the core design of the epic mecha. The old president continued. This final step is the most arduous, integrating the core, energy hub, and propulsion system, while simultaneously designing the mental imprint, poses an immense difficulty. He shook his head in resignation. Let us not dwell on that. Oh, this young friend is also a prodigious mecha craftsman. Your draft has greatly inspired me. Would you be interested in discussing the intricacies of epic mecha construction together? The old president smiled warmly, extending an invitation to Mo Tianyin to collaborate on the art of epic mecha creation. Certainly, Mo Tianyin was also eager to engage in discourse with the esteemed elder, contemplating that perhaps fruitful insights could be gleaned from such discussions. May I join this exchange as well? Light interjected, now regarding Mo Tianyin as a peer of equal stature. Haha, certainly, but that depends on whether this young friend consents. The elder replied playfully. If my uncle wishes to join, how could I possibly refuse? Mo Tianyin responded with a smile. By the way, you may simply call me Tianyin. At that moment, Light's father, Vina's father, reminded the president, can we proceed with the issuance of the junior mecha manufacturing certification for young friend Tianyin? Absolutely. If it weren't for the headquarters of the Mecha Manufacturing Association requiring the holographic documentation of the entire manufacturing process, I would have already conferred upon him a senior mecha manufacturing certificate, the old president exclaimed. He then accessed the central control console to retrieve the holographic documentation of Mo Tianyin's mecha production process, subsequently extracting the intelligent core to begin transmitting the data to the headquarters of the Mecha Manufacturing Association. Young friend Tianyin, please provide me with your identity card. Of course, Mo Tianyin replied, producing the imperial identity card he had just received from Vina's father and handing it over. All set, the old president announced after a brief moment, returning the imperial identity card to Mo Tianyin. Upon inspection, Mo Tianyin noticed that the information had been updated. Name, Mo Tianyin. Gender, male. Date of birth, year, 23rd. January 1st. Age, 15. Status, junior mecha manufacturer. Previous status, none, now updated to junior mecha manufacturer. Mo Tianyin clicked on the entry for junior mecha manufacturer, and an identity card displayed a line of information. Junior mecha manufacturer, Uralu Star, Han Mountain City Mecha Association, registered and certified by President Reagan Gracie, registration date, year 38. Month 12, day 15, time 10:34:15. Indeed, Mo Tianyin nodded in satisfaction. He then approached the recently completed Tianyin mecha and utilized the spatial orb strung on the necklace around his neck to store the mecha and its weaponry together. The reason Onion did not place the spatial orb into the spatial bracelet is that it cannot be accommodated there. Rather, it is suspended from a necklace. This is due to the spatial orb possessing a larger capacity than that of the spatial bracelet, which can, however, be placed inside the spatial orb. After witnessing Onion secure the mecha and weaponry, the elderly president suggested, "Let us proceed to the Advanced Mecha Research Institute to discuss the crafting of epic mechas. If inspiration strikes, it will be more convenient to conduct experiments there." "All right, let us go," Vina's father eagerly responded. 2 days later, the trio emerged from the research institute. "Haha, splendid. The gains from this endeavor are immense. The prospect of epic mechas is promising, all thanks to you. My young friend Tianyun. These materials are precisely what you require. Please accept them. I shall return to organize the fruits of this venture," the elderly president said as he thrust a spatial bracelet into Tianyun's hands before hastily departing. As Tianyun gazed within, he discovered an abundance of rare materials, including numerous items unattainable in the market. Various metals, crystals, and non-metallic substances were all present. During their discussion, Tianyun casually remarked that he needed to gather a plethora of rare materials to forge an epic mech. The old president chuckled and replied, "I have an abundance of materials. Once we conclude our discussion, I shall bestow some upon you." Tianyun thought little of it, never anticipating that the old president would indeed grant him such a generous offering, and with such grandeur. He intended to repay the president. But in the blink of an eye, the man vanished, leaving Tianyun no choice but to accept the gift. In truth, these materials were of little consequence to the old president, who had amassed a vast supply for the creation of epic mechs. They were merely surplus to his needs. Throughout the discourse on epic mech fabrication, the insights shared by Tianyun sparked new avenues of thought for the old president. Moreover, Tianyun provided extensive interpretations of his drafts, resolving many of the president's previous uncertainties in an instant. This time, the old president was convinced that Tianyun would indeed succeed in crafting an epic mech. This discussion has truly broadened my horizons, surpassing a decade of quiet study. Light exclaimed. Indeed, conversing with these two esteemed seniors has been immensely beneficial. In recent days, Tianyun had also absorbed a wealth of knowledge not found in textbooks, along with various methods and techniques. "I must take my leave now. Young friend Tianyun, do not rush off. Come dine at my home. Allow me to treat you properly," Light urged, hoping to retain Tianyun's company. "Uncle, there's no need for formality. I have matters to attend to." Tianyun resolutely decided to leave. "Then take care. I shan't see you off." Light also intended to return and organize the insights gained from their discussion. Tianyun gradually departed from the central district. Atop the Mecha Manufacturing Center, Vina donned her augmented glasses, silently watching Tianyun exit the area. "You are too radiant, as dazzling as a brilliant gem. If I wish to shine like you, I must at least become a gem myself," she mused. "I shall await you at the Aolong Academy of Mecha Engineering." A gentle breeze tousled the girl's beautiful hair, tracing a perfect arc in the air. With a slight smile, showcasing 2 sweet dimples, she lifted her gaze towards the distance, as if envisioning a far-off future. Chapter 22. The Power of Mental Strength. As Tianyun left the central district, the temperature plummeted, and a chilling wind swept through the atmosphere, while snowflakes danced gracefully, transforming the realm into a world of white. Looking back at the bustling and magnificent central district, the stark contrast with the desolate, cold expanse before him felt like 2 disparate worlds. Tianyun returned to the inn in the eastern district. The attendant, upon seeing Tianyun, expressed mild surprise but warmly welcomed him, saying, "Good day, sir. Are you here for accommodation?" Tianyun thought to himself, "Isn't that a redundant question? Enough of the pleasantries. I still require that room." "Certainly, sir," the attendant replied with a professional smile, though inwardly she wondered how long this young gentleman intended to stay. However, the arrival of someone is always a welcome occurrence. Tianyun returned to his previous room, not having forgotten the reason for his stay here. He had taken refuge in this place to evade those who sought to eliminate him, particularly the shopkeeper whose life he had claimed in self-defense. Although Tianyun now possessed a mech, he felt it prudent to remain cautious, for the enemy lurked in the shadows while he stood in the light. Thus, he settled once more into the inn. "Brother Tian, that fellow has emerged from the central district and returned to the inn," a voice reported. Since Tianyun had departed from the central district, he had been under surveillance, and it was none other than Charlie who was keeping watch. "Is that so?" This rascal is quite crafty. He managed to evade capture for over a month in the urban area. I do not have the luxury of time to play this game any longer. I shall take action now. A cold voice responded from across the way. Ah, Brother Tion. Taking action in the urban area will lead to significant trouble, Charlie exclaimed, alarmed, as he hastily cautioned the man he referred to as Brother Tion. Carlyle is my dear brother. He has stood by my side from the very beginning, and I must avenge him, Brother Tion declared. Carlyle was the first subordinate of Brother Tion, and after years of fighting side by side, Brother Tion regarded him as a true brother. In the past, after having made a formidable enemy, Carlyle had been captured. Under relentless torture and interrogation for over a week, he had steadfastly refused to divulge any information regarding his whereabouts. Ultimately, it was only after Brother Tion advanced to the initial stage of a martial artist and procured a mech that he stormed the enemy's stronghold, annihilating them entirely and rescuing Carlyle. Tion Gu had initially believed that Carlyle had long been killed by the enemy, but to his astonishment, Carlyle was still alive. However, when he rescued him, Carlyle had already been tortured beyond recognition. Even in such a state, he refused to disclose his whereabouts. From that moment on, Tion Gu regarded Carlyle as his own brother, investing a considerable amount of star currency to ensure he received treatment at a hospital renowned for its advanced medical care. He then continued, "What do we have to fear? We can eliminate this kid, then assume a new identity and hide on another planet. Although it would be a hassle, time was of the essence. Rumor had it that the front line was on the brink of collapse due to the Zerg invasion, and this planet was perilously close to the front lines, rendering it unsafe. If they were to change planets, they had to act swiftly in the city to eliminate this kid, allowing them to leave this planet without delay. There was no time to waste here." On the other end of the line, Tion Gu articulated the pressing reason for needing to confront Mo Tianyun in the city. What? The Zerg are about to breach the defenses? Good heavens! Even the mighty Empire cannot hold them back. We truly must depart at once. Upon hearing Tianji's words, Charlie recognized the gravity of the situation. For centuries, the Zerg had incessantly invaded the Empire, causing the loss of numerous planets. Whenever they arrived on a planet, they would annihilate all living beings and construct their nests to continue breeding their kind, ultimately launching further invasions on other worlds. Thus, in this relentless cycle, although the Zerg suffer significant losses in the war, their terrifying reproductive capability ensures their numbers continue to surge. If the Zerg were to invade, escape would be impossible. Hence, they must swiftly vacate this planet and seek refuge in other secure locations within the Empire. Please send me the location of that young man's hotel, along with the room number. Yes, Brother Tion. Charlie promptly forwarded Mo Tianyun's precise address to Brother Tion. Within the simulation space, Mo Tianyun relentlessly piloted his mech in battle. Under his adept control, the mech executed the Star Moon Sword technique with a colossal greatsword, swinging it with remarkable speed. One after another, Zerg were systematically vanquished, only to be continuously generated anew, creating an unending cycle of combat. Currently, Mo Tianyun could contend with 10 ordinary Zerg simultaneously or barely withstand a single elite one. Occasionally, he would also simulate mech opponents, though these foes proved somewhat inferior to the Zerg. Mo Tianyun's prowess had improved tremendously compared to his previous self. The relentless skirmishes within the simulation mirrored those in reality. Each bout honed his combat skills, rendering him increasingly formidable. Particularly noteworthy was the enhancement of his mental strength, which, since his recent breakthrough to the perception level, had grown immensely. In the simulation space, he could continuously refine his mental acuity through the simulation of various objects, yielding exceptional results. For an average person, the elevation of mental strength is remarkably challenging. Historically, prior to reaching the Spirit Sea level, there were few effective training methods for enhancing mental capacity, which could only be improved through practicing martial arts techniques or during genetic evolution. Upon reaching the level of Spirit Sea, one may enhance their mental acuity through the use of rare mental potions. However, such potions are exceedingly scarce, and generally, only those who have attained the Spirit Sea tier can afford them, despite their exorbitant cost. For those whose mental prowess has not reached this level, consuming these potions would lead to a catastrophic collapse of the mind and ultimately result in cerebral death. Thus, significant advancements in mental strength remain elusive prior to achieving the Spirit Sea level. The more one yearns to elevate their capabilities, the more pronounced the role of mental strength becomes. The creation of mechs, genetic evolution, potion crafting, piloting mechs, navigating spacecraft, and commanding battleships all necessitate mental fortitude. Furthermore, individuals endowed with formidable mental prowess possess the ability to transmit information telepathically, bypassing the need for verbal communication. In interactions among various civilizations in the cosmos, one need not master the language of others. Simply attuning to their mental frequencies suffices to grasp the essence of their intended message. To convey one's own desires, one merely needs to direct their mental energy into the recipient's psyche to ensure comprehension of their intended meaning. Every sentient being possesses a spirit, albeit with varying degrees of mental strength. Those with considerable mental power can even establish a mental domain, wherein they wield control over objects through their will. Legend has it that those with immense mental strength can manipulate the movement of entire planets. In summary, mental strength is of paramount importance. A day later, Mo Tianyun was engrossed in simulated space exercises for mech fabrication when the Spirit of Miracles made her appearance. Sister Miracle, is there something you wish to discuss? Mo Tianyun inquired, gazing at the ever-beautiful Spirit of Miracles, who nodded gently in response. Mo Tianyun, someone is knocking at the door for you. Mo Tianyun exited the simulation space. Yes, your food has arrived. A man's voice echoed through the doorbell. Food? Didn't I just eat? I didn't order any food. Mo Tianyun felt a hint of confusion. Mo Tianyun, be cautious. The other party harbors ill intentions towards you. The solemn voice of the Spirit of Miracles resonated in Mo Tianyun's mind. Upon hearing these words, Mo Tianyun shivered, his heart momentarily skipping a beat. I understand now. They must have come looking for me. How audacious to act in the city. Mo Tianyun realized that it was undoubtedly the associates of the shopkeeper who had come for him. Guest, your food. The voice outside persisted. This fellow has taken too long. He must have guessed something. Long Ao Tian speculated inwardly. The individual outside was none other than Brother Tian, a name synonymous with Long Ao Tian himself. Chapter 23. Too weak. Not even capable of withstanding a single sword strike. Mo Tianyun retrieved a laser sword and an energy shield from the spatial wristband. Who is it? They're coming. Mo Tianyun first activated the energy shield, then grasped the inactive laser sword tightly with his right hand. Approaching the door, he gently pressed the button to open the alloy door. In an instant, Mo Tianyun activated the laser sword. A long beam of light emerged from the hilt, the beam whirling rapidly to form the blade of the laser sword. As Mo Tianyun opened the door, he was met by the imposing figure of a tall, muscular bald man, who gripped a laser sword tightly in his right hand and lunged forward with a fierce thrust. It was immediately apparent that this formidable figure was no benign presence. The man possessed a robust physique, reminiscent of a bear, and his countenance was adorned with a menacing glare that bore the chilling intensity of a famished wolf fixated on its prey. The moment Mo Tianyun caught sight of those icy eyes, it felt as though they were intent on devouring him whole, leaving not a trace behind. Thus, he retaliated with a powerful strike, embodying the principle of striking first. Luo Outyin had been prepared outside. Upon witnessing Mo Tianyun open the door, he swiftly drew forth a formidable energy gun. However, as the door swung open, he found himself confronted by the fierce advance of the laser sword. Initially, he intended to seize Mo Tianyun, subject him to torment, and ultimately ensure his agonizing demise. To his surprise, Mo Tianyun initiated the assault instead. The speed with which Mo Tianyun struck was astonishing. Despite Luo Outyin's desperate attempt to retreat, he was pierced in the chest, though the injury was not severe. Seizing the moment, Mo Tianyun swiftly employed the Xingyue sword technique, swinging his laser sword towards his opponent. Even as Luo Outyin staggered backward, enduring the intense pain in his chest, he fired 2 shots at Mo Tianyun. One shot missed, while the other struck Mo Tianyun's shield. In the midst of evasion, Luo Outyin had already leapt from the corridor's window. Downstairs, he grimaced in pain as he assessed the wound on his chest, muttering to himself, "What a ruthless and tenacious young man." He had not anticipated that as soon as the door opened, a fierce sword would thrust toward him, catching him somewhat off guard. Long Outyin leapt down from the window, already drawing the attention of the people in the street. However, upon seeing the energy gun in his hand, they all hastily retreated. After distancing themselves, they could not help but glance back. Long Outyin swiftly surveyed his surroundings and swallowed a pill he retrieved from his spatial wristband. As Mo Tianyun descended, he discovered that his opponent was waiting for him right there. "So, Mo Tianyun, you were quite decisive. No wonder my dear brother met his demise at your hands." Long Outyin remarked with a cold smile. "You too shall meet your end at mine." Mo Tianyun replied nonchalantly. Oh, haha. Long Outyin laughed heartily. Many wish for my death. Who do you think you are? He mocked loudly. On this Ulula's star, I have never feared anyone. Those who dare to harm my brother shall witness my prowess. As Long Outyin spoke, he produced a bead. Mo Tianyun, upon closer inspection, recognized it as the spatial pearl. His opponent intended to summon a mech. He could not afford to lag behind. Mo Tianyun also prepared to summon his mech. Boy, do you know what lies within? I fear speaking it might frighten you. Long Outyin directly summoned the mech from the spatial pearl. A mech, a battle mech. Some onlookers exclaimed in astonishment. Daddy, it's a mech, a mech. A child pointed excitedly, clutching an adult's hand. Suddenly, a 12-meter-tall mech materialized in the street, leaving all passers-by utterly dumbfounded. Haha, young one. Behold this battle mech valued at 3 million star coins. You, a mere commoner from a destitute village, shall never have the chance to even lay a finger upon it in your lifetime. Yet today, I shall grant you a fleeting moment to touch it, though not in the manner you might hope. Rather, it shall be the mech that will touch you most fiercely. Long Outyin ascended the mech's hovering platform, which promptly transported him into the cockpit. Mo Tianyun also summoned his mech, entering his own cockpit shortly thereafter. Father, look. Another towering mech has emerged. The child exclaimed with excitement. Oh no, this could spark a battle within the city. We must urgently notify the military. The boy's father frantically retrieved a communication device. Both mechs roared to life, their power systems reverberating and shaking the very streets. The tremendous tremors drew the attention of all nearby. Windows of surrounding houses flung open as curious heads emerged to witness the scene. Look, what are these two mechs about to do? Could they truly be preparing for a fight? If they do, this place will be unsafe. We must leave at once. Some individuals hastily departed, eager to distance themselves from any potential conflict. Fear not. Our dwelling is so high, they cannot reach us, said another. Indeed, this is a significant event. Quick, capture it on camera and upload it to the Ululustar network. This could make me famous. Others continued to revel in the spectacle. Prepare to meet your demise, young one. The arrogant voice of Long Outyin echoed once more. When he glanced outside, he was taken aback to find an additional mech standing there, while Mo Tianyun was nowhere to be seen. How could such a towering mech appear before him? Where was that kid? Long Outyin was utterly astonished. He activated his neural scanner, but failed to locate Mo Tianyun. It was inconceivable. Could this formidable mech belong to that boy? Long Outyin's mech stood at a height of 12 meters, whereas Mo Tianyun's towering mech reached 18 meters, rendering Long Outyin's machine akin to a child standing before an adult. Suddenly, Mo Tianyun's mech sprang into action. A colossal mech sword materialized on the right arm of Mo Tianyun's machine. What? It even possesses weaponry. The sight of the opposing mech armed with a weapon sent chills down Long Outyin's spine. So what if you have a mech? You shall still meet your demise. He piloted his mech, engaging its maximum speed, and with a clenched fist, he launched a powerful punch toward Mo Tianyun's mech. The core of Mo Tianyun's mech sword began to glow, illuminating the entire blade's surface. Activating its superpower mode, the energy transmission within the mech's core surged dramatically, propelling the power system into an overload state, thus unleashing the mech's full potential. Just as the two mechs were about to clash, Mo Tianyun uttered, "Starlight and moonlight in harmony." For the first time, he employed martial skills through the mech in reality. The massive mech sword shone brilliantly and propelled by incredible speed. It sliced through Long Outyin's mech. Mo Tianyun's mech hovered in the air, while behind him, Long Outyin's mech erupted in a violent explosion, scattering fragments of metal that shattered every fragile object in the vicinity. Long Outyin was likely reduced to nothing but debris. Enough talk, such weakness. Unable to withstand even a single strike from me. Mo Tianyun sheathed his mech sword and descended back to the ground. The thrill of annihilating a mech in reality was unparalleled. He savored the memory of that decisive blow. Before long, 10 ordinary combat mechs, each standing 15 meters tall, arrived at the scene. Adorned with the insignia of the Empire, these mechs were equipped with energy beam cannons. These formidable weapons, a type of advanced armament, possessed the capability to obliterate Long Outyin's mech in a single shot. However, if the Tianyun mech activated its shield, the energy beam cannons would be ineffective until their power was exhausted. The mechs came to a halt, and from within emerged 10 Imperial soldiers, each wielding a large-caliber energy rifle, their bodies enveloped in protective energy shields. Mo Tianyun retracted his mech, allowing himself to be taken by these soldiers. Inside the interrogation bureau of the Eastern District Management Center in Han City, an officer coldly scrutinized the young man before him. "Do you possess an Imperial identity card?" he inquired, flanked by two unyielding soldiers brandishing their rifles. "Yes," Mo Tianyun replied reluctantly, producing his Imperial identity card. The officer accepted it and examined it closely. After scrutinizing the card, the officer turned his gaze back to Mo Tianyun. "You are a mech manufacturer?" The officer's demeanor softened, losing some of its frostiness. "Indeed," Mo Tianyun readily acknowledged. "Such a young mecha manufacturer, this lad must have an impressive background. Do you know President Gracie?" The officer inquired, probing Mo Tianyun. "I do." As anticipated, he was familiar. "What is your relation to him?" The officer pressed further. "I would consider him a friend," Mo Tianyun mused. "A friend? Surely, you jest." The officer, upon hearing this, was skeptical of Mo Tianyun's claim. "I assure you, I am not jesting," Mo Tianyun retorted. "I possess the means to contact the president." "Do not attempt to deceive me," the officer stated sternly. "Feel free to inquire," Mo Tianyun replied with a nonchalant demeanor. "Very well, I shall do so now. Should you be lying, you shall face the consequences." With that, the officer initiated communication with the old president. "Who is this?" came the voice of the old president, instantly recognizable to Mo Tianyun. "Greetings, President Gracie. I am Mori from the Eastern District Management Center. Do you happen to know someone by the name of Mo Tianyun?" "Oh, my young friend Tianyun. Is he with you? How is he faring?" "It is a relief that you know him. He has just committed murder in the district." "Claiming acquaintance with you, so I came to verify." "He committed murder? I shall come at once." The conversation concluded. "Is President Gracie truly your friend? Please recount the events that transpired." The officer's demeanor had softened considerably. Mo Tianyun recounted the events that had just transpired in detail. "Well, I have grasped the general situation regarding this matter. I also reviewed the on-site records, and everything aligns with your account. Once President Gracie arrives, you shall be free to depart from here." The officer nodded in response. "Thank you very much." Mo Tianyun expressed his gratitude with a nod. After a short while, the old president finally arrived. "Ah, Tianyun, my young friend, are you unscathed?" the old president inquired anxiously. "Ha, do I appear to be in any trouble, senior?" Mo Tianyun replied with a smile. "It is truly thanks to your presence that I have avoided significant complications." Chapter 24. The blueprint of dreams will always come to fruition. Tianyun, my young friend, you are a member of our Mecha Manufacturing Association. What great trouble could you possibly encounter? The old president proclaimed with authority. "Let us not dwell on such matters. I have come to seek your assistance with another issue." The old president continued, his gaze filled with anticipation as he looked at Mo Tianyun. "Please, senior, speak freely. I shall exert my utmost efforts to assist." Mo Tianyun assured him. "Indeed, my young friend, your unique perspective on mecha design is remarkable. I wish for you to evaluate this mecha core blueprint. I believe it is quite exceptional, yet I have an inexplicable sense that something is amiss, though I cannot pinpoint the exact nature of the issue," the old president explained, producing a sheet of paper that represented his revised design, a synthesis of his current exploration and previous concepts. "Very well, I shall do my best to examine it. Although my skills in mecha manufacturing pale in comparison to yours, senior." My young friend, you are being modest." Mo Tianyun received the blueprints from the former president. "Please, senior, allow me a moment to examine them thoroughly." "There is no rush," he said. The old president nodded in acknowledgement. The two began their examination of the blueprints right there. The officer watched, somewhat bewildered, yet he refrained from interrupting the duo. Particularly curious was the young man who had just been apprehended. If he had heard correctly, even the president of the Mecha Manufacturing Association sought his counsel on the blueprints. Such a scenario seemed utterly astonishing. As Mo Tianyun scrutinized the designs, he felt much like the president, yet he could not pinpoint the underlying issue. Thus, he silently invoked the spirit of miracles. He was aware that the spirit possessed formidable mental strength, allowing for direct spiritual communication. Spirit of miracles. Where lies the flaw in these blueprints? I have searched in vain. The design appeared flawless at first glance, yet each minor imperfection, almost imperceptible alone, amalgamated to form a significant problem. The voice of the spirit of miracles resonated in his mind. In life, many similar situations abound. While I shall not elaborate further, the essence remains. A quantitative change leads to a qualitative transformation. The spirit elucidated every issue, and Mo Tianyun listened intently. He subsequently conveyed these insights to the former president, who, upon hearing them, experienced a moment of enlightenment and expressed his profound gratitude before departing. It was only then that Mo Tianyun remembered that this place was not his home. However, he still had a few inquiries to make regarding the imperial soldiers here. Mo Tianyun approached the officer he had spoken to earlier and inquired, "Greetings, Commander. May I ask a question?" The officer, taken aback, nodded and replied, "Feel free to ask your question. Is it still possible to join the military?" Mo Tianyun asked. "Indeed, in approximately half a month. There will be a recruitment selection on this planet. You may participate at the main military base." The officer disclosed the specific timing. However, the officer's words faltered abruptly. "What I mentioned earlier pertains to the standard military recruitment. If one wishes to join the Mecha Combat Division and is at least 16 years of age, one may enlist in the Empire's Mecha Combat Corps. The benefits are significantly better, and should your abilities be sufficient, promotions occur rapidly." Upon hearing this, Mo Tianyun realized that this path was well suited for him. "All right, thank you. You're welcome." Mo Tianyun departed from the location. Half a month. He would have to wait until he turned 16 to enlist in the Mecha Combat Corps. Mo Tianyun expressed a strong desire to confront the insectoids immediately. He began to ponder how to acquire an insectoid crystal core. His intent in exterminating the insectoids was to obtain the cores, which could be exchanged for points, and subsequently traded for various blueprints and martial techniques to enhance his strength. Regrettably, he currently lacked points, and the feeling of possessing a vast treasure trove without the key to unlock its doors was truly disheartening. If Mo Tianyun possessed a sufficiently formidable power, no one would have dared to challenge him earlier, and there would have been no need for the old president to intervene. First, he must concoct the primary gene evolution potion, then sell it for star coins, and subsequently procure the materials for the epic mecha, the Thousand Swords mecha, along with the Zerg crystals. Finally, he would exchange his points for blueprints. Following this, he would undertake the assessment to become a combat mecha master, allowing the 15 days to pass swiftly. At that juncture, he would be able to join the Imperial Combat Mecha Corps. Mo Tianyun meticulously devised his forthcoming plan. He resolved to acquire the materials necessary for crafting the primary gene evolution potion. With clarity of purpose, he felt no lingering confusion. Indeed, once a person establishes a goal, their motivation is invigorated. He examined the formula to ascertain the required materials. Utilizing his mental prowess, Mo Tianyun connected with the Divine Core to review the formula for the primary gene evolution potion. The ingredients required were indeed numerous. The pure blood of elite Zerg? Mo Tianyun identified a unique biological material essential for the potion's preparation, the pure blood of elite Zerg. Such a substance is not easily obtained. Thus, he decided to first visit the biological materials market to see if he could procure it. However, he anticipated that the other biological materials should be available at the Cold Mountain Biological Materials Market. At the Cold Mountain Biological Materials Market, Mo Tianyun spent a staggering 100,000 star coins to acquire a substantial quantity of all the necessary biological materials, excluding the pure blood of the elite Zerg, which he could not locate. Mo Tianyun inquired of the merchants, who all claimed that the biological materials from the insectoid species had been firmly secured by the imperial military, rendering them inaccessible to ordinary individuals, let alone the rare and pure blood of elite insectoids. "Sister Shinji, can you sense where there might be elite insectoid pure blood?" After wandering through the Cold Mountain Biological Materials Market without success, Missouri Tianyun suddenly recalled that the deep-sea fire crystal, used for crafting the energy conduits of the mecha, could only be located through the guidance of the spirit of Shinji. Thus, he placed all his hopes upon it this time. "If I had sensed the elite insectoid pure blood, I would have informed you long ago." The ethereal and melodious voice of the spirit of Shinji echoed in Mo Tianyun's mind. "What shall we do then? Without the elite insectoid pure blood, I cannot concoct the primary gene evolution potion, and all subsequent plans will be rendered futile." Mo Tianyun lamented inwardly to the spirit of Shinji. "You might consider searching in other cities on this planet. To my knowledge, the most developed city here is Uluru City, which serves as the central hub of this planet. Named after it, do you not wish to join the Mecha Fighter Corps? The main military base of this planet is conveniently located there," the spirit of Shinji suggested. "In that case, there is no time to waste. Let us depart at once." Mo Tianyun stepped outside the city, retrieving a spatial orb to summon the mecha. On the flat ground, a colossal mecha materialized out of thin air. "Wow, look, it's a battle mech!" exclaimed a group of children. their voices filled with excitement as they pointed at the magnificent mech just teleported by Onion. Some adults cast a fleeting glance before returning to their own pursuits, perhaps jaded by the countless similar scenes they had witnessed, failing to muster even a hint of interest. Or perhaps mechs, once a childhood aspiration, had become mere relics of a bygone innocence, dulled by the relentless grind of adult life. They understood that such machines were beyond their reach. This was the largest mech I had ever seen. Could that person truly be a battle mech master? How I longed to become one myself. Onion couldn't help but smile at the distant cheers. Once, he had envied others in the same way. Now, he found himself the object of admiration. A phrase from Sister Shinji echoed in his mind, that this universe is vast beyond measure. No matter the planet or civilization, no individual is truly equal. The greatest equality lies in inequality, and the greatest inequality is equality. In that moment, Onion began to grasp the essence of her words. The only path forward was to continuously elevate himself, allowing him to pursue those dreams he had long cherished. Never abandon the dreams you once sketched on paper during childhood. They represent the purest and most beautiful memories. Perhaps one day, you shall transform them into blueprints and, with your own hands, turn them into reality. Onion entered the cockpit, connecting with the mental circuitry through his psychic powers. He activated the standard mode, and the mech ascended slowly. Upon reaching a considerable altitude, it suddenly accelerated towards its distant destination. Chapter 25, the dazzling debut of Onion. The Onion, designated to Iluru City, was called upon by Onion. His mech was aptly named Onion Mech, hence the intelligence system was also referred to as Onion. Onion received. The AI emitted in a synthesized mechanical voice. Uluru City is located 781 kilometers to the southeast. The current speed of the mech is 720 kilometers per hour, with an estimated flight time of 25 hours. Too slow. Over 5 hours. Onion glanced at the time, shaking his head in disapproval. He activated the full power mode and commanded the mech to fly at maximum speed towards the southeast. With a flicker of thought, he unleashed his psychic energy, initiating the full power mode and propelling the mech forward. With a resounding whoosh, the mech broke the sound barrier. Mountains and rivers rushed past beneath, as the mech soared above the clouds. Onion monitored the external environment through the mech sensors. Under his adept control, the mech executed an array of unusual aerial maneuvers at high altitude, sometimes spinning, sometimes bobbing up and down, and at other times swaying side to side, like a bird gliding freely through the sky. This exhilarating sensation of unrestrained flight was the very essence of the freedom Onion had long sought throughout his life. Indeed, as the saying goes, the sky is vast for birds to soar, and the sea is wide for fish to leap. This day had finally come to fruition. However, ordinary mechs are only capable of flight within this planet, unable to traverse the vast cosmos. Only advanced mechs possess such capability. Thus, Onion is determined to continue the creation of even more formidable mechs, aspiring to explore the boundless realms of the universe and uncover greater mysteries. An hour later, while en route to Uluru City, a voice echoed in Onion's mind. Onion, there are insectoids below. He immediately halted the mech, allowing it to hover in midair. Are the insectoids invading? Onion inquired. If that were the case, he would need to flee far away and abandon this planet. For a large-scale insectoid invasion could not be resisted by individual strength alone. There are not many insectoids below, the spirit of miracles responded. Are there any insectoids exceeding the elite level? Onion pressed on. According to the energy intensity sensing, there are none exceeding the elite level, the spirit of miracles replied. Truly, that is splendid. Onion exclaimed with delight. If he could eliminate an elite insectoid, he would no longer need to purchase its pure blood. Let us go for it. Onion dove the mech downwards. In Geka City, an Imperial soldier, visibly anxious, reported to a commanding officer, Sir, the energy of the city's defense system is down to 10. It is expected to last no more than 3 minutes. The commanding officer's face contorted with panic. His brow furrowed in concern as he remarked, Damn those insectoids. It seems we cannot hold the line. Messages from above indicated that the extraordinary combat mech battalion would not arrive for at least another hour, a delay that was utterly insufficient. The officer gazed at the command center's screen and shook his head in dismay. The display revealed hundreds of alien creatures invading Geka City, with a relentless barrage of energy projectiles and beams being unleashed upon them. Yet, against the formidable, alloy-like exoskeletons of the alien swarm, these assaults proved futile. The creatures relentlessly besieged the mech forces, with some even dismantling the defensive walls. The losses among the combat mechs were staggering. Fewer than 50 standard mechs remained to confront the overwhelming horde, which included an elite-class alien. If this continued, annihilation was inevitable. There was no time to wait. The officer recalled the oath he had taken upon joining the military. He would not retreat a single step. Even if it meant death, he would rather perish on the battlefield than abandon his comrades or the millions of Imperial citizens behind him. The order within Goka City had already collapsed. Those with access to floating transport had fled, while others were forced to escape on foot towards the city's rear. Forward they must go. Even in the face of death, they would choose to die on the battlefield. Clenching his resolve, the commanding officer ascended to the defensive walls of Goka City. There, a standard combat mech appeared on the ramparts, his very own. Interestingly, he was not the true commanding officer stationed there. He was merely filling in temporarily for the actual commander. The true commander is an extraordinary battle mech master. However, due to the pressing situation on the front lines against the Zerg, he was reassigned to the battlefield just a few days ago. To his astonishment, some Zerg managed to breach the front lines and launched an attack here. Thus, this temporary commander hurriedly piloted his mech into the fray. Yet, one individual, piloting a standard battle mech, had little impact. Only the deployment of dozens or even hundreds of standard mechs, or the presence of a singular extraordinary battle mech, could possibly safeguard this city. With a resounding boom, yet another mech exploded under the relentless assault of the Zerg. Despite the ongoing conflict, the number of Zerg casualties barely reached a dozen, while the mech forces suffered nearly 50 losses of standard battle mechs. 2 minutes later, a thunderous sound echoed. The city wall's protective system had failed. This signified that once the Zerg breached the walls, they could massacre indiscriminately within the city, home to millions, most of whom would likely be unable to escape. In that moment, the soldiers atop the walls, the citizens below, and the ordinary battle mech pilots engaged in combat all wore expressions of despair. It's over, the temporary commander lamented, a sense of hopelessness overwhelming him. Reinforcements would arrive in an hour, yet it seemed that no one would survive until then. Despair enveloped the hearts of all present. Emotianyan, utilizing the speed of his descent, aimed to ambush the elite Zerg, hoping to deliver a devastating blow or even eliminate it in an instant. If he could slay that elite Zerg, the remaining ordinary ones would pose little threat. All right, Emotianyan nodded slightly, then proceeded to follow the instructions of the spirit of the divine miracle. Superpower mode activated. Energy shield initiated. The mech's descent from the sky accelerated dramatically, reaching a velocity of 1,500 meters per second. A mech battle sword materialized in the right arm of the mech, its core igniting instantaneously. With both arms firmly grasping the battle sword, the mech surged downward towards the sole elite insectoid, akin to a meteor plummeting from the heavens. Insects, behold my technique. Star moon obliteration. With a resounding boom, a streak of luminous energy cleaved through the sky, instantly piercing through the elite insectoid's 100-meter-long body. Mo Tianyun's mech descended upon the battlefield like a meteorite, generating a colossal shockwave that whipped up a fierce wind, sending countless particles of dust and sand swirling into the air, obscuring the scene around Mo Tianyan. Although the elite insectoid was not vanquished, its severely injured form rendered it incapable of flight, causing it to crash heavily to the ground. The battered elite insectoid continued to struggle, its four sharp appendages flailing futilely in the air, yet it could not right itself. Silence enveloped the battlefield, save for the swirling dust and sand that danced in the air. Mo Tianyun's mech stood poised, gripping the colossal sword plunged into the earth. The mech's body crouched low. A thunderous sound echoed through the sky, heralding Mo Tianyun's grand entrance. Chapter 26. My lord, are you not an extraordinary combat mech master? At that moment, both the Imperial forces and the insectoid faction fixated intently on the eye of the swirling dust storm. The unexpected occurrence left them momentarily at a loss for reaction. Subsequently, the wind gradually ceased, and the swirling sands returned to tranquility. A formidable mech, wielding a resplendent sword that glimmered under the radiant sun, stood resolutely upon the earth beneath the walls of Goka City. The extraordinary battle mech master had arrived. Goka City was saved. The temporary commanding officer, upon sighting Mo Tianyun's mech, was instantly convinced that an extraordinary battle mech master had come to their aid. Yet, a moment of doubt flickered in his mind. Was it not stated that it would take approximately another hour for reinforcements to arrive from the front lines? The temporary commanding officer pondered the notification he had received, bewildered. Regardless, it was undeniable that only an extraordinary battle mech master could inflict significant damage with a single strike against that colossal elite insectoid foe. With him here, salvation was at hand. Shaking his head to dispel further thoughts, the officer recognized that the immediate threat of the insectoids had not yet been vanquished. The battle raged on, and he could not afford to be distracted. Everyone hold strong. The extraordinary battle mech master has arrived. He rallied, swiftly transmitting the news to the members of the various mech units to uplift their spirits. Mo Tianyun surveyed the battered city walls, the shattered remnants of mechs, the lifeless bodies of the insectoids, and the pockmarked earth. It dawned upon him that this city had fallen victim to a brutal invasion by the insectoids. He recalled the words of Grandpa Zika, warning that an invasion by the insectoids was a terrifying ordeal. They would consume all living beings in their path to augment their own strength. Had he not come today, Goka City would have succumbed to the onslaught, and by tomorrow, the entire Oilus star would tremble in its wake. Mo Tianyun cast a cold gaze upon the Zerg, for he had not forgotten that his beloved Grandpa Zika perished at the front lines during a Zerg invasion. The Zerg had slain my family, murdered my Grandpa Zika. I shall not spare a single one of these wretched creatures. I vow to dismantle these cursed Zerg into fragments. Mo Tianyun's hatred for the Zerg was profound. Without uttering a word, he piloted the Tianyun mech and executed the Star Moon sword technique, severing the head of a severely injured elite Zerg. He then extracted the Zerg crystal core. This elite Zerg's core shimmered in a vibrant green, unlike the pale white cores of ordinary Zerg. After retrieving the crystal, Mo Tianyun proceeded to cleave the elite Zerg's body into several pieces. Though it may seem lengthy, only a few seconds had transpired. Upon completing his task, he noticed a multitude of ordinary Zerg surrounding him. These Zerg had come to besiege Mo Tianyun, as the swarm tactics were second nature to the Zerg. Upon encountering a formidable foe, they would converge in droves to annihilate. While a solitary Zerg may pose little threat, hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of them could be daunting. However, when millions or tens of millions of Zerg launched a simultaneous assault, even an epic battle mech brigade would find themselves facing inevitable doom. Yet, there were instances when the congregation of Zerg could prove beneficial, for it would allow the deployment of large-scale high-energy weaponry capable of obliterating vast numbers of Zerg in one fell swoop. Mo Tianyun held no concern for the ordinary Zerg before him. Were the Tianyun mech merely an ordinary battle mech, he would have fled without hesitation. However, the mecha crafted by Mo Tianyun is a paragon of a standard combat mecha, boasting an astonishingly robust energy shield and a well-supplied energy core. Its power is formidable, and its speed is remarkable. The mecha's sword is extraordinarily sharp, effortlessly slicing through the exoskeletons of elite-level insectoids. Not to mention, the exoskeletons of the ordinary insectoids, which are far less resilient than those of their elite counterparts, pose no challenge. How fortuitous it is to have you insectoids here for me to hone my swordsmanship and test my mecha. With a surge of determination, Mo Tianyun's mecha instantly left behind an afterimage. In a flash of terrifying speed, the mecha reached an insectoid, which had no time to react before being cleaved in two by Mo Tianyun's sword. 1, 2, 3. Mo Tianyun transformed into a harvester of insectoids, each one falling before the deadly blade of his mecha. Countless dismembered limbs and pools of green insectoid blood littered the ground around him. Yet, without the command of higher-level insectoids, the ferocious and bloodthirsty creatures showed no fear of retreat. Their genetic makeup predetermined a lack of fear. As long as their enemies stood, they would relentlessly charge forth. Mo Tianyun felt no fear himself. Instead, he grew more valiant with each foe he vanquished. Meanwhile, on another front, dozens of mechas were fiercely resisting the remaining ordinary insectoids, while also keeping a watchful eye on Mo Tianyun's exploits. His arrival had drawn nearly half of the ordinary insectoids away, significantly alleviating their pressure, making their earlier struggles seem like a distant memory. Their mechas were merely of ordinary combat level, struggling significantly against a single common Zerg. Moreover, at that time, there were hundreds of common Zerg and one elite Zerg. When they witnessed Mo Tianyun engaging in fierce combat with dozens of Zerg, they were once again astounded. Is this the prowess of an extraordinary combat mecha master? Slaying Zerg as if they were mere vegetables. Upon arrival, he swiftly dispatched that terrifying elite Zerg, and now effortlessly navigated through the assault of numerous others. While our dozens of mechas could not bring down these Zerg, His single mecha surpassed the strength of our entire fleet. As for Mo Tianyun, the Zerg were nearly vanquished. Starlight Moonlight, he declared, unleashing the most powerful strike of the Starlight sword technique. In an instant, he cleaved through the last 5 Zerg. With that, the battle on his front concluded, and he felt his Starlight sword technique had ascended once more. Mo Tianyun gently wielded his mecha battle sword, droplets of green Zerg blood cascading from the blade onto the ground. Yet, more Zerg remained. Glancing towards the mecha troops, he promptly piloted his mecha over. Look, the extraordinary combat mecha master has come this way. At last, it was their turn to seek vengeance. These Zerg had slaughtered many of their brethren. Once Mo Tianyun joined the fray, the tide of battle shifted in his favor. One by one, Zerg fell before him, and the mecha troops began to exert their strength, taking down several Zerg as well. The battle came to an end. Mo Tianyun and the soldiers of the Imperial Mecha Corps have also returned their mechas to the spatial treasure. Upon seeing Mo Tianyun, these soldiers could not help but exclaim, "What a young extraordinary level mecha master." At that moment, the acting commanding officer, accompanied by all the Imperial soldiers, approached Mo Tianyun to express their gratitude. "I am the acting commander here. Thank you, esteemed extraordinary level mecha master, for your timely intervention and rescue. Otherwise, Goka City would have fallen into the clutches of the insectoid horde. There is no need for such formality. I am not an extraordinary level mecha master. Nor am I even a standard mecha master." Mo Tianyun replied with a smile, shaking his head. The Imperial soldiers were left dumbfounded by his words. Not an extraordinary level mecha master, and not even a standard level mecha master? How is it possible for you to severely wound an elite insectoid with a single strike? How could you effortlessly slay hundreds of ordinary insectoids? If you are not a standard level mecha master, then what does that make us? The ordinary mecha masters of the Imperial Corps expressed their disbelief. Seeing their skepticism, Mo Tianyun produced his ordinary Imperial identity card and projected the information into the air. All the soldiers discovered that there was indeed no designation of extraordinary level mecha master. He did not even possess the title of a standard level mecha master. However, they noted that Mo Tianyun was recognized as a novice mecha manufacturer. This revelation, combined with the earlier display of prowess, elicited even greater respect from the soldiers toward Mo Tianyun. Now, do you believe me? I initially intended to visit the city of Valeru to procure some items and subsequently assess the ordinary grade battle mech division. However, as fate would have it, I stumbled upon the city being besieged by a swarm of insectoid invaders, prompting me to lend my assistance. Mo Tianyun recounted the circumstances that led him here. Yet, the soldiers found his account utterly absurd. What did he mean by casually offering help? Regardless, we owe you our gratitude. The temporary commanding officer reiterated his thanks. Mo Tianyun merely nodded, then cast his gaze upon the distant insectoid corpses, particularly those of the elite variety, and stated, "I shall take these insectoid remains with me." He had slain these creatures, after all, and naturally wished to claim them. On one hand, the insectoid corpses could be deconstructed to yield materials for crafting advanced mechs. He required a substantial quantity of such remains to forge an epic mech. On the other, his venture to eliminate the elite insectoid was driven by the desire to obtain its pure blood. As you have dispatched these creatures, feel free to take them. We are merely grateful to have retained our lives. The temporary commanding officer waved his hand dismissively. Very well. I need your assistance in deconstructing the insectoid remains and purifying the blood of the elite specimen. I will only take the rare materials that are of use to me, along with the insectoid crystal cores. As for the other assorted biological materials, they shall be yours, Mo Tianyun declared. His spatial storage device had limited capacity, allowing him to carry only a select few rare materials. However, while ordinary materials held value, they were relatively easy to acquire. "No problem, my lord," came the reply. The temporary commanding officer nodded and spoke. "My lord, you may take a brief respite in our command center." "Very well, I shall not impose," Mo Tianyun replied, proceeding to take a seat within. Meanwhile, a portion of the soldiers commenced the task of clearing the battlefield, reconstructing the city walls, and maintaining order, while another segment transported the remains of the insectoid creatures to the city for processing and decomposition. Half an hour later, the temporary commanding officer approached Mo Tianyun once more, holding a spatial wristband. "My lord, this contains materials from the insectoid corpses, including all materials derived from the elite insectoid and 110 ordinary insectoid cores, as well as the entirety of the purified blood obtained from the elite insectoid's remains." Mo Tianyun accepted the spatial wristband for inspection. Thank you, he said appreciatively. No, please. Do not mention it. The officer replied, waving his hand dismissively. Chapter 27. The Sword of Thousands of Stars with 110 Ordinary Insectoid Cores. It seems that a total of 111 insectoids invaded Geka City, including the elite one. Such a plethora of cores should yield a substantial number of points. Mo Tianyun mused silently. In the core space of the divine artifact, the spirit of the artifact had already taken note of the insectoid cores. Mo Tianyun. While these cores may seem plentiful to you, they are merely a drop in the ocean to me, the spirit sighed, shaking its head gently. However, if your prowess were to be enhanced, there would undoubtedly be more Zerg crystal core manifestations, and the spirit of longing would suddenly illuminate their countenance. Do you possess a potion formulation chamber here? I wish to concoct some genetic evolution potions. Mo Tianyun originally intended to depart from this place and continue his journey to Ilaru City. Yet, having gathered all the materials for the primary genetic evolution potion, he was suddenly inclined to prepare it here. Otherwise, encountering unforeseen circumstances on the road could prove troublesome. It is essential to concoct the primary genetic evolution potion here first, successfully augmenting his strength to become a primary genetic evolution warrior, thus ensuring a more secure path ahead. Upon hearing this, the temporary commanding officer inquired about the potion formulation chamber. Could it be that this esteemed individual is capable of preparing genetic evolution potions? Yes, indeed. The temporary commanding officer nodded, no longer pondering further. This way, esteemed sir, this is the finest potion formulation chamber in Geka City. The entrance to the innermost and most secure room of an advanced research building swung open. Within, a vast array of potion-making tools lay meticulously arranged on a colossal rack, accompanied by numerous instruments. Well, I shall proceed with the potion formulation, Mo Tianyun declared. Very well, esteemed sir, take your time. I shall not intrude, replied the temporary commanding officer with understanding. Typically, potion formulation is a solitary endeavor undertaken by the apothecary, as it necessitates utmost precision. Any slight deviation in the biological materials could lead to catastrophic failure. This demands the apothecary's full concentration, as the presence of others may easily divert their focus. Sister Miracle, I am not adept at utilizing these advanced technological instruments, Mo Tianyun mused as he glanced at the formula and the equipment within the room. Suddenly, the spirit of Miracle appeared, her exquisite visage ethereal and enchanting, her attire unchanged. I shall assist you in concocting the potion, but it will require 20 points. The spirit of Miracle informed Mo Tianyun. 20 points, but I currently possess none, he replied. However, I have just vanquished numerous Zerg and acquired a considerable number of Zerg crystals. Mo Tianyun presented all the crystals he had gathered. I wonder how many points these crystals can be exchanged for. They can be exchanged for 120 points, the spirit of Miracle responded. Mo Tianyun pondered momentarily and then inquired. Sister Miracle, does this mean that a regular Zerg crystal is worth 1 point, while an elite Zerg crystal is worth 10 points? Indeed, the spirit of Miracle affirmed. The point value of each tier of Zerg crystal is tenfold that of the preceding tier. Understood. Mo Tianyun nodded in acknowledgement. With a wave of her hand, the spirit of Miracle made Mo Tianyun's crystals vanish. Very well, you now have 100 points. You may consider what items you wish to exchange for. Of course, you could save them, but I would advise against it for now. 100 points is rather meager. It would be more beneficial for you to exchange for some items to enhance your strength. The spirit of Miracle gazed intently at Mo Tianyun. All right, then what should I exchange for? Mo Tianyun questioned, perplexed. Connect your mental energy to the Miracle Core and explore, she instructed. I will assist you in preparing the potion. The spirit of Miracles responded. Mo Tianyun promptly connected his mental energy to the core space of Miracles. Upon reopening his eyes, he found 6 grand doors before him. Yet it was the colossal door at the back that captivated his attention the most. Curiously, he approached and exerted all his strength to push the massive door, only to discover it remained utterly unmoved, impervious to any force he could muster. Perhaps my mental energy is still too feeble. Perhaps, when I strengthen it in the future, I shall unlock this door and unveil its secrets. Mo Tianyun glanced at the manifestation of his mental energy and murmured to himself. In truth, this mental avatar of Mo Tianyun could only materialize within the core space of Miracles. To appear in the real world as the spirit of Miracles does is still a distant prospect. Let me first explore the realm of genetic evolution and martial arts. Onion chose the second door. Upon entering, he beheld two immense orbs of light. As he approached, he saw that the first orb displayed the formula for genetic evolution potions, while the second orb showcased martial arts techniques. First, he opened the orb containing the genetic evolution potions, revealing three major categories: beginner genetic evolution potions, intermediate genetic evolution potions, and advanced genetic evolution potions. Delving into the beginner category, Onion examined several potion formulas and realized that the one he currently concocted was not the most potent. The most formidable one boasted an astonishing increase of 100 tons in strength. 100 tons. Such power would elevate an ordinary person to the limits of a beginner warrior. However, the points required for exchange were exorbitantly high, prompting Onion to shake his head and step back. Subsequently, I perused the introductions to the mid-tier and advanced genetic evolution elixirs, and to my astonishment, the more I read, the more apprehensive I became. Particularly concerning were the advanced genetic evolution elixirs, which could potentially augment one's power by tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. Had Onion possessed such elixirs, he could have effortlessly torn apart that elite insectoid creature today without the need for a mech. However, the cost for such exchanges would require at least several thousand points. Onion then proceeded to examine the orb containing martial techniques. It was categorized into two primary classifications: mundane martial arts and stellar martial arts. Both categories were replete with an abundance of martial techniques, akin to stars scattered across the night sky. Ultimately, within the stellar martial arts, Onion discovered a set of martial techniques that captivated his interest, requiring precisely 100 points, remarkably affordable compared to other techniques of similar caliber. This particular technique was named the Sword of Myriad Starlight. Nevertheless, Onion did not hastily make a selection. Instead, he chose to explore other portals. The portal dedicated to war weapons housed an impressive array of formidable armaments, such as the Planetary Annihilation Cannon, Stellar Obliteration Cannon, neutron bombs, and spatial solidification waves, among others. Meanwhile, the portal for technological advancements featured devices for spatial teleportation, spatial folding technologies, stellar compression apparatuses, galaxy-class spacecraft, and colossal planetary war fortresses, replete with countless advanced civilizational technologies. Ultimately, Onion opted for the Sword of Myriad Starlight, as he lacked sufficient points for his other desired items. The Spirit of Miracles sensed Onion's choice and revealed a knowing smile. Chapter 28. A Surprise. 302 bottles of elementary gene evolution elixirs. At the celestial martial arts level, the martial techniques require a minimum of 1,000 points. Initially, Onion's 100 points were far from sufficient to exchange for the 1,000-star sword technique. However, upon observing Onion's use of the martial technique, the Starmoon sword art, which bore a striking resemblance to the 1,000-star sword, the Spirit of Miracles decided to reduce the exchange cost to 100 points. Upon experiencing the imagery of the 1,000-star sword technique, Onion was ecstatic. The 1,000-star sword was essentially a superlative upgrade of the Starmoon sword art. While the Starmoon sword art could unleash two sword lights simultaneously, the 1,000-star sword was astonishingly capable of releasing thousands of sword lights in a single strike at its peak mastery. Who could withstand such a force? However, mastering the 1,000-star sword required one's mental strength to reach at least the Spirit Sea level. The Spirit of Miracles had anticipated that Onion would wish to exchange for this technique, which ranks among the finest in the celestial martial arts category. Hence the reduction of points to a mere 100. To acquire the 1,000-star sword for such a paltry sum was akin to receiving it for free. Although I do not comprehend the reasons behind this assistance, they are of little consequence. What I do understand is that my existence hinges upon absorbing sufficient advanced energy. Only when your strength flourishes can you aid me in collecting the insectoid cores, the Spirit of Miracles said, lowering its head in a moment of melancholy. Onion's mental strength withdrew from the core space of miracles, discovering that the Spirit had already prepared the elementary gene evolution elixirs. Onion. The primary gene evolution potions have been meticulously prepared, and all the elite Zerg's pure blood has been entirely utilized, resulting in a total of 302 bottles of primary gene evolution potions. The Spirit of Miracles gestured towards the neatly arranged 302 bottles of potions. So many. I anticipated that having over 100 would suffice to elevate my strength to the limits of a novice warrior. Yet here I stand with over 300. Onion exclaimed, filled with delight. The fact that all the pure blood from that elite Zerg was expended to produce such a quantity of primary gene evolution potions is hardly surprising. The spirit of miracles elucidated. It continued, you should hasten to consume them. Your strength will significantly increase. In conjunction with the maximum enhancement of your mech's combat capabilities, your power while piloting the mech will far exceed your current abilities. Yes, let us depart at once and seek a more suitable location to consider consuming the potions to augment our strength, Emotan replied, his eagerness palpable. Subsequently, he exited the premises. My lord, you have emerged. The temporary commanding officer had been waiting just outside. In truth, Emotan had not lingered long within. Nearly around half an hour. Yes, I am ready to leave, Emotan stated, preparing for departure. Are you departing so swiftly, my lord? The temporary commanding officer, upon hearing that Emotan was about to depart, appeared somewhat anxious and spoke up. The citizens within the city are aware that it was you who saved them, and they are eager to express their gratitude. Several reporters wish to interview you as well. By the way, shortly, an extraordinary battle mech master will arrive, claiming that the Empire wishes to properly thank you and hopes you won't leave too hastily. The temporary commanding officer hastily conveyed his words. No sooner had he finished speaking than a thunderous roar of mechs echoed from the sky. A crimson mech suddenly materialized above, gracefully descending, standing at 30 meters tall. This mech was equipped with two enormous cannons mounted on its arms, and an even larger cannon on its back, exuding an unmistakable aura of formidable power. Surrounding the mech were several hovering laser cannon weapons, indicating that it primarily engaged in combat using thermal weaponry. Judging by the mech's imposing stature, it was at least an extraordinary battle mech, though an epic level one seemed implausible. The mech came to a halt, and from within emerged a man resembling an uncle. However, despite his elder appearance, this extraordinary battle mech master donned the Imperial officer's uniform, standing tall and upright, his eyes gleaming with vigor, walking with a steady and powerful gait. Haha, I have heard of a remarkably brave young lad who vanquished all the invading insectoids. Ped, it seems this young man beside you is the one, exclaimed the extraordinary battle mech master, bursting into hearty laughter. His joyous demeanor was evident. The temporary commanding officer regained his composure and greeted the newcomer, saying, Yes, Captain Terry. Emotan also turned to face Captain Terry. The captain approached Emotan, extending his right hand in a gesture of friendship to shake hands. Observing this, Emotan reciprocated, engaging in a cordial handshake. I truly appreciate this young brother for safeguarding the millions of citizens in Mecha City. I express my gratitude once more, Captain Terry stated solemnly. At this moment, the area was teeming with people. The arrival of Captain Terry's mech had drawn a crowd consisting of soldiers, citizens, and reporters alike. The scene of Captain Terry shaking hands with Emotan was captured by the reporters using holographic photography technology. Is that young man shaking hands with the captain, the hero who saved our Mecha City? Speculated some citizens. Indeed, that young gentleman is the very hero who just rescued us, some informed Imperial soldiers respectfully asserted. To eradicate the Zerg at such a young age is truly commendable. Indeed, this heroic youth has boundless potential ahead of him. After Captain Terry concluded his remarks, he inquired of Emotan, We are yet unaware of your name, young brother. You are too kind. I am called Emotan, he replied. Captain Terry nodded, then glanced at the temporary commanding officer before continuing. Before my arrival, Ped had already briefed me on your situation. Oh, Emotan blinked, finding the scene eerily reminiscent. Colonel Terry then remarked, Leave the assessment of the combat mech division to me. I can escort you there. No, thank you, Colonel Terry, Emotan replied, shaking his head in refusal. I am merely passing through Mecha City and have other matters to attend to. There is no need to trouble you. His gaze was resolute as he spoke. Very well, Colonel Terry conceded, seeing Emotan's steadfastness, and decided not to press further. I shall take my leave then. At this moment, Emotan's primary objective was to reach Uluru City, where he sought a place to consume the basic gene evolution potion and become a novice warrior. Our savior has departed. I wish he could stay here a few more days. Upon arriving at an unoccupied open space, Emotan summoned his mech. Is this the mech of our hero? It looks incredibly powerful. Indeed, it exudes such majesty and might. When I grow up, I must become a combat mech pilot, just like our heroic brother, to vanquish the insectoid creatures and protect everyone. Yes, I too aspire to be a combat mech pilot, exclaimed several adoring children. With a resounding roar, Tianyun piloted the mech onwards towards Uluru City. The citizens of Goka City watched him depart until he vanished beyond the horizon. The next time they heard news of Tianyun, he had already become a renowned figure throughout the empire, celebrated as a true hero of the realm. Chapter 29. Pain and Joy. In the Mecha Manufacturing Data Room of the Cold Mountain City Mecha Manufacturing Center, a young girl was diligently perusing a thick tome, clearly engrossed in the study of mecha fabrication. Suddenly, the door to the data room swung open, and a voice from the outside shattered the tranquility within. "Xiaona, come and see this." Wina's father, Light, burst in, holding a smart brain that projected a luminous screen. "What is it?" the girl inquired, tilting her head with curiosity as she gazed at her father. "You'll find out soon enough," Light replied, feigning an air of mystery. Wina widened her clear eyes, intrigued to discover what could have prompted her father to seek her out. Shocking news. Goka City has suffered an invasion by the insectoid species, nearly facing annihilation. A young hero has risen to the occasion, turning the tide. Wina gradually absorbed the contents displayed before her, and soon, a recording caught her attention, a figure of a young boy, the hero who had vanquished the insectoids. Tianyun. Wina's expression shifted from astonishment to a faint, dreamy smile, her heart racing with a mix of emotions. Light observed all of this with keen eyes. His daughter had indeed grown up, beginning to experience the tender stirrings of affection. In the office of the association president, a chuckle escaped. "Ah, young friend Tianyun is truly remarkable. I wonder if he will one day gain admission to the Imperial Mecha Sanctuary at the Aolung Genius Mecha Engineer Academy. How exciting it is for this old man to anticipate such prospects." The former president lowered his gaze upon the intricate blueprints of the epic mech he had designed. "Soon, my design will be complete. I shall become the first individual on Uluru Star to manufacture an epic mech." A streak of light traversed the sky. Indeed, it was Tianyun's heavenly cloud mech. "Here we are. The massive city ahead must be Uluru City." From the vantage point in the air, Uluru City appeared to be at least 10 times larger than Hanzon City. This metropolis truly deserves its title as the largest city on Uluru Star. With a population undoubtedly exceeding 100 million, Tianyun stowed away the mech and strode towards the towering city gates. The defensive systems of Uluru City's walls are extraordinarily formidable, rendering even extraordinary combat mech masters powerless to breach them. Thus, it is beyond Tianyun's capacity to enter with a mech. The walls soar hundreds of meters high, and the city gates are equally imposing. Gigantic laser cannons are stationed atop the walls, while combat aircraft flit back and forth in the skies above. Tianyun produced his Imperial Identity Card and gently swiped it next to the machine at the entrance, granting him access into Uluru City, inside a luxurious high-end hotel. He pondered, is this the initial stage gene evolution potion? It appears almost indistinguishable from ordinary water. Tianyun retrieved a vial of the initial stage gene evolution potion from his spatial wristband, holding it in his palm and observing it with curiosity. This gene evolution potion bears a slight distinction from regular water. While ordinary water is transparent and colorless, the initial stage gene evolution potion exhibits a hint of pale blue, glowing softly in the darkness of night. Your spiritual power is sufficient to consume 10 bottles at once, consecutively for 5 times, thereby augmenting your strength by approximately 50 tons. A flash of light illuminated the scene as the Spirit of Miracles appeared beside Tianyun. At this moment, I found myself devoid of even a single ton of strength. Yet I could suddenly amplify my power by such a substantial amount. Upon finishing the potion, I would transition to the initial stage of a mid-tier gene evolution warrior. Tianyun gasped in astonishment, expressing his surprise. He had initially believed that he would need to consume the potions gradually, bottle by bottle, until reaching the limit of 100 tons for a beginner gene evolution warrior, never anticipating that he could augment his strength by 50 tons all at once. With this increase, under the maximum enhancement multiplier of the Tianyun Mecha, his mecha's raw power would reach 500 tons. It is noteworthy that in Goka City, Tianyun relied on gravitational acceleration to deliver a devastating blow to the elite insectoid. Had he possessed 50 tons of strength at that time, he could have effortlessly slain the elite insectoid with a single strike while piloting the Tianyun Mecha. Your spiritual power is nearing the spiritual sea level, allowing you to naturally endure a greater enhancement from gene evolution potions, the Spirit of Miracles remarked with a slight nod. Once you consume these gene evolution potions, they may even reciprocate by enhancing your spiritual power during the evolution process, elevating it further. After you finish the initial gene evolution potion, You will also need to consume ample energy replenishing potions, otherwise your physical strength will not increase. Indeed. I have calculated that for every 10 bottles of basic gene evolution elixir consumed, 1 bottle of low-grade energy replenishment elixir is required, the spirit of miracles reminded Onion. I have prepared several levels of energy replenishment elixirs in my spatial bracelet. After all, a single bottle can sustain a novice warrior's stamina for 3 days. Onion nodded thoughtfully, gazing at the basic gene evolution elixirs in his hand. He then retrieved 49 bottles of basic gene evolution elixir and 5 bottles of low-grade energy replenishment elixir from his spatial bracelet. All right, let us do this. Onion declared as he uncorked 10 bottles of the basic gene evolution elixir and consumed them all in one swift motion, followed by a bottle of low-grade energy replenishment elixir. Onion felt a gentle tremor coursing through his body, as every object in the surrounding space became strikingly vivid. Soon thereafter, his entire body began to radiate warmth. It felt as though he were a seed, with the basic gene evolution elixir serving as the nourishing rain, causing him to slowly sprout and gradually evolve into a young sapling. Onion sensed the transformation within himself. The heat within him intensified, and soon the sensation of pain emerged, akin to countless ants gnawing at his flesh. If the initial stages of gene evolution were mild, now it had reached a critical juncture, with the elixir's effects accelerating his genetic evolution with increasing ferocity. Onion, remain calm. Although gene evolution is fraught with discomfort, it is also the most opportune moment for fortifying one's mental resilience. The spirit of miracles observed Onion and advised him. Others do not possess a simulation space as powerful as this for honing their mental fortitude. Most can only refine their spiritual strength during genetic evolution. Therefore, you must seize this opportunity. I will grasp the opportunity, Onion replied, forcing himself to endure the pain. At this moment, his old cells were continuously dying, while new cells were proliferating through genetic evolution. The metabolic rate of the newly evolved cells surpassed that of the old ones by 100-fold, rendering his physical strength significantly greater than before. Onion utilized his mental power to perceive the agony within his body, incessantly stimulating his spirit to enhance his mental resilience. After an hour, the transformations within Onion came to a halt. He felt an overwhelming sense of strength. His former self seemed utterly weak by comparison. When he attempted to grasp a cup, he inadvertently exerted too much force, shattering the entire vessel into pieces. You became overly exhilarated too soon. This is merely the beginning. Your strength can still increase 4-fold, and you may celebrate then. However, before that, you must endure 4 more such agonies, the spirit of miracles reminded him with a smile. Chapter 30. Genetic evolution can also make one handsome haha. As long as my power can be enhanced, what is this little pain? Onion declared with fervor. Moreover, such delightful suffering is something others would crave but cannot attain. Yet, he wondered why his body felt somewhat stiff. Onion lifted his clothing and discovered a layer of dark, solidified substance firmly adhering to his skin. What could this possibly be? As he gently peeled away a segment, smooth and fair skin was revealed beneath. Previously, while living in an impoverished village and often scavenging through the Mecha graveyard, his skin, though not particularly dark, certainly bore no resemblance to the term fair. Intrigued by this mysterious substance that had emerged from his own body, he was unexpectedly met with a foul odor. This is the impurities hidden within your body, a collection of dirt produced internally and harmful substances absorbed from the outside. Explained the spirit of miracles upon seeing the black material on Onion. Understanding this revelation, he realized why he felt significantly lighter. He had been unaware of the extent of the filth within him. Without hesitation, Onion removed his clothing, and with a vigorous shake, all impurities were expelled. His skin, now radiant and smooth, resembled that of a freshly shelled quail egg. Each muscle was neither too large nor too small, exuding a sense of strength and resilience. While the perfect combination of these muscles created an exquisite, streamlined physique. Coupled with his resolute and handsome face, sword-like brows, starry eyes, and sleek black hair, Onion now radiated an extraordinary aura, undeniably a strikingly handsome figure. Even the spirit of miracles felt a blush creeping to her cheeks as her gaze shifted away. A day later, Onion had completed the final dosage of the primary gene evolution serum. Is this the power of a mid-level primary gene evolution warrior? Now, with a mere punch, I can unleash a staggering force of 50 tons, and my physical prowess has vastly surpassed that of the past. My corporeal strength rivals that of steel. Mo Tianyun silently contemplated the transformations within his body. However, despite this formidable resilience, I cannot withstand attacks from lower-tier weapons such as energy guns and laser swords. After all, steel has been rendered obsolete by the Empire for over 1,000,000 years. Suddenly, Mo Tianyun recalled the insectoid race. More precisely, the battle outside Goka City, where the city's energy cannons failed to inflict any damage upon the insectoid creatures. It is perplexing how these beings were birthed. Even the most mundane of their shells can endure the assault of energy cannons, truly terrifying. After a moment of reflection, Mo Tianyun shook his head, dismissing the thought. Regardless, it is time to address the remaining initial stage genetic enhancement serums. Having consumed 50 vials of the initial stage serum and reserving another 50, I find myself with a total of 202 vials of the initial stage genetic enhancement serum, which I plan to sell entirely. This will enable me to genuinely commence the acquisition of epic-grade rare materials required for the manufacturing of the epic mecha, the Thousand Swords mecha. Although the esteemed elder gifted me some rare materials, they are merely a drop in the ocean. There remains a significant distance to cover in gathering the complete set of necessary materials. Most critically, I researched the core of the Earth's heart and found that Uluru City likely lacks it, even if it exists. Its price would be no less than 200 million star coins, based on historical values. The initial gene evolution potion that I intend to sell is valued at approximately 500,000 star coins per bottle. Even if I managed to sell all of them, the total would only reach 10 million star coins, which is evidently insufficient, leaving me far from my goal. In the potion market of Uluru City, Mo Tianyun has rendered a stall from the Market Management Center to sell the initial gene evolution potions. These potions must undergo rigorous inspection on-site, and only after thorough verification can they be sold in the market. At the Market Management Center, the Potion Inspection Department, a staff member clad in specialized attire spoke. Please present the potions you wish to sell for evaluation. Mo Tianyun retrieved 202 bottles of the initial gene evolution potions and handed them over to the inspector. The inspector then placed all the potions onto a machine. Subsequently, mechanical arms opened each bottle cap, and simultaneously, they extended a syringe to extract a drop of liquid from each potion. The apparatus sprang to life, and the inspector remained vigilant, monitoring the results. Mo Tianyun, too, was curious about the outcome. Before long, the inspection results emerged. For the gene evolution potion category, each bottle was deemed capable of enhancing physical strength by 1 ton, with no side effects, and rated as a perfect grade initial gene evolution potion. Perfect grade? Mo Tianyun was taken aback by the assessment. According to imperial regulations, every item is classified into 4 tiers: ordinary, fine, exquisite, and perfect, with ordinary being the lowest and perfect the highest. It was beyond his expectations that his potion would be rated as a perfect-grade initial gene evolution potion. However, Mo Tianyun distinctly recalled witnessing within the core space of miracles that there existed numerous gene evolution potions of a superior efficacy compared to the basic gene evolution potion he possessed. Some were capable of augmenting strength by several tons, or even tens of tons, with the most formidable among them enhancing strength by a staggering 100 tons. Essentially bestowing an ordinary individual with the ultimate strength of a basic gene evolution warrior, all without any adverse effects. A potion of perfect grade basic gene evolution. The inspector beside him could barely steady the report in his hands. After taking a deep breath to compose himself, the inspector's inner turmoil intensified. Esteemed sir, your potion has passed inspection. Here are all your potions and the report. You may proceed to market for sales. Mo Tianyun observed the tremor in the inspector's hand as he extended the report. Mo Tianyun exited the Market Administration Center, making his way toward his rented stall. In the potion inspection office, the inspector hurriedly retrieved a communication device. What is it? An elderly voice inquired. Patriarch, someone is selling perfect-grade basic gene evolution potions in the market. I thought it was something significant. It's merely basic gene evolution. The elder seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, promptly inquiring, what did you just say? Patriarch, someone is selling perfect-grade basic gene evolution potions in the market. The inspector reiterated, perfect-grade basic gene evolution potions? Is it truly of perfect grade? The elderly man exclaimed, unable to fathom that someone would dare to sell such a thing. Indeed, I assure you, it is absolutely genuine. Here is the inspection report. Take a look. It even includes the vendor's address for this batch of potions. The inspector handed the report to the old patriarch. Mot Onion, this potion has been classified in your civilization as the highest tier of primary gene evolution elixirs. It appears you could command a handsome price for it. I suggest you publicize the report first, and surely many will vie to purchase it. At that point, you can select the highest bidders, the inspector advised. Having just exited the market management center, the voice of the spirit of miracles echoed in Mot Onion's mind. I humbly ask for your support. Let your generosity illuminate the way. Thank you, esteemed patrons. Chapter 31, Transforming the Stall into an Auction Indeed, Sister of Miracles. When I learned that the primary gene evolution elixirs in my possession were rated as perfect grade, I thought similarly. Mot Onion communicated telepathically with the spirit of miracles. I am quite curious as to why I see many elixirs superior to the ones I hold within the core space of miracles. Yet my elixirs are designated as perfect grade by the Empire. Mot Onion suspected that the core of miracles might originate from a civilization more advanced than the Along Empire, but still felt compelled to inquire. Mot Onion, this universe is boundless. You were born into this civilization of the Along Empire. Though occupying a galaxy spanning hundreds of thousands of light years, it remains insignificant in the vast universe, akin to a mere grain of sand. Countless civilizations, far more powerful than the Oolong Empire, exist. The Oolong Empire is but a feeble ant in the cosmic expanse. The spirit of miracles spoke eloquently, revealing that both it and the core of miracles hail from civilizations far superior to the Oolong Empire, yet it could not divulge further at this moment. The spirit paused, then continued, stating that should one's strength ascend to a level deemed formidable across the universe, the knowledge would naturally unfold. Very well, it certainly is shrouded in mystery. Mot Onion could only shrug, refraining from further inquiries. The notion of cosmic powerhouses seemed too elusive, a concern beyond his current considerations. His immediate focus was to secure a lucrative sale for his potions. The stall. That was the one. Mot Onion retrieved 202 vials of potions, utilizing the temporary management privileges granted by the Market Administration Center to activate the protective energy shield around his goods, placing the potions within. With this energy shield, only Mot Onion could access the potions, thus ensuring the safety of these fragile and valuable items. Now, it was time to advertise. Mot Onion projected the potion inspection reports from his intelligent brain, placing them prominently at the front of his stall. Upon activating the stall's advertisement player, Mot Onion inputted the promotional content, pondering whether one might wish to transform into a paragon of vigor and vitality. If so, he beckoned patrons to his stall, where the exquisite initial grade gene evolution elixir awaited. Just a single vial could augment one's strength by an astounding ton, all without any adverse effects. Simply submitting the examination report would suffice. Mot Onion was poised to commence his advertisement. However, a fee of 10,000 star coins was required for a mere 10 seconds of airtime. That will suffice, he declared, as he completed the transaction. The colossal screen at the heart of the potion market flickered to life, showcasing Mot Onion's advertisement. Those fleeting 10 seconds passed swiftly, yet many onlookers took note. This ad is utterly juvenile, one scoffed, observing the lack of professional design. They actually spent money on this. I must see what sort of potion they are peddling. One individual scrutinized the advertisement intently, his eyes widening in disbelief. Surely he wasn't imagining things? He rubbed his eyes, then focused once more. The perfect initial grade gene evolution elixir. My goodness, he exclaimed, fixated on the examination report, repeatedly verifying whether he was mistaken. Was it possible the report had been falsified? Unthinkable. This was a marketplace, after all. Anyone daring to engage in deceit would find themselves unable to exit. Moreover, this was a gene evolution elixir devoid of side effects. Normally, even high-quality potions would be snatched up in an instant. With the introduction of a perfect-grade elixir, it was unimaginable how frenzied the market would become. Indeed, a chorus of astonished gasps erupted in the apothecary market as countless individuals brandished their communication devices. What? A perfect-grade primary gene evolution elixir? Such a marvel exists on Uluru? Splendid. I shall make my way there immediately. This perfect-grade primary gene evolution elixir possesses the capability to augment one's strength by a ton, devoid of any side effects. Ha ha ha. I may well surpass the late stages of primary gene evolution. As word spread, an ever-growing throng hastened to the apothecary market. Mot Onion's stall became increasingly crowded, transforming into a veritable sea of humanity. The Market Management Center, upon receiving this news, promptly dispatched security personnel to maintain order. Onion had wisely activated an energy shield, enveloping himself within its protective embrace. Otherwise, the eager crowd would have inundated him with incessant inquiries. Esteemed guests, welcome to my stall, Onion proclaimed, amplifying his voice through a loudspeaker. Gradually, the commotion subsided. I present to you a total of 202 vials of perfect-grade primary gene evolution elixirs, each capable of enhancing physical strength by 1 ton, and entirely free of adverse effects. These can be safely consumed until one reaches the pinnacle of the early stages of gene evolution. Onion began to elucidate the merits of his elixirs. The distinction of my elixir as a perfect-grade primary gene evolution potion lies chiefly in its absence of side effects. While some exceptional-grade primary gene evolution elixirs may also offer a strength increase of up to 1 ton, none match the purity of mine. However, the side effects are considerable, and prolonged use is not advisable. Even if one could use it continuously, the efficacy of the potion would diminish progressively until it becomes entirely ineffective. Therefore, I shall not elaborate on the rarity of this potion. The minimum bid for a single vial is 800,000 star coins. With the option to purchase multiple vials, the highest bidder shall prevail. After Onion announced the price, the majority of attendees shook their heads in dismay. This figure is indeed steep for many. In truth, Onion's pricing is not exorbitant. Within the Empire, the typical cost for a basic-level gene evolution potion is 100,000 star coins. A refined level is 200,000, a premium level is 400,000, and a perfect level is 800,000 star coins. Thus, Onion's pricing is quite reasonable. The reason for the minimum of 800,000 is that perfect-level basic gene evolution potions are exceedingly rare on Uluru Star, having not appeared even once in recent years. I bid 160,000 star coins for all 202 vials of the basic gene evolution potion. Upon hearing this proclamation, the crowd turned to identify the speaker. He was an elderly man with snow-white hair, clad in simple white garments. A closer inspection revealed that this venerable figure exuded an aura of authority without uttering a word, clearly indicating his high status. Haha, old Gula. It won't be so easy for you to claim all these potions. The boisterous laughter immediately captured everyone's attention once more. The man continued, I bid 17,000 star coins. I will take all 202 vials. The individual in question is a robust middle-aged man, his imposing figure complemented by a thick, lush beard and strikingly prominent brows and eyes. Nibbert, how could one possibly acquire these exquisite initial-stage genetic evolution potions for a mere 170 million? I shall bid 180 million. The elderly man retorted immediately. Chapter 32, perhaps a barter? 190 million star coins. 200 million star coins. 210 million star coins. 220 million star coins. The two men continued to stand off against one another. Onion, taken aback, felt a surge of exhilaration within. Remarkably, he hadn't anticipated such fierce competition. It seemed he would amass a considerable sum of star coins, thus securing the materials he sought. Gentlemen, there is no need for such fierce contention. Beware of the opportunist lurking in the shadows. A woman's voice, slightly frigid, pierced through the air, instantly capturing the attention of all present. Following the gazes of the crowd, Onion beheld an enchanting yet icy beauty. With just a glance, he discerned the chilling aura that enveloped her. How could one perceive this? Just observe. This woman sported a neat, short, pale blue hairstyle, her face adorned with a pair of cold, distant eyes that could freeze anyone who dared to meet her gaze for even a few seconds. Further down, she wore a meticulously tailored blue gown, embellished with tiny blue gemstones. At the very bottom, her long, fair legs were accentuated by deep blue high-heeled shoes. It must be said that this lady has a profound affinity for the color blue, yet her demeanor complements it splendidly. It is Miss Cold Rain. She has arrived. Clearly, she is a woman of considerable stature. Onion observed quietly. The two patrons who had been fervently bidding against one another also ceased their competition. Greetings, Miss Cold Rain. The enchanting beauty, addressed as Miss Cold Rain, approached the front of the stall. Let us not quarrel any longer. Let us divide equally, she stated coldly. Everyone, please hold on. Let us include ourselves. Another voice chimed in, this time belonging to a gentleman. Onion glanced over. The man was clad in an elegant black suit, exuding a refined and gentle demeanor, tall and strikingly handsome. However, Even more attention-grabbing was the imposing and stoic figure beside him. This man was adorned in a combat uniform, which Mo could tell was of exceptional quality, certainly not something an ordinary person could procure. He bore a purple scabbard at his back, housing an alloy longsword, with only the red hilt visible. If Mo was not mistaken, the scabbard was crafted from the rare purple cloud mystical gold. One could only wonder what precious materials had been used to forge the sword within. Mo mused silently. Miss Cold Rain gently turned her head, and upon seeing the newcomers, particularly the man in combat attire, her icy gaze, reminiscent of frost, revealed a hint of turbulence. He then spoke, "Young Master Talink, it is a pleasure to meet you." As for the gentleman clad in a black suit who had just spoken, he did not spare him a glance. "Miss Longyu, it is a pleasure to meet you as well," replied the man in combat attire, who was respectfully greeted by Miss Longyu, with a slight nod. This presented a dilemma. It seemed that procuring a substantial quantity of the perfect-grade primary gene evolution serum would be quite challenging. Initially, both competitors sighed and shook their heads. Now, it appeared that nearly half of the prominent families on this planet had convened. Indeed, representatives from 4 of the 8 major families of Uluru Star had arrived. Such a gathering was indeed rare, as remarked by the onlookers surrounding them. Listening to their chatter, Mo felt a new idea taking shape in his mind. Given that the proceeds from selling these serums were intended to fund the acquisition of materials for crafting the Qianjian mechas, and with so many people present, including members of the 8 major families of Uluru Star, it was likely they possessed the rare materials he sought. He contemplated a barter, exchanging the serums for materials of equivalent value that he required. With this thought in mind, Mo took out his intelligent device and began inputting the materials he desired, alongside the corresponding values of the perfect-grade primary gene evolution serums. The priority of exchanging potions is determined by the material serial numbers. 1. Core of the Earth can be exchanged for 202 bottles, all. 2. Stellar Crimson Flame Crystal, 1 piece. Standard size of 1 cubic meter can be exchanged for 20 bottles, limited to 3 pieces. 3. Obsidian Gold, 10 tons can be exchanged for 1 bottle, limited to 300 tons. 4. Colorful Moonlight Meteorite, 1 piece. Standard size of 1 cubic meter can be exchanged for 10 bottles, limited to 3 pieces. 5. Radiant Yttrium, 100 kilograms can be exchanged for 1 bottle, limited to 1 ton. 6. Ethereal Fire Crystal, 1 piece. 1 cubic meter can be exchanged for 1 bottle, limited to 10 pieces. 7. Luminous Star Iron, 30 tons can be exchanged for 1 bottle, limited to 300 tons. 8. Primordial Gold, 1 ton can be exchanged for 1 bottle, limited to 10 tons. 9. Spatial Flow Sand, 1 ton can be exchanged for 10 bottles, limited to 2 tons. Although this list appears extensive, Mo Tianyun swiftly connected to the intellect network to input the information seamlessly. Ahem, everyone, let us engage in a barter exchange, Mo Tianyun announced loudly through a megaphone. This declaration instantly captivated the attention of all present. Bartering? What manner of exchange could this be? Everyone pondered in curiosity. Haha. Please observe. Mo Tianyun projected a holographic display from the intellect network, where all could clearly view the content he had just inputted. The serial numbers of these items dictate their exchange priority. Those listed earlier are considered first, but the quantity of items available for exchange is limited. If the individual's present exchange items exceeding the limit, priority will be given to the highest quality until the limit is reached. I sell these potions solely for the purpose of earning star coins to procure materials. However, I now intend to directly exchange for materials, allowing everyone an opportunity to partake. Rest assured, the exchange rates are exceedingly fair, and some materials may even be offered at a discount, Mo Tianyun patiently elaborated. The exchange is set to commence in 1 hour. If anyone has yet to prepare their items, now is the time to do so. Nevertheless, one must act within their means, as the items I am exchanging are limited in quantity. I will first select those of superior quality for trade. Thus any excess will not be exchanged, Mo Tianyun continued. 1 hour left? Hurry. Prepare now, and you might just have the chance to acquire a few bottles of the perfect initial stage gene evolution potion. Upon hearing this, several individuals hastily departed to gather their items. Ha. I happen to possess some of these materials. Perhaps I truly have a chance to become a mid-stage gene evolution warrior. I've been stuck at the early stage of gene evolution for many years. Some individuals, upon realizing they have these items, were so elated that they could hardly contain their joy. What is this core of the earth? It can be exchanged for a complete set of perfect initial stage gene evolution potions with just one. Some were astonished to discover the immense value of the core of the earth, exclaiming in surprise. A knowledgeable individual nearby responded, "The core of the earth is indeed the most vital part of a planet. There exists but a singular core, which is immensely hard and remarkably heavy. It is typically employed in the creation of epic-grade mechas and those of higher classification." Upon grasping this information, the other person remarked, "Could it be that this vendor intends to forge a mecha? It seems quite plausible, considering the plethora of materials here all pertain to mechas." The first responder continued, "Indeed. Possessing a perfect-grade initial gene evolution potion, and now the capability to manufacture mechas, epic-grade ones at that. This is rather astonishing, wouldn't you agree? Why do you demand these materials? Our primary concern should be whether we can gather these items and subsequently exchange them for potions to enhance our strength." Upon overhearing their dialogue, a bystander interjected, "Hey, steward, please check the warehouse for any of these items displayed on the hologram, and also send someone to collect them. The higher the quality, the better. We shall commence the exchange of perfect-grade initial gene evolution potions in 1 hour." Miss Cold Rain instructed the steward through her communication device. Within the device, the steward's diminutive holographic image glanced at the item exchange list projected by MOT Onion and respectfully replied, "Understood, Mississippi. I shall attend to it immediately." Meanwhile, the initially competing elder, the tall middle-aged man, the gentleman in black attire, and the combat-suited individual, referred to as Prince Talink by Miss Cold Rain, were all preoccupied with their respective preparations in the materials market. The materials that MOT Onion required had already spread throughout the market, resulting in a significant surge in prices. His method of barter offered the remarkable advantage of eliminating the need to scour the market for materials and purchase them individually. In Chapter 33, the conclusion of exchange, only the core of the Earth's heart remained. An hour swiftly passed, and once again, MOT Onion's stall was teeming with an even larger crowd than an hour prior. Observing the time, MOT Onion announced, "The hour has concluded. We shall now commence the exchange of goods." Upon hearing this proclamation, the gathered crowd fell into a hushed silence, their chatter ceasing. "Let us begin with the first item, the core of the Earth's heart. Should anyone possess this core and wish to exchange it, they will receive all the perfect-grade initial gene evolution potions, and subsequent transactions will cease." MOT Onion inquired, hopeful that someone would offer the core of the Earth's heart in exchange for the complete set of perfect-grade initial gene evolution potions. Should this occur, the challenge of collecting materials for the epic mecha, the Thousand-Sword Mecha, would be effortlessly resolved. The core of the Earth's heart is exceedingly rare on the low-tier planet of Uluru, situated at the fringes of the Empire. In essence, it is virtually non-existent in the market. This core is essential for the creation of epic mechas and those of higher caliber. However, within the entire Uluru star system, there is not a single epic mech craftsman, making the existence of a market improbable. Everyone present, including MOT Onion, scanned their surroundings with eager anticipation. Yet no one initiated any transactions. It appeared that the core of the Earth's center was absent. MOT Onion felt a tinge of disappointment, but it did not hinder his subsequent dealings. It seemed that no one possessed the item number 1, the Earth's core, so he proceeded to discuss the exchange of item number 2, the stellar crimson flame crystal. As soon as he spoke, Miss Lungyu, alongside an elderly gentleman and the combat-clad Prince Talink, stepped forward. They approached MOT Onion and commenced the exchange. Here lay 3 pieces of stellar crimson flame crystal. Miss Lungyu produced 3 standard-sized crystals and placed them on the ground, her voice icy as she spoke. The temperature in the vicinity soared instantaneously. These 3 crystals, a deep crimson hue, emitted a radiant red glow under the light's reflection. The stellar crimson flame crystal is a crystalline formation that has coalesced over billions of years at the heart of a star, capable of withstanding temperatures exceeding millions of degrees and the terrifying pressures found at the core of a star. Previously, the deep sea fire crystal that MOT Onion had acquired from the old president paled in comparison to the stellar crimson flame crystals. "I possess 2 pieces of the stellar crimson flame crystal. Please have a look," the elderly gentleman stated as he produced his 2 crystals. "I have 5 pieces of the stellar crimson flame crystal," Prince Talink declared with a flourish of his hand, revealing 5 additional crystals on the ground. MOT Onion approached to examine the 10 pieces of stellar crimson flame crystal, intent on selecting the finest 3 for the exchange. This was yet another advantage of the trading process, the ability to choose the highest quality items for exchange. The materials presented by these families are all of superior quality, from which MOT Onion meticulously selects the finest. The quality of these chosen materials is exceptional, significantly enhancing the strength of the mechas during their construction. Had MOT Onion opted to purchase these materials with star coins, their quality would have been inferior, resulting in a notably weaker Thousand Sword mecha. This piece, this one, and this one, MOT Onion declared, after scrutinizing the 10 stellar Crimson Flames crystals. After careful consideration, he ultimately selected 3, one belonging to Miss Cold Rain and the other 2 to young Master Talink. The 2 stellar Crimson Flames crystals presented by the Elder were not chosen by MOT Onion. Observing this, the Elder maintained his composure as he collected his 2 crystals. This, however, did not imply that the Elder's crystals were of low quality. On the contrary, their rarity in the market was exceptional. It simply indicated that the crystals brought by Miss Cold Rain and young Master Talink were of an even higher caliber. Having tasted success, MOT Onion felt increasingly convinced that his method of barter was indeed a sagacious choice. Miss Cold Rain, here are your 20 vials of potions. Young Master Talink, these are your 40 vials. MOT Onion retrieved 60 vials of perfect-grade initial gene evolution potions from the energy shield as a form of exchange. The transaction for the second item, the Stellar Crimson Flames crystal, has been completed, and now he proceeded to the exchange of the third item, the Obsidian Gold. MOT Onion began the next phase of the exchange, this time attracting a larger crowd eager to participate. Obsidian Gold, a rare metal formed in the heart of stars, yields a mere few tens of thousands of tons from a single star. Newly born stars are often incapable of producing obsidian gold at all. This metal possesses exceptional strength, making it ideal for crafting the exoskeletons of advanced mechanized armaments. The 4 prominent families have also sent representatives to extract obsidian gold in preparation for exchange. The quality of the obsidian gold brought by these families is notably high. MOT Onion selected the finest 300 tons of this precious metal for his own exchange. Following this was the 4th item, the colorful Moonlight Meteorite, attracting many eager participants for trade. The sequence continued with the 5th item, then the 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th items. MOT Onion meticulously adhered to the exchange list, proceeding in an orderly manner. With the final bottle of perfect-grade primary gene evolution serum exchanged, MOT Onion successfully achieved his goal of selling the potions. The most significant recipient was the young Master Talink, who acquired a total of 55 bottles from MOT Onion, followed by Miss Lung Yu, who obtained 40 bottles. 2 earlier bidders, an elderly gentleman and a tall middle-aged man, exchanged for 25 and 23 bottles respectively. The remaining potions were distributed among other prominent families, smaller clans, and martial artists. Gratitude is extended to all who attended. I regret to inform you that all potions have now been exchanged. Please make your way out. MOT Onion observed that numerous individuals lingered before the stall, reluctant to depart, and thus took the initiative to declare that the potions had been entirely exchanged. What? They are gone already? Aren't there still materials left to trade? One exclaimed. The potions vanished so swiftly. I spent over 1 million star coins acquiring these materials, and now I cannot even obtain a single vial. This renders my materials worthless. Is this not a deceitful ploy? Another lamented. Indeed, I invested half of my fortune in purchasing these seemingly useless materials just to secure 1 potion. This is outrageous. Refund our money. As the crowd grew increasingly agitated over their inability to exchange their materials for potions, it became evident that they would not relent easily. MOT Onion contemplated the situation silently. If this matter remained unresolved, it appeared he would be unable to leave. After a moment's reflection, he addressed the crowd, ladies and gentlemen. May I request your attention? I previously mentioned the importance of acting within one's means. The potions are indeed limited, and the items I exchange for them are also in finite supply. Upon his utterance, the remaining individuals erupted in protest. We procured the items you required specifically for the potions. Do you expect us to be dismissed with mere words of limitation? Someone retorted. Yes, we purchased these goods at a high price, and if you do not exchange the potions, they will become worthless, and even reselling them will not recoup our losses. MOT Onion continued. I have not yet finished. I still possess some potions. At this revelation, the atmosphere gradually shifted, and the crowd became silent. These are the concoctions I've prepared for myself. Now, I'm offering them in exchange for the remaining materials on this list. Once they're gone, they're gone. Moreover, the potions are limited, so I require 2 portions of materials for each potion. Tianyun presented another 30 vials of the elixir, which sufficed to satisfy the remaining individuals. With this, Tianyun had amassed all the components for his 1,000 sword mech, save for the core of the earth. Chapter 34, Combat Mech Master Center, the Omeron family. Well, have you investigated this individual? An elder sat regally upon a dais. This venerable figure was none other than Omeron Gula, the patriarch of the Omeron family and the very elder who had procured 25 vials of flawless entry-level gene evolution potions from Tianyun's stall. Reporting, Patriarch, the investigation is complete. Please observe. A young man projected the requested information via a holographic display from his neural interface. The elder scrutinized the luminous screen, his gaze lingering on the details. Tianyun, a novice mech fabricator. The elder's attention remained fixed on the radiant display, a sinister smile gradually forming. Not an apothecary, it seems. It appears he's concocted these flawless, entry-level gene evolution potions through a formula. As long as we monitor him and apprehend him in a secluded location, the formula will be ours. A formula for flawless, entry-level gene evolution potions is a rarity throughout the entire empire. Once our family possesses it, we'll undoubtedly be able to mass-produce gene-enhanced warriors with late-stage, entry-level, peak strength, and perhaps even engender numerous mid-level gene-enhanced warriors. At that moment, the Uluru star would be under the dominion of the Aomeron family. The elder, lost in his reverie, found the thought particularly delightful. However, as he continued to gaze downward, his mouth fell agape, unable to close for an extended period. To his astonishment, the youthful hero who had vanquished the elite-level insectoid was none other than him. Alas, the elder sighed deeply. It was best to avoid provoking such a formidable figure. The Cold family, represented by Tianyun, a junior mech engineer, had single-handedly defeated over 100 insectoids in Goka City, including an elite one, earning him the title of Youth Hero. A strikingly beautiful woman with short, icy blue hair scrutinized the intelligence gathered on Tianyun by her family. Impressive indeed, she mused, yet he pales in comparison to my elder brother. With the perfect grade foundational gene evolution potion, his strength will undoubtedly increase. Miss Lung Yu pouted adorably in disdain. Initially taken aback by Tianyun's ability to defeat an elite insectoid, her thoughts swiftly turned to her brother, prompting a proud huff from her. Indeed, she was the renowned Ice Mountain Beauty of Uluru City. Should anyone witness this icy beauty displaying such a charming gesture, they would surely be left in awe. Such a young individual capable of slaying elite insectoids was best left undisturbed. After careful contemplation, Miss Lung Yu resolved to abandon her plans to confront Tianyun. Due to Tianyun's remarkable ability to vanquish elite-level Zerg, it is exceedingly challenging for even mid-tier genetic evolution warriors within the family to capture him, especially considering there are only a few such warriors in the Barot family. Esteemed young master, I have transmitted the required information to your neural interface, a servant respectfully stated. Bowing his head. Understood, replied the man clad in battle attire, nodding with indifference. This man was none other than young Master Talink. Beside him stood a young man dressed in a black formal suit. Tianyun, a junior mecha craftsman, recently eliminated over 100 Zerg, including an elite Zerg, in Goka City just 2 days ago, thereby saving the city and earning the title of young hero. Talink mused as he glanced at the data. Then turned to the man in the black suit, saying, Gwen, it's quite astonishing that this individual, who possesses a flawless primary genetic evolution potion, is even younger than you yet capable of slaying elite Zerg. Oh, that young vendor is so formidable. Besides being a junior mecha craftsman, he is also a mecha combatant. Brother, let me see. One exclaimed, craning his neck with curiosity to observe the footage of Tianyun defeating the elite Zerg. This is indeed an elite Zerg. Gwen gasped in astonishment. At such a young age, to possess such strength. I would relish the opportunity to engage him in combat, young Master Talink remarked with anticipation, subsequently producing a vial of potion and gently rubbing his fingers over it, while murmuring something under his breath. However, I currently possess a perfect-grade primary genetic evolution potion, which will significantly enhance my strength, allowing me to reach the pinnacle of primary genetic evolution warriors. The other prominent families in Uluru City have managed to acquire information about Tianyun. Yet, upon discovering that he could slay elite-level insectoids, they were immediately deterred from any further ambitions. Gradually, everyone with even a modicum of connections in Uluru City became aware that the youth wielding the perfect-grade primary genetic evolution potion was not to be trifled with. Nevertheless, their desire to obtain Mo Tianyun's perfect-grade potion did not wane. Unable to pursue a direct confrontation, they resolved to adopt a more legitimate approach. Sister Miracle, I have nearly gathered all the materials for the 1,000-sword mecha, with only the core of the Earth's heart remaining. After departing from the potion market, Mo Tianyun prepared to head to the Mecha Combat Master Assessment Center for the Mecha Combatant examination. However, you must elevate your mental prowess to the spiritual sea level in order to successfully forge the core of the 1,000-sword mecha. Otherwise, even if you acquire the core of the Earth's heart, it would be futile. I feel that my mental strength has greatly improved since I first broke through to the perception stage. Yet, I cannot fathom why I have not yet advanced further, Mo Tianyun lamented. Do not worry, it shall come soon. Once you consume a few more primary genetic evolution potions, you will be able to break through. The spirit of miracle reassured Mo Tianyun. Very well, that is reassuring. Mo Tianyun nodded. Before long, Mo Tianyun arrived at the Mecha Combat Master Assessment Center. The Combat Mecha Master Center is truly magnificent, deserving of its status as the only one of its kind on this planet. This colossal structure has reshaped Mo Tianyun's perception of architecture. The largest building he had previously encountered was the Hanshan Tower in the central district of Hanshan City, yet the Combat Mecha Master Center dwarfs it by more than tenfold. It is indeed the grandest edifice on Ularu's star. Please present your Imperial Identity Card. As Mo Tianyun entered, a beautiful bionic intelligence machine halted his progress. Reluctantly, he produced his Imperial Identity Card. Upon successful identification, a scan of his body commenced. Body identification successful. Mo Tianyun, welcome to the Combat Mecha Master Center. How may I assist you today? The bionic beauty robot smiled warmly. Mo Tianyun took a moment to scrutinize the robot, silently admiring her aesthetic appeal. Meanwhile, in the core space of the divine miracle, the spirit of the miracle slightly pursed her lips in silence. I wish to undertake the standard Combat Mecha Master Assessment. Mo Tianyun declared, snapping back to the present. Very well, Mr. Mo Tianyun, please follow me. The bionic beauty robot guided him to the waiting area for the standard Combat Mecha Master Assessment. Mr. Mo Tianyun, please wait patiently here. The assessment will commence in 1 hour. Since this is your first assessment, allow me to explain the procedure. The evaluation consists of a simulated assessment followed by a practical assessment. The simulation assessment entails vanquishing the insectoid adversaries within a virtual realm to accumulate points. Only those who achieve a satisfactory score may proceed to the practical examination. Should one's points fall short, a waiting period of 1 year is mandated before the next simulation assessment can be undertaken. A score of 5 points is deemed acceptable, while those who attain 15 points or more, securing a position among the top 3, shall be exempt from the practical examination, thereby automatically ascending to the rank of a standard combat mech pilot. The practical evaluation necessitates the defeat of 3 other candidates who have successfully passed the simulation assessment in reality. In the event of failure, one may retake the simulation assessment after a 6-month interval. Mo Tianyun attentively listened to the bionic beauty as she elucidated the assessment process. I understand now, thank you, he expressed sincerely after her explanation. There's no need for gratitude. It is my privilege to assist you. The bionic beauty replied with a smile before taking her leave. Chapter 35, The Quietly Diligent Second Placer. Mo Tianyun turned to discover a multitude of individuals awaiting their turn. As he glanced at the other candidates, they too directed their gaze towards him. The earlier mechanical attendant had been elucidating the assessment process to this young man, indicating that it was indeed his inaugural visit for the ordinary combat mech pilot evaluation. Given his youth, it was likely that curiosity drove him, perhaps indulging in the experience of piloting a mech purchased due to his family's wealth. Indeed, I once shared a similar aspiration in my youth, dreaming of becoming a skilled mech pilot. My family supported my ambition by purchasing the most affordable standard mech available. After 2.5 years of diligent practice, I faced the assessment, only to find myself unable to defeat a single Zerg in the virtual realm, resulting in immediate elimination. Now, at the age of 30, I have yet to attain the status of a standard mech pilot, and sincerely hope for success this time around. By the way, wasn't there a youth of similar age to this young man? Yes, he is seated in that corner. A man with a crew-cut glanced towards a secluded area. Upon overhearing their conversation, Mo Tianyun realized that another individual of comparable age had come for the assessment, prompting his curiosity to shift towards that corner. Indeed, he was of a similar age and rather handsome too. In that corner sat an exceptionally attractive young man with black hair. His features were striking. With a fair complexion and rosy lips, he would undoubtedly be the heartthrob of any school, attracting numerous love letters from admirers. His posture was remarkably upright, resembling a clock. With keen eyes perpetually fixed ahead, showing no sign of disturbance even when aware of others discussing him, he donned an elegantly fitting white outfit, exuding an aura of grace. His entire demeanor radiated a noble quality, suggesting a background of extraordinary refinement, unmistakably indicative of someone raised within a prestigious family. Mo Tianyun couldn't help but steal a few glances at him. Perhaps it was the prolonged gaze of Mo Tianyun that caught the attention of the young man, who turned his head slightly to take a look. Upon seeing Mo Tianyun, the calm demeanor he once possessed vanished, replaced by a look of sheer astonishment. Mo Tianyun, he exclaimed, unable to contain himself. Do you know me? Mo Tianyun inquired, puzzled by the recognition. The young man offered no reply, instead turning his face away, dismissing Mo Tianyun entirely. Observing this, Mo Tianyun chose not to press further. In the corner, the young man was no longer composed. His body trembled slightly. Since the moment he laid eyes on Mo Tianyun, his previously placid state of mind crumbled, transforming into a turbulent sea of emotions. Ha ha ha, he still doesn't recognize me. Indeed, Mo Tianyun has never regarded me as worthy. Ah, the first place always shines the brightest. Who would remember the second place? After all, the second is merely a failure, just a failure. Hardly anyone recalls it. I once believed that your brilliance would fade with your departure from school, never imagining you would appear here. Since you left, the title of first place has fallen into my hands. Yet, each time I ascended the stage to receive my accolades, I found no genuine joy. It is because of your departure that I claim the top spot, a hurdle I simply cannot overcome. Thus, I have tirelessly strived to enhance every facet of myself, perpetually envisioning you ahead, with me in pursuit. To my astonishment, you have arrived here this time. Allow me to showcase the fruits of my years of labor. I shall undoubtedly defeat you this time. An hour later, an Imperial soldier entered. All personnel for the ordinary level battle mech assessment, please proceed to the virtual combat chamber. The candidates lined up to enter, where numerous virtual pods were arranged in a circular formation. At the center of this circle was a colossal sphere, the computation system of the virtual world. The soldier began to explain the details of the simulation assessment. All evaluators, please enter the virtual pods. Place your spatial orbs containing the mechs onto the mech generation platform, and the system will randomly generate a virtual world where your mechs will manifest beside you. You will randomly appear in any location within this virtual realm, and your objective is to locate and eliminate ordinary Zerg creatures. The virtual world does not contain elite-level Zerg or higher. For each ordinary Zerg you defeat, you will earn 1 point, and achieving 5 points will qualify you. You may encounter other assessors and can choose to issue a team request. If you team up to slay Zerg, the system will reward points according to contribution. Alternatively, you may opt to eliminate a rival, in which case you will receive half of their points. The top 3 candidates on the points leaderboard, each with a score of 15 or higher, will be exempt from the practical assessment, thus automatically qualifying as ordinary level battle mech operators. The duration is set for 5 hours, after which one will automatically exit the virtual realm. At present, all participants have entered and are in position to commence. Mo Tianyun has selected virtual pod number 68. After placing the spatial orb onto the mecha generation platform within the pod, he stepped inside. All participants are now fully prepared. They are ready to embark on their assessment in the virtual world. Suddenly, Mo Tianyun felt a darkness envelop him, and he found himself in an entirely different place. This was indeed the virtual world. As anticipated, the Tianyun mecha stood beside him. Mo Tianyun gazed at his mecha from the outside, noting that it bore no distinction from the real world. At that moment, an officer entered the virtual combat chamber. What is the proficiency level of the mechas being operated by the participants? He inquired. Reporting, Sir, it has only just begun, and I have not yet had the opportunity to assess them, came the response. Very well, I shall examine them personally. Yes, sir. The officer began to retrieve the data on the participants' mechas. Prominently displayed at the top of the data was Mo Tianyun's mecha. Participant, Mo Tianyun. Mecha analysis information, perfect grade standard combat mecha. Upon seeing this, the officer's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to contain his exclamation. Nearby soldiers rushed over to witness the spectacle. Indeed, it was a perfect grade standard combat mecha, an extraordinary sight, one that had not been encountered in many years. The officer, now intrigued, eagerly accessed Mo Tianyun's information. Mo Tianyun, a novice mecha manufacturer, recently vanquished 98 Zerg creatures, including an elite variant, in Goka City just 2 days ago, earning him the title of Youthful Hero. Indeed, he is the savior of Goka City. The officers immediately stood in solemn respect, honoring the hero. Within the virtual combat chamber, a military officer and a soldier suddenly saluted towards the direction of Mo Tianyun's virtual pod number 68. The Imperial soldiers have always held deep respect for heroes who protect the populace, as well as a profound admiration for the strong. The officer then proceeded to examine the physical qualifications of the candidates. Upon reviewing the data, he noted one individual had achieved a physical strength of 50 tons. Who could it be? Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Mo Tianyun. It is no wonder he was capable of slaying an elite Zerg. In addition to piloting a flawless combat mecha, his formidable physical prowess was essential for such a feat. However, unbeknownst to him, at that moment, Mo Tianyun was not even a genetic evolution warrior. His ability to severely wound that elite Zerg was solely due to the immense force and speed generated by a high-altitude drop, enabling him to execute a surprise attack. In the simulated environment, Mo Tianyun engaged in combat with such elite Zerg creatures multiple times, each encounter resulting in defeat as he could barely withstand their attacks. Within the virtual realm, Mo Tianyun piloted his mecha, searching for Zerg. Mo Tianyun, there are 3 Zerg creatures located 4 kilometers to the northwest. The melodious voice of the Spirit of Miracles echoed in his mind. This startled Mo Tianyun, as he was, after all, in a virtual world. Sister Miracle, this is a virtual realm. Are you not afraid of being discovered? Mo Tianyun feared the revelation of the core of miracles, for he lacked the strength to protect it. Rest assured, with the technological prowess of your civilization, even the mightiest beings could not discern my presence or that of the core of miracles. Let alone a primitive technological creation from a marginal planet, the Spirit of Miracles assured him. Well, that puts my mind at ease, Mo Tianyun replied, calming his nerves. He then piloted his mech towards the northwest, covering a distance of 31 kilometers. Upon arrival, he discovered 3 insectoid creatures. Indeed, there were 3 of them. With his mech's arm gripping a battle sword, he descended swiftly, dispatching the ordinary insectoids with astonishing speed. Ever since my power surged, I have yet to enter the simulation space to confront insectoids. Now that I have, I can only say I am immensely stronger than before. Slaying these ordinary creatures feels as effortless as slicing through vegetables. No, it resembles the ease of cutting tofu, completely without exertion. When it comes to elite insectoids, I used to rely on aerial ambushes, but now they too shall meet their doom beneath my blade. Mo Tianyun glanced at the sword in his hand and gently swung it, savoring the potency of his newfound strength. Mo Tianyun, to the east, 67 kilometers. There are 2 more insectoids. Having slain these 2 creatures, there is no need for me to be informed of their whereabouts. I shall proceed directly towards the insect horde. If I take down too many, I risk arousing suspicion. Mo Tianyun remained apprehensive that should he eliminate an excessive number, he might inadvertently reveal his capabilities. After all, others must scour the terrain to locate the insects, whereas he seemed to possess an uncanny awareness of their locations in this virtual realm, making his knowledge rather dubious. Understood. The Spirit of Miracles acknowledged. Before long, he declared, we have arrived. Mo Tianyun gazed down from the sky at the 2 ordinary insects below. To be frank, these ordinary creatures had become so feeble that he found it unworthy to even wield his mech blade against them. Shaking his head, he pondered aloud. While a solitary insect or 2 may pose no challenge, what of the countless swarms? Would I not be utterly exhausted trying to vanquish such a multitude? Chapter 36. The well-intentioned Sister of Miracles. I must devise a strategy for such situations in the future. At the very least, I should have a contingency plan. Mo Tianyun contemplated, momentarily disregarding the 2 insects on the ground. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He could equip himself with powerful area of effect energy weapons. Devices such as spatial collapse bombs, super laser cannons, and heavy tracking nuclear missiles, these could all be affixed to his mech. However, most of them are disposable. Once used, they are gone. The super laser cannon, on the other hand, is not disposable, yet it consumes an exorbitant amount of energy, rendering the mecha incapable of combat after just a few firings. Mo Tianyun was deep in thought when, all of a sudden, the Spirit of Miracles appeared in the cockpit of the mecha, right beside him. The cockpit, though compact, still afforded a measure of space. Sister Miracle, what brings you here? Is something amiss? Mo Tianyun inquired, gazing at the flawless spirit of miracles. Internally, he mused, Sister Miracle is truly breathtaking, utterly perfect. No matter how many times I behold her, I can never get enough. What's the matter? Can't I visit you if there's nothing wrong? The spirit of miracles tilted her head slightly, playfully and adorably responding. And no, as long as Sister Miracle wishes to, you can come to me anytime, Mo Tianyun hastily replied, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. I've never piloted a mecha in reality, I just wanted to experience it. The spirit of miracles expressed her intent. This isn't reality. Mo Tianyun was momentarily bewildered by the spirit's request. Enough with the nonsense. Will you comply or not? The spirit of miracles feigned annoyance. Yes, I will. Mo Tianyun quickly stood up. The spirit of miracles took the pilot's seat, and in an instant, she deftly controlled the mecha. The mecha's intelligent system suddenly projected a holographic display, revealing the outside scene, where Mo Tianyun could see two insect-like creatures from the Zerg slowly crawling below. The ordinary insectoid creatures possess a minimum size of at least 10 meters. Their seemingly diminutive stature is merely an illusion created by distance. Mo Tianyun, prepared to behold the spectacle. The aura of the spirit of miracles underwent an immediate transformation. She now resembled a goddess of war, emanating an invincible presence. It was as if her very existence guaranteed victory. The Tianyun mecha sprang into action, its colossal sword detaching from the arm and beginning to hover before it. Go. The spirit of miracles commanded with a firm voice, and in an instant, the mecha's battle sword traversed over 1,000 meters, directly striking the two insectoids. The blade of light flashed past, only to return to the mecha's grasp, while the two insectoids had already been cleaved in twain by the sword's lightning speed. Mo Tianyun, did you see it clearly? The spirit of miracles inquired. I did not see it clearly, Mo Tianyun stammered, utterly astonished as he witnessed the sword's autonomous flight, the swift execution of the insectoids, and its subsequent return. This exemplifies the application of mental energy and the formidable prowess of a martial artist's techniques at the starry martial level. When mental energy ascends to the spirit C tier, one can manipulate the movement of all things, soar through the skies, and even traverse the vastness of cosmic space. The starry martial arts provide immense assistance in applying mental energy to combat. Now, do you comprehend why it is so challenging to break through to the spirit C tier? The spirit of miracles began to elucidate the reasoning. It is precisely because the elevation to the spirit C level of mental energy is so arduous that its effects are profoundly significant. Firstly, to create an epic battle mech, one must attain a mental prowess at the spirit C level. Subsequently, merging the epic battle mech's battle seals with mental energy also necessitates reaching the spirit C level. Ultimately, one must truly master the stellar martial arts technique, the Myriad Starshine Blade, which similarly requires mental energy to ascend to the spirit C level. The spirit of miracles made Mo Tianyun acutely aware of the significance of mental energy at the spirit C level. Did you not just mention the need to equip the mech with powerful, wide-ranging weapons to combat swarms of feeble insectoids? If you were to grasp the Myriad Starshine Blade, you could effortlessly annihilate thousands of ordinary insectoids in one fell swoop. Should you refine the Myriad Starshine Blade to perfection, you would unleash a torrent of sword lights with a mere flick of your wrist, capable of eradicating any number of weak insectoids. This technique surpasses the effectiveness of conventional weaponry by far. The spirit of miracles rendered Mo Tianyun momentarily speechless. It dawned on him that the appearance of the spirit of miracles was to assist him in addressing this very dilemma. Sister Spirit of Miracles, I understand now. Thank you. Mo Tianyun gazed deeply at the exquisite spirit of miracles. Recognizing that her piloting of the mech was indeed aimed at teaching him how to utilize mental energy to tackle the issue of numerous weak insectoids, a truly heartfelt endeavor. All right, enough sentimentality. As long as you can slay more insectoids and gather plenty of insectoid crystal cores for me, that will suffice. The Spirit of Miracles said with a sly smile. Indeed, Sister Spirit of Miracles, Mo Tianyun nodded in agreement. Somewhere within the virtual realm, at long last, he discovered that there were indeed two Zerg creatures present. A sleek black mech soared through the skies, piloted by a young lad who surveyed the two Zerg below with keen eyes. Confronting both creatures simultaneously would prove to be a formidable challenge. It seemed he had no choice but to employ high-caliber armor-piercing projectiles. The mech, however, could only carry a limited supply, merely 10 rounds, necessitating careful conservation to avoid waste. The youth pondered how best to tackle the two adversaries. In the next instant, the right arm of the black mech transformed into an enormous gun barrel, while the left arm firmly grasped its counterpart. The imposing muzzle of the right arm was aimed directly at the head of one of the Zerg below. The high-caliber armor-piercing round was primed and ready, having locked onto the enemy's critical weakness. The lad observed the ammunition status displayed within the mech's intelligence system. Fire! With a resounding bang, the head of the Zerg below erupted in a spectacular display. The other Zerg, sensing the imminent threat, swiftly bent its 6 robust limbs into a bow-like shape. In the blink of an eye, it propelled itself skyward with the force of a slingshot, its wings unfurling as it ascended towards the young pilot. The creature exhibited astonishing reflexes. The boy had intended to conclude the battle with a rapid second shot, but the second high-caliber armor-piercing round was still not ready, and the remaining Zerg was already in pursuit. With long-range weaponry rendered ineffective, it appeared he would have to switch to melee mode. The youth adapted swiftly, deploying the mech's energy shield to safeguard its structure, exposing 2 formidable mech arms in the process. Then, the gun barrel of the mech retracted, and 2 gleaming mech blades materialized, firmly grasped by the mech's arms. At that moment, the remaining insectoid had already flown in front of the black mech. Its 2 razor-sharp forelimbs lunged fiercely towards the mech, prompting the young pilot to swiftly raise the mech blades in defense. However, the defense was not entirely effective. The colossal force of the insectoid sent the mech hurtling backward, soaring several dozen meters through the air. Such formidable strength, but now it is my turn. The youth, though slightly taken aback, remained undeterred as he executed his strategy. At that moment, the chest of the mech was no longer sealed, revealing a circular aperture that emanated a terrifying energy, causing the surrounding air to warp from the heat. Die, insectoid! Searing beam. The mech unleashed a robust red beam, aimed directly at the insectoid. The creature reacted with remarkable speed, attempting to block the beam with its hardened forelimbs. Yet, the intensity of the red beam was overwhelming, effortlessly piercing through the insectoid's limbs and detonating against its massive body. This insectoid is incredibly powerful. Merely a common one has forced me to deploy my most formidable weapon. The mech's remaining energy plummeted by a third, leaving it capable of firing at most 2 more searing beams. The young pilot sighed. Chapter 37. The record-breaking Emotianyan. In reality, 2 hours had elapsed. In the virtual combat chamber, individuals gradually emerged from their virtual pods, all having been eliminated from the assessment in the virtual realm. None of those individuals managed to attain 5 points, which signifies that they have no opportunity to participate in the practical assessment. Furthermore, they must wait at least a year before they can attempt the evaluation for the Junior Combat Mech Division. Cursed be it. I have been covertly ambushed by a few individuals who brazenly conspired against me. One person emerged from the virtual pod, incessantly cursing. Among them, was there a blue mech, 2 black mechs, and 2 white mechs? One suddenly inquired. Upon hearing this, the incessantly cursing individual replied, Indeed, were you also eliminated in such a manner? Yes. I was ambushed by them, and my mech's energy shield was shattered in an instant. Realizing I could not contend with their 5, I contemplated joining them. But they ultimately rejected me. A nearby man in white, gritting his teeth with resentment, declared, I could not stand it any longer. Once they emerge, I shall seek retribution. Count me in. And me as well. Several individuals joined the ranks of those seeking vengeance. Hey, look, those 2 youths are still inside. One exclaimed, surveying the surroundings. Indeed. They have yet to emerge. Could it be that they have never engaged in battle with the Zerg? Another remarked, glancing around and noting the absence of the 2 youths. They must be hiding inside, too afraid to confront the Zerg. At that moment, a rather robust man arrogantly proclaimed, Let us not speak too soon. Perhaps those young individuals are already capable of vanquishing the insectoid species. Another person scoffed in rebuttal, Huh? How could that possibly be? I encountered 2 of those creatures once. I initially managed to severely wound one from a distance, only to find the other had swiftly closed in beside me, shattering my mech with a single strike. Do you truly believe those 2 youngsters could withstand such might? The stout man laughed heartily, dismissing the notion. The other individual opened his mouth, as if to argue further. Yet upon contemplating the formidable strength of the insectoids, he could muster no compelling retort. How many people remain in the virtual world? A military officer suddenly inquired. Reporting, sir. There are currently 58. No, now there are only 57 individuals left. Just then, An examiner emerged from the number 89 virtual pod, clearly one who had just been eliminated. The Imperial soldier who had been monitoring the virtual realm continued his report, but as he spoke, another individual was ousted, having scored merely 2 points, still falling short of the requisite 5. Upon hearing this, the officer nodded, then shook his head, reflecting. 93 novice mech pilots entered the assessment, and within just 2 hours, 36 have been eliminated. I wonder how many will remain after 5 hours? He then turned to the virtual world monitor, the soldier observing the situation, and asked, who currently holds the highest score? Indeed, if my intuition serves me right, it must be the young hero, Mo Tianyan. Pray, what is his current score? The officer spoke with authority, then continued, report, Chief. Haha, who else could it be? He can even vanquish elite-level insectoids. In this low-level virtual realm teeming with ordinary insectoids, he struts with unparalleled confidence. The virtual world supervisor chuckled heartily and added, as of now, that young hero Mo Tianyan has amassed 24 points, shattering the record for the primary mech pilot assessment on this planet. By the time these 5 hours elapse, he is likely to exceed 50 points. The officer nodded in acknowledgement and remarked, after all, Mo Tianyan must locate the insectoids to defeat them. Were the ground to be strewn with insectoids for him to slay, his points would likely multiply by 100-fold. With his impeccable ordinary mech and physical prowess reaching 50 tons, he could dispatch ordinary insectoids with a mere flick of his wrist. Mo Tianyan ought to be assessed for extraordinary mech piloting. Alas, it is a pity that this planet lacks a mid-level virtual realm for such evaluations. The officer sighed softly. What are the scores of others, apart from Mo Tianyan? Report, Chief. Here is the re-time points leaderboard, where one can observe the fluctuations in scores at any moment. Upon hearing this, the supervisor promptly transmitted the leaderboard information from the virtual world's back-end system to the officer's dedicated cognitive interface. Let me take a look, the officer said, beginning to scrutinize the points leaderboard. 1. Mo Tianyan, current score, 27-2. Rod Hubbard, current score, 7-3. Peiji Luasi, current score, 6-7-4. Xiao Ma Xiao, current score, 6-5-5. Nair Luosetti, current score, 6-3-6. Wei Li Pei Xingxi, current score, 6-2-7. AI Luan Adelaida, current score, 6-8. Chiasi Te UGC, current score, 5-8-9. Kylie Li Jia 2, current score, 5-10. AOC Tingfute, current score, 5-11. Jia Xia Taili, current score, 5-3-12. Asi Tailu GC, current score, 5. Only 12 individuals have qualified thus far, and it remains uncertain whether the number will reach 30 in approximately 3 hours. The officer primarily focused on the current number of individuals who have met the qualification score. However, it is rather surprising that Rod Hubbard, currently in second place, is merely 16 years old and participating in the assessment for the first time. Upon examining the details of the individual in second place, the officer was taken aback to discover the youth's age. It turns out he is the young master of the Rod family from Hanzon City, which explains the familiarity of the name. It is said that this young master possesses exceptional talent and demonstrates remarkable diligence, distinguishing himself among the heirs of the prominent families on Uluru Star. Indeed, as the rumors suggested, at the tender age of 16, he has already demonstrated such formidable prowess, possessing a significant likelihood of becoming an ordinary-grade mecha combat master. At this age, he would not pale in comparison to the heirs of the prestigious 8 great families. The officer continued to express his admiration. Meanwhile, within the virtual realm, Mo Tianyan leisurely piloted his mecha, soaring through the skies and dispatching any insectoids he encountered. With his points already sufficient, he was indifferent to the presence of these creatures. Everyone, another mecha has arrived. A blue mecha transmitted information to the surrounding 4 mechas. This blue mecha was equipped with planetary-grade advanced reconnaissance components, enabling it to detect enemies from great distances, thereby serving as the scout among the 5. Haha Nas. Your reconnaissance capabilities are truly remarkable. More points are in our grasp. Let us proceed. A black mecha responded. Onward. Echoed the replies from the other 3 mechas. Chapter 38. Capturing the 5 isolated ones. Mo Tianyan. Ahead there are 5 mechas. They appear to be in a team. The spirit of miracles appeared beside him and remarked, "Oh, could they be aiming to seize my points?" Mo Tianyan suddenly became alert, his eyes widening in realization. Though the 5 before him were indeed a team to him, they seemed no different from 5 isolated individuals. As long as he acted swiftly, they would be nothing more than solitary targets. Since they have arrived, he would not hesitate to confront them. Emotion was piloting his mech directly towards them, showing no intention of evasion. The mech approached, and we encircled it. Since it had flown over, there was no need for us to pursue, which certainly made things easier. Indeed, however, we must remain vigilant. Ready your weapons, everyone. If that mech moves too swiftly, we might not be able to catch up. Precisely, the earlier mech escaped due to its powerful propulsion system and excessive speed. Upon seeing Emotion maneuvering his mech in their direction, the 5 individuals joyously piloted their mechs towards him without an ounce of hesitation, intent on launching an assault. Here they come. Activate the energy shield. Engage full power mode. Upon noticing 5 dark figures in the distance, Emotion promptly activated his shield and accelerated his mech to its maximum operational speed. The activation of the energy shield served a dual purpose: to safeguard his cherished mech from damage and to prepare for any potential ambush with laser or energy weaponry. The projectiles from these weapons traveled at remarkable speeds, making evasion exceedingly difficult for Emotion. Such incredible speed! Their mech is accelerating. We cannot let it escape. Let's act swiftly. Indeed, our fastest mech belongs to Nas, capable of reaching a maximum velocity of 400 meters per second. However, the calculations of my mech's intelligence core indicate that the opponent's current velocity is 500 meters per second. I am uncertain whether this is the maximum speed of that mech. The mech is preparing to enter our firing range. Everyone, prepare for action. Just as Emotion was 3 kilometers away from the 5 mechs, the opposing 5 mechs struck simultaneously. The virtual sky was devoid of clouds, resembling an immense sapphire, the cerulean expanse above. One blue mech appeared to merge flawlessly with the sky. This blue mech bore 2 colossal laser cannons upon its shoulders, which were continuously accumulating energy. In the next instant, the energy accumulation of the laser cannons abruptly ceased, and the cannons had fully formed, with 2 flickering points poised to unleash their power. Whoosh, whoosh. After locking onto Emotion, the 2 laser cannons on the blue mech's shoulders erupted forth in unison, tracing a white line across the sky. Beside the blue mech stood 2 black mechs, identical in model. These were constructed from the publicly available blueprints of the Black Blade mech, a standard combat mech of the Empire. Over the course of a millennium, the Black Blade mech blueprints have undergone optimization by true masters and exceptionally gifted mech artisans, rendering them beyond further enhancement. With approximately 1 million star coins, one can forge one of the most cost-effective mechs in the Empire. The Black Blade mech is also the most numerous among the Empire's standard combat mechs. Due to the economical production cost of the Black Blade mecha, its formidable power should not be underestimated, boasting a maximum combat enhancement multiplier of 5. While its energy intensity is classified as low-tier planetary, its velocity is impressive, reaching speeds of 400 meters per second, which is quite swift compared to ordinary mechs. To put this into perspective, Emotion's Tianyan mecha, at full power, achieves a speed of merely 500 meters per second. However, attaining perfection in mecha design is essential to unlock the hyperpower mode, which could otherwise inflict significant damage on the mecha. This capability is exclusive to Emotion, who both manufactures and operates his own mechs, and only those that meet the stringent standards of perfection can access the hyperpower mode. At this moment, the mechanical arms of each Black Blade mecha converged, transforming their hands into 2 colossal cannon barrels, Black Blade energy cannons. With a resounding boom, twin torrents of dark energy erupted simultaneously, hurtling towards Emotion. Meanwhile, high above, 2 white mechs, crafted from the publicly released white feather mecha blueprints of the Empire, were also present. Like the Black Blade mecha, these white mechs underwent extensive modifications and optimizations by numerous master mecha engineers, positioning them among the Empire's most cost-effective combat mechs. The maximum speed of the white feather mecha can reach 450 meters per second. In contrast to the Black Blade mecha, its greatest advantage lies in its agility and lightness. Although its defensive capabilities and overall energy capacity are comparatively less robust, however, precisely due to its remarkable flexibility, those adept pilots of mechs often prefer the Bayou mech when presented with a choice between the two. The Hafeng mech may appear robust and sharp, yet the Bayou mech exudes elegance and beauty, coupled with extraordinary agility, enabling the execution of more complex combat techniques. Its operational ceiling is significantly higher, rendering it more favored than the Hafeng mech. Silver-White Starlight Cascade Cannon, Bayou Impact Cannon. The two Bayou mechs soared through the air, launching a barrage of projectiles towards Mo Tianyun's mech. What a sight! Mo Tianyun exclaimed upon witnessing the relentless assault from the opposing side. Yet, he harbored no trepidation. The energy shield of his mech was of planetary-grade moderate strength. Even extraordinary mechs would struggle to breach it. The relentless attacks from the 5 ordinary mechs would scarcely deplete his energy, unless his mech's power were to be entirely exhausted. However, achieving such depletion would require the opposing side to unleash 100 similar assaults, a feat that was far from assured. After 100 strikes, the energy of the enemy mechs would have long been depleted. Mo Tianyun was acutely aware of the extraordinary energy capacity of his Tianyun mech compared to typical battle mechs. While standard battle mechs typically reach a height of around 15 meters, his mech stood tall at 18 meters. In the design phase, he had prioritized the energy conversion reactor, aiming to elevate both the total energy capacity and the intensity of energy reactions to the level of an extraordinary mech. In the next moment, the assaults from 5 mechs converged almost simultaneously upon the energy shield of the Tianyun mech. Waves of energy projectiles and lasers collided against the shield, resulting in a cacophony of explosive sounds. Boom, boom, boom. The violent detonations reverberated throughout the virtual realm, their echoes audible for dozens of kilometers. Yet, within the confines of his mech, Mo Tianyun felt not the slightest tremor. Simultaneously, a brilliant flash erupted from the center of the explosions, enveloping the sky and obscuring the situation within. Behold the resplendent fireworks, how exquisite they are. One of the mech operators cackled, relishing the spectacle. However, the opposing mech was unable to appreciate this beauty. Despite being a virtual world, enduring such a barrage of simultaneous attacks must be quite distressing. I hope he isn't so frightened that he loses his nerve. As they witnessed their strikes successfully land on the target mech. One operator from the Hafing mech began to chuckle with great satisfaction. Indeed, if we truly terrified him, he may never dare to participate in assessments again. The Empire might lose yet another ordinary-level combat mech pilot. In response, an operator from a Bayou mech joined in the laughter. Oh, hold on. Let us not get ahead of ourselves. Have you checked your scores? Mine hasn't increased at all. Is it possible that the opposing mech has been here for 2 hours without earning a single point? Another operator from a Bayou mech, noticing the absence of any increase in his score, furrowed his brow in confusion and began to inquire among his teammates. Simultaneously, an unsettling premonition began to stir within him. Could it be that the opponent had not been eliminated by the 5 of us? This thought surfaced momentarily, only to be immediately dismissed. He could not fathom that an ordinary battle mech could withstand the simultaneous onslaught of all 5 of them. In truth, he struggled to believe that the adversary had indeed withstood their collective assault. It was inconceivable if they truly endured such a fierce attack. How powerful could their mech possibly be? It was likely that a fierce battle awaited them. In fact, this individual was largely correct in his musings. Yet he erred in his final assumption. What awaited the 5 of them was not a fierce battle, but rather an overwhelming and one-sided massacre. Chapter 39. I assaulted them 5 upon receiving this news. The other 4 promptly began checking their scores. Alas, there was no increase in points. Not even a fraction of 0.1. Did any of you see an increase on your end? No, none at all. Neither did I. Well, it appears our efforts were in vain. It is perplexing where such incompetence originated. After spending 2 hours here, not a single point earned. Truly a waste of our energy. Finally, one individual began to voice his frustrations. Could it be that the mech had not been eliminated by us? The operator of the Bayou mech, who had just sent the message, issued another note, which appeared on the Team's shared information display. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Do not believe it? Just take a look. A controller of a Black Edge mech, gazing at the epicenter of the explosion, began to convey information through mental transmission. However, the message suddenly became fragmented. The controller's eyes widened in astonishment as he leaned closer to the viewfinder, desperately trying to discern the shadow amidst the explosion. His mouth agape, unable to close for an extended period. Look quickly, what is that? The epicenter of the explosion had calmed, the chaotic waves of energy dissipated. A silhouette of a black mech emerged prominently at the center of the explosion. No, it shouldn't be described as appearing, it was more accurate to say it materialized. For Mo Tianyun's Tianyun mech had never actually departed from the epicenter. At that moment, Mo Tianyun's mech remained steadfast, rendering the controllers of the 5 opposing mechs utterly speechless. You all had your fun just moments ago. Now it is my turn to take the stage. Mo Tianyun grinned. The superpower mode was initiated. The two detectors located at the forefront of the Tianyun mech's head instantly illuminated, these detectors serving as the mech's eyes. Due to the extraordinary speed of the superpower mode, Mo Tianyun had to maximize the functionality of the detectors to lock onto enemies while moving at such high velocity. To unleash the full potential of the detection function, the detectors required a greater influx of energy. As they received a substantial amount of energy, they glowed, resembling two luminous eyes of the mech. Mo Tianyun clenched his right arm, summoning a gleaming mech battle sword that materialized in the palm of his hand, which he then grasped firmly. 1,000 meters per second. What an astonishing speed. Everyone, beware, the adversary is charging towards us in their mech. By the time the enemy reacted, Mo Tianyun had already positioned himself in front of the two foremost white feather mechs among the five. Star and Moon shine together. With a thunderous momentum, Mo Tianyun unleashed his ultimate sword technique, striking with the swiftness of light towards the right white feather mech. With a resounding clash, the mech's sword shattered the energy shield of the white feather mech, maintaining its velocity as it ruthlessly struck the core of the mech. In a swift motion, the sword pierced through the mech's core and its energy reaction hub. Following this, Mo Tianyun deftly maneuvered his mech, directing the sword towards the adjacent white feather mech. The scene repeated itself. The cores of both white feather mechs were obliterated by Mo Tianyun's blade, leading to the energy reaction hubs losing control and sustaining further damage, resulting in a catastrophic energy overload. Boom, boom. The two white feather mechs erupted in a series of explosions. The interval from Mo Tianyun's strike to the detonation of the white feather mechs was less than a second. With a whoosh, the Tianyun mech vanished from sight, leaving only an afterimage and a wave of force in its wake. How could this be so powerful? Even the extraordinary mechs pale in comparison. Flee. The pilot inside the mech felt a surge of panic and swiftly turned the blue mech to escape. Just wait. I will deal with you shortly. Mo Tianyun noticed that one of the blue mechs had already begun its retreat. Boom. Mo Tianyun's mech was struck once more, yet it remained unscathed. With another swing of the sword, a black edge mech erupted in a sudden explosion. Was this truly the intermediate virtual realm for the extraordinary level combat mech exam? How could there exist such formidable mechs capable of obliterating another with a single strike? Such overwhelming strength was being tested against ordinary level combat mech pilots. Was there some deep-seated issue at play, or did they simply revel in crushing the weak? The pilot within the mech cursed vehemently. Retreat. Defeated, the pilot of the Black Edge mech resigned to fleeing. However, with a speed of merely 400 meters per second, he stood no chance against Mo Tianyun's relentless pursuit. With a swift motion, Mo Tianyun closed the gap and struck with his sword. Boom. The fleeing Black Edge mech was annihilated in midair. Quite the swift escape. Mo Tianyun glanced into the distance, noticing that the blue mech had darted several kilometers away. With a swift flicker, Tianyun's mech vanished from its position, chasing after the blue mech. The blue mech, moving at 500 meters per second, found itself outpaced by Mo Tianyun's mech, which reached a staggering 1,000 meters per second in overdrive mode. Within mere seconds, he caught up to the blue mech. What he had initially perceived as an easy opportunity for points had turned into an unexpected challenge. I won't go down without a fight, he thought, unwilling to accept defeat after years of striving to pass the assessment. He had even schemed to gather allies to seize points from others, and now, just on the brink of success, he was loath to be eliminated here. Storm Rainbeam. Realizing escape was futile, the blue mech turned and unleashed a beam of light towards Mo Tianyun. As the Tianyun mecha swiftly maneuvered, it deftly evaded the beam of light during its rapid flight. Star and Moon shined together. With a swift motion, a long arc of sword light cleaved through the air, accompanied by the blue mecha. The Tianyun mecha halted behind the blue mecha, retracting its mecha battle sword into the weapon storage compartment within its right arm. With a resounding explosion, the blue mecha disintegrated, its scattered components dissipating into nothingness. It was rumored that defeating other examination participants would yield half of their points. Mo Tianyun accessed the points ledger for review. Slaying a Zerg, 1 point. Vanquishing Chester Yekis, 2. 9 points. Defeating Kelly Regatu, 2. 7 points. Overcoming Lewin Adelaide, 3 points. Destroying Austin Fuft, 2. 7 points. Eliminating Willie Payhangs, 3. 1 points. Current points, 41. 4. Passing score achieved. In the realm of reality, within the virtual combat chamber, the officer observed the significant transformation of the points leaderboard with a sense of astonishment. 1. Mo Tianyun, current score, 41. 4-2. Rod Hubbard, current score, 7-3. Paige Ilos, current score, 6-7-4. Cheong Matthew, current score, 6-5-5. 9-year Rossetti, current score, 6-3-6. Jesse Atley, current score, 5-3-7. Aster Legis, current score, 5-8. Omar Harper, current score, 4-5-9. Funer Harrison, current score, 4-5-10. Alan Hobbs, current score, for 11. Hamilton Beecher, current score, for 12. Gordon Rahman, current score, for in the blink of an eye, 5 individuals were eliminated. While Mo Tianyun's score surged dramatically, these unfortunate souls must have encountered Mo Tianyun, the officer muttered. Chapter 40. Such a reversal with a soft beep. An assessor emerged from the 85th virtual chamber. His expression was a blend of despair, astonishment, resentment, and predominantly, fury. How could this be? With a single strike, he had cleaved both shield and mech asunder. Could this truly be an ordinary mech? Surely, the virtual world system must have given him an unfair advantage. Upon exiting, he was seething, entirely disregarding his personal demeanor, and began to yell in the virtual combat chamber. Then, he spotted an officer standing at the control console and rushed over without a moment's hesitation. Halt. Before them stood the control console, a place where unauthorized individuals were strictly prohibited. The 2 guards, upon noticing the commotion, promptly raised their laser guns to block his path. I wish to lodge a complaint. I suspect foul play. The data of that mech is utterly abnormal. What sort of ordinary combat mech can achieve a velocity of 1,000 meters per second? Moreover, how could he wield a melee weapon and cleave through my mech along with its energy shield in a single stroke? Is this even normal? The individual exclaimed, his voice raised in indignation. Here stands an officer overseeing the evaluation process. If there were any issues, they would have been addressed long ago. Furthermore, in the virtual realm, all data is unequivocally authentic. Cheating is impossible, a soldier of the Empire remarked with a cold gaze. Beep. The 5th virtual pod opened. Beep. The 12th virtual pod opened. Beep. The 42nd virtual pod opened. Beep. The 60th virtual pod opened. Almost simultaneously, 4 virtual chambers in the combat simulation room activated, capturing the attention of all present. Subsequently, 4 evaluators emerged from the virtual pods. Their expressions mirrored that of the earlier evaluator, filled with despair, shock, disbelief, confusion, astonishment, and anger. The first evaluator who had sought to accuse Mo Tianyun of cheating finally found his comrades. Approaching with disbelief, he exclaimed, "Have you also been eliminated by that extraordinarily swift blue and white mech wielding a combat sword?" Indeed, Mo Tianyun's mech was blue and white. Sigh. I am utterly bewildered by the events unfolding. He suddenly appeared beside me, and with a single strike, my mech was obliterated. These were the words of a pallid individual. Devoid of vigor, he was the pilot of the 2nd Bayou mech that had been shattered by Mo Tianyun's sword. Indeed, if one blow could not be thwarted, how could an ordinary combat mech possess such formidable power? I refused to believe it. The pilot of a Hafeng mech gritted his teeth, expressing his resentment. Such a powerful ordinary combat mech surely indicates that its master possesses unparalleled strength, capable of effortlessly demolishing any of our mechs with a mere stroke. Another Hafeng mech pilot rationally assessed the situation. Yes, indeed, the combat prowess of his mech must exceed a reinforcement multiplier of at least 8. Furthermore, the pilot must possess the strength of a late-stage junior gene evolution warrior. However, individuals of such caliber are exceedingly rare on the planet Oyalu. Yet, why have I not heard of him? Judging solely by the mech's exterior, no late-stage junior gene evolution warrior on Oyalu seems to command such a machine. Just as he finished speaking, a strange familiarity washed over him regarding that mech, as though he had encountered it somewhere before. This fleeting thought vanished as quickly as it came, and he paid it no heed. The pilot of the blue mech appeared to possess slightly more knowledge than the previous individuals. However, even with this advantage, he could not fathom who had so effortlessly eliminated them with a single stroke. You all needn't bicker here. Otherwise, what kind of decorum would this virtual battle chamber uphold? A commanding voice resonated throughout the venue, compelling everyone to turn towards its source. The speaker was none other than the officer overseeing the assessment, Commander Hurt. "Hello, Commander Hurt," exclaimed the blue mech operator, who quickly recognized the military figure and extended his greetings. "Oh, you are acquainted with me?" The officer inquired, intrigued by the recognition. "I am well aware of your esteemed reputation, Commander Hurt. Furthermore, 3 months ago, upon your triumphant return from the front lines. I had the fortune of attending the gala you hosted, courtesy of a friend who possessed an invitation. The commander acknowledged with a brief sound, choosing not to elaborate further. He had encountered an elite Zerg on one of the minor fronts during the invasion, alongside several comrades. While valiantly resisting the elite creature, his companions fell heroically, leaving him to engage in a desperate final stand that culminated in the Zerg's defeat, which had been heavily wounded by his allies. His mech was left in ruins, leading him to this planet for logistics work. Although labeled as logistical duties, it was little more than a struggle for survival. Even now, the haunting memories of witnessing his comrades perish before his eyes tormented him, rendering him sleepless at night. He loathed his own lack of power, and he harbored a deep resentment for the Zerg's invasion of his homeland. Upon learning that Onion, not yet 16, had slain an elite Zerg along with hundreds of ordinary ones, successfully defending Goka City, he felt a profound admiration for Onion spring forth from the depths of his heart. What he truly admired about Onion was not merely his talent, but his formidable strength, the ability to vanquish elite-level insectoids. In the Empire, talent is not the paramount concern. It is strength that holds the utmost importance. The officer surveyed the surroundings and spoke. The one who defeated U5 is a young hero named Onion. In just 2 days, he has slain an elite insectoid and over 100 ordinary ones, successfully saving Goka City. With his prowess, exterminating you is akin to slaughtering chickens. Do you have any grievances now? Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in excitement. I remember now. This mech belongs to that young hero. No wonder it felt so familiar. I had seen this mech once while browsing the intelligence network, exclaimed the pilot of the blue mech, slapping his thigh in exhilaration. So it was that young hero. I truly lacked discernment, colliding with such a formidable opponent. Indeed, had I known he was that young hero, I would have kept my distance. Alas, I can only blame myself for not staying informed. I didn't even recognize his mech when it appeared before me. How unfortunate. How unfortunate. He can defeat elite insectoids. What chance do we stand? Yet I even considered lodging a complaint. It turns out the fool was none other than myself. The examination candidates who were eliminated by Onion now wore expressions of regret, having long forgotten their earlier feelings of confusion, shock, and anger, leaving only remorse in their wake. Chapter 41. Let us play together. 2 hours later, there remains half an hour until the conclusion of the simulated assessment. The officer is keenly observing the leaderboard of the simulation. 1. Onion, current score, 111. 6-2. Paige Ilos, current score, 15. 7-3. Luo de Hubbard, current score, 14-4. Hante Lori, current score, 13. 5-5. 9. Nir Rossetti, current score, 13. 3-6. Jeshi Atli, current score, 13. 3-7. Asterlegis, current score, 12. 6-8. Bottomars, current score, 12. 5-9. Fu Nar Harrison, current score, 11. 5-10. Ailu and Hobbs, current score, 10-11. Hami Dunn Beecher, current score, 9. 5-12. Wincy Dunn Baker, current score, 9. 3-13. Waze Airwalter, current score, 9-14. Sherdan F. O'Kanes, current score, 8. 8. It is evident that Onion's score vastly surpasses that of the other participants. With merely half an hour remaining in the simulation, it is unlikely that the leaderboard will experience significant changes. Aside from Onion, none of the others have broken the previous highest score record of 23 points. The officer murmurs to himself, immersed in the virtual realm. Uncertain of other scores, yet a total exceeding 100 should suffice to secure a position among the top 3. One would presume. As Onion navigated through the virtual realm of mechas, he scanned his surroundings, seeking out the insectoid foes to vanquish. Onion. Your score has long surpassed the threshold. Even if you were to be eliminated by others now, the remaining points would still qualify you as an ordinary class battle mech pilot. A voice echoed before him. Consider that your score currently exceeds that of the second place contender by nearly 100 points. Indeed, here, no one could possibly eliminate you unless you willingly succumb to defeat. That is reassuring. Now I await the affirmation of my identity as an ordinary class battle mech pilot. With this designation, I shall join the ranks of the Empire's Battle Mech Legion and confront the insectoid menace on the front lines, Onion replied with a smile. Envisioning the moment he would become part of the Imperial Mech Battalion, engaging in combat against the insectoids. Behold, another mech has emerged. Onion observed a dark-hued mech ahead and halted his own to scrutinize it closely. This mech was entirely black, its right arm gripping a sinister black battle blade, while two massive cannons on its shoulders were ominously aimed at him. Ah, Darkstar Mech. I am intrigued to see what it intends. Emotion remarked with keen interest. The Darkstar Mech is considered an enhanced version of the Black Blade Mech, standing among the formidable mechs in the realm of ordinary battle machines. With a maximum combat power amplification of 8 times and a speed reaching up to 500 meters per second, it is indeed a formidable adversary. Particularly, the Darkstar Mech is equipped with a plethora of formidable energy weapons, endowing it with exceptional combat prowess. Overall, the Darkstar Mech excels in various aspects, standing out as a powerful contender among ordinary battle mechs. However, despite its might, the Darkstar Mech is a rare sight on Uluru Star. Primarily due to its exorbitant cost, the manufacturing expenses alone amount to several million star coins, while the completed mechs often fetch prices exceeding 10 million star coins. Moreover, possessing the wealth does not guarantee acquisition. Inside the cockpit of the mech, I currently hold 14 points, with approximately half an hour remaining before the simulated assessment concludes. I wonder where I rank. However, if I can eliminate the mech ahead of me, my points should see a substantial increase. At that juncture, I would successfully pass the simulation and obtain the professional certification for an ordinary level battle mech pilot, thus obviating the need to participate in live combat assessments. A handsome youth, roughly the same age as Mo Tianyun, gazed intently at his mech from a distance, murmuring to himself. This young man was none other than Rod Hubbard, the individual who had called out Mo Tianyun's name in the waiting area, heralded as the most talented warrior of Han Mountain City. It is noteworthy that by that time, Mo Tianyun had already withdrawn from school. As he approached the opponent, he noticed, to his bewilderment, that the other mech had come to a standstill. Rod Hubbard, witnessing the immobility of Mo Tianyun's mech, felt a twinge of apprehension. The opponent's mech towered over my Darkstar Mech, which stands at an impressive height of 15 meters, already considered tall among standard combat mechs. However, the adversary's machine reached an astonishing 18 meters. Perhaps I should first test the waters? With this thought in mind, Rod Hubbard swiftly positioned the 2 energy cannons mounted on his mech shoulders, directing them towards Mo Tianyun's mech and unleashing a shot from each. Activate shield. Upon witnessing the adversary preparing 2 energy cannons, Mo Tianyun promptly engaged the energy shield. Zing! Zing! The 2 energy blasts collided with Mo Tianyun's mech's energy shield, yet they were effortlessly repelled, leaving the shield entirely intact. Each of these energy shots possessed considerable power, equivalent to the most formidable firepower of one of the mechs that previously besieged Mo Tianyun. How could this be? Not even a crack in the shield? Rod Hubbard's expression shifted from calm to bewilderment as he grappled with disbelief. With one last armor-piercing round remaining, he was determined to breach the shield. The right arm of the black mech morphed into a massive cannon, while the left arm firmly grasped the right. The enormous barrel aimed at Mo Tianyun, and then the armor-piercing projectile surged forth at high velocity. Well, since it is an armor-piercing round, I should be safe. After all, a planetary-class medium-strength energy shield should withstand it. Mo Tianyun, upon analyzing the situation through his cerebral interface, could not help but exclaim in surprise. The armor-piercing round is a weapon renowned for its exceptional penetrating power, capable of easily breaching the exoskeleton of ordinary insectoids and inflicting minor damage even on elite variants. Boom! The armor-piercing projectile struck the shield of the Tianyun mecha with precision. A crack appeared on the shield, only to be instantaneously repaired by energy. Could it be that the opponent's mecha is of an extraordinary combat class? At that moment, Rod Hubbard began to suspect that the foe's mecha was far from ordinary. Let us engage in close combat. I refuse to believe that my sharp, radiant golden blade cannot breach his energy shield. With a swift motion, 2 golden mecha blades materialized in the hands of the Darkstar Mecha, gleaming with resplendent golden light under the sunshine of the virtual realm. Both blades were forged from radiant gold, a high-strength alloy widely utilized by the Empire in various war weaponry. So, you wish to engage in close quarters? Very well. I shall indulge you. My points are already sufficient, and I have no interest in the Zerg. Mo Tianyun observed as the opponent's mecha brandished dual alloy weapons and remarked. So, you have chosen to prepare for melee. Chapter 42. Encountering you is my great fortune. The Darkstar Mecha locked onto Mo Tianyun and accelerated fiercely, darting towards him with the speed of lightning. Witnessing the oncoming Darkstar Mecha, brandishing twin blades like a tempest, Mo Tianyun took the situation with utmost seriousness. The mecha grasped a long, glimmering alloy sword, channeling energy as a gust of wind arose around him. I thought you would remain motionless. Rod Hubbard sneered as he observed the appearance of the Mecha's sword in Mo Tianyun's right arm. In the next instant, here it comes. Mo Tianyun exercised his mental prowess to the utmost, and the Dark Star Mecha manifested within his perception, swiftly captured by his mental force. Suddenly, two golden mecha blades slashed beside him. Starlit Moon Sword Technique. Mo Tianyun swept his sword with finesse, effortlessly deflecting the two mecha blades. Rod Hubbard, witnessing his dual blades being easily repelled, felt an uncanny familiarity with his opponent's swordsmanship. The technique was indeed commendable, yet it stirred a sense of recognition, as if he had previously clashed with this individual. This fleeting thought crossed his mind as he observed Mo Tianyun's swift and incisive thrust approaching him, compelling him to abandon any notions of underestimation. The ability to parry his dual blades and retaliate with such alacrity indicated that his opponent's martial prowess was undoubtedly superior to his own. Rod's blade technique, third form. Rod Hubbard unleashed the martial skill passed down through generations of his family, Rod's blade technique. This technique had been practiced by him since childhood, a legacy of the Rod family. Honed over a millennium, his opponent possessed tremendous strength. Rod Hubbard, wielding his dual blades, managed to parry Mo Tianyun's mecha sword, then drew one blade to strike forward toward him. This martial technique is indeed formidable, capable of countering my hastily executed Starlit Moon Sword Technique. It seems that his mastery of martial arts has reached a level of complete comprehension, approaching minor perfection. Mo Tianyun's lunar swordsmanship has transcended the realm of imagery. Recently, the enhancements brought about by the genetic evolution serum have not only fortified his physical prowess, but also stimulated the development of his cerebral faculties, significantly augmenting his mental acuity and deepening his comprehension of the lunar swordsmanship. Should his mental fortitude penetrate the Sea of Spirits level, it is likely that his mastery of the lunar swordsmanship will soon reach a state of consummation. Although the lunar swordsmanship is categorized as a mundane martial art, achieving a state of perfection within it is no trivial endeavor. To cultivate a martial technique to its ultimate form necessitates transforming it into an extension of oneself, where each move becomes an immortal expression of one's essence. The power derived from such mastery is self-evident. It is an accomplishment that dwarfs those who remain ensnared in the fixed techniques of the founders of martial arts at the realm of imagery. Countless individuals spend their entire lives unable to elevate a mundane martial technique to the level of imagery. Yet Mo Tianyun is on the brink of achieving perfection with his lunar swordsmanship. It is indeed remarkable. Previously, Mo Tianyun invested several years to elevate his lunar swordsmanship to the level of imagery, and now, as a practitioner of genetic evolution, his enhanced mental capabilities enable him to approach the pinnacle of mastery in a fraction of the time. The rapid advancement of the lunar swordsmanship can be attributed to two factors: the substantial increase in his mental power and the iterative practice within the simulated environment, where he continuously refines his technique during combat to better align it with his personal fighting style. Consequently, the lunar swordsmanship has progressed at an astonishing pace. With a gentle flick of his wrist, he deflected the attack of Rod Hubbard once more with the blade of his sword. Subsequently, the two engaged in a back-and-forth exchange. As Rod Hubbard gradually unveiled his rod blade technique, it felt oddly familiar, a sensation reminiscent of a past encounter. Mo Tianyun slowly began to realize that he had witnessed the opponent's martial arts skills before. Mo Tianyun. A voice calling his name echoed in his mind. Suddenly, it dawned on him. During the waiting period, there had been a youth of similar age who had called out his name, leaving him perplexed at the time. That individual had also seemed somewhat familiar, yet he couldn't place it. It was the rod blade technique. Mo Tianyun finally recalled this martial art. In his youth, during a martial arts assessment at school, he had faced a particularly challenging opponent who had employed the rod blade technique. He managed to defeat that adversary, but the memory of the technique lingered in his mind. After several days of reflection, he devised a countermeasure, and thereafter, that opponent no longer posed a threat. Now, however, his current adversary wielded the rod blade technique, albeit with significantly greater proficiency, exhibiting much faster execution and enhanced skill. Yet, fundamentally, there wasn't a substantial change. The opponent failed to recognize Mo Tianyun's swordsmanship because it had evolved from a rigid style to one that was spontaneous and unfettered. Could this be the very opponent from his childhood? Almost 5 years had passed, and he never anticipated encountering him again. It seemed he had not fallen behind too much. However, during that time, his relentless challenges were taken quite seriously. His continuous pursuit instilled in me a sense of urgency, for I feared that any moment of complacency might lead to my defeat. I was then referred to as a versatile genius, while he remained steadfastly in pursuit. Whenever I contemplated relaxation, I would envision him diligently closing the gap, prompting me to remain ever vigilant. I suspect he harbored similar thoughts in this mutual encouragement. This indomitable spirit of competition profoundly motivated me and remains vivid in my memory. Tianyun reminisced about those school days, a radiant smile gracing his lips. Alas, had I not stumbled upon the core of miracles and encountered the spirit of miracles, I might have found myself overshadowed by him. You have truly exerted yourself over the years, and I hold great admiration for you, my old rival. Tianyun shook his head, offering a wry smile. Humph. Now you understand. Meeting me is the greatest fortune of your life. The spirit of miracles remarked smugly, arms crossed. Yes, thank you, Sister Miracle. Tianyun replied with a gentle smile. He felt fortunate to have met the spirit of miracles. Otherwise, he might not have even constructed his mecha by now. Furthermore, the resources from the core of miracles significantly aided his growth, particularly the simulated space. Currently, the treasures he acquired from the core include the blueprints for the Thousand Swords mecha, the myriad starlight swords, and a basic gene evolution elixir. The Thousand Swords mech has yet to be constructed, yet the epic mech, boasting a maximum combat enhancement multiplier of 960, is undoubtedly formidable. The myriad starlight swords represent a martial technique of celestial caliber, surpassing the realm of mundane martial arts. Its power is incomparably greater than that of the lunar star swordsmanship. As for the initial stage gene evolution potion, which has been deemed a perfect grade evolution concoction by the Empire, over 200 vials have been utilized, nearly completing the material collection for the Thousand Swords mech. The value of such a potion is immense. Those initial stage gene evolution potions that enhance strength by several tens of tons are now something Tianyun cannot dare to reveal. For they are treasures the Empire lacks. Exposing them would be tantamount to courting disaster. Anything casually extracted from the core space of miracles could incite a tremendous uproar outside. Tianyun's encounter with the spirit of miracles is undoubtedly a stroke of fortune. Chapter 43. A gift from an old rival having encountered an old adversary. It is only fitting to extend a greeting. Tianyun mused silently. The two had exchanged blows for several rounds. And as Tianyun had not yet unleashed his full potential, the outcome appeared uncertain. I am employing the lunar star swordsmanship prior to breaking through to the realm of conceptualization. He ought to recognize it. Suddenly, Tianyun's swordsmanship transformed. He began to execute the most fundamental moves of the moonlight sword technique. The swordplay, once fluid, had gradually become somewhat rigid and inflexible, each move fixed in its form. Reminiscent of the days when he first learned the art under the tutelage of Grandpa Zika. However, the speed of his swordsmanship had significantly increased. Oh. The opponent's swordplay has transformed. Rod Hubbard, who had previously struggled to fend off Tianyun's sword techniques, was now wholly in command of the engagement, with his adversary merely employing a series of relatively fixed sword techniques for defense. For some inexplicable reason, this sudden alteration in swordplay felt oddly familiar. Rod Hubbard began to recollect the myriad sword techniques he had encountered over the years in duels with various opponents. Tianyun. It dawned on Rod that Tianyun had also entered this virtual realm alongside him. No wonder your swordplay has abruptly shifted to resemble the moonlight sword technique that we practiced during our childhood sparring sessions. You must have recognized me. The moonlight sword technique is still widely studied at the Academy, yet your interpretation of it is remarkably unique and formidable. This martial art is freely offered by the Empire for anyone to cultivate, which explains its accessibility to many. Grandpa Zika primarily practiced this technique. Thus Tianyun also chose the moonlight sword technique. However, given that it is a martial art available to all, its power remains rather average, failing to impress as exceptionally strong. The rod blade technique, crafted by the illustrious Rod family, surpasses the prowess and intricacy of the Star Moon swordsmanship by a considerable margin. When Tianyun first clashed with Rod Hubbard, he nearly faced defeat. Haha, Tianyun, come forth. I have not squandered these years. Witnessing your resilience brings me immense joy, affirming that my chosen path was not misguided. Rod Hubbard felt invigorated, a surge of vitality coursing through him, allowing him to execute the rod blade technique with unprecedented fluidity. Though I may not recall your name, I shall never forget your rod blade technique. Observing the swiftness of his opponent's technique, Tianyun gradually invoked the Star Moon swordsmanship from the realm of imagery. Beneath the azure expanse of the virtual world, a blue and white mech engaged in a fierce battle with a black mech, soaring to great heights and skimming the low ground. It had been far too long since such an exhilarating confrontation had transpired. Mo Tianyun refrained from exerting his full strength, deliberately suppressing his power, while continuously showcasing his swordsmanship against Rod Hubbard. Meanwhile, Rod Hubbard grew increasingly adept at the rod blade technique, as if it had begun to embody a spirit of its own, nearing a breakthrough into a higher realm. In martial arts, mastery surpasses the realm of imagery, and beyond that lies perfection. The emergence of imagery within the blade technique signifies a transcendence into the realm of martial artistry. Previously, Mo Tianyun's Star Moon swordsmanship also manifested a celestial imagery upon its breakthrough. My blade technique has indeed ascended. Rod Hubbard was taken aback. Suddenly, a booming mechanical voice resonated throughout the simulated world, repeating thrice. At that moment, there were approximately 30 seconds remaining until the virtual realm would close. Both Mo Tianyun and Rod Hubbard paused, maneuvering their mechs as they gazed at one another from the skies. There could be no further delays. A decisive confrontation was imperative. In their childhood, each encounter had culminated in a clear victor. Even after hours of relentless combat, exhaustion would not deter them from determining a winner. Yet, it was invariably Mo Tianyun who emerged triumphant. Rod Hubbard had never tasted victory. This is precisely why Rod was so invested in this moment. He yearned to best Mo Tianyun at least once. The repeated defeats had only intensified his desire for victory, driving him to toil for years. Now, as they clashed once more, a resolution was essential. Mo Tianyun, once we engaged in martial arts contests, but now we aspire to be formidable mech pilots. While martial skills are integral to a pilot's prowess, the strength of the mech plays a more significant role. The more powerful the mech, the mightier the pilot. Now, allow me to demonstrate the ultimate move of my Dark Star mech, a technique that can be unleashed only once in reality. Rod Hubbard was confident that the ultimate technique of his mech would undoubtedly surpass Mo Tianyun's defenses. Dark Star, Blazing Ray. The mech of Dark Star revealed a circular aperture on its chest, emanating a terrifying wave of energy that distorted the surrounding air with heat. In the next instant, upon locking onto Mo Tianyun's mech, the Dark Star mech unleashed a colossal crimson beam of light. This immense red ray illuminated the surrounding space in a vivid scarlet hue, accompanied by a deafening roar that shattered the tranquility of the sky. Hurtling towards Mo Tianyun with devastating force, this dark red beam coalesced all the remaining energy of the mech into a singular, cataclysmic strike. Following this assault, the entire energy system of the Dark Star mech was rendered inoperative, as the output exceeded the mech's capacity to withstand such an overwhelming surge of power. The ultimate finishing move could only be executed by mechs primarily armed with thermal energy weapons. A mech is capable of employing its ultimate technique only once during combat, after which its energy core would sustain irreparable damage. Such a technique is reserved for life and death scenarios, while ordinary finishing moves are utilized under normal circumstances without inflicting harm on the mech. However, within this virtual realm, the Dark Star mech would not suffer any damage, which emboldened Rod Hubbard to unleash his ultimate technique. He believed this was his greatest advantage in defeating Mo Tianyun. Alas, the release of such an ultimate technique was alarming. The sheer magnitude of energy posed a significant threat. Mo Tianyun inwardly lamented the situation. Even a planetary-level energy shield of moderate strength would be insufficient to withstand it, as the residual energy would inevitably breach the shield. Despite the subsequent weakening of the ultimate move by the energy shield, my mech remains capable of withstanding it. However, such a victory would lack dignity. After many years, as we meet once more, since my old rival has presented me with such a grand gift, I can only accept it gracefully. Subsequently, I shall return an even greater gift to him, thereby demonstrating my sincere intent. Mo Tianyun, while calmly observing his opponent unleash their ultimate move, firmly grasped the mech's battle sword and activated the superpower mode. Chapter 44. The Vision of Star Moon Swordsmanship Initiate. Boom. The Tianyun mech emitted a piercing roar. The propulsion waves behind the mech suddenly expanded several folds, unleashing a powerful gust of energy. Mo Tianyun controlled the mech, with both hands firmly gripping the battle sword. Witness as I wield this all-out strike to sever your ultimate move. The Tianyun mech raised the battle sword high, and a faint, luminous crescent moon began to materialize around it, accompanied by countless sparkling stars. This was the vision of the Star Moon swordsmanship. Legend has it that a skilled swordsman among the mech combatants undertook a mission from the Imperial Mech Battalion to explore a newly discovered star system in the cosmos. However, an unexpected event occurred. As he approached the star to commence his survey, a stellar storm erupted, depleting the mech's energy in the struggle against the tempest. Fortunately, as energy dwindled, the mech escaped the stellar tempest, drifting toward a nearby planet with its final vestige of power. It sustained damage upon its descent. Yet the distress beacon remained operational. However, transmitting the signal from a planet hundreds of thousands of light years away would take months, and the Empire's rescue would require additional time. Days turned into months, and gradually he began to yearn for his family. Especially during the nights when he gazed at the moon and stars, his longing intensifying. In moments of boredom, he found solace in admiring the celestial expanse of this planet while practicing his swordsmanship. Time continued to flow, and after 2.5 years on this world, one evening he hunted a wild fowl, roasting it for dinner. As night descended, a gentle breeze swept through the air, leaving him alone, gazing upward at the vast heavens. Beyond the starlit sky lay the family he cherished. The moon rose gracefully over the distant mountains, stars and moonlight intertwining. With the moonlight as his companion, he danced with his sword beneath the celestial glow. Shadows flickered and vanished as stars and moonlight shone in unison. In this foreign land, 2.5 years had elapsed. At this moment, the moon and stars became his sword. In essence, the night quietly enveloped the world, bringing a refreshing breeze. Here, on this planet, I stand solitary, gazing at the night sky, while on the other side of the stars, my family resides in my thoughts. The moon gradually ascends from the desolate mountains, stars and moon illuminating one another. At this hour, I engage in the practice of my swordplay, swirling and leaping in the moonlight. The brilliance of the stars and moon evokes the warmth of home. I long to grasp it, yet find only emptiness. Coming to my senses, I realize that only the stars and moonshine remain in harmonious brilliance. I have wandered in a foreign land for 2.5 years. At this moment, I have finally mastered the Star-Moon Sword technique. The essence of the preceding verses encapsulates this sentiment. When this individual created the Star-Moon Sword technique, his mental prowess ascended to a higher echelon. After an indeterminate passage of time, the Empire finally dispatched emissaries to escort him home. With his breakthrough in mental capacity, his genes could further evolve, marking a new stride on the path of genetic evolution for warriors. The Star-Moon Sword technique he devised has been transmitted through generations of the Empire, along with this tale. Returning to the virtual realm, Star-Moon Convergence. Tianyun roared, commanding his mech to deliver a ferocious strike. The brilliance of the star and moon fused seamlessly into his sword. At that moment, a colossal red beam surged towards Tianyun's mech, precisely colliding with the center of his strike. They remained locked in a stalemate for less than a second before the immense red beam was cleaved in two by Tianyun. The Tianyun mech did not halt. The sword, imbued with terrifying power, continued its assault on Rod Hubbard and his Darkstar mech. With a resounding clash, the sword severed the Darkstar mech in half, and the Tianyun mech came to a standstill behind it. The force of Tianyun's strike persisted, a blade of light continuing to carve through the earth and sky. How could this be? Rod Hubbard's expression was one of disbelief, before he disintegrated into a swirl of data, vanishing from the virtual world. Why was such a formidable ultimate technique thwarted by Tianyun? It is essential to recognize the formidable power of Tianyun's strike. Firstly, his physical strength currently stands at an impressive 50 tons, coupled with the tenfold enhancement from a perfect-grade ordinary battle mecha. The exceptional mastery of the Star-Moon swordsmanship, specifically the pinnacle technique, Star-Moon Convergence, and the formidable propulsion of the superpower mode, the amalgamation of these four forces culminates in a terrifying potency. The defeat of Rod Hubbard grants him an additional 7 points. Subsequently, the assessment simulation time has concluded. Beep. Tianyun's consciousness gradually returns to reality. At this moment, the remaining participants have also returned to the real world. Beep. Beep. The doors of the virtual chambers swing open, and one by one, the evaluators emerge. Tianyun. That move you executed just now. Rod Hubbard approached with an expression of disbelief. You still look as dashing as ever, haha. Tianyun remarked, admiring Rod Hubbard's handsome visage. Stop digressing. Answer me. Rod Hubbard retorted with a slight pout. Haha, perhaps it's due to my considerable physical strength. Tianyun laughed heartily. Then what is your physical strength? I have only recently advanced to the initial stage of gene evolution, and my strength is nearing 2 tons now. Have you already reached the intermediate stage of primary gene evolution? Rod Hubbard inquired with skepticism. I currently possess a strength of 50 tons, Emotianyan nodded affirmatively. How could your strength have escalated so rapidly? Rod Hubbard exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment. My mental fortitude is quite strong, supplemented by the consumption of numerous potions. Emotianyan earnestly responded to this old adversary. Oh, understood, Rod Hubbard replied, albeit with a hint of lingering doubt. Nonetheless, he refrained from further inquiries. After all, the individual had already addressed numerous questions, and pressing further would have been somewhat impolite. At the control panel, the officer scrutinized the leaderboard of points. 1. Emotianyan. Points, 118. 6-2. Peiji Luos, points, 16. 7-3. Hunter Lori, points, 13. 5-4. Nania Rossetti, points, 13. 3-5. Jesse Atley, points, 13. 3-6. Aster Legis, points, 12. 8-7. Bud Mars, points, 12. 5-8. General Harrison, points, 12. 5-9. Alan Hobbs, points, 12-10. Hamilton Beecher, points, 9. 5-11. Winston Buckle, points, 9. 3-12. Basil Walter, points, 9-13. Stanford Keynes, points, 8. 8. 21. Rod Hubbard, points, 7. It was evident that Rod Hubbard had plummeted from a score of 14 to merely 7, descending from 3rd place to 21st. Emotianyan and Peiji Luos. You two may directly ascend to the rank of Ordinary Combat Mecha Division, while those with scores exceeding 5 points will partake in the forthcoming practical assessments. The officer publicly announced the entire leaderboard, then proclaimed loudly. Chapter 45, finally becoming a Battle Mecha Master. Within the virtual combat chamber, everyone gazed upward at the scoreboard. Emotianyan's name prominently occupied the top position. Nearly everyone at first glance was drawn to him and his impressive score. Look at Emotianyan's score, over 100 points. That's incredible. Wow. The young hero Emotianyan is astonishingly strong, outpacing the 2nd place by more than 100 points. Many spectators gasped in awe at Emotianyan's formidable score. Emotianyan is here. Suddenly, someone pointed at him. With that remark, Emotianyan instantly became the focal point of the entire virtual chamber. This is indeed the young hero Emotianyan. Truly extraordinary, a prodigy. Indeed, the moment he entered, I recognized that this young man was no ordinary individual. He is truly a dragon among men, remarked a man clad in black. Are you kidding? I remember when he first arrived, you said he was merely a rich kid here for fun. Hey, what are you talking about? The man in black became visibly agitated. Weren't you also supporting my opinion back then? What, are you denying it now? Enough already. Stop making a fool of yourself here. Another person retorted, raising his hands in exasperation. Now, I invite the two of you to the stage, where I shall bestow upon you the esteemed title of Ordinary Battle Mecha Master. Henceforth, you shall both serve as Battle Mecha Masters of the Empire, the officer announced. Upon hearing this, Emotianyan realized that the long-awaited moment had finally arrived. With the title of Battle Mecha Master, he could directly join the Empire's Battle Mecha Master Corps. Once a member of this illustrious corps, he would be able to face the insectoid creatures on the front lines. Collecting the cores of these creatures would become significantly easier. With the cores, he could exchange them for points, and with ample points, he could procure a myriad of technological blueprints, genetic evolution potion recipes, martial arts techniques, and more at the Shrine's core. This would also contribute to fulfilling the tasks assigned by Sister Miracle. She must have anticipated this day for quite some time. It would be a disappointment not to meet her expectations. At least you possess a sense of conscience. In the Shrine's core space, the spirit of the Shrine suddenly squinted and smiled, her expression ethereal and dreamlike. If seen from the outside, it would likely dim the very heavens and earth. A perfection that could enchant anyone, leaving them utterly captivated. Emotianyan ascended the stage alongside a robust man clad in blue attire. The officer extended his hand, requesting their Empire identity cards. Emotianyan and the strong man in blue produced their respective cards. However, the robust man's card was black, signifying a senior Empire identity card, which drew the officer's attention. Upon inspecting Emotianyan's card, the officer noted, Ordinary Identity Card, Junior Mecha Manufacturer. The officer silently pondered whether that impeccably crafted ordinary battle mech was, in fact, the creation of this young hero. If so, it would be utterly astonishing. Achieving such a feat at the tender age of 15 is a rarity even within the Empire, marking him as a prodigious talent. Soon, under the officer's guidance, the identity of an ordinary battle mech technician was confirmed, and Mo Tianyun successfully acquired his professional designation. Mo Tianyun, male, born on January 1st, year 23 of the calendar. Age 15, holds the titles of Junior Mech Manufacturer and Ordinary Battle Mech Technician. After retrieving his identification card, he could not help but scrutinize it once more. In the practical assessment chamber, a total of 26 individuals had accumulated scores exceeding 5 points. Aside from Mo Tianyun and a robust man clad in blue, there were 24 other candidates who met the scoring criteria. They were required to undergo practical evaluations, each needing to defeat 3 opponents to attain the status of an ordinary battle mech technician. This meant that, among 4 participants, only one would emerge with this professional title. The opponents were assigned randomly, thus eliminating any possibility of collusion to secure professional status. Of course, should one manage to conspire with everyone, it would demonstrate considerable skill, and the Empire might turn a blind eye. Fairness is inherently relative. A powerful background is part of one's strength. The greatest equality lies in inequality, and the most profound inequality is, paradoxically, the greatest form of equality. Mo Tianyun arrived at the practical assessment chamber, yet it was evident that he was not there to participate in the evaluations. He came to witness the assessment of Rod Hubbard. After being defeated by Mo Tianyun, Rod Hubbard still accumulated 7 points, which allowed him to pass and participate in the practical examination. Rod Hubbard also noticed Mo Tianyun's gaze. "I may concede to you, but I shall never yield to others." Rod Hubbard silently vowed within himself. Ultimately, Rod Hubbard triumphed over 3 opponents, earning the title of an ordinary combat mech pilot. However, Mo Tianyun departed after Rod Hubbard completed his first practical assessment. Rod Hubbard sought to find Mo Tianyun in the viewing platform, yet he could not even catch a glimpse of him. "Greetings, Mr. Rod Hubbard. A gentleman named Mo Tianyun has asked me to convey a message to you." At that moment, a beautiful bionic robot appeared before Rod Hubbard and projected a text from her chest. Rod Hubbard immediately began to read it attentively. "Haha, old rival. I apologize for not knowing your name all these years. I can only refer to you as my old rival." Upon reading this message, Rod Hubbard couldn't help but chuckle in frustration, muttering to himself, "Mo Tianyun, how could you forget my name when I still remember you so well? Oh well." He shook his head and continued reading. "Over the years, your progress has been truly remarkable. Had I not already found my own path, I fear I would not even be able to stand before you today. I hope you continue to forge ahead with unwavering determination. The road ahead is still long, and there are countless geniuses within the Empire, many of whom are far more powerful than either of us. Moreover, the universe is vast, and we must explore it." Rod Hubbard felt his eyes welling with tears as he reflected. After years of hard work, he found himself defeated, and his adversary was offering him comfort, a rather absurd irony. Nevertheless, the words that followed were indeed quite inspiring. Rod Hubbard continued to read the final passage. "Old rival, your unyielding spirit truly commands my respect. I know you are eager to surpass me. Thus, I shall await you at the holy land of the Imperial Mecha Masters, the Academy of Genius Mecha Masters in Orlan. However, the conditions for entry are quite stringent, as you are likely aware. Do not let me down, Mo Tianyun." After finishing the passage, Rod Hubbard closed his eyes for a moment. Suddenly, he opened them, and a sharp brilliance seemed to emanate from within. "Very well. I shall certainly attend the Academy of Genius Mecha Masters in Orlan. I will encounter even more prodigies, and I intend to defeat them, including you. I aspire to become a true powerhouse of the Empire, just like Grand Marshal Kale." Chapter 46. The True Strength of the Insectoid Civilization and Advanced Civilizations. Mo Tianyun stepped out of the Mecha Combat Center, gazing at the distant blue sky through the towering structures that surrounded him. Under the control of the temperature regulation system in the city of Uluru, the sky is truly a clear azure. In stark contrast, the weather outside the city remains in the grip of winter, where countless snow sprites are borne high above, swirling gracefully in the frigid winds. Ultimately, they descend to the ground, blanketing the earth in a thick layer of pristine white. The lifespan of these snow sprites is fleeting. From their moment of birth to their gentle embrace with Mother Earth constitutes their entire existence. Perhaps it can be said that they do not truly die, but rather continue to exist in another form. Mo Tianyun, perhaps feeling quite relaxed, stretches and yawns. It is time to return to the inn. With 10 days still remaining, he resolves to further enhance his skills in the simulated space. He understands that engaging in battle with the insectoids is no simple feat. In fact, it can be quite arduous, and possessing greater strength equates to increased assurance. Although Mo Tianyun is currently capable of defeating elite insectoids, he remains vigilant. Beyond the elite tier, there exists a plethora of even more formidable insectoid foes. To an epic-grade battle mech master, elite insectoids are as feeble as ordinary insectoids are to MOT Onion at present. He has heard tales of particularly powerful insectoids, so formidable that even epic-grade battle mech masters may meet their demise upon encountering them. MOT Onion, it is commendable that you maintain such a mindset. The truly powerful high-grade insectoids are beyond your current imagination. The voice of the spirit of miracles suddenly resonates in his mind. Oh, just how powerful are they? Is it truly beyond my imagination? MOT Onion pondered, communicating with the spirit of miracles through his mental prowess. Indeed, the spirit of miracles elongated its response. Reflecting for a moment before continuing, allow me to illustrate. Those immensely powerful insectoid species, when they strike, possess the capability to erase the Aolong Empire from existence. They are entities capable of obliterating entire star systems spanning hundreds of thousands of light years. Do you not find that formidable? The thought of such a force capable of erasing the Aolong Empire left MOT Onion in a state of mental paralysis. He was acutely aware of the vastness of the Aolong Empire, which occupied a span of 300,000 light-years within the Aolong star system. Even at the speed of light, it would take 300,000 years to traverse the Aolong star system. Remarkably, the civilization he belonged to had taken over 6 million years to establish dominance over the entire Aolong star system. The existence of such powerful insectoids seemed unimaginable to him. Given the might of these insectoids, how is it that the Aolong Empire has withstood their invasions for over a millennium without facing annihilation? MOT Onion inquired. The spirit of miracles explained, the truly formidable insectoid beings are preoccupied with engaging advanced civilizations, leaving no attention to the Aolong Empire, which is relatively weak in the cosmic hierarchy. The forces they send are merely lower to mid-tier insectoids. While the Aolong Empire occupies a star system, it is deemed a powerful civilization among many lesser ones. With a weighty tone, the spirit of miracles shifted its narrative. However, the Aolong Empire is merely a civilization of galactic scale, overshadowed by civilizations of cluster and supercluster magnitude, and even more advanced entities beyond that. In comparison, the Aolong Empire pales into insignificance. I hail from one of the most exalted civilizations in the universe, yet, alas, I cannot recall the name of my civilization. The spirit of miracles suddenly furrowed her brow, intending to introduce her civilization to MOT Onion, hoping to broaden his horizons. Yet, upon attempting to recollect, her mind drew a blank, as if her memories were shrouded in a veil. It appears that my memories have been sealed. MOT Onion. It seems that only by becoming truly formidable within the cosmos will you have the opportunity to uncover the truths of my civilization, she remarked with a bittersweet smile. Sister Spirit, so you come from such a powerful civilization. No wonder the treasures within the core space of miracles include many items that even empires lack. But why is your memory sealed? MOT Onion exclaimed in astonishment. Do not inquire further. I too am in the dark. All I know is that you must gather the Zerg crystal cores for me. The more, the better, and of higher grade, the better, the spirit of miracles replied, shaking her head. Understood. I shall strive to fulfill this task, MOT Onion responded, feeling a twinge of melancholy within. He lamented his own frailty, perpetually unable to contribute, yearning to take action, yet perpetually hindered by his lack of strength. In my childhood, I often found myself unable to assist Grandpa Zika. It sufficed to refrain from adding to his burdens. Later, I learned of his sacrifice on the front lines, and all I could do was weep, powerless to change anything. I could not even preserve the home that belonged to Grandpa Zika. Presently, the situation remains unchanged. Sister Shinji evidently requires the Zerg crystals, yet I have yet to render any assistance. MOT Onion is aware that the Zerg crystals obtained last time in Geka City were woefully insufficient. He also knows that Sister Shinji had significantly reduced the exchange points for the Wanjian Xingguang sword. He realized that the Wanjian Xingguang sword belonged to the realm of stellar martial arts techniques, where similar techniques typically demanded exchange points in the thousands, if not tens of thousands. Remarkably, the Wanjian Xingguang sword was priced at precisely 100 points. It was a deduction easily made, especially since MOT Onion had always been astute. I ought to return and reclaim my former residence. Otherwise, I find myself without a home. Suddenly, MOT Onion recalled the house where he had once lived with Grandpa Zeta. In truth, that dwelling was a rented shop situated near the market in the eastern district of Hanzon City. Very well, I must return and invest some star currency to purchase it. Off I go. I shall return to the inn, rest for a couple of days, and then vacate the room. Upon reaching the entrance of the inn, Motianyan noticed several individuals approaching him. "Greetings, Mr. Motianyan. I am the representative of the Dropout family, Dropout Morris," announced an elegant gentleman clad in finely tailored black attire, adorned with a black hat. "Good day to you, Mr. Motianyan. I am the representative of the Lung family." Lung Ning, a middle-aged woman, adorned in luxurious attire and exuding an air of nobility, spoke. Motianyan observed that this woman's skin was impeccably maintained. Time had left no traces on her face, which resembled that of a 20-year-old girl, albeit with an unsettling chill. "Greetings, Mr. Motianyan. I am the patriarch of the Ayamalan family, Ayamalan Gula. We have met before," stated an imposing elder who approached with a smile and a nod. This elder was indeed the same individual who had been engaged in a bidding contest with a robust middle-aged man sporting a thick beard on that particular day. Motianyan noticed a few others behind him, one of whom was the aforementioned bearded man, confirming his presence. Upon catching Motianyan's gaze, the burly man promptly stepped forward to introduce himself. "Hello, Mr. Motianyan. I am the representative of the Theodore family, Theodore Nibbert." The remaining individuals also introduced themselves. They were all members of the 8 prominent families from Olyulu City. "You seek me out because of my flawless primary gene evolution potion, do you not?" Motianyan surmised their intentions. "Indeed, Mr. Motianyan," they replied. "Then I must ask you to leave, as I have no intention of trading the potion's formula with you. Should there be a core from the Earth Center, I might reconsider." Motianyan stated matter-of-factly. "Regrettably, Mr. Motianyan, we do not possess the Earth's core. However, we are well aware of the value of the potion formula. Our intent in seeking your assistance is to request your expertise in concocting some potions for us. With materials provided by us, we are willing to purchase each vial at a price of 1 million star coins, or exchange for other items of equivalent worth. I wonder if this price meets your satisfaction, Mr. Motianyan." Mr. Motianyan remained silent for a moment. "Is that so? Very well. I can provide each family with a maximum of 100 vials," he replied. "Thank you, Mr. Motianyan," they responded, agreeing to the terms. Subsequently, they delivered the materials required by Motianyan. He harbored no fear of them discovering what materials were needed, for they lacked knowledge of the precise formulation methods and the dosage of the biological materials. Any haphazard concoctions would result in catastrophic genetic failures. A day later, Motianyan found himself with an additional 700 million star coins and a selection of materials for mecha manufacturing. These materials were intended for upgrading the Tianyan mecha to an extraordinary form. Additionally, he acquired over 100 perfect-grade initial gene evolution potions, crafted from excess biological materials during the potion preparation. Chapter 47. Mastering the myriad star sword within the opulent confines of a luxurious hotel in Olyulu. Motianyan's connected to the core of miracles. This is the 3,000th attempt, and yet, why is mastering the myriad star sword proving so elusive? Motianyan lamented, having faced repeated failures in his endeavor. Nevertheless, he did not succumb to discouragement. With each setback, he became increasingly aware of the formidable nature of the myriad star sword. The spirit of miracles observed from a distance, having no intention of guiding Motianyan. "Motianyan, you must rely on yourself. The path of a genetically evolved warrior is one that must be traversed alone. I cannot assist you. The mastery of martial arts techniques requires personal comprehension. If one receives too much guidance from others, the insights gained will diminish, leading to a weakening of the martial prowess and adversely affecting future realms." The spirit of miracles mused. This was the reason for the spirit's silence, for it understood that each formidable warrior treads a unique path, and to become powerful, one must depend solely on oneself. "For 1,000 times, I refuse to believe that nothing can thwart me," Motianyan exclaimed, having once again faced failure. Yet his determination had only intensified. The spirit had previously stated that the celestial star sword was exceptionally suited to his martial arts technique. Given the striking similarity between his Star Moon swordplay and the essence of the celestial star sword, he resolved to draw inspiration from the former. Suddenly, Motianyan recalled the close resemblance between his Star Moon swordplay and the celestial star sword. However, the latter possessed a complexity and profundity that signified a qualitative leap. He practiced the Star Moon swordplay, conjuring the imagery of stars and moons around him before delving into the celestial star sword. Star and moon shine together. Motianyan brandished a metal longsword as a resplendent full moon materialized beside him, encircled by a myriad of twinkling stars. The stars flickered, bright and dim, with an air of expectancy. At that moment, Mo Tianyun dedicated his entire focus to the imagery of the stars. I have discovered that maintaining the imagery of the stars and moon requires considerable mental fortitude. Might it be that mastering the myriad starlight swords necessitates the assistance of mental power? Sister Miracle once mentioned that one must elevate their mental strength to at least the spiritual sea level to fully cultivate the myriad starlight swords. I find myself perilously close to this spiritual sea level, yet I have yet to grasp it. Therefore, I shall endeavor to employ my mental power in learning the myriad starlight swords. After all, these swords represent techniques of the celestial martial arts. Although I am uncertain of the current might of such techniques, I can no longer rely on traditional methods for cultivation. Mo Tianyun was suddenly struck by a novel idea. Focusing his mental power, he closed his eyes and conjured in the simulated space a vast expanse of starlight, silently attuning himself to it. The moon within the imagery of the stars and moon gradually dimmed, ultimately vanishing amidst the multitude of stars. From that moment on, only the twinkling stars remained in the simulated space. Suddenly, beams of starlight flickered, and all the stars became orderly, coalescing in the sky into the shape of a sword. At that moment, Mo Tianyun opened his eyes, his pupils reflecting the celestial brilliance. Myriad starlight sword, arise. The sword of starlight, formed through the concentration of mental power, surged forth with a formidable might, accompanied by a cascade of glimmering starlight, unleashing an unstoppable force that left a resplendent trail in the simulated space. What incredible power! This solitary sword of starlight rivals the might of my current execution of the Star-Moon Sword technique. If I were to wield thousands of these starlight swords, as Sister Miracle has suggested, no matter how many insectoid foes come, they would be of no consequence. Indeed, the stellar martial arts, akin to enchanting spells, radiates a splendid beauty while wielding formidable power, murmured Mo Tianyun. After 5 days of relentless practice, he had finally mastered the first of the myriad stellar blades. His heart brimmed with excitement, though his words bore a tone of reflection. However, this merely marked the beginning of his journey. True mastery would require the simultaneous manifestation of 10 or more stellar blades. Seizing the moment of inspiration, he resolved to forge ahead. 5 days later, within the simulated realm of the divine core space, Mo Tianyun commanded 10 stellar blades, orchestrating an array of intricate formations in the air. Throughout this period, he not only summoned the 10 blades, but also honed his ability to manipulate them with finesse. Now, under his mental command, the blades could seamlessly materialize and dissipate at will. Quite commendable. The spirit of the divine apparition nodded in satisfaction upon witnessing his progress. This was the effect she had envisioned. Had she guided Mo Tianyun directly, he would not have achieved such proficiency in wielding the stellar blades. A sudden thought struck Mo Tianyun as the 10 exquisite and razor-sharp stellar blades returned to his side. With these blades at his disposal, did he truly need to rely on physical swords any longer? He pondered, casting a glance at the simulated alloy longsword in his hand, surrounded by the enchanting stellar blades. What are you contemplating? How could one possibly forsake genuine weapons? The spirit of miracles appeared beside Mo Tianyun and spoke. Sister Miracle, this starlight sword is not inferior to genuine weapons, so why should we still use real weapons? Mo Tianyun inquired, somewhat perplexed. Haha. While your starlight sword excels at vanquishing feeble insectoids, it proves nearly ineffective against truly formidable ones, the spirit of miracles replied. Then, if I wield thousands of starlight swords simultaneously, wouldn't that suffice to deal with those insectoids? Mo Tianyun contemplated, considering the current strength of 10 swords. Even if your starlight swords are numerous, they will be of little use against insectoids with formidable defenses. At that juncture, you will need to pilot a mech, where the synergy of enhanced combat capabilities, physical strength, martial arts techniques, and mental fortitude will enable you to engage in close combat. Only under the influence of these 4 powers will you reach the pinnacle of your combat prowess. Without a powerful mech sword, how do you intend to confront those insectoids? The spirit of miracles challenged Mo Tianyun. Mo Tianyun realized her misjudgment. Do you recall the sword strike you unleashed during the simulation assessment? That single blow surpassed the combined strength of your 10 starlight swords. It seems you've become complacent. Even with mastery over myriad starlight swords, you still wish to forego a weapon. A weapon in hand is the lifeblood of a warrior. Do you understand? You are a practitioner of the sword, for you. Regardless of the circumstances, you must always have unwavering faith in the blade that resides in your hand. For the sword is not merely a weapon, but an embodiment of your existence, a manifestation of your warrior's journey, and a reflection of your warrior's spirit. The spirit of miracles gazed into Mo Tianyun's eyes and spoke. The sword represents the essence of the warrior, the path of the warrior, the heart of the warrior. After hearing the spirit of miracles, Emotianyan murmured to himself. The impact of these words was profound, especially the final assertion that the sword is the heart of the warrior. He suddenly recalled that this phrase mirrored the words spoken by Grandpa Zika, and he remembered how, over the years, he had severed numerous obstacles with his sword. The sword symbolized Emotianyan's path as a warrior, and the warrior's heart signified the belief in the path one treads. Now that Emotianyan had chosen to forsake the sword, was he not contradicting the very journey he had embarked upon? Was he not abandoning his warrior spirit? Emotianyan's heart was in turmoil. Chapter 48, The Four Hearts of the Strong and the Levels of Spiritual Force in the Sea of Consciousness. The Spirit of Miracles silently observed Emotianyan, contemplating. Emotianyan, I hope you can overcome this hurdle and soar once again, successfully forging the nascent heart of a true warrior. Indeed, upon hearing Emotianyan's words, the Spirit of Miracles was suddenly inspired by a plan. She aimed to cultivate Emotianyan's warrior heart, enabling him to eventually become a true powerhouse, capable of standing tall among the giants of the universe. A genuine force of cosmic strength. Once Emotianyan successfully molds the nascent form of a warrior's heart, the benefits to him will be immense. His resolve as a martial artist will solidify, and mastering martial techniques will become second nature, possibly even leading to a breakthrough in his mental prowess. However, should he fail, the blow to his spirit would be considerable. Yet, the Spirit of Miracles remains undaunted. She can erase this memory from Emotianyan's mind, allowing him to start anew until he successfully shapes the essence of his warrior's heart. The Spirit of Miracles understands that for Emotianyan to become a formidable force, he must cultivate a heart akin to that of true warriors. Thus, it is imperative to establish a solid foundation, enabling a future transformation into an authentic warrior's heart. Emotianyan gradually reflects on the myriad experiences from his childhood to the present, traversing the path of a martial artist. His countenance shifts through joy, sorrow, anger, serenity, and coldness. After a prolonged silence, he suddenly exclaims, "No." After closing his eyes in contemplation, he opens them with newfound clarity, declaring, "Whether it is the sword in my hand or the blade forged from my mental energy, both embody the essence of my heart. They are my warrior's spirit. I have never entertained the thought of forsaking them. They are intertwined with my very being, never apart. As long as there resides a sword within my heart, I can sever all obstacles on the path of a martial artist. Even when faced with insurmountable odds, I shall carve a path with the sword of my spirit." As he spoke, the sword within his heart grew ever more solid and steadfast. His eyes sparkled with increasing brilliance, akin to two luminous beacons piercing the darkness, illuminating the path forward for the martial artist. Upon hearing Emotianyan's words, the Spirit of Miracles nodded and murmured, "Indeed, what has been forged is a heart of valor." Emotianyan's gaze gradually dimmed, yet he continued to speak. The path of a warrior may be fraught with obstacles, but possessing formidable power allows one to vanquish more of the insectoid race, to avenge Grandpa Zika, to acquire additional insect cores for Sister Shinjitsu, to grow ever stronger, and to safeguard that which he cherishes, protecting each individual who has shown him kindness. Emotianyan reminisced about Grandpa Zika, the flawless Sister Shinjitsu, the steadfast Bill who had accompanied him in the impoverished village for nearly 5 years, the villagers themselves, and even the former president and Vena's father, Light, along with Vena. The Spirit of Miracles listened, astonished yet delighted, silently contemplating that Emotianyan had also cultivated a heart of guardianship, two hearts of strength. His talent was indeed remarkable. At that moment, a vibrant green light flickered in Emotianyan's eyes. If I lack formidable power, like that time when the insectoids suddenly invaded Goka City, I would be powerless, forced to watch as millions perish under the onslaught of the insectoid invasion. Subsequently, the insectoids would absorb sufficient life force, giving rise to even more of their kind. In such a scenario, many more lives would be lost in the calamity wrought by these creatures. Emotianyan recalled the time he had slain elite insectoids and hundreds of ordinary ones, saving the lives of the entire populace of Goka City. How could this be? The Spirit of Miracles opened its eyes wide, sparkling like stars, filled with astonishment. Before the spirit could gather its thoughts, Emotianyan's eyes transformed from green to gold. Thus, I must possess a power of greater magnitude, a strength potent enough to eradicate everything I find displeasing. Even the formidable advanced insect race capable of effortlessly obliterating the entire civilization of the Aolung Empire, as mentioned by Sister Miracle, shall vanish into thin air if I find it intolerable. In this moment, Mo Tianyun's golden pupils and the declaration of such assertive words rendered him undeniably imposing, as if he truly possessed the ability to eradicate all injustices. The Spirit of Miracles was no longer merely surprised. Its eyes widened further, and even its delicate pink cherry lips parted slightly, unable to disguise the shock within. There lay a benevolent heart and a heart of judgment, with just a gentle provocation, questioning the spirit of a warrior within him. I had not anticipated that he would give birth to the nascent forms of four powerful hearts. The Spirit of Miracles murmured to itself, "The heart of valor, born from those who possess such courage, allows one to tread further along the path of genetic evolution as a warrior, becoming an essential trait of true cosmic power. The heart of guardianship, birthed by those who embody protection, often manifests its most formidable strength in critical moments, aiding them in transcending to higher realms. Though the heart of guardianship may appear passive, it frequently creates miracles, with many achieving cosmic prowess through the power of protection. A heart of kindness. Those who possess such a heart are invariably capable of showing compassion towards the weak. Their souls are pure and transparent, their spirits robust and profound. Transcending boundaries becomes a simpler endeavor, and the path to becoming a formidable being is rendered more accessible. A heart of judgment, on the other hand, is characterized by unwavering resolve, bold confidence, and decisive action. It exudes an aura of superiority, a commanding presence that looks down upon the masses. The Spirit of Miracles contemplated the significance of these four types of powerful hearts, then glanced at Mo Tianyan, a smile involuntarily gracing her lips, her expression revealing uncontainable delight. To possess even one of these powerful hearts is to harbor the potential to become strong. To possess two may lead one to attain the status of a true cosmic powerhouse. 3 such hearts are rare within the universe, while 4 would render one a prodigy among the advanced civilizations of the cosmos. Perhaps, even without my assistance, if Mo Tianyan were to flourish unhindered, he would undoubtedly emerge as a cosmic powerhouse in the future. I truly did not select the wrong individual. I initially sought merely a youth of decent talent. Yet I had not anticipated that Mo Tianyun would be such a remarkable genius. Such brilliance is indeed a rarity among all civilizations in the universe. The Spirit of Miracles chuckled softly, reminiscing about her initial decision to invest a fragment of energy from the core of miracles to control a few golden wolf beasts to set trials for Mo Tianyun, having recognized his potential for growth as a solitary individual. Fortunately, Mo Tianyan vanquished the leader of the golden wolf beast and successfully passed the trial. He was then lured by the Spirit of Miracles into a cave, from which he extracted the core of the miracle. Alas, my body aches somewhat. It seems my mental power is on the verge of a breakthrough. Suddenly, Mo Tianyun felt a jolt coursing through him, sensing that his mental power had magnified immensely, a force as grand and profound as the ocean. Empowered by this mental prowess, he felt as though he was soaring high above, surveying the entirety of Ururo City. No, the range of his mental perception continued to expand, enveloping an area exceeding 10,000 kilometers. This is the Spirit Sea level of mental power, representing a qualitative leap from the perception level. Chapter 49. The might of Spirit Sea level mental power. My mental power is astonishingly potent, overwhelming nearly half of Ururo Star. Mo Tianyun could hardly believe that the Spirit Sea level of mental power could be this formidable. Previously, at the apex of the perception level, he could sense only about a kilometer. Now, his mental perception range had increased by thousands of times. Is this truly the Spirit Sea level of mental power? I seemed to glimpse Han City, along with the Han Mountain Building and the Mecha Manufacturing Center of Han City, and I can even see Goka City. Mo Tianyun exclaimed with excitement. Congratulations, Mo Tianyun. Your mental power has finally transcended its limits, reaching the Spirit Sea level. You may now forge epic mechas like the Thousand Sword Mecha. Furthermore, you can exchange for intermediate genetic evolution potions, becoming an intermediate genetic evolution warrior. Moreover, the myriad stars of the sword beckon one to diligently cultivate towards the pinnacle of mastery. The Spirit of Miracles, ever present, chuckles softly while continuously imparting wisdom. Indeed, I shall elevate my own powers to the zenith of the late-stage beginner gene evolution warrior. As Mo Tianyan proclaimed this, he produced 50 vials of perfect-grade initial gene evolution potions. A day later, The sensation of enhanced strength was truly exhilarating. My physical prowess has now ascended to a remarkable 100 tons, representative of the ultimate capacity of a late-stage beginner gene evolution warrior. Emotion. Reveling in the vitality coursing through his body, remarked upon his transformation. His height had increased by approximately 5 centimeters. His skin had become somewhat fairer, and his attractiveness had heightened, though he mused that he still did not rival his old adversary's charm. Oh well, I suppose I am quite handsome in my own right. Emotion reflected as he gazed into the mirror. What matters most is strength. I am now capable of besting 100 foes of my former caliber, which is indeed a cause for celebration. Now, it is imperative to return to Han City and reclaim my home. Emotion often contemplated his previous residence. Though he had found a place to stay, the solitude of wandering alone without a home felt akin to a rootless reed, drifting aimlessly amidst the vast sea of humanity, adrift and unsupported. Unable to find a place to settle. Since departing from his former abode, despite securing a dwelling, the warmth of home had eluded him, leaving a void within his heart. As if something vital was missing. With winter nearing its end, could the revitalizing spring be far behind? However, many seeds often perish in the frigid embrace of winter's icy grasp, unable to await the luminous arrival of spring filled with vitality and hope. Why is this so? It is because the essence of these seeds has been corroded in the frozen earth. A seed devoid of its germ cannot take root and sprout, even when nourished by the spring rains and caressed by the warm sunlight. Thus, Emotion is akin to a seed, yet lacks the sanctuary of a home within his heart. Good day, sir. How may I assist you? I would like to cancel this room. Certainly, sir. You have rented for a total of 15 days, with 3 days remaining. We will process the refund of your star currency. Emotion nodded. He had arrived at this inn on December 16th and had now stayed for 12 days. Today was already December 28th. At the reception desk in the first-floor lobby of the inn, Emotion completed the cancellation of his room. Ulu City was vast, and it took Emotion an hour to reach the outskirts. He then retrieved the spatial orb, summoning the Tianyun Mecha. This immediately captured the attention of the Imperial soldiers guarding the enormous city gates, as well as the passers-by. Mechas were still quite rare. Those who possessed them typically hailed from prominent families or held esteemed positions. In less than 3 months, my strength has surged remarkably. The mecha has been successfully crafted, and my mental prowess has transcended from the perception level to the spiritual sea level. The materials for the epic mecha, the 1,000-sword mecha, have nearly been gathered. Once I acquire the core of the Earth's heart, I will be able to forge the epic mecha. Emotion gently caressed the Tianyun mech, filled with deep emotion. He possessed an Imperial identity card, was a novice mech manufacturer, and held the title of a standard combat mech technician, each role a testament to his achievements. Additionally, he had over 700 million star coins at his disposal. Regrettably, he could not purchase the Zerg crystal cores, for had he been able to, he would have acquired many of them. Such aspirations were once mere fantasies, and he never anticipated their swift realization in just 3 months. He had accomplished what had taken him a decade to plan. His wealth, in particular, had far exceeded his expectations. Before obtaining the core of miracles, Emotion had his own objectives and had diligently worked towards them. Now, not only had he achieved his goals, but he had also surpassed his own mental benchmarks. Through profound introspection, catalyzed by the essence of the miracle, he had successfully forged 4 hearts of the strong, embarking on a path of strength. Thus, he intended to pursue his martial journey, viewing himself as a raw gem, destined to be refined through relentless honing and sculpting, ultimately radiating brilliance that would astonish the universe and establish himself as a true powerhouse. Emotion understood that he must forge his unique martial path, for there were people and things he needed to protect. He harbored a kind heart, coupled with an indomitable will that resonated from the depths of his soul. He would return in a few days. As he gazed at Ulu City from within the mech, he soared into the sky, leaving behind a quivering atmosphere in the envious gazes of onlookers. High above, Emotion contemplated, why not attempt to propel your mech using the spirit sea level of mental power? The speed of the mech will increase significantly. There are numerous other advantages. You should experience it for yourself. The spirit of miracles appeared beside Emotion and spoke. Is that so? Then I shall give it a try now. Upon hearing this, Emotion was instantly intrigued. His psychic power had just broken through, and he had yet to explore its full potential. Activating full power mode, the mech suddenly accelerated, swiftly reaching a speed of 500 meters per second. At that moment, Motion unleashed his psychic energy. I can feel that my control over the mech has greatly enhanced my reaction speed, and my sensing range has expanded tremendously. I should now be able to adeptly evade some rapid laser cannons and energy blasts, whereas before, I had to rely on the energy shield to withstand them. Motion exclaimed with delight. Indeed, because you are now controlling the mech through your psychic energy, your current psychic strength surpasses what it was before, leading to a remarkable increase in reaction speed. Therefore, the true power of the mech can now be unleashed. Many advanced maneuvers and techniques in mech piloting have now been unlocked, and there is much for you to learn regarding mech combat skills. The Spirit of Miracles nodded in agreement. Chapter 50, Let Us Go Home. Back to the initial beauty, the mech's control through psychic energy has significantly enhanced its speed. And coupled with its expansive sensing capabilities, the mech's original fatal weakness of being insufficiently agile has vanished. Agility is no longer a drawback of the mech. This is one of the remarkable advantages of Spirit C-level psychic energy. Why is it that epic mechs require Spirit C-level psychic energy for piloting? The first reason is that each epic mech possesses its own unique mech battle emblem, requiring a mental capacity at the Spirit C-level to successfully integrate with it, thereby revealing the true might of the epic mech. The second reason is that epic mechs are exceedingly powerful and complex, without a mental capacity at the Spirit C-level. One would be unable to even operate the mech, let alone engage in combat with an epic mech. Typically, epic mech's tower tends to hundreds of meters high, with some even larger, containing a multitude of components, vast parts, and intricate systems. Previously, with his mental capacity at the perception level, Motion found it somewhat cumbersome to control the ordinary battle mech, the Tianyan mech. Thus, even when faced with a standard epic mech, he would be incapable of piloting it. Moreover, the Qianjian mech stands as an exceptionally formidable entity among the epic mechs. Subsequently, Motion propelled the Tianyun mech with his mental energy. The speed of the Tianyun mech escalated rapidly. 600 meters per second, 700 meters per second, 800 meters per second, 1000 meters per second, reaching an astonishing 1167 meters per second within mere seconds. This speed of 1,167 meters per second represents the utmost velocity I could achieve in full power mode through the application of mental energy, marking a 334-fold increase. Surpassing even the superpower mode's flight speed, exclaimed Motion with delight. Now, let us test the extent of the speed enhancement under superpower mode. Superpower mode activated. The flight speed of the Tianyan mecha surged once again, reaching 300 meters per second, then 500 meters per second, followed by 700 meters per second, and finally peaking at 2,022 meters per second. After a few moments, the maximum speed of the Tianyan mecha stabilized at 2,022 meters per second. Although the increase in speed was not as significant as before, it remained impressively swift, effectively doubling its previous velocity. Motion promptly switched back to full power mode, as the superpower mode could not be sustained for too long. Otherwise, it would risk damaging the super lightwave energy drive system. Such damage would be a regrettable loss. 50 minutes later, Motion piloted the Tianyun mecha to hover above Hanzhan City. He then retracted the mecha into his spatial treasure, while he himself soared through the sky with his formidable mental power, attracting the attention of countless onlookers below in Hanzhan City. Look, there is someone up there flying. He can soar through the sky without any hovering vehicle. Indeed, it appears he is quite young, almost like a youth. One individual observed Motion through a telescope. Could it be that he is flying through the air using mental power? Another person suddenly exclaimed, "Impossible. At such a young age, reaching the Spirit C level of mental power is an extraordinary feat, a rarity even within the entire empire. How could he possibly be here on Ulula Star?" A skeptic retorted loudly. "I'm certain he must possess some miniature flying device, or perhaps his attire is akin to a technological flight suit." Indeed, such a level of genius is a rarity throughout the empire. They are typically only encountered on the imperial home planet. How could one possibly find themselves on a desolate world like this? The individual beside him, upon hearing these words, accepted them as truth. Motion, high above, could distinctly hear all that was uttered below. This was one of the applications of his mental prowess. A smile crept across Motion's face as he mused to himself. Indeed, I have become a true genius of the empire, and I have yet to reach 16. In just a year, I shall surely create an epic thousand-sword mech. At that time, I will be renowned as an unparalleled talent of the empire. Let us depart. With that, Motion vanished from the sky. only to reappear in a secluded location. Near the bustling market of Han Mountain City, a lively scene unfolded before him. He pondered how his home had transformed. Having not returned in nearly 5 years, he used to visit in secret, but it seemed he had not done so in the last 2 years. Slowly, he made his way toward the place he longed for. This is the spot. Turning the corner, Mot Onion gazed upon an expansive mechanical repair facility, characterized by its lofty ceilings. This had once been the mech repair shop rented and modified by Grandpa Zika. Though the establishment still served the purpose of mechanical repairs, everything inside had been replaced. He wondered if the mech model, embedded in the wall as decoration, had been changed. That model was the very first mech he had ever constructed in his childhood. As the mechanical model was embedded in the wall, Mot Onion was unable to take it away. If you can't fix it, then don't touch it. If you damage my battle mech, how will you compensate me? A man's furious voice echoed from a distance. I'm sorry, I just replied another man with a slightly hoarse voice, continuously apologizing. Either fix the mech or pay me. Those are your only options. If this matter is not resolved, I will dismantle this place. I fear no soldier, even if they come. Hearing this, Mot Onion hastily quickened his pace towards the scene. Please don't dismantle it. I can pay. Is that not enough? The man with the hoarse voice urgently interjected. Indeed, dear guest, let us settle this amicably. A woman's voice chimed in. Get lost, woman. What do you have to do with this? Hurry and make your husband pay. As Mot Onion reached the entrance, he witnessed the fierce-looking man forcefully pushing the woman who was attempting to mediate. The woman stumbled, on the verge of falling to the ground. The hoarse-voiced man rushed to help but was too late, helplessly watching as his woman was shoved down. Yet, the next scene left everyone utterly astounded. The woman did not collapse. Rather, her body froze, forming an angle of approximately 30 degrees with the ground. Gradually, she straightened herself and stood upright once more. Darling, are you all right? Inquired a man with a slightly hoarse voice, his face revealing a hint of confusion. What on earth is happening? Could this woman be a genetically evolved warrior? A man bearing a scar on his face pondered aloud. Mot Onion had already arrived at the doorway. Observing the fierce-looking man, the one with the scar, he then spoke. I was the one who helped her up. Chapter 51. A lesson from a rabid dog. How could this be? I clearly did not see you approach. How did you assist her? Questioned the scarred man, his expression tightening with a trace of apprehension. Spare me the trivialities. You were the one who initially pushed her down. Should you not extend an apology first? Mot Onion replied, his gaze frosty as it bore into the scarred man's eyes. Upon hearing this, the man let out a derisive laugh. Apologize? On what grounds should I apologize? They damaged my mech, and now they expect me to compensate them. With a menacing glare directed at the middle-aged man with the hoarse voice, he threatened. You just mentioned compensation, correct? My combat mech cost 1.85 million star coins. To consider this matter settled, you shall compensate me with 1.5 million star coins. Otherwise, you shall face dire consequences. Upon the utterance of those words, the middle-aged man, hoarse of voice and the current proprietor of the establishment, widened his eyes in astonishment, stammering, 150,000 star coins. The woman, who had nearly been toppled moments earlier and was none other than the proprietor's wife, exclaimed in disbelief, 150,000 star coins. Why don't you go rob a bank instead? Her tone shifted to one of desperation as she lamented. We toil for an entire year just to earn a meager sum of 10 to 20,000 star coins. How long will it take to repay that amount? Humph. I care not for your plight. Repay you must, whether you can or cannot, sneered the scarred man. However, the next moment, his fate took a dire turn. Mot Onion could no longer bear the scene. Such a wretch deserved to face his reckoning. Kneel before me. With a surge of potent mental energy, Mot Onion directed his force towards the scarred man. Thud! The sound of the man collapsing to his knees echoed through the air, no matter how he struggled. He could not rise. Let me up, he bellowed, thrashing about in vain. Yet he remained firmly anchored to the ground, utterly motionless. The shopkeeper and his wife, taken aback by the sight of the suddenly prostrate man, exchanged a glance, their thoughts converging as they turned their gaze toward Mot Onion. In that moment, the kneeling man comprehended his predicament, his eyes blazing with fury as he roared, Release me. I command you. Let me go? Mot Onion gazed at him coldly, akin to observing a rabid dog. This mad creature, it seemed, was devoid of lessons learned, only knowing how to bite. Let me teach him a lesson. With a flick of his hand, numerous manifestations of psychic energy took the form of hands, numbering in the hundreds. What do you intend to do? The man, witnessing this multitude of hands, began to panic. Go. Smack. The first handprint landed squarely on his face, followed by the second, the third. Smack. 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 I was wrong. Please, no more. Don't hit me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The scarred man continuously begged for mercy. Emotianyan showed no mercy, unleashing the psychic hands until every last one had struck his face, before finally releasing him. Did you think I was unaware? Your mech was already broken. You merely attempted to cover it up in hopes of extorting money. Now get out, along with your worthless mech. With a surge of thought, Emotianyan effortlessly hurled the man and his mech away using his psychic power. What? What just happened? The shop owners stood in astonishment, unable to comprehend how such a massive mech could be cast aside into thin air. As the crowd gathered, curiosity piqued. They wondered what had transpired. Was that mech discarded? And did you see that man's face, swollen and unrecognizable like a pig's head? The mech belongs to him. He intended to extort someone, but was subsequently beaten by a young man and thrown out. A witness recounted the entire incident. However, one must ponder how such a massive mech could be discarded so easily. Recently, a person, suspected to possess mental prowess at the spirit sea level, appeared in the sky and vanished in an instant. It is rumored that this individual is quite youthful, and it seems that this young man is indeed the one. A woman remarked, "Oh, I saw it too. It's true." At that moment, many believed it to be a miniature flying device. Never did we imagine it to be genuine spirit sea-level mental power. You, just wait. The man with the scarred face paid no heed to these remarks. His sole desire was to seek vengeance. He stumbled towards his mech, hastily rummaging through his pockets until he finally produced a spatial orb, which he used to retrieve the mech. Amidst the mocking gazes of the onlookers, he scurried away with his tail between his legs. "Thank you, kind sir." The shopkeeper, his voice somewhat hoarse, expressed his gratitude to Emotianyan. Upon hearing this, Emotianyan felt slightly embarrassed. Why does everyone prefer to address me as sir? I am not that old. Nevertheless, he chose not to correct them, understanding that even if he did, they would continue to use the same form of address. Please. No need for formality. I am here to purchase this property, Emotianyan stated directly. Ah, you wish to buy this place, sir? MHM. Emotianyan nodded. I used to live here, but it was a rental. Eventually, I could no longer afford the rent and moved away. Afterward, you purchased this property. And now I wish to buy it back. The shopkeeper hesitated, aware of Emotianyan's formidable capabilities, making him reluctant to refuse. On the other hand, finding a new location for the shop would be quite troublesome and time-consuming, and they might lose their loyal customers in the process. Noticing the shopkeeper's indecision, Emotianyan proposed. When you bought it, it was for 100,000 star coins. I will offer you 1,000,000 star coins. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, the couple was taken aback, their eyes widening in disbelief. Is what you say true? The shopkeeper inquired, astonished. Yes, but you must vacate the premises by the end of today, Emotianyan affirmed with a nod. Absolutely no problem. The shopkeeper quickly agreed, and his wife remained silent, understanding the magnitude of Emotianyan's offer. The total value of everything in the shop, including the property, did not exceed 200,000 star coins. Thus, 1,000,000 star coins represented an extraordinary fortune for them, enabling a swift transition to a life of affluence. Who would refuse such an opportunity? Very well. Let us prepare to sign the contract, Emotianyan stated, producing a document he had meticulously prepared for this very moment. Chapter 52. Brother, why did you hit me too? Robbie, what has happened to you? Oh dear, big bro, I have been assaulted, exclaimed a man whose face was swollen like a pig's head. Addressing a tall and formidable one-eyed figure, his speech was somewhat slurred, lending a touch of humor to his predicament. This one-eyed man was notorious in the underworld of Hanzhan City, known as the One-Eyed King. Who dares to lay a hand on my people in Hanzhan City? Robbie. Who is it? I shall make him pay dearly, the One-Eyed King declared with fury, seeing his brother ready to avenge him. The battered Robbie began recounting the events in a fragmented manner, pausing occasionally to draw in a sharp breath and exclaim, oh dear, clearly struggling to articulate his experience of the assault. Initially, the One-Eyed King paid little heed. However, when Robbie mentioned that Emotianyan had lifted the shopkeeper's woman, the One-Eyed King abruptly rose from his exquisite and lavish sofa. Robbie, continue, he commanded, focusing his singular eye intently on the scarred man. Yes, big bro, Robbie replied, resuming his tale. As the one-eyed king listened, his expression grew increasingly grave, darkening to a scowl by the end. The man who assaulted you. He pressed you down to the ground without cause. Then he could gather a series of slaps, and ultimately, he could hurl hundreds or even thousands of tons of heavy mechs into the air. One-Eye felt increasingly anxious, his back soaked through with sweat. Slap, slap. As One-Eye gazed at Robbie, his anger escalated, and he charged forward to deliver another couple of slaps. "Why are you hitting me?" Robbie exclaimed. One-Eye struck him down to the ground, utterly perplexed as to why his elder brother would attack him. "It's you I'm hitting." One-Eye glared at him with disappointment. "You damn fool. I told you to read more books, but you refused to listen. Now that you're in deep trouble, you come running to me. What's wrong, brother? Why are you hitting me?" Robbie asked, still bewildered. "Haven't you grasped it yet? People on the streets are far more capable than you. If it weren't for my care over the years, would you have thrived as you have?" Slap, slap. One-Eye struck Robbie several more times, causing him to wail in pain. "What are you doing? Oh dear. You are on the brink of disaster, yet you remain oblivious to your actions. Let me enlighten you. The one who attacked you just now is a formidable individual, possessing at least the spiritual strength of the spirit sea level. In the entire Han Mountain City, there exists but one individual whose mental prowess has ascended to the level of spirit sea, and that person is none other than the president of the Mecha Manufacturing Association. Consider this. Is this someone you can afford to provoke? Moreover, you claim he is a youth, not exceeding the age of 20, a prodigious talent renowned throughout the Oolong Empire. If he were to unleash his power, not only would Han Mountain City be at risk, but even the planet Olyulu could be obliterated. Now you ask me to confront him? What means do I possess to do so? If you desire my demise, simply say so." With a single eye frantically pointing at Robbie, he shouted, "Today, one of my subordinates informed me that a person capable of flying without the aid of anti-gravity technology appeared over Han Mountain City. I was still pondering the veracity of this claim when you went ahead and offended him. Come, accompany me at once. If that esteemed individual does not grant you forgiveness, do not expect to return." With a firm grip, he seized Robbie's clothing and dragged him outside. This was once Mo Tianyun's home. Oh, now it is indeed Mo Tianyun's abode. Mo Tianyun nodded, then produced a card, the Star Coin card. This card contained 1,000,000 star coins, and it is now yours. You must relocate at once. Mo Tianyun extended the Star Coin card toward him. Very well, very well. The raspy-voiced man fixated on the Star Coin card in Mo Tianyun's hand, gingerly accepting it with trembling hands, and then inspected it closely. "So this is what 1,000,000 star coins looks like." The man inhaled sharply, his lips trembling as he uttered those words. "Darling, let me see." A woman snatched the Star Coin card from the man's grasp. "Be careful, don't damage it," he hastily cautioned. Mo Tianyun observed from the side. Silently reflecting, the Star Coin card is crafted from a remarkably sturdy material, capable of withstanding a fall from several stories without a scratch. How could it possibly be damaged? Yet, had it been a few months ago, I might have been even more cautious than they are now. Mo Tianyun chuckled at his own self-mockery, suddenly reminded of his former self, still struggling in the mech graveyard. Had he not intervened today, this couple would have faced grave trouble. The individual he had just cast aside was also a gene-evolved warrior and possessed a mech. He must be of considerable significance. All wealth, fame, and status stem from one's own strength. Strength is the essence. Thud. At that moment, a figure was hurled into the room, accompanied by an irate shout. "Get in there and kneel, confess your wrongs." Mo Tianyun was lost in thought, deeply contemplative, and failed to notice the commotion outside. Upon hearing the uproar, he turned to see the scarred man he had just expelled, sprawled on the ground, while a burly, one-eyed muscle man loomed outside. I'm sorry. Please, Great One, forgive me. You are magnanimous. I beg you, spare me," Robbie pleaded, kneeling and repeatedly banging his head against the ground, while simultaneously begging for Mo Tianyun's forgiveness. "Darling, it's him. The same man has returned." The man abruptly snatched the Star Coin card from his wife's hand and tucked it into his pocket. "Oh, you're back? I do not wish to see you. So be gone and do not defile my home." Mo Tianyun's expression darkened. The presence of such an individual in the newly acquired abode was certainly unwelcome. "Esteemed sir, this is my little brother. He now comprehends his mistake and is willing to endure your reprimands, simply pleading for your temper to abate. Whatever you desire, we shall present it with both hands." One-Eye bowed humbly, speaking with a lowered gaze. "Oh, is that so?" Mo Tianyun's mental force surged forth like an overwhelming tide, bearing down upon One-Eye. In an instant, when I felt as though an immense, invisible wall was pressing upon him, rendering him breathless. Yes, indeed, esteemed sir. We are sincere, when I stammered. Are you a standard-level combat mech pilot? Onion inquired. Yes, when I nodded fervently. Very well then. Come to find me in 3 days. Do not make me seek you out. With a wave of his hand, Onion dismissed the two. Why did Onion instruct one eye to return in 3 days? After probing with his mental faculties, he discerned that this individual possessed the strength of a mid-stage beginner gene-evolved warrior, and upon further inquiry, learned that he was merely a standard-level combat mech pilot. Such a person could prove invaluable to Onion at this juncture, since he had presented himself, then an hour later. Esteemed sir, we have already stored all our belongings into the spatial bracelet. Only a few oversized items remain that we cannot transport. Spoke the man with a hoarse voice to Onion. Onion surveyed the surroundings, which were nearly empty, save for a few large tables piled with items. A substantial rack, a highly sophisticated CNC machine, and some decorative pieces. Well, I will take care of the remaining items. You may leave. Onion replied with a nod. Very well, thank you. You are our great benefactor. Encountering a noble person like you is an immense stroke of luck for us, the hoarse-voiced man expressed, then bowed deeply alongside his wife. Oh, please, there is no need for such reverence. This is merely a transaction. Your ability to purchase this house signifies our fateful connection. Moreover, these star coins hold little significance for me. Onion hastily used his mental power to assist the couple in rising, noticing their profound gesture of gratitude. Suddenly, a young girl, approximately 10 years old, rushed in. Onion observed that she wore the same school uniform as he did in his childhood. It was evident that the couple's daughter also attended the first primary school in the eastern district of Hanzon City. Our daughter Karina has returned. Come quickly. This is Onion, who has rendered tremendous assistance to our family and generously provided us with many star coins. Go and express your gratitude. The man, upon seeing his daughter return, smiled and waved her over to express gratitude to Onion. All right, Dad. Karina quickly realized and walked towards Onion. Oh, there's no need for formalities, little sister. You can simply call me Brother Onion. Thank you, Brother Onion. The little girl replied in a melodious voice. Onion nodded and said, No need to thank me. Daughter, we are moving. Daddy is going to buy you a big house, all right? We will also travel together and indulge in an abundance of delicious foods we have yet to taste, and witness the breathtaking sights of the top 10 scenic wonders of Illiru, which you have always dreamed of. Are you excited? The man, with a somewhat hoarse voice, gazed at his daughter with great affection. Really, Dad? Karina paused momentarily, then eagerly sought confirmation. Of course, sweetheart. How could Daddy ever deceive you? At that moment, the girl's mother approached, gently stroking her daughter's hair, joyfully speaking. Hooray, hooray, the little girl exclaimed, jumping with delight. Onion silently observed from the side, his eyes betraying a profound sense of envy. For him, the concept of home would always feel incomplete, having never known his parents. Each time he witnessed such a warm scene, he was filled with a deep longing. Just moments ago, this couple had envied Onion for his youth, prowess, and immense wealth. Now it is Onion's turn to envy those who can joyfully reunite with their families, to yearn for their complete homes, and to admire the little girl who is so cherished by her parents. The unattainable is eternally the object of one's deepest longing. Yet many forget the happiness they possess in the present. It is only after loss that one realizes the importance of safeguarding what they have, and by then, it is too late for regrets. My home, where is it? Onion gazed at the house he had just purchased, once a shared abode with Grandpa Zika. Now that Grandpa Zika is no longer here, what significance does this home hold? The surroundings are desolate and devoid of the vibrancy they once possessed 5 years ago. Onion's eyes drifted to a corner of the hall, where a chair once rested, a place for Grandpa Zika to find solace when weary. That chair is gone, just as the person who occupied it has vanished. He then turned his gaze to another corner of the hall, where a desk once stood, a sanctuary for his studies. Here, and in this very space, Onion slowly recalled every object that once filled this home, along with their positions. Aside from the structure itself, all belongings have disappeared. A tremor coursed through Onion's body. The home he envisions starkly contrasts with this hollow shell that remains, piercing through all of his fantasies. What a jest! It turns out that the essence of home lies in the gathering of loved ones. That is true happiness. That is home, a genuine sanctuary. Mo unleashed his mental energy, enveloping the entire house. Under his meticulous observation, every detail of the dwelling became vividly apparent, leaving no corner concealed. What is this? Mo discerned an object through his mental scrutiny, a model of a mech, the very first he had ever crafted, astonishingly still affixed to the wall of his room. It had served as a decorative piece for 5 years, untouched and unchanged. Furthermore, upon closer inspection with his mental prowess, he discovered that this mech model was remarkably well preserved. The paint remained intact, the model undamaged, and scarcely a speck of dust adorned it. Could it be that someone has been caring for this mech model all along? In his childhood, Mo had dedicated much effort to its maintenance. To him, this model held profound significance, as it represented his inaugural design. A closer examination revealed that certain aspects of the model bore striking resemblance to the Tianyun mech. Indeed, the prototype of the first mech he created, the Tianyun mech, was derived from this childhood design. Standing over a meter tall, the model was crafted entirely from fragments of alloy that had fallen during Grandpa Shi's repairs of mechs, meticulously remelted and reformed. The completion of this model had filled Mo with exhilaration for an extended period. Chapter 54. A familiar face. Whose room is this? Who has been so diligently maintaining the mech model embedded in the wall? Mo originally intended not to intrude upon the blissful moment shared by the family of 3. Yet he could not restrain himself from speaking. The family, now regaining their composure, turned their gaze towards the room that Mo had pointed out. Brother Tianyun, that room belongs to me. The mecha model inside was initially intended for dismantling by my father, but when I saw it, I took a liking to it and implored him to preserve it. I still reside in that room. The mecha model is truly magnificent and striking. I adore it immensely. I dust it every month, Karina replied with a smile to Mo inquiry. Sir, what about the mecha model? Karina's mother hesitated, her voice tinged with concern as she continued, is there something amiss with it? Haha, there is nothing wrong at all. Mo shook his head, smiling as he added. That mecha model was the first one I ever built in my childhood. I am truly grateful that you have preserved it and maintained it so well. Oh, I see. So it was created by you, sir. Our daughter has always been fond of it, and often cleans the dust off its surface. Karina's father chuckled in agreement. Is that so, little sister? Do you truly adore this mecha model? Mo asked the young girl with a gentle smile. The first time I laid eyes on this mech was when I was merely 6 years old. That day marked our arrival here, and upon seeing this mech model, I was instantly captivated. Karina nodded vigorously, recalling the moment she first encountered this theater model, her joy evident as she spoke. Mo also smiled, understanding that a deep fondness for something often requires no justification. For certain things, upon first sight, one can fall irrevocably in love. Since you are so passionate about mechs, dear sister, do you aspire to become a battle mech engineer when you grow up? Or perhaps a mech manufacturer? Mo inquired with a cheerful demeanor. I wish to become a mech manufacturer, Karina declared with unwavering determination. Haha, splendid. Mo responded, delighted by Karina's resolute ambition to be a mech manufacturer. He then retrieved a book from his spatial wristband, titled Mech Manufacturing Blueprint Design, a birthday gift from Grandpa Zika bestowed upon Mo during his childhood. Over the years, Mo had taken extensive notes while studying mech manufacturing, and now he found the book no longer necessary. Instead, he decided to pass it on to someone in need. For the true worth of a book lies in the knowledge it imparts, not in being left to gather dust in a corner. As for sentimental value, Mo still possessed 2 other books gifted by Grandpa Zika on his birthdays. Dear sister, this book is for you. I hope you will study diligently and become an outstanding mech manufacturer. Mo gently offered the book. What is this? Karina took the book and first examined its cover. It was a tome on mecha manufacturing. She quickly flipped through its pages, meticulously perusing the content within. After some time, she finally withdrew from her reading trance. Thank you, brother Mo. Karina expressed her gratitude joyfully, holding the book close to her heart. All right, my dear, we must take our leave. This house now belongs to that gentleman. I have already arranged a place for us to stay temporarily. Tomorrow, we shall purchase a new home, a grand one. Karina's father suddenly interjected. Very well, father, Karina replied. Sir, we must be on our way. Please take care. Mo, taken aback, pondered the remark. What else could he do? Let us be off. He waved his hand, watching as the joyful family departed. Mo Tianyun's visit had transformed the fate of this family. Their previous happiness might have been lost, but now their destinies had shifted. Years later, the Empire would welcome another prodigious mecha manufacturer, Karina, who, like Mo Tianyun, hailed from the planet Uluru. This home. Mo Tianyun gazed at the desolate surroundings, reflecting for a moment before continuing. After all, this is a place where I have lived for many years, and now I find myself returning. Though I am alone in this abode, I cannot allow it to fall into disrepair. Let me restore everything to the semblance of my memories of home. Approximately an hour later, Mo Tianyun returned home with a plethora of furniture reminiscent of his previous acquisitions. As he approached his doorstep, he beheld three familiar figures. The first figure was a young girl adorned in a pristine white dress, its hem gently swaying in the breeze, reminiscent of a delicate white lotus dancing gracefully. A vibrant, multicolored bow adorned her hair, while her long, dark tresses cascaded freely. Her slender legs were clad in black stockings, and she stood elegantly in black high heels. Her enchanting smile directed at him. The striking contrast between the white of her upper attire and the black of her lower garments compelled Mo Tianyun to steal a few more glances. The second figure was an elderly gentleman clad in deep crimson, his expression warm as he regarded Mo Tianyun. The third figure was a tall, handsome middle-aged man, positioned behind the young girl. These three were none other than Vina, the former president, and Vina's father, Light. Mo Tianyun, Vina exclaimed, waving her hand. What brings you all here? Mo Tianyun inquired as he approached them. Grandpa President mentioned your return, so we all accompanied him to see you, Vina replied, tilting her head to glance at the elderly leader. Ha ha ha, my young friend Tianyun. Your mental energy is so potent, you must have reached the spirit sea level. With your prowess in mecha manufacturing, it won't be long before we witness the emergence of a true genius mecha engineer renowned across countless planets in the Empire right here on Uluru Star. Little Vina. Though you have made remarkable strides in the past fortnight, coming close to grasping the knowledge of extraordinary grade combat mecha manufacturing, you must continue to strive. Or you may find it challenging to keep pace with our young friend Tianyun. Ha ha ha. The old president chuckled. Ah, President Grandpa, I will strive diligently. In 2 months, I shall become an intermediate mech engineer. By then, I will be qualified to take the assessment at the prestigious Mech Engineer Academy of the Orlan Genius Mech Engineers. Vina nodded, casting a silent glance at Mo Tianyun, and with unwavering determination, she declared, What are you standing at the door for? Everyone, please come in and take a seat. There's no need for formality, young friend Tianyun. We merely came to pay a visit and shall not take up much of your time, the old president replied, shaking his head. Very well, Mo Tianyun nodded in agreement. As his home, being rather empty, was not the most suitable place for hosting guests. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the three departed. Chapter 55, taking a personal assistant 3 days later. In the early morning, Mo Tianyun opened the door and stepped out of his home. Ah, he exhaled, stretching leisurely. Over the past 3 days, his abode had undergone a remarkable transformation under his meticulous touch, returning to the former splendor reminiscent of grandfather Sika's presence. Although he had only resided in this house for a mere 3 days, he felt compelled to leave once more. This departure, he sensed, might stretch into a far-off future before he would return. Thus, he seized the moment to take a final glance. Mo Tianyun turned back to behold his home, feeling as though no amount of observation could suffice. It took him a considerable time to shift his gaze away, softly murmuring, A soaring eagle must ultimately leave its nest to spread its wings and ascend to the heavens. Therefore, as I depart today, I shall wish myself the fortune to achieve remarkable feats in the world beyond. My lord, we have arrived. A person with a scar across his face, and only one. I stepped forward. Mo Tianyun had requested their presence 3 days hence, and they indeed complied. Oh, the individual with the scar, known as Robbie, is of no concern to me now. A mere lesson I imparted to him was sufficient. I am quite pleased that you have come. Upon recognizing the one-eyed man accompanied by the scarred individual, Mo Tianyun spoke up. Pray tell, my lord, what is the purpose of my summons? The one-eyed man inquired, somewhat puzzled. I summoned you to extend an invitation to join me in the Imperial Mech Corps to combat the Zerg. Mo Tianyun, opting for candor, laid bare his intentions without preamble. What, my lord, you wish for me to join the Imperial Mech Corps and fight the Zerg? The one-eyed man exclaimed in astonishment. It is well known that the Zerg are ferociously powerful, and many mech pilots have perished in their onslaughts. Now, my lord, to call me to confront the Zerg is akin to courting death. No, my lord, spare me. The front lines are far too perilous. and I truly wish to avoid engaging the Zerg. The one-eyed man hastily shook his head in refusal. Ha ha, I anticipated your rejection. Yet if you can withstand a single strike from me, you need not join me. Should you falter, however, you will obediently accompany me to face the Zerg. Mo Tianyun had long anticipated that the other party would not readily acquiesce. However, Mo Tianyun had no intention of letting him go. A figure of such prominence in the underworld of Hanzhong City would undoubtedly possess considerable strength. Rather than allowing him to wreak havoc in this territory, it would be more prudent to send him to the front lines to combat the insect race and safeguard the empire and its citizens. But I am unarmed and cannot possibly withstand your might, my lord. Please, do not torment me further. I wish to live. From this day forth, I vow to be a better person and will no longer bring misfortune upon others. Please spare me. One Eye spoke, his heart racing with fear. Are you not a battle mech pilot? I can allow you to use a mech. Rest assured, I will not attack you with it. Mo Tianyun replied, while observing One Eye. Use a mech. One Eye seemed to glimpse a glimmer of hope. He believed that even if this lord was formidable, he could withstand that strike with the mech. After all, the energy shield of a mech is quite robust, capable of deflecting certain laser and energy blasts. Enough idle chatter. Prepare yourself quickly, or I shall strike. Mo Tianyun suddenly raised his hand, signaling that he was ready to act. All right, I will prepare at once. One Eye hastily summoned a mech from his spatial treasure. Mo Tianyun examined One Eye's mech. It was a storm mech, boasting a maximum combat power enhancement of 8 times, making it exceptionally powerful among standard combat mechs. This mech was characterized by its incredible speed, capable of reaching a maximum velocity of 600 meters per second. Mech. It is indeed a mech. One Eye exclaimed in disbelief. Could it be that, just half a month later, there are still disturbances occurring within the city? Step back. For should you become entangled in the battle, the consequences would be dire. The sudden appearance of a mech stirred the crowd into a frenzy. I am prepared to take action. Mo Tianyun conveyed his thoughts into the storm mech through his mental energy. With a swift motion, he summoned a starlight sword, forged from his psychic power, which materialized behind him. Then came the second, the third. In less than a second, hundreds of starlight swords floated, danced, and encircled Mo Tianyun. Since the breakthrough of his mental prowess, his myriad starlight swords had reached a minor mastery, now capable of manifesting 552 swords, indicating he was on the verge of attaining a greater mastery. Mo Tianyun attentively sensed his multitude of starlight swords and declared, "Myriad starlight slash." In the next instant, he unleashed all the starlight swords towards the storm mech. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The swords traced white arcs through the air, striking against the energy shield of the mech. Bang! Boom! The energy shield could not withstand even half a second before it was shattered by Mo Tianyun's starlight swords. How is this possible? No. When I had not yet comprehended the situation when the relentless onslaught of blades continued to cleave towards the mech. This horrified One Eye, who cried out from within the cockpit. Suddenly, One Eye witnessed the starlight swords halt mid-air, no longer advancing. You cannot even withstand my single strike. It is time for you to submit. At that moment, Mo Tianyun's voice resonated next to One Eye's ear. Upon hearing it, One Eye promptly descended and retrieved the mech. Trembling, he respectfully declared, "Thank you, my lord, for sparing my life. The Zerg, I have long harbored disdain towards them. I am truly grateful for the opportunity to confront them on the battlefield." Mo Tianyun, bemused, remarked, "Weren't you just terrified? Now you are flattering me?" He continued, "Do not be so pessimistic. Following me will bring you numerous advantages. First, I possess an abundance of perfect-grade basic gene evolution potions that can significantly enhance your strength. This is an extraordinary opportunity, sought after by many who would pay handsomely for it." The mention of perfect-grade basic gene evolution potions instantly invigorated One Eye. Secondly, I am also a mech manufacturer. I can craft a new mech for you in the future, one that will surpass your current storm mech by 10-fold, if not 100-fold. Thirdly, your other eye seems to have perished. I can assist you in regenerating a new one. Of course, you must diligently slay the Zerg and provide me with their crystal cores. Once you accumulate a sufficient quantity, I shall reward you accordingly. One Eye's excitement grew with each revelation, and he was overjoyed at the prospect of regaining his sight. Although regeneration of limbs and organs had long been achievable in this technologically advanced empire, the exorbitant medical costs rendered it unattainable. Even all his wealth would not suffice. Very well, I shall strive to eliminate the Zerg. when I realized that escape was futile and resigned to his fate of heading to the front lines. Onion first struck One Eye with a stick, then offered him a date, which led to One Eye's resistance diminishing, replaced instead by a burgeoning eagerness. Chapter 56. Onion's 16th birthday soldiers should be arriving shortly, as we have summoned a Mecha within the city limits. You should be able to handle it, right? Onion inquired. Not a problem. I've dealt with these soldiers before. We haven't damaged anything or harmed anyone, so there shouldn't be any major issues, When I replied, nodding in deference. From now on, you need not address me as sir. I am Onion. According to the customs of your world, you are now my subordinate. You may call me Big Brother. Although you are older than I am stronger, hence, it is only fitting. Is that agreeable? Sure, Onion Big Brother. When I responded, momentarily taken aback by his sudden transition from elder brother to younger subordinate. What is your name? Onion asked. In response, Big Brother. I am called John, When I replied. Very well, I shall refer to you as Thorn henceforth. Onion nodded in acknowledgement. Before becoming a mecha pilot, Onion had aspired to cultivate a few subordinates to assist him. After all, attempting to manage every task personally was unsustainable and exhausting. Moreover, trivial matters could become quite troublesome, consuming precious time that could be better utilized in mastering advanced mecha construction or perhaps honing the art of the myriad starlight sword. Moreover, in the battle against the insectoid race, Onion finds himself limited in strength. The dual tasks of exterminating the insects and collecting the crystal cores would consume an inordinate amount of time. Should he find himself besieged by a horde of the insectoid, peril would surely follow. Hence, it is imperative to have additional subordinates to assist in gathering the insectoid crystal cores and eliminating any that might have slipped through the cracks. Before long, he bid farewell to his home with a lingering glance and set forth towards the outskirts of Hansan City. Meanwhile, Robbie, Thorn beckoned. Brother, are you truly following that esteemed individual to the front lines against the insectoids? Robbie scampered over, his eagerness palpable. Well, it appears I have no choice. My survival on the front lines remains uncertain, all thanks to you, young lad. I should have disciplined you long ago. Thorn raised his fist, pretending to deliver a blow to Robbie. Brother, I am truly sorry. If you must strike, then strike me. Robbie recognized his grave mistake and made no attempt to evade his elder brother's fist. Sigh, it is too late. Thorn refrained from striking, instead gently ruffling Robbie's hair. You have been with me for quite some time. You are a genetically evolved warrior and possess a mech. The other members of our Poison Eye organization will be entrusted to your care. You must constantly strive to enhance your abilities and become an exceptional leader. Furthermore, this house belongs to my elder brother, and you must look after it well. When we return, should anything go awry, I shall not spare you. From this moment forth, let us refrain from engaging in nefarious deeds. Our organization shall henceforth pursue honorable endeavors, and you too must strive to be a virtuous individual. Indeed, my brother, rest assured that I will not allow our organization to fade into obscurity. Under my guidance, it shall flourish and grow stronger. I have reflected deeply on my past actions and recognized my missteps. Although I have never taken a life, I have wrongfully seized the possessions of others, and I shall make amends. Robbie earnestly declared to his brother. Good, Robbie. Your words inspire confidence in me, Thorn exclaimed, giving Robbie's shoulder a hearty pat. He then turned to observe the retreating figure of Onion and called out, I am departing. Robbie endured the pain in his shoulder, understanding that such a vigorous gesture signified his brother's intent to entrust him with significant responsibilities. He must bear this burden and not bring shame upon his brother. Farewell. Dear brother, the Poisonous Eyes organization will always welcome your return, Robbie shouted after Thorn's departing silhouette. Outside Hansan City, the ice and snow had melted away, and the once gray sky had transformed into a clear, azure expanse. The earth was subtly adorned with tender green shoots, yet the most delightful surprise lay in the myriad of vibrant, diminutive flowers dotting the ground. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that although these blossoms boasted diverse hues, their petals shared a common shape. These charming little flowers are known as winter departure flowers, typically blooming after the winter snow has thawed. They symbolize the departure of the frigid winter and the arrival of spring. Today is January 1st. Indeed, winter has truly come to an end. More importantly, today marks the birthday of Onion. Indeed, it is Onion's 16th birthday, which also signifies the age of maturity as stipulated by the Empire. I am now an adult, although many have referred to me as such due to my considerable strength. However, from this day forth, I shall be a true adult, no longer a mere child. Mo Tunyun plucked a winter departure flower, gently inhaling its fragrant aroma, an expression of sheer ecstasy gracing his features. Subsequently, he raised the flower high above his head, allowing his mental energy to extend and carry the blossom into the sky, letting it sail upon the wind. At the age of 16, one can enlist in the Empire's Mecha Combat Corps, a goal that Mo Tunyun has long aspired to achieve, and that day has finally arrived. It has been 5 years since he last celebrated a birthday, and he does not intend to mark this occasion with any particular fanfare. Happy birthday, Mo Tunyun! The Spirit of Miracles appeared beside him, joyfully exclaiming. Thank you, Sister Miracle, Mo Tunyun replied, warmth flooding his heart. The gesture of someone wishing him well on his birthday brought him immense joy. After waiting so long, you can finally join the Imperial Mecha Combat Corps. However, I must caution you. The journey of battling the insectoid race is just beginning, and the path ahead may prove arduous. Prepare yourself mentally. The Spirit of Miracles gazed into Mo Tunyun's eyes, hoping to gauge his reaction. Yet, she was met with disappointment, for there was no flicker of emotion within his gaze. No matter how challenging the road may be, it shall not deter my progress. Mo Tunyun declared resolutely. Brother Tunyun, where shall we go now? Thorn sprinted forward, unperturbed, his cheeks unflushed and heart unthrobbing, for he was a genetic evolutionist, possessing extraordinary physical prowess. However, he did not catch sight of the Spirit of Miracles, even when it manifested outside. Let us proceed to Uluru City and join the Imperial Mecha Corps, Mo Tunyun replied. When shall we depart? Thorn inquired. At once, Mo Tunyun declared, leaving no longing for this place behind. Boom, boom. Outside the cold mountain city, 2 mechas soared into the sky, piercing the clouds, leaving in their wake a tumultuous wave of air that sent the winter flowers swirling through the atmosphere. The most arduous winter of Mo Tunyun's life had passed, and ahead lay greater challenges, as well as even more significant opportunities. Chapter 57. Joining the Legion and military merit. High above the clouds, the air currents were relatively gentle. This was the stratosphere of Uluru Star's atmosphere. At that moment, the 2 mechas advanced at high speed. The previously tranquil air disturbed by the terrifying sound waves produced by their flight, creating ripples in its wake. The operators of these mechas were none other than Mo Tunyun and Thorn. Brother, your mental prowess is astonishing. You can even accelerate my mecha. My Storm mecha typically flies at 400 meters per second, yet now its maximum speed has surged to 860 meters per second, more than a doubling of speed. Thorn exclaimed, astonished as he gazed at the flight speed data displayed on the mecha's intelligence system. Indeed, Mo Tunyun nodded, offering no further elaboration. The reason Mo Tunyun employed his mental energy to accelerate Thorn's mech was twofold. Firstly, in his eyes, Thorn's mech moved with an agonizing sluggishness, akin to an ant crawling, which would inevitably waste precious time. Secondly, having recently attained the Spirit Sea level of mental energy, Mo Tunyun sought to familiarize himself with its manipulation while simultaneously exercising his mental faculties. After an hour and 16 minutes of flight, the duo finally arrived in Uluru City. Having departed for several days, their return to this grand and thriving metropolis was met with a sense of familiarity. Mo Tunyun gazed upon the magnificent city and remarked on its splendor. Subsequently, both individuals made their way toward the military base located in Uluru City. This military installation was reputed to be the most advanced on Uluru Star, allegedly housing an epic-grade mech master. It may very well be the sole epic-grade mech master on the planet. As they approached this strategic military stronghold, a sentry from the Imperial Army halted them, stating, "Please stop here and state your purpose." Mo Tunyun replied earnestly, "We have come to join the Imperial Combat Mech Corps." The Imperial soldier immediately stood in respectful attention and said, "Please present your Imperial identity cards. Once I verify your status as combat mech members, I will grant you passage and provide each of you with a temporary access card, allowing you direct entry to the Combat Mech Corps Hall." Upon hearing this, Mo Tunyun and Thorn promptly produced their identity cards and presented them to the soldier. Upon receiving their identification cards, the soldiers approached a machine at the outpost to commence operations. Mo Tunyun, a member of the Ordinary Class Battle Mecha Division, successfully printed a temporary access card for the Battle Mecha Division Hall. Similarly, Sohn, also of the Ordinary Class Battle Mecha Division, had his temporary access card printed successfully. Following the verification of their identities, the temporary access cards were promptly issued, and the soldier swiftly approached Mo Tianyun and his companion. Here are your Imperial Identity cards, along with your temporary access cards for the Battle Mecha Division Hall, the soldier stated, returning their Imperial Identity cards along with the 2 temporary access cards. He further explained, once you join the Imperial Battle Mecha Division, you will no longer require this temporary access card. Your Imperial Identity card will grant you direct entry to the Battle Mecha Division halls across various Imperial planets. Understood. Thank you for your assistance, Mo Tianyun politely replied. Utilizing their temporary access cards, the 2 navigated through several security checkpoints until they arrived at the Battle Mecha Division Hall. Although the hall was spacious and exquisitely designed, with holographic displays projecting a multitude of data that danced continuously, the number of people present was sparse. Only a few individuals were seen moving about. Perhaps due to the exclusive nature of the Battle Mecha Division Hall, entry was limited to members of the Battle Mecha Division, contributing to the hall's somewhat desolate atmosphere. As Mo Tianyun and his companion entered, they were promptly attended to by a staff member. I have just received notification that 2 Battle Mech pilots will be joining the Imperial Battle Mech Corps. I am here awaiting their arrival. A soldier in uniform said enthusiastically while attending to the reception. Hello, may I inquire how we can join the Imperial Battle Mech Corps? Mo Tianyun promptly got to the point. Joining the Imperial Battle Mech Corps is quite straightforward. As long as you are a Battle Mech pilot, you are eligible. The soldier replied. He continued, once you become part of the Battle Mech Corps, you will be considered a soldier of the Empire. A dedicated Imperial military starship will be dispatched to transport you to a nearby frontline base, where you will undergo a rookie assessment and military skills training for battle mechs. Upon completion of your training, you will be ready to undertake missions. This outlines the general process for joining the Battle Mech Corps. Mo Tianyun paused for a moment, then could not help but ask, must we undergo training? Can't we directly engage in missions and combat against the insectoid species? Upon hearing this, the soldier perceived a hint of impatience in the seemingly youthful battle mech pilot before him. Other pilots typically join the Corps to learn the Empire's mech combat techniques and enhance their combat prowess. Thus, he patiently explained, the rookie assessment is essential for evaluating your combat capabilities, which will determine the level of tasks you will be assigned thereafter. The training and military skills offered by the Mecha Combat Division will greatly assist you in your subsequent missions and enhance your capabilities. This training imparts essential military theories, mecha combat techniques, and the utilization of various weapons and tools, knowledge that cannot be acquired elsewhere, but is exclusively available through the Mecha Combat Division's military skills training. The attending soldier gazed at Mo Tianyun and continued, the assessment will not consume much time, but the military skills training will take a fortnight. If you are eager to embark on your mission, that is permissible. However, your combat prowess must reach at least the extraordinary level of a mecha combat specialist. If you can demonstrate that your strength is sufficiently formidable, the training requirement can be waived. Upon hearing this, Mo Tianyun felt relieved, believing that his combat prowess was indeed at the extraordinary level of a mecha combat specialist. In fact, even with such capabilities, I still advocate for completing the training, as the benefits derived from it are numerous. Moreover, exceptional performers in the training can earn considerable military merit points, which are exceedingly valuable. Suddenly, the soldier added, what is the purpose of military merit points? Mo Tianyun inquired with curiosity. Military merit points can elevate your rank and be exchanged for rare resources to enhance your strength. This is the Empire's reward for us soldiers who bravely fight on the battlefield. Rare resources. At this mention, Mo Tianyun recalled the former president's words about the core of the earth being obtainable only within the Imperial Army, suggesting that it must be exchanged with military merit points. Thus, I shall commit to the training for the next fortnight. Chapter 58. The journey of nearly 1 light-year. When will the interstellar warship arrive? Mo Tianyun inquired. It is expected to arrive in approximately 2 hours and 45 minutes, the military attendant replied, casting a glance at the intelligence display screen situated in a corner of the hall. Mo Tianyun also noticed the screen. Gentlemen, this is the Imperial regulation for joining the Mecha Combat Division. Please take a moment to review it. If everything is in order, I shall assist you in registering your identities as soldiers of the Mecha Combat Division. Although the regulations are stringent, adhering to the Imperial laws is your duty as soldiers of the Empire, the soldier stated solemnly, manipulating the military-specific intelligence device to project a screen filled with dense legal text. Mo Tianyun and Thorn approached to peruse the document. 1. Absolute obedience to superior orders. 2. Bravery and resilience in decisively completing the tasks assigned by the division. 3. Diligent training in mecha combat techniques, mastering various mecha technologies. 4. Strict adherence to division discipline and compliance with management. 5. Preservation of military secrets of the division. Failure to comply with these regulations will result in severe penalties, ranging from the forfeiture of military honor to expulsion from the division with no hope of return, and in the gravest cases, immediate execution. After a considerable time of scrutiny, Onion felt he had absorbed the essence of the Imperial regulations tailored for those joining the Mecha Combat Division. We have finished reviewing the document and found no issues. I am willing to join the Imperial Mecha Combat Division and abide by its regulations. Please proceed with our registration as soldiers of the Mecha Combat Division. Onion presented his Imperial identity card to the soldier. Thorn promptly retrieved his Imperial identity card to hand over to the soldier as well. Welcome to the Imperial Battle Mecha Division. From now on, you shall serve as valiant warriors on the battlefield for the Empire. May you bravely vanquish foes and gallop across the fields of war, safeguarding the Empire's territories and its people. Upon receiving the identity cards from Onion and Thorn, the soldier suddenly tensed his body, puffed out his chest, and saluted them. Both Onion and Thorn, with serious expressions, mirrored the soldier's gesture of respect. After a brief moment, the soldier spoke again. Here are your Imperial identity cards. Your registration as soldiers of the Battle Mecha Division has been completed. He returned the identity cards to Onion and Thorn. Onion opened his Imperial identity card to examine it. It read, Name, Onion Gender, Male Date of Birth, Year 23, January 1st Age, 16 Identity, Junior Mecha Engineer, Standard Class Battle Mecha Soldier. Private of the Imperial Battle Mecha Division. Having reviewed the details, Onion began to await the arrival of the interstellar transport vessel. Time flowed swiftly, and approximately half an hour remained until the vessel's arrival. Suddenly, about a dozen individuals burst into the lobby of the Oyalu Star Battle Mecha Division, their voices and the sound of combat boots striking the ground shattering the tranquility of the hall. Onion and Thorn were drawn to this unexpected scene. They should also be members of the Imperial Mech Corps, hastily arriving after receiving news that the interstellar shuttle was nearing. Onion surmised this, unexpectedly recognizing a few familiar faces among the newcomers. He gently remarked, noticing the two acquaintances. One was Miss Lung Yu, who bore a striking resemblance to the man beside her, presumably a relative. Onion observed a cold and aloof woman speaking. The other was a man clad in battle attire, known as Young Master Talink, whose expensive combat gear and sword remained unchanged. Onion also spotted Talink, the very individual who had traded the most perfect grade initial gene evolution potions with him. As Onion gazed at them, they too became aware of his scrutiny. Glancing in his direction, upon recognizing him as the one who had produced the perfect grade initial gene evolution potion, they cast a fleeting glance before diverting their attention, finding a spot to sit quietly and await what was to come. Half an hour later, a tremendous roar accompanied by a piercing sound wave resonated through the air. Suddenly, an elliptical rift appeared above the military base of Oyalu City. A blue light emerged from the rift, gradually fading to reveal a colossal interstellar shuttle, enveloping half of the Oyalu City military base. The warship descended slowly, coming to rest upon a designated docking area adorned with alloy flooring. The commotion outside prompted Onion and his companions to venture outdoors to observe the unfolding events. At that moment, the military personnel who had initially greeted them, along with several unfamiliar soldiers, approached a group of a dozen individuals. Esteemed guests, the interstellar transport vessel assigned for your conveyance to a frontier defense base of the Empire has arrived. Kindly cooperate with us as we conduct the necessary inspection before you may board the ship, one of the unfamiliar soldiers announced. Your identity verification has been confirmed. Please proceed aboard the warship. Onion ascended the gangway, followed closely by Thorn. Within 5 minutes, everyone had boarded the interstellar transport vessel. The Imperial starship would initiate its spatial leap in 1 minute, destined for the Zerg defense front at the Dunas Star Empire military base, located 0 light-years away. The estimated time of arrival was 8 hours, 45 minutes, and 43 seconds. All were advised to prepare accordingly. Onion was already settled in his seat, eagerly awaiting departure. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The interstellar spatial leap is commencing. Above the military base of Uluru City, a colossal interstellar transport vessel transformed into a brilliant, searing light in an instant, vanishing into the void. Onion pondered with curiosity about the cosmic vistas that lay beyond the ship's hull. It was his first time embarking on an interstellar journey away from Uluru star since childhood. Ah, Brother Tianyan, I am on the cusp of 30. And this is my inaugural departure from the planet Uluru, venturing towards another celestial body. Upon hearing Imo Tianyan's words, Sit-In interjected, "Is that so?" Haha. Imo Tianyan chuckled softly, then expressed with profound sentiment. To leave the planet of one's birth and upbringing for the first time is akin to a traveler setting forth on a distant journey, each step taken necessitating a glance back at one's homeland. Thus, Imo Tianyan and Sua-In engaged in conversation aboard the warship, growing increasingly familiar with one another. After more than 8 hours, the warship suddenly began to tremble slightly. We have arrived at the military defense base of the Dunastar Empire. Positioned at the front lines against the insectoid threat, all passengers may disembark from the interstellar shuttle. Ah, we have finally arrived. Those interminable 8 hours were utterly excruciating. Imo Tianyan exhaled deeply, rising from his seat and stretching his back. Chapter 59. The colossal military base. Is this truly the military base defending against the insectoid invasion? It is astonishingly vast. So extensive that even my mental prowess cannot discern the boundaries of this formidable installation. Upon disembarking, Imo Tianyan gazed in awe at the colossal metallic fortress. Since his mental strength had transcended the spiritual sea level, allowing him to perceive a range exceeding 10,000 kilometers, yet he found himself unable to grasp its entirety. How immense must this military base be? Comparatively, one might liken the largest military base on Uluru to an ant beside an elephant when set against this behemoth. The disparity is stark and profound. Yet, upon reflection, this is one of the Imperial Defense military bases established to repel the Zerg invasion along the front lines for tens of thousands of light years. How could it be insignificant? The Dunastar Defense military base spans several kilometers in length and width, making it the largest military installation within a 10-light-year radius of Dunastar, serving as a pivotal military hub on the front lines. This military base deploys hundreds of thousands of interstellar shuttle warships daily to patrol the most critical areas. The space allocated solely for the interstellar shuttle warships exceeds 60 million square kilometers, not to mention the residential, logistical, production, training, operational, trading, and command center zones. The number of Imperial soldiers stationed here is at least in the hundreds of millions, the majority being ordinary troops. Some are skilled in operating interstellar shuttle warships and formidable energy weapons, while others focus on maintaining combat machinery or are tasked solely with transporting supplies. In essence, this defensive military base has established a comprehensive supply chain to sustain combat operations, in addition to the multitude of ordinary soldiers. A smaller contingent comprises the commanders and mecha specialists who oversee the base's operations within the command center area. The mecha specialists refer to the 4 major mecha professions: combat mecha operators, mecha manufacturers, mecha repair technicians, and mecha accessory engineers. Among them, the mecha manufacturers, repair technicians, and accessory engineers typically remain in the logistical zone, earning their military merit through the creation, maintenance, and production of mecha components. Only the Battle Mecha Division is authorized to undertake missions assigned at the Battle Mecha Division's Hall to earn military merit. Thus, the Battle Mecha Division is akin to the elite forces within the Imperial Army, while the Battle Mecha Division Corps represents the specialized units among all Imperial legions. In confronting formidable Zerg and extraterrestrial civilizations, the Battle Mecha Division serves as a principal force in combat, often playing a crucial role on the battlefield. New recruits who have just joined the Battle Mecha Division are requested to proceed to the Division Hall for their initiation tests. Suddenly, a soldier clad in a white combat uniform approached Imo Tianyan and his companions. Imo Tianyan retracted his mental focus and surveyed the scene before him. It became evident that their starship was not the sole vessel ferrying new recruits to the Battle Mecha Division. There were several hundred similar starships in the vicinity, all transporting fresh enlistees. Thus, the new recruits disembarked from the starships and, under the guidance of the soldiers, traversed through a series of security checkpoints to arrive at the Battle Mecha Division Hall. This grand hall was comparable in size to the plaza of Uluru City. Nay, it was even more expansive, capable of easily accommodating hundreds of thousands. Over there, the colossal screen within the hall, where missions are accepted, displayed a constant influx of thousands of Battle Mecha Division members engaging in the process of accepting and submitting missions. Imo Tianyan marveled at the grandeur of the Battle Mecha Division Hall, while the surrounding recruits gazed about in awe. In the distance, Seasoned veterans arriving to accept and submit missions observe the newly arrived recruits with interest. Once again, on the 1st of the month, the new recruits have arrived. I came here on the 1st of last month, and after 2 weeks of training, I have undertaken several missions, yet none have been completed. And many of my comrades are no longer with me. Were it not for the speed of my mech, I might well have feared never returning. A combat mech officer lamented as he observed the suffering of these newcomers. Alas, who is not in the same predicament? Those lacking strength come here merely to court death. I have been here for half a year and have scarcely completed a handful of missions. Among those who joined alongside me, I have heard that the most formidable has already attained the rank of lieutenant, while those weaker than I have long since become fodder. Another combat mech officer, upon hearing this, sighed deeply from the sidelines. Each combat mech officer entering the ranks must undertake a mission every month. Failure to do so results in being forcibly dispatched to the front lines to engage in battle with the insectoid foes. This is a perilous endeavor, and any attempt to shirk duty leads to a certain demise. To date, there have been no reports of anyone successfully evading this fate. Accepting a simple task, even if it involves merely slaying a couple of ordinary insectoids, is of little consequence. Survive a year, and one may apply for retirement. Another combat mech officer joined the conversation. Under the guidance of their leaders, Motianyun and the other new recruits then entered a testing area designated for them. New recruits, please take your seats and await further instructions. Once seated, it was not long before a tall, imposing man clad in a green officer's uniform ascended the podium. Motianyun, like the others, gazed intently at the officer on the stage. The officer's bronze face was etched with resolute strength, his piercing eyes radiating an extraordinary brightness. Those eyes resembled sharp blades, seemingly piercing the hearts of all the new recruits, instilling in them a sense of trepidation that prevented most from meeting his gaze. Without a doubt, this officer was a formidable and cold soldier, seasoned by countless battles, exuding an air of solemnity and severity, composed and restrained. A demeanor that could only be cultivated through the prolonged tribulations of war and military life. His cropped hair, paired with his stern, square visage, commanded authority, leaving few in the vicinity daring to stare unabashedly. However, Motianyun remained unfazed, observing the officer with the tranquility of one unperturbed. The officer scanned the assembly, noting that only Motianyun retained his remarkable composure, prompting him to scrutinize the latter more closely. I have exerted my mental force. I never anticipated that someone would remain unaffected. The officer pondered silently as he stood on the platform, contemplating the necessity of intensifying his approach. If a mere rookie could not be intimidated, what would that reveal to those rascals? With this thought, the officer summoned a greater surge of mental power, directing waves of pressure solely toward Motianyun, while the other recruits felt an immediate sense of relief. At that moment, Motianyun concentrated his own mental energy to meet the formidable force emanating from the officer. Chapter 60. Motianyun's contest of mental power with the major buzz. The air quivered slightly, and the once brilliant illumination of the new recruit testing area dimmed, accompanied by a subtle tremor. Two immensely powerful and intangible forces of mental energy were engaged in a fierce contest, seemingly unable to determine a victor in that fleeting moment. What was transpiring? A mix of new recruits and seasoned veterans gazed in bewilderment at this astonishing spectacle. Upon regaining their focus, many turned their attention to the officer on the platform, noting that his gaze was intently fixed upon Motianyun. Could it be that this rookie was vying against the intensity of the colonel's mental prowess? An experienced soldier, well-versed in the ways of battle, had already surmised the situation. Surely not? The colonel was a legendary mech pilot, his mental energy having long ascended to the spirit sea level. How could a mere recruit possess such formidable mental strength? An incredulous veteran remarked nearby. Indeed, it must be that this recruit possesses a relatively stronger mental capacity, and the colonel is testing him with his mental energy. At that moment, another veteran echoed the sentiments of the first. I knew it. It must be the case. The colonel broke through to the spirit sea level over a decade ago and later exchanged military merit for an epic-grade battle mech, thus becoming a legendary mech pilot himself. That was many years ago. At that time, the colonel was still under 30. Such prodigious talent would surely be considered genius across the entire empire. The veteran who had previously spoken began to swell with pride upon finding agreement with his view. How could a mere recruit possess spirit sea level mental energy? Judging by his appearance, he couldn't even be 20 years old. If one truly possessed mental prowess of the spirit sea caliber, he would have long since made a name for himself throughout the empire. taken under the wing of those illustrious figures, rather than serving as a mere foot soldier here. Thus, it stands to reason that his mental strength is at best merely formidable. This individual confidently proclaimed. Do not speak with your eyes closed. You are, after all, a combat mech engineer, and your mental acuity must at least reach the perception level. Focus intently on the epicenter of that fluctuation. The seasoned veteran, well-versed in the ways of the world, scoffed as he pointed towards the two streams of mental energy. Let me sense it, and you shall see. The individual retorted dismissively. In the next moment, however, he found himself in dire straits. The veteran suddenly cried out in anguish. Who? I have finally regained my composure. It was utterly terrifying. Reflecting on the overwhelming mental energies he had just perceived, the veteran continued. I felt as though I were an ant caught between two vast oceans of mental force. Merely the aftershocks shattered my own mental strength. You refuse to listen. Ever so inclined to be clever. Now you have tasted the bitter fruit of your folly. Remember, never presume to be wise beyond your means. It may cost you dearly here, and on the battlefield, it could endanger others. The seasoned veteran imparted wisdom through experience. Understood, thank you, the individual replied, no longer with a playful demeanor, but with utmost sincerity. Oh dear, ouch. The new recruits in the audience, much like this veteran, engaged in foolish acts, attempting to perceive the immense, grinding spiritual forces akin to colossal stone millstones. The result was their own spiritual energies being utterly shattered, leaving them howling in pain. Brother, thank you for the reminder, otherwise I would have. A young girl with short, pristine blue hair, seated not far from Emotion, slightly furrowed her brows as she spoke to the white-haired man beside her. This girl was none other than Miss Lengyu, who, like Emotion, hailed from Uluru Star. The youth beside her was her brother. This white-haired young man was strikingly handsome, exuding an aura of icy chill, mirroring the girl with the short blue hair. His attractive face was adorned with eyes that resembled the desolate and frigid depths of eternal ice. Upon hearing his sister's words, his gaze softened considerably, as if the ice were melting away. The clash between two formidable spiritual powerhouses at the spirit sea level indicated that only those with perception-level spiritual energy would be foolish enough to probe such forces. The white-haired youth remarked coldly, "Is he truly a powerhouse at the spirit sea level? But he is merely 16 years old. In his family, only his grandfather's spiritual energy has reached that level. Even his father claimed he was still lacking. Truly, he is a young hero." Miss Lengyu exclaimed in admiration. Indeed, the presence of such individuals continually motivates one to strive for improvement, ensuring one's own strength will elevate. The white-haired youth observed Emotion's back thoughtfully. The young hero, Emotion, never anticipated that you had grown this formidable. However, I still look forward to the opportunity to engage with you in combat. Talink, clad in battle attire, gently caressed the sword he bore at his side as he spoke. At that moment, Emotion found himself in a rather precarious situation. The officer possessed an immensely powerful mental force. His own was depleting rapidly, and he began to struggle to maintain his composure. No, I must hold on. I will not concede easily. After enduring for what felt like an eternity, Emotion suddenly sensed the opponent's mental force gradually waning. He realized that the other party had recognized his impending collapse and decided to withdraw. This recruit possesses an extraordinarily potent mental force, truly at the level of Linghai. I have struck gold this time. The officer on the platform felt an overwhelming joy within. Observing the surrounding chaos, he remained silent, watching them intently. Everyone present could feel the officer's unsettlingly calm gaze. Soon, the standing veterans regained their proper stance, while the seated recruits adjusted themselves accordingly. Welcome, everyone, to the Mecha Combat Division. I am Odiman Chris, a major in the Imperial Mecha Combat Division. I am responsible for the operations of this base's Mecha Combat Division and also serve as an epic-level Mecha Combat instructor. Once this major consolidated his mental force, his voice erupted like thunder, resonating powerfully throughout the vicinity, echoing in the air for an extended period. Upon regaining his senses, Emotion immediately began to applaud, gradually inspiring everyone else to join in. A somewhat solemn atmosphere dissipated amidst the applause of the new recruits. Our frontline forces are currently somewhat strained, and your inclusion will significantly alleviate the military pressure. On behalf of our base, I extend my gratitude for your enlistment, the officer expressed. You are all formidable combat mech warriors, each of you an elite of the Imperial Army. Consequently, You shall be tasked with executing some of the more challenging missions within the military, which are fraught with danger and may result in casualties. Upon hearing this statement from the colonel, some of the new recruits in the audience began to stir uneasily. Why does this colonel instill fear in us, the freshly enlisted, instead of offering encouragement? Chapter 61. The ambitious colonel, however. The colonel's voice suddenly paused. Before continuing, do not panic. Each completed mission will earn you military merit points, which are exceedingly valuable. These points can be exchanged for rare items that cannot be procured elsewhere, items that enhance your capabilities. For instance, high-level basic gene evolution potions, intermediate gene evolution potions, and even advanced gene evolution potions, as well as extraordinary grade combat mechs, and even epic grade combat mechs. These precious items and mechs will significantly bolster your strength. Moreover, anything the Empire possesses can be acquired for you, provided you have sufficient military merit points. This is the reward granted to us, the guardians of the Empire's territory. I trust that all of you present are aware that you have gathered here in pursuit of military merit, with the intent of exchanging it for that which you desire, thereby enhancing your own capabilities. The colonel has articulated the sentiments that resonate deeply within the hearts of nearly all the recruits. They have come here to bolster their strength. Otherwise, why would they abandon their comfortable lives as pilots in the mech battalion only to engage in a perilous struggle against the insectoid race and alien civilizations? Although the insectoids persist in their assaults on the borders of the Oran Empire, the Empire has yet to reach a point of dire existential threat. The vast Oran Empire, a beacon of civilization amidst the cosmic expanse, has always been enmeshed in the fabric of warfare. Now, I shall refrain from indulging in superfluous discourse. Yet I must issue a word of caution. Having chosen to join the ranks of the mech battalion and to serve as a valiant protector of the Empire, it is imperative to remember that war is no trivial matter. It is a brutal reality where a moment's carelessness could cost you your very life. I urge each of you to remain ever vigilant, whether here, on the battlefield, or during the execution of your missions. The colonel's voice rose in intensity. The enemy is exceedingly cunning, and if they were not formidable, the Empire would have long since concentrated its military might to eradicate them. Otherwise, on the battlefield ahead, we would not witness the gallant sacrifice of our compatriots at every turn. The formidable strength of the Zerg, akin to that of other cosmic civilizations, shall undoubtedly be experienced by you in due course. The forthcoming military skills training will elucidate this further, so I shall refrain from elaborating at present. Each combat mech division within our legion comprises the elite of the Empire, and I aspire for some of you recruits to evolve into formidable warriors, safeguarding our civilization and homeland. The lieutenant colonel cast a glance at Mo Tianyun before addressing the new recruits. That concludes my remarks. I wish you all a meteoric rise in power and rank upon joining the combat mech division, and may your military accolades be abundant. Following the lieutenant colonel's words, the new recruits erupted into enthusiastic applause. Subsequently, the initiation of the new recruit assessment commenced as the lieutenant colonel signaled for action. The recruits began to line up, preparing for the evaluation. Bring forth the records of all new recruits, the lieutenant colonel commanded, approaching a seasoned soldier who held a stack of documents. Yes, Lieutenant Colonel. The soldier promptly replied, extracting one file. The lieutenant colonel swiftly took it, unveiling a compilation of luminous crystalline sheets, each containing detailed information about the recruits. Found it, he exclaimed, employing his mental acuity to skim through thousands of records in rapid succession. Shortly thereafter, he came across Mo Tianyun's profile and began to scrutinize it. Mo Tianyun gender, male date of birth, year 23, January 1st age, 16 status, junior mech engineer, ordinary combat mech division. Residential address, Euralistar, Cold Mountain City, immigration planet. Lamrelu arm of the 5th spiral of the Orlon Galaxy relatives. Darren Zika, deceased in the line of duty. Educational background, primary school historical achievements, in Gaka City, Euralistar. He eliminated an elite-level Zerg and hundreds of ordinary Zerg, saving millions of citizens. Historical penalties, none undoubtedly, this dossier on Mo Tianyun is exceptionally detailed. It has been transmitted by the Empire's most formidable intellect, an apex-level brain, and every individual enlisting in the military is subject to scrutiny by this supreme intellect. Why does Mo Tianyun's identity card lack such comprehensive information? It is because the relative, grandfather Zika, recorded Mo Tianyun's identity information 5 years prior upon joining the military. Thus, this dossier is remarkably complete. He is merely 16 years old. Upon noting Mo Tianyun's age, this esteemed colonel, a master of epic-level battle matches, could not restrain himself, exclaiming despite the presence of seasoned veterans around him. It is worth noting that he himself only achieved a breakthrough to the Spirit C level at the age of 29. After graduating from the Orlan Genius Mech Academy, subsequently, he joined the Battle Mech Corps, enduring countless battles, and within a few years ascended to the rank of Major, exchanging his hard-earned military merit for an epic-level battle mech from the Empire, thus becoming an epic mech warrior. It was only then that he successfully obtained his graduation certificate from the Orlan Genius Mech Academy. Nearly a decade later, he had accumulated sufficient military merit to elevate his rank to colonel. It is indeed difficult to fathom that such a backward colonial planet has given rise to an extraordinary genius. This talent, even among the Empire's main planets, manifests only a few times every several years. Yet here, I encounter such a prodigy. If Mo Tianyun had been born on the Empire's main planet, endowed with abundant resources for cultivation, his accomplishments would far surpass what he has achieved now. He would likely have already gained renown throughout the Olong Empire, prompting even the Northern Libode Federation and the Dylan Empire to dispatch agents for infiltration and assassination, seeking to extinguish his potential in its infancy. The lieutenant colonel, with a grave expression while reviewing the open dossier in his hands, remarked, "I must promptly report to the highest commander at the base, Major General Griffiths Fred. Such a talent must not be allowed to perish on the front lines. While some tempering is beneficial, I must ensure his safety. If Mo Tianyun can successfully flourish, he will undoubtedly become a formidable general for the Empire. At that time, with this favor and merit, perhaps I could even ascend in rank myself." The lieutenant colonel squinted his eyes, a smile gracing his lips as he envisioned a promising future. Years later, when asked how he achieved such a high position with his abilities, now a general, this lieutenant colonel, reclining with his legs crossed, would respond, "It was merely a stroke of luck, coupled with my keen investment insight. I secured a promising ally just as he was beginning to rise. So, ha 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 ha." Chapter 62. The New Recruit Testing in Progress. New Recruit Testing Area. The next group of new recruits included Burrout Talink, Wendell Bryan, Moss Bray, Chibman Peggy, Joseph Leasy, and Feichi Windsor. Before the gaze of thousands of new recruits, another set of 30 individuals stepped forward to undergo testing. The assessment comprised tests of strength, mental fortitude, mecha grade, and the maximum enhancement multiplier of combat power. The strength test involved harnessing physical prowess to strike a testing apparatus using martial arts techniques. The mental fortitude assessment required the recruits to directly unleash their mental energy, with the measuring device providing an immediate reading of their mental strength. The tests for mecha grade and maximum combat power enhancement were conducted by placing the spatial gem containing the mecha onto the detection platform, yielding precise results. At that moment, a wave of astonishment rippled through the surrounding recruits. Mo Tianyun, upon hearing the commotion, turned to observe. Following the collective gaze of the crowd, he beheld the test results of each recruit. Burrout Talink, age 21, exhibited a baseline physical strength of 100 tons, with a maximum strength of 196 tons when augmented by martial techniques. His mental strength registered at a remarkable 10, indicating the pinnacle of perceptual capacity. His mecha grade was classified as extraordinary, with a maximum combat power enhancement multiplier of 54. Mo Tianyun marveled internally at Talink's prowess, recognizing that his baseline strength had reached the limit typical of late-stage, initial gene-evolved warriors, likely due to the perfect grade initial gene evolution potions he had traded to him. Though he glanced at the data, it did not evoke significant concern in Mo Tianyun's mind. However, for the other recruits, this was sufficiently shocking. They dared to assert that among the thousands of new recruits present, this particular recruit's testing data was exceptional, with few able to rival it. Firstly, his baseline physical strength data reached the pinnacle of a late-stage initial gene evolution warrior, an astonishing 100 tons. A feat not easily achieved and requiring a substantial quantity of high-quality gene evolution elixirs to attain. To possess such extraordinary physical strength at the late-stage initial gene evolution warrior's limit, his mental prowess must have also reached the apex of the perception tier. With a mental strength of 10, otherwise, he would be unable to withstand such immense physical power, resulting in inevitable collapse. Moreover, this Burrout Talink is merely 21 years old. Remarkably youthful, yet he has already attained a staggering combat mech enhancement multiplier of 54, establishing himself as an extraordinary combat mech master, indicating considerable financial and material backing. As another group of recruits stepped forward for testing, Discussions about this individual named Borot Talink continued among the new recruits. No subsequent group managed to produce testing data as astonishing as that of the earlier recruit. The next group included Adrian Gali, Algernon Noah, Cold Rain, Cold Wind, Jared Dorothea, Les Monroe, and Emmanuel Hawkins. Among them, there was one whom Mo Tianyun recognized, Miss Cold Rain. Her chilling aura and predominantly blue, aloof makeup left a lasting impression on Mo Tianyun. Her testing data across various projects is quite impressive, surpassing 90 of the thousands of new recruits present. Longyu, age 18, exhibits a baseline strength of 51. 9 tons with a maximum strength of 88. 4 tons enhanced by martial arts techniques. Her spiritual power intensity stands at 6, indicating an intermediate level of perception. She pilots an extraordinary class combat mech, which boasts a maximum combat power enhancement factor of 43 times. However, what truly captures Mo Tianming's attention is the white-haired man beside Miss Lung Yu, who emanates a similarly frigid aura. His testing data is exceptionally high, rivaling that of young Master Talink. Lung Feng, age 20, possesses a baseline strength of 100 tons and achieves a maximum strength of 188. 5 tons, also augmented by martial arts techniques. His spiritual power intensity is rated at 10, representing the pinnacle of perceptual capability. He too pilots an extraordinary class combat mech, with an impressive maximum combat power enhancement factor of 52 times. What a genius-level individual. This data leaves most of the new recruits in awe, and even some seasoned veterans of the combat mech division express their admiration. I must devise a strategy to persuade these formidable new recruits to join forces, forming a team that would significantly enhance our efficiency in exterminating the insectoid threat while mitigating danger. Mo Tianyun mused. Yet, aside from the perfect grade primary gene evolution potions, what means do I possess to attract them? Star coins? They have abundance of those. Perfect grade primary gene evolution potions? I have already sold them over 100 bottles. They hardly require more. Mo Tianyun stroked his head, his brow slightly furrowed as he pondered. It seemed that he needed to showcase his prowess soon, to let them know that he was a reliable and formidable ally. Moreover, as battle mech engineers, what could be the greatest allure for one of their kind? Naturally, it was the mechs themselves. He was skilled in mech repairs and capable of fabricating mech components. Most significantly, he had transcended to the spiritual sea level of mental strength, enabling him to learn the art of crafting epic battle mechs, which was truly the most captivating prospect. With this thought, Mo Tianyun felt assured. The conditions he could offer were already exceptional, so why would they hesitate to join him? For a battle mech engineer, combat inevitably leads to the potential damage of mechs. The mere fact that Mo Tianyun could repair mechs was a considerable draw. Not to mention, his ability to produce mech components was invaluable. Powerful accessories such as weapons and shields for battle mechs could only be created by skilled component engineers. These engineers tailored components specifically to the unique conditions of the mechs, a process that was time-consuming. Consequently, their services commanded a high price, often out of reach due to their scarcity. As for epic mechs, the allure they held was simply irresistible for any battle mech engineer. Many could gather enough materials, yet still fail to bring such creations to life. Due to the rarity of elite mech engineers, the creation of an epic combat mech requires a minimum of 10 days to half a month. This extensive endeavor demands an immense amount of mental fortitude, necessitating prolonged periods of rest for these distinguished engineers to recuperate. Moreover, the failure rate of the mech core during the crafting of an epic mech is exceedingly high. A moment's inattention could result in the destruction of the most precious materials. Thus, an elite mech engineer is capable of producing merely one epic combat mech per year, marking them as a prolific creator. In Chapter 63, Insights Gained, the emergence of a stronger heart, a new group of recruits is introduced. John Thorne, Payne Lucia, Lin Dan, Tracy Mansfield, Lev Abraham. Upon hearing his name, Thorne stepped forward to undertake the new recruit assessment beside Mo Tianyun, who watched intently. He was eager to gauge the capabilities of the subordinates he had trained in Han Mountain City, hoping they would not disappoint. John Thorne, age, 29, physical norm strength, 46. 3 tons maximum strength with martial arts enhancement, 72. 1 tons mental strength intensity, 5. Intermediate perception level, mech level. Ordinary combat mech maximum mech combat power enhancement, 7 times. Mo Tianyun nodded. These statistics were not particularly poor. In fact, Achieving such test results at the age of 29 on Urulu Star signifies considerable talent, and he felt a sense of satisfaction. However, Thorn's group did reveal a new recruit whose test results surpassed even those of Talink, causing yet another stir among the audience. However, it stands to reason that among the thousands of new recruits present, hailing from the combat mech divisions of several hundred nearby planets, there must be some individuals of remarkable strength. Upon observing, Motianyun felt a slight, yet profound astonishment. Lev Abraham, aged 19, possesses a baseline physical strength of 100 tons. And under the enhancement of martial combat techniques, his maximum strength reaches an impressive 216 tons. His mental prowess is measured at a formidable intensity of 10, the pinnacle of perceptual capability. His mech is classified as an extraordinary combat mech with a maximum combat power enhancement factor of 60. This individual is 2 years younger than Talink, and the data indicating his maximum strength of 216 tons suggests that his martial enhancements surpass those of Talink. As time progressed, numerous formidable combat mech operators emerged, astonishing their peers. Conversely, there were also many who were notably weak, such as those with a baseline physical strength of merely 1 or 2 tons, a mental intensity of 1, and a maximum power enhancement factor ranging from 1 to 2. Most observers could not suppress their ridicule, and some even erupted into laughter upon witnessing such data. Those of lesser strength were universally subjected to mockery, and this occasion was no exception. Motianyun silently observed, pondering deeply. If he were among those who were mocked, how would he respond? Would he remain silent, enduring the derision? Would he swallow his pride? Or would he defiantly retort with fierce indignation? Perhaps he would boldly declare that his fate is determined by himself, not by the whims of fate? Once again, with an air of defiance, he proclaimed, "In 30 years, the tides of fate will shift." Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. Motianyun's heart was in turmoil until a rather diminutive boy with dark skin stepped forward amidst the crowd. To most, his testing data appeared utterly inadequate, yet Motianyun discerned certain nuances within it. Khadgar Manan Nick, age 16, exhibited a baseline strength of 1.2 tons. When augmented by martial arts techniques, his maximum strength reached an impressive 3.5 tons, while his mental acuity was rated at 5, indicating a moderate level of perception. His mech was classified as ordinary, with a maximum combat enhancement multiplier of 2. Undoubtedly, these figures were indeed paltry, leading to ridicule from the onlookers. However, unlike the others, Motianyun did not mock him. Rather, he engaged in a rational analysis. A small fraction of the crowd regarded the dark-skinned boy with a discerning gaze, mirroring Motianyun's lack of disdain. Although the boy's baseline strength was feeble, the fact that he could attain a peak strength of 3.5 tons under the influence of martial techniques suggested a significantly high level of skill or mastery. It is noteworthy that Motianyun's own application of the Celestial Moonsword technique yielded a mere tripling of strength, indicating that this boy's martial prowess may have reached a similar level of mastery. If Motianyun were to apply his Thousand Stars sword, the minimum enhancement to his strength would be 5-fold. Hence, it is improbable that the dark-skinned boy possessed martial techniques of an astral caliber, unless he was concealing his true capabilities. Though such a notion seemed unlikely. Due to his insufficient physical strength and mental intensity, the young boy struggled with the celestial martial arts that required exceptional physical attributes. The surrounding recruits regarded him with disdain. However, the dark-skinned youth remained unfazed by their scrutiny and mockery, as if the external world held no significance for him. A faint smile graced his lips, and he seemed to murmur something softly. Motianyun, wielding his formidable mental power, reached out to sense the boy's quiet words. "I have trained for a month, and my base strength has increased by 0.2 tons. Granny Prolin was right. Perseverance will surely lead to progress. Nick, you must continue to strive." Upon hearing this, Motianyun was suddenly reminded of the unwavering belief he once held, an indomitable spirit. Indeed, why should I be troubled? The laughter and astonishment of others are of no concern to me. As long as I remain true to my path and my martial heart, I shall undoubtedly become a true powerhouse, standing tall among the cosmos elite, defending those who call out for help, judging the wicked, and protecting the innocent and the weak. In the core space of the divine miracle, the spirit of the miracle sensed Motianyun's transformation, her flawless cherry-red lips parting slightly. Has the heart of a champion already embarked on its first metamorphosis? If so, the remaining steps cannot be far behind. I eagerly anticipate the day you become a true powerhouse. The spirit of the miracle spoke with a smile. Moments later, Emotianyun slowly opened his eyes and gazed at the testing data of the dark-skinned youth, remarking, "This boy possesses such a lofty and serene mindset. He is destined for great achievements in the future. I accept him as a teammate." The dark-skinned youth, seemingly indifferent to his surroundings, left the testing area, calmly embracing the laughter and mockery directed at him. Emotianyun gradually approached the dark-skinned youth and said, "Greetings, I am Emotianyun. I wish to form a team and would like to invite you to be the first member." The youth responded, "I am Khadgar Man and Nick. Did I hear you correctly? You, a formidable individual, are inviting me?" Nick was momentarily taken aback, as his recently revealed data was far from impressive. In fact, it was quite dismal. It was astonishing that someone would seek him out as a teammate, especially one rumored to be the most powerful among all the new recruits present. While he refused to belittle himself, he was acutely aware of his current limitations. Chapter 64. Emotianyun's new recruit testing data. The other recruits also took notice. Wasn't he this the individual who had just competed in mental prowess against the colonel, possibly possessing spirit sea-level capabilities? What could he possibly want with this rubbish? Surely, he didn't intend to bully him, did he? The new recruits thought with ill intentions. "I have come specifically to seek you out. Join us, and you will not suffer any disadvantage. Indeed, the benefits will be numerous." Emotianyun fixed his gaze on Nick. Nick did not hastily refuse. Instead, he replied, "May I take some time to consider this?" Emotianyun urged, "Do not ponder too much. Behold what I have." He produced a vial containing a perfect-grade initial gene evolution potion. He continued, "This vial can enhance your strength by a full ton without any adverse effects. With your mental fortitude, you could consume at least 50 vials, resulting in an astonishing increase of 50 tons in strength. This is far more efficient than the arduous toil of training. Such an item must be exceedingly precious, and I lack the means to exchange for it," Nick admitted, though he felt an intense longing, managing to resist the overwhelming temptation. Emotianyun revealed his proposition, stating, "My terms are quite straightforward. Upon joining the team, you may acquire 1 vial of the perfect-grade initial gene evolution potion in exchange for 100 ordinary insectoid crystal cores." He was confident that Nick's ascension in strength would prove to be a significant asset. Gently shaking the vial in his hand, Emotianyun raised his chin to emphasize the potion, enticingly suggesting, "Would you care to experience the exhilaration of spinning wealth and indulging in enhancements? The sensation of soaring is truly delightful." The notion of exchanging 100 insectoid crystal cores for a vial of the perfect-grade initial gene evolution potion piqued Nick's interest. "Indeed, joining my team offers additional benefits." Emotianyun elaborated on mech repairs, the manufacturing of mech components, and even sketched an enticing vision of an epic mech. Ultimately, Nick agreed. The new recruits around were taken aback. They too had been quietly listening, pondering why such fortunate circumstances had not befallen them. "Esteemed sir, I too wish to join your ranks. Here is my new recruit test data. Might you consider me?" A rather unsightly man squeezed through the crowd to speak. Upon recognizing him as the one who had mockingly ridiculed Nick the loudest, Emotianyun immediately used his mental energy to push him away. If not for the constraint against causing harm in this place, he would have certainly taken immediate action to teach him a lesson. The next group of recruits included Maxwell Blau, Nair Douglas, Roderick Clement, Alec Frederick, Blaze Rely, and Emotianyun. At last, it was Emotianyun's turn for testing. "Look, it's the one who competed with that lieutenant, the master with spirit sea-level mental energy, who is about to undergo the new recruit test. Ah, indeed, that's him. I foolishly attempted to touch him with my mental energy and instantly found my own energy shattered. My entire body ached for a long while afterward," one person exclaimed, unable to suppress a shiver. Emotianyun slowly approached the testing area, commencing with the strength test. "Beep. Your baseline physical strength is 100 tons. Please begin to utilize your martial arts techniques to strike the strength testing device. I have only trained in sword techniques, yet I do not possess a fine sword to carry with me. I must acquire a quality sword." Emotianyun mused as he gazed at the strength testing device before him. Thus, Emotianyun concentrated his mental energy to forge a sword of starlight. Upon its emergence, the assembled thousands of new recruits and dozens of seasoned veterans were left in awe, a wave of astonishment sweeping through the crowd. "A sword forged from mental energy. My goodness, it's confirmed. The mental energy at the spirit sea level is undeniable." Suddenly, A resounding crash reverberated throughout the venue, a sound that was deafening. 685 for tons. 684, 5 tons. Incredible. This strike surpassed the previous most powerful blow of 226 for tons by over threefold. Alas, the reason why becoming an epic battle mech pilot poses such a significant challenge is precisely because of the mental energy barrier that has thwarted countless individuals. Not only must the mech operators possess mental energy at the spirit sea level, but the mech craftsmen also require such formidable mental prowess to create the mechs. Many lamented. Indeed, it doesn't end there. To become a mid-tier genetic evolution warrior, one must still attain mental energy at the spirit sea level. The crux is, without reaching the spirit sea level, even those enhancements for mental energy cannot be endured, relying solely on one's innate talent, fortune, and understanding. Upon hearing this, some sighed in agreement. Just look at the vast Along Empire. How many can achieve spirit sea level mental energy before the age of 25? Those are truly exceptional talents. Some chuckled. Please, release your mental energy. Upon hearing this, Emotianyun immediately unleashed his mental energy. Suddenly, it erupted like a volcano, impacting the mental testing apparatus. The intensity of mental power was assessed at a low level of spirit sea, in the core space of the miracle. Indeed, the heart of the strong underwent its first transformation, and the mental power instantly doubled. Originally, Emotianyun's mental power intensity was just over 10,000, but now it had surged significantly. The spirit of the miracle nodded, murmuring to itself. Outside, in the new recruit testing area, a voice exclaimed, "What is happening? My mental power was just firmly suppressing Emotianyun's mental strength, so how could his assessment reach such heights? I must remind you, my recent mental power assessment was just above 20,000. How could he surpass me?" The major's face displayed disbelief. He quickly forced himself to alter his thoughts, reasoning surely. Emotianyun must not have exerted his full strength. He must have had reservations, likely to maintain my dignity as his superior, fearing I might target him. It must be so. After uttering these words, the major chuckled. Please place the space pearl containing the mecha on the testing platform. Emotianyun complied without hesitation. The ordinary combat mecha was assessed with a maximum combat enhancement multiplier of 10, and the mecha was rated perfect level ordinary combat mecha. Although this data was not exceedingly high, as Emotianyun's mecha was not an extraordinary combat mecha, the perfect level ordinary combat mecha was unique to him. After all, producing a perfect level mecha is no simple feat. Thus, all of Emotianyun's testing data was revealed. Emotianyun, age 16, possesses a normal physical strength of 100 tons. While under the enhancement of martial arts techniques, his maximum strength reaches an astounding 684. 5 tons. His mental power intensity is categorized as low level in the spiritual C tier. He wields a perfect grade ordinary battle mech, which can amplify his combat prowess by a factor of 10. Chapter 65. Personal exclusive microintelligence brain. Isn't this astonishing? The intensity of his mental power far surpasses that of the extreme limits of the perception tier, exceeding it by over 2,000 times. No wonder he is so formidable. Our mental powers could scarcely withstand even a single contact, exclaimed a bewildered rookie. Moreover, this is not the most striking detail. Take a look at his age, it will surely astound you. An experienced soldier interjected. Age? 16 years. This is simply unfathomable. It borders on the incredible. With such age and talent, he is destined to gain notoriety throughout the entire Along Empire. In an instant, some gasped in disbelief, others covered their mouths in shock, while some shouted in excitement. In short, no one could remain unperturbed by Emotianyun's extraordinary mental power intensity at such a young age. Each individual fixated on the rookie's testing data regarding age and mental power intensity, neglecting all other statistics. What purpose does the rookie testing data serve? Primarily, it enables the commanding officers of the Battle Mech Corps to analyze and select the most exceptional individuals for focused training, implying a significant allocation of resources toward their development. The second purpose is for the new recruits to engage in self-reflection, allowing them to analyze their own test data and identify their weaknesses. By addressing these shortcomings, they can enhance their abilities. Therefore, the significance of the recruits' testing is substantial. However, many individuals fail to recognize this, instead fixating on the data of others. Does the performance of others, whether high or low, have any bearing on oneself? It does not. There are far too many who become overly concerned with others and neglect their own progress. Those who grasp this understanding are the exceptional ones among the recruits. Tianyan is certainly aware that there remains considerable room for improvement in his own data. Thus, he remains indifferent to external commotion, focusing solely on his own statistics. First and foremost, regarding his baseline physical strength, with his current mental fortitude, he can utilize a mid-tier genetic enhancement potion. His aim is to elevate his baseline physical strength to over 2,000 tons, which represents nearly a 20-fold increase in power. Therefore, he must accumulate more points to exchange for the formula of the mid-tier genetic enhancement potion from the core space of miracles. Tianyun pondered silently as he considered his baseline physical strength. Furthermore, the maximum strength conferred by his martial arts techniques far exceeds 684.5 tons. He is capable of condensing hundreds of starlight swords, and when all these starlight blades converge their attacks on a single point, the resultant force could easily exceed several 100,000 tons. This is where his true strength lies at present. If he can further elevate the realm of his myriad starlight swords to perfection, he will possess over 1,000 starlight swords, thereby enhancing his power to unprecedented heights. Tianyun contemplated inwardly, realizing that the time had come to transform his mech into an extraordinary model. He needed to hasten the upgrades to the Tianyun mech, anticipating an enhancement in combat capabilities by several dozen times. With such power, his strikes could potentially unleash a force equivalent to 100,000 tons. Ultimately, he envisioned creating an epic mech, the Thousand Swords mech, capable of wielding over 1,000,000 tons of strength under a maximum enhancement multiplier of 960. With such overwhelming might, what insectoid adversary could possibly stand against him? Surely, the rewards of core points and military accolades would flow in abundance. As Tianyun entertained these thoughts, he began to secretly rejoice. However, he was rather naive. If the insectoid race were so easily vanquished, they would have long been eradicated by more advanced civilizations in the cosmos, never having the chance to encroach upon a minor domain like the Oolong Empire. In the core space of the divine miracle, the spirit of the miracle shook her head with a smile, choosing not to convey her thoughts to Tianyun, for she did not wish to diminish his confidence. Since he had arrived here, the harsh realities of war would soon unveil themselves, providing him with a far more profound understanding than mere words could impart. The spirit of the miracle spoke with a grave expression, her tone cold and unyielding. Meanwhile, the new recruits were undergoing testing, yet no one could evoke any significant reactions. Both the newcomers and seasoned soldiers had become numb to the data presented by Tianyun. As the final group of recruits completed their evaluations, the testing concluded. At that moment, Colonel Chris began addressing the assembly through the voice transmitter. The new recruit assessment has concluded. Each recruit will receive a personal microintelligence device exclusive to the Imperial Army. This device is non-transferable. Any unauthorized use will result in its automatic deactivation. It is imperative to heed this warning. Colonel Chris extended his left hand, revealing a flat, square black crystal, approximately several square centimeters in size. Every soldier in the Empire possesses a personal microintelligence device, which contains vital information regarding their military identity, including their legion, base, and temporary residence within the base. Additionally, it records one's rank, military merit points, and other pertinent details. Furthermore, it tracks the number of enemies slain during combat, their ranks, and capabilities, automatically updating one's military merit points. Should one wish to procure items, this personal microintelligence device can facilitate purchases using military merit points, allowing for collection at the base. In summary, the personal microintelligence device is replete with powerful and practical functions. Beyond strength and rank, any challenges encountered can be resolved through this device. After Colonel Chris concluded his remarks, the veterans began distributing the personal microintelligence devices to the recruits. Once all the recruits had received their devices, Colonel Chris resumed his address. Upon receiving their personal microintelligence units, the recruits commenced the process of linking their individual identity information. By simply placing their Imperial identity cards near the designated microintelligence units, automatic recognition and binding would ensue. Each personal microintelligence unit could undergo this authentication and binding process only once. Thereafter, it could not be altered unless damaged, in which case a new binding would be necessary. Colonel Chris reminded the recruits from the podium. Following his instructions, Tianyun took out his Imperial identity card to authenticate and bind his personal microintelligence unit. The surrounding recruits also began the binding process as instructed. A faint red beam of light emanated from the personal microintelligence unit, illuminating Mo Tianyun's Imperial Identity card as it commenced scanning. Suddenly, a small blue light screen materialized upon the microintelligence unit. Chapter 66, Legendary Mechs and Mythical Exosuits Identity Recognition Successful. Mo Tianyun began the binding process, connecting to the Imperial Military High Command System. Hyperspace Information Transmission Matrix is sending data, expected to arrive in 30 seconds. Please be patient. 29, 28, 27. 3, 2, 1, 0. Connection to the High Command System successful. The functions of the Personal Microintelligence Unit are now officially activated. Generating your information. Acquiring information from the current base. Commencing the matching and generation of Imperial Soldier information. Generation of Imperial Soldier information successful. Binding information. Binding successful. As Mo Tianyun observed the lines of text rapidly oscillating before him, he soon completed the authentication and binding of his personal microintelligence brain. At the tender age of 16, his military rank was that of a third-class private, with a merit value of 0. He was affiliated with the Fighter Mecha Division, holding no official position, and possessed no skills. His physical strength was quantified at 100 tons, while under the enhancement of martial arts techniques, his maximum strength soared to 684.5 tons. The intensity of his mental prowess was classified at the low tier of the Spirit Sea level. The highest combat power amplification multiplier for his mecha was 10, and he operated a mecha of perfect grade within the realm of ordinary combat mechas. The testing data was sourced from the Dunistar Defense Military Base's rookie assessments, where his current allocated residence was located at Building 4513, District 54 of the Fighter Mecha Division. This constituted the essence of my basic information. At present, I could be considered to have a place of residence within this military defense base. Mo Tianyun clicked on the information regarding his dwelling, and unexpectedly, a series of textual descriptions appeared. Upon reading them, he comprehended that by accessing the map of this military defense base, he could easily locate his residence. He also learned that the treatment for new recruits joining the Fighter Mecha Division was significantly superior to that of ordinary soldiers. Firstly, soldiers enlisted in the Fighter Mecha Division received a daily salary of 10,000 star coins, whereas regular soldiers earned merely 500 star coins, a staggering 20-fold disparity in remuneration. This difference in treatment was indeed considerable. Furthermore, Mo Tianyun discovered that the dining provisions for soldiers in the Fighter Mecha Division were of a markedly higher standard. The Mecha Combat Corps boasts a dedicated cafeteria exclusively for its members, where a plethora of rare delicacies, often elusive in everyday life, can be found in abundance. These exquisite dishes, typically priced exorbitantly in the outside world, are available here at a fraction of the cost. Furthermore, each soldier who joins the Mecha Combat Corps is afforded the luxury of residing in an independent dwelling. Unlike the ordinary Imperial soldiers who are often crammed into communal quarters with dozens of others. In truth, the privileges and conditions enjoyed by the soldiers of the Mecha Combat Corps far exceed those of their standard counterparts in numerous aspects. Such treatment is indeed well-deserved, for with great power comes great responsibility. Firstly, the combat prowess of the mecha pilots is significantly superior to that of ordinary soldiers wielding energy weapons. Consequently, it is often the soldiers of the Mecha Combat Corps who lead the charge on the front lines. Secondly, the mechs operated by these pilots are their personal property. Not provided by the Empire, they bring their costly machines to the battlefield to defend the Empire's territories. These two factors alone justify the exceptional conditions they are afforded. Thirdly, the missions undertaken by the Mecha Combat Corps are fraught with peril, frequently requiring at least one squad of pilots to venture into hazardous environments to accomplish their objectives, with dangers that are impossible to quantify. As a result, the mortality rate among the soldiers of the Mecha Combat Corps is alarmingly high, as they literally risk their lives in combat. Under such circumstances, if their treatment were to be comparable to that of ordinary soldiers, one must ponder which mecha pilot would be foolish enough to enlist in the Mecha Combat Corps. It is precisely because the treatment within the Mecha Fighter Corps is exceptionally favorable. And as long as one dares to strive and continuously complete missions to accumulate sufficient military merit, one can exchange it for precious items to enhance their strength. Furthermore, after serving for a year, one may opt for retirement, which will yield a considerable fortune along with items that bolster one's capabilities. This is the reason why an endless stream of mecha fighters joins the Mecha Fighter Corps, engaging in battles across the Empire to safeguard its territories. It is said that numerous mecha fighters have joined the Corps, receiving generous resources and training, and after enduring countless trials and refinements, they ultimately stand out and transform into the Empire's heavy artillery. At this juncture, one cannot overlook the legendary figure of Grand Marshal Kale, who has appeared multiple times in this narrative. He is a quintessential example of such a remarkable individual, having risen through the ranks of the Mecha Fighter Corps, vanquishing enemies and accumulating military achievements until he became one of the Empire's esteemed marshals, renowned across countless planets of the Aolong Empire, even earning a formidable reputation among rival civilizations. As Mo Tianyun gazes at the luminous screen before him, he realizes that certain functionalities remain inaccessible, such as the officer panel and technical modules. It appears that to unlock these features, one must obtain specific permissions. Nevertheless, some fundamental functions are indeed available. And what captures Mo Tianyun's attention most is the military merit module. Upon delving into it, he discovers a plethora of items available for exchange, regardless of whether they are mechas, potions, materials, weapons, or universal mecha components and martial arts techniques. It can be confidently asserted that anything possessed by the Empire can be acquired if one possesses an ample amount of military merit. Mo Tianyun continued to access the Mecha interface, where various classifications of mechas of differing ranks were displayed. He discovered that the epic mecha was currently inaccessible, with a notification indicating, "Your military rank has not yet reached Major." What thrilled Mo Tianyun the most was the sight of the legendary mecha and the fabled mecha behind the epic mecha, which were two higher classifications. He first gently tapped on the legendary mecha, only to be met with the message, "Your military rank has not yet reached Brigadier General." Must one attain the rank of Brigadier General to unlock the legendary mecha? Mo Tianyun murmured to himself. Next, he gazed upon the fabled mecha, which appeared extraordinarily formidable, and wondered what military rank was required to access it. He then tapped on the fabled mecha classification, and indeed, another notification appeared. It read, "Your military rank has not yet reached Marshal." Marshal? Mo Tianyun's eyes sparkled with fervor. How splendid it would be if he could one day become a Marshal of the Empire. At that time, wielding the power of life and death, he would traverse the Empire's expanse, his name resonating throughout the Orlan Empire, commanding the fabled mecha in battles across the land, vanquishing all enemies of the insectoid and extraterrestrial civilizations. He envisioned soaring freely through the cosmos, witnessing countless stars, absorbing the essence of myriad celestial bodies, and experiencing the infinite wonders of the universe. What blissful and exquisite existence that would be. Chapter 67. A new residence at the military base. This fellow simply loves to daydream. Within the core space of the divine artifact, the spirit of the divine artifact shook its head in disbelief. Relying solely on a legendary mech and the identity of a marshal of the Aolong Empire to eradicate the Zerg is a folly born of youth, a naivety that stems from a lack of formidable experiences. The spirit of miracles gazed upward within the core space of the divine miracles, where ancient and intricate flowing patterns continuously swirled at the apex of this ethereal realm, evoking unsettling memories, terrifying recollections of the Zerg. In the rookie testing area, an atmosphere of fervent excitement erupted as new recruits animatedly discussed the functionalities embedded within their personal microintelligences. The most astonishing revelation lay within the military merit exchange, showcasing an array of invaluable items capable of enhancing their prowess. Each recruit was engulfed in exhilaration upon beholding these precious artifacts, eager to acquire them at once, while also yearning to glimpse the unopened categories that tantalizingly eluded their grasp. Now that you have all completed your personal microintelligences, let us turn our attention to the military skills training for recruits, announced Colonel Chris, his thunderous voice commanding immediate silence and attention from all present. Those designated as extraordinary mech pilots were afforded the privilege of opting out of the rookie military skills training. For ordinary mech pilots, should they possess the capabilities of extraordinary pilots, they too could forego this training. However, for those who did not meet the requisite standards, it was prudent to engage in the training, as it would at least bolster their abilities, providing a greater assurance for future missions. Colonel Chris's words resonated distinctly in the ears of every individual present. Ultimately, over 95% of individuals opted to participate in the new recruit military skills training. As for the remaining less than 5%, they were exceptional combat mecha warriors possessing a modicum of military knowledge and considerable strength. For them, the priority lay in swiftly forming teams to undertake missions and thereby accumulate military merit, rather than engaging in training. In fact, The majority of those who chose to forego the new recruit military skills training made their decision after observing Mo Tianyun's choice to participate. This was largely due to the fact that a competition would ensue following the completion of the training, with the ultimate victor receiving a substantial reward in military merit. The most lucrative of all, while the rewards for second place and beyond were significantly diminished. Thus, these individuals preferred to embark on missions rather than squander time in training. Consequently, those who have chosen to engage in the new recruit military skills training will commence a rigorous 2-week regimen starting tomorrow, while those who have opted out may freely assemble teams to accept missions at the task hall. Colonel Chris was exceedingly pleased to see Mo Tianyun participating in the training, and he decided to personally oversee the training of this cohort of recruits. After dispersing, Mo Tianyun made his way to the metallic ground outside, retrieved his spatial orb, and summoned his mecha. He then piloted the mecha towards the designated location indicated by his personal microintelligence, which happened to be his residence within the military base. Upon arrival, he found the house to be quite spacious, with an estimated area of no less than 1,000 square meters. Although the towering skyscrapers in the command center area, sprawling over hundreds of square kilometers and soaring to heights of hundreds of meters, were inconsequential to Mo Tianyun, they were indeed tenfold larger than the old house he purchased in Hanzan City. Mo Tianyun piloted his mech for nearly half an hour before arriving at the designated residence within this space. Tick-tock. As he approached the entrance, a beam of white light swept across, and the mechanical door instantly swung open. "Welcome, the new master here, Mo Tianyun from the Imperial Mech Fighter Corps." A mechanical voice reverberated. The interior lights flickered to life, illuminating the entire house as brightly as daylight. The abundance of furniture was remarkable. Each piece was a powerful and sophisticated technological marvel that he had only glimpsed in books during his childhood. Now, he could finally make use of them. And they were provided to him at no cost by the Empire. Mo Tianyun expressed his astonishment. "Greetings, my new master, Mo Tianyun. I am the robotic steward of this residence, and from this moment forth, I shall attend to all your daily needs." Suddenly, a white robot ambled over. Apart from its eyes emitting a faint glow, it bore a striking resemblance to a human. "Well then, please provide me with an overview of this household." Mo Tianyun nodded in acknowledgement. "Certainly, master. Allow me to briefly outline this home for you. This residence comprises 5 floors and a basement. The first floor serves as a reception hall, equipped with numerous high-end beverages in the storage cabinets, which can be replenished upon request. At that time, specialized delivery robots will bring it to you. The second floor serves as a sanctuary for relaxation, primarily dedicated to entertainment, featuring gaming pods that connect to the virtual world, along with various other recreational rooms, such as dance halls." Mo Tianyun nodded, acknowledging that these amenities could indeed provide a respite for the body and mind. Sometimes, a leisurely approach to exertion proves to be a wise choice. The third floor is dedicated to the pursuit of knowledge, housing a vast collection of holographic books produced by the Empire, encompassing a multitude of subjects. While none of the knowledge is particularly profound, immersing oneself in literature can significantly broaden one's horizons. Is that so? I must make time to explore this. I have yet to utilize my mental strength to acquire new knowledge. I have heard that the spirit sea level of mental power allows one to absorb the knowledge from thousands of books in a single instance, retaining it as if it were inscribed in the mind. Upon hearing this, Mo Tianyun's interest was piqued. Acquiring knowledge was his forte, and reading was a source of joy for him. The author, in all honesty, finds it hard to believe that reading scholarly texts is genuinely a pleasurable endeavor, yet acknowledges that indulging in novels is indeed delightful. The robotic butler continued. "The fourth floor houses numerous combat robots, albeit their strength is quite limited. However, their chips are programmed with intricate techniques of martial arts. Master, you can control your own power to engage with them using pure martial arts techniques, which may enhance your own skills." Upon hearing this, Mo Tianyun paid little heed, believing that any practice would yield some benefit. However, how could this possibly compare to the simulated adversaries within the simulation space that mirrored reality so closely? Nevertheless, he resolved to explore it when time permitted. Perhaps it would yield some unexpected gains. Chapter 68, The Mecha Control Instruction by Colonel Chris. The final layer, you have undoubtedly surmised, serves as a sanctuary for relaxation. Within this space lies an advanced temperature control system, intelligently adjusting according to the ambient temperature and your body's heat, ensuring your utmost comfort during rest. Furthermore, The walls of this room possess the remarkable ability to transform into various shapes, colors, and styles, even depicting an array of landscapes so vividly that it creates an immersive experience. As the robotic assistant spoke, the walls began to morph, showcasing scenes of forests, oceans, plains, deserts, blue skies, and starry nights. The robotic steward continued, "While this is rather splendid, I find myself struggling to adapt. It all feels too artificial. I would prefer it to revert to its original state," Onion remarked, shaking his head. "Very well," the mecha responded with a nod. Restoring the walls to their previous form before continuing, the fifth layer offers direct access to the rooftop, where the mechs are conveniently stationed for immediate takeoff. Should you receive an urgent mission during your respite, this could save you valuable time. What about the basement? Onion inquired suddenly. The basement is equipped with a rudimentary laboratory featuring a large mechanical workbench, an advanced alloy forging furnace, and high-precision machining stations, an array of machines commonly utilized for the manufacture and maintenance of mechs. Upon hearing this, Onion felt a surge of excitement. He had not anticipated such treasures hidden within the basement, which truly astonished him. Unbeknownst to Onion, such machines were a rarity in others' homes. Furthermore, the size of the residence, the number of floors, and the interior decor all paled in comparison to his abode. This house had been personally arranged for Onion by Colonel Chris. Even many junior military officers would find themselves envious upon witnessing Onion's residence. On Duna Star. A day spans 32 hours. By the time Onion had thoroughly acquainted himself with his new home, he practiced the myriad techniques of the Starlight Sword within the simulation space and finally retired to the 5th floor for a restful slumber. The day had swiftly passed. Following the guidance of his personal micro-intelligence brain, he arrived at the Advanced Mech Control Training Camp. Here, the new recruits participating in military training encountered Colonel Chris, the very officer they had seen the day before. It was peculiar. Wasn't Colonel Chris supposed to be rather busy? Why was he here? The surrounding junior officers, who had come to oversee the mech control training, expressed their confusion. However, they soon learned the reason. "Greetings, new recruits. I shall be your instructor for the mech control training over the next fortnight," Colonel Chris announced, his gaze particularly resting on Onion. The recruits, along with the supervising officers, were taken aback. Fortunately, I had chosen to partake in the military training for new recruits. Otherwise, it would be a tremendous loss. After all, this is the tutelage of an epic battle mech master, far beyond the capabilities of mere junior officers. The new recruits expressed their profound fortune. Some of them even relayed the news to acquaintances who had not participated in the military training, and upon hearing the tidings, they lamented, striking their thighs in regret. "Colonel Chris is here to instruct the new recruits? Surely, this cannot be true." The training officers were rendered speechless by their astonishment. How could the busy Colonel Chris possibly have the leisure to guide new recruits? Were it not for their own eyes witnessing the event, no one would believe such a tale could unfold at this defensive military base. Could it be? Many turned their gaze toward Onion, piecing together some of the reasons. Indeed, during the subsequent training sessions, it became evident to the astute observers that Colonel Chris had come specifically to mentor Onion. Yet, they felt a sense of joy, for to acquire the knowledge of an epic battle mech master through Onion was a significant boon. After all, while Onion feasted on the meat, they would still partake in the broth. The mech operation skills training was conducted for 8 hours each day, followed by 4 hours dedicated to military knowledge courses, and concluding with an additional 4 hours of military equipment operation classes. Thus, during the day, Onion received guidance from Colonel Chris, and at night, he tirelessly practiced in the simulation space, rapidly enhancing his mech operation skills, to the point where even Colonel Chris could not help but sing his praises. In less than half a month, Colonel Chris took his leave, feeling that he had little left to impart, save for practical experience and insights that could not be taught. The half-month military training for new recruits was finally drawing to a close. Today marked the final day, the day of competition for the new recruits who had participated in the training. As the matches unfolded, Onion either effortlessly dispatched his opponents or faced those who conceded defeat. It was inevitable. Onion's mastery of mecha control had evolved remarkably over the past 2 weeks, rendering him almost unrecognizable compared to his former self. Against other ordinary recruits, he did not even need to exert a fraction of his full strength to secure victories. When confronted with formidable elite mecha pilots, Onion, without employing his mental prowess, still managed to triumph using his ordinary combat mecha, the Onion Mecha, along with the refined techniques imparted by Colonel Chris. At last, during the semifinals, Onion encountered Talink. Without a doubt a formidable adversary in the first truly challenging opponent he had faced. Onion, I have awaited this day for quite some time. I am aware of the considerable gap between us. Yet I wish to engage you personally and ascertain just how vast that disparity truly is. Talink proclaimed through the mecha's audio transmission system, controlling a nearly 30-meter-tall elite combat mecha. Haha, splendid. Let us engage in a grand battle. Onion responded, brimming with enthusiasm for the impending contest. How absurd. It is undeniably a certain defeat. With Onion's formidable mental prowess, how could anyone among us possibly triumph over him? A new recruit scoffed, shaking his head. What rank did you achieve in this competition? Suddenly, another recruit inquired. I ranked 1245. Is there a problem with that? The new recruit confidently declared, revealing his standing, which placed him within the top 30 among all newcomers. Not an insignificant achievement. 1245. You truly are a joke. Do you know my rank? I stand at 73. With that, he continued, how dare you critique the top 4? Let me tell you, the stronger one is, the less likely they are to concede defeat. True strength lies in the refusal to shy away from challenges, the more formidable the opponent, the greater the desire to engage them in battle. There is no predetermined outcome. Only the weak utter such nonsense. The strong understand that relinquishing hope guarantees failure, while perseverance, however slim the chance, still holds a glimmer of possibility. It is this very sliver of hope that has allowed countless individuals to glimpse the dawn amidst despair, enabling them to shatter their confines and transform into genuine warriors. Having uttered these words, he departed with an air of disdain, leaving the recruit ranked 1245 bewildered and disoriented in the wind. Within the competition arena, spanning hundreds of kilometers, two mechs, a large and a small, engaged in a fierce battle. Sparks flying in every direction. It is not feasible, it remains somewhat forced. The Onion Mecha is merely an ordinary combat mecha, while the opponent wields an extraordinary class combat mecha. In terms of speed and strength, it falls significantly short. Onion understands that without relying on the spiritual force of the spirit sea level, he will inevitably be struck by the adversary. The Onion Mecha cannot withstand many assaults from an extraordinary class combat mecha. Chapter 69, Mecha Control Level. It seems I must resort to utilizing my spiritual power. Faced with Talink's relentless and fierce onslaught, Onion strives to fend off the attacks while his mind races, contemplating whether to employ his spiritual force. At this moment, it is evident that Onion is distracted and the opponent's assault intensifies. Humph, you think you can defeat me? Onion, relying solely on an ordinary combat mecha? No matter how skilled you are, you cannot withstand my raw power. Talink muses, promptly unleashing his well-prepared trump card. 7 Swords of Tsangyu. Talink maneuvers his mecha, delivering a rapid succession of 7 strikes in an exceedingly brief span. Bang bang swoosh. What? Onion is momentarily taken aback, caught off guard by Talink's relentless barrage of strikes, each more potent than the last. In an instant, Onion summons the myriad starlight swords, attempting to amplify the power on the Onion mecha's combat blade, yet he fails to fully counter the 7 strikes. He successfully deflects 5. But the remaining 2 cleave directly into the energy shield of the Onion mecha. In an instant, the shield shatters. This marks the first time since its creation that the energy shield of the Onion mecha has been breached. The 7th sword cleaved a gash into the heavenly cloud mecha, indicating that the opponents Onion had previously encountered were utterly inconsequential, mere trifles. However, this time was markedly different. Talink, both in terms of mecha grade and strength, was no less formidable than Onion, and even surpassed him in mecha classification. Yet, Talink's martial arts technique, the Tsangyu 7 swords, paled in comparison to Onion's Wangquan Xingguang sword, which allowed Onion to deflect 5 of the strikes. In truth, Onion refrained from unleashing his formidable mental prowess to hone his mecha control skills. Otherwise, it would hardly have been possible for Talink to inflict such damage upon the heavenly cloud mecha. Upon witnessing the gash in his mecha, Onion was momentarily taken aback. He reminded himself to remain composed. Panic would only expose further vulnerabilities. He quickly steadied his mind, attuning himself to the mecha, recalling the training he had undergone with Colonel Chris over the past fortnight and the countless simulations he had practiced. He had also faced and triumphed over similarly powerful adversaries in the simulated environment. During one of the most intense battles in the simulation, Tianyun had controlled the battle-worn Heavenly Cloud Mecha against two formidable simulated foes simultaneously, ultimately emerging victorious. Thus, he questioned what there was to fear. The battle was imminent. This time, Tianyun understood the necessity of avoiding direct confrontation, as the Heavenly Cloud Mecha's strength was far inferior to that of his opponent's extraordinary battle mecha. Therefore, his approach should be more agile and nimble. He would evade the enemy's strikes and counterattack thereafter. Thus, the two mechas engaged in combat for over half an hour. Yet the victor remained undetermined. The recruits observing from the stands were growing weary. Why on earth are they still fighting? The semifinals on the other side concluded in less than 10 minutes. Moreover, Tianyun is destined to win. Why is there such a prolonged stalemate? One novice pondered aloud. It seems Tianyun is merely toying with his opponent, another recruit speculated. He is simply connecting with his mecha through mental energy, without even projecting his psychic force. Relying solely on pure piloting skills to contend against a mecha that boasts greater power. Oh, I see. However, I remain curious. Isn't the outcome of mecha battles primarily determined by the mecha's grade and the warrior's inherent strength? Why does Tianyun place such emphasis on piloting techniques? Another recruit inquired. Therein lies a common misconception. The mecha's grade is indicative of its maximum combat power enhancement multiplier, which directly amplifies a warrior's strength. If two combat mecha masters possess the same enhancement multiplier and equal physical strength, then the significance of piloting skills becomes paramount. Each individual possesses unique piloting techniques, and their application varies significantly. Thus, piloting skills are also graded. Once one's mental energy reaches the spirit sea level, it can fully control every aspect of the mecha. From that point forward, the true potential of piloting techniques can be realized. A more knowledgeable recruit elucidated. I see. No wonder Tianyun's mech is so agile. Almost lifelike. The opposing transcendent battle mech, while possessing greater strength and speed, moves stiffly and is unable to effectively counter Tianyun. The recruit who posed the question responded with sudden realization. Within the arena, Tianyun experienced a flash of insight. The preceding half-hour of combat had honed his mech piloting skills. At a pivotal moment, he sensed his mech becoming exceptionally nimble, as if liberated from prior constraints. Each component of the mech was under his command. Previously, Tianyun could achieve a similar degree of control through his Spirit Sea level mental power. However, this approach rapidly depleted his mental reserves, as his mental power was constantly engaged in manipulating each component. Common battle mechs have tens of thousands of movable parts. How about transcendent battle mechs, or even epic battle mechs? Using mental power alone to manipulate all movable parts would preclude prolonged, sustained combat. Furthermore, mental power has numerous other applications, such as reconnaissance and the conjuration of myriad starlight swords. Should one possess sufficient proficiency in mecha operation and exhibit exceptional control skills, the need to exert mental energy to mobilize every single component of the mecha during combat becomes superfluous. Instead, one can effortlessly summon the desired parts with minimal mental expenditure, executing intricate maneuvers with finesse. After a fortnight, I have finally attained the microcontrol level in mecha manipulation. The hierarchy of mecha control encompasses initial control, refined control, microcontrol, and seamless integration. Presently, Tianyun can adeptly counter the formidable assaults of Talink's extraordinary battle mechas. It is evident that Talink's extraordinary mecha resembles a cumbersome giant, while Tianyun's mecha embodies the agility of a nimble child. Though it appears as if Tianyun's mecha could be struck at any moment, it consistently evades danger by the slightest margin, illustrating the adage that a minor deviation can lead to significant consequences. Tianyun deftly wielded his sword, delivering successive strikes upon Talink's mecha, leaving a trail of sword marks in his wake. No more games. Let us bring this battle to a close. A vast surge of mental energy was unleashed, coalescing into shimmering swords of starlight, which were unleashed upon Talink's extraordinary battle mecha. Suddenly, the rules of combat were disregarded. Talink thought helplessly to himself. Yet, he had no recourse but to concede defeat. The final match was a contest between Tianyun and Lev Abraham for the title of the strongest among the new recruits. As soon as Tianyun entered the arena, he unleashed a barrage of starlight swords, swiftly concluding the contest. Thus, the military training for the new recruits came to an end. Motianyun embarked upon his formal military career on the front lines against the Zerg. Chapter 70. Detailed information on the insectoid species in the history of the Orlan Empire. Colonel Chris arrived. But wait, who is that walking ahead of him? Which high-ranking officer from the base is this? Some new recruits expressed their astonishment upon seeing Colonel Chris accompanied by the senior military officer. At this base, the rank of colonel is already quite elevated. It is said that above him are a few full colonels and a brigadier general. They pondered which one had graced them with their presence. That uniform can only be worn by a general officer. The highest commander of this defensive military base has arrived. Quickly, assemble and form ranks. A lieutenant relayed swiftly. Thus, all the new recruits and officers began to gather. After a short while, the new recruits participating in military training and the commanding officers responsible for their training had respectfully arranged themselves in neat formation. This is Brigadier General Griffith Fred, the highest commander of the Dunistar Insectoid Frontline Defense Military Base. He will personally present awards to the top 10 new recruits in this competition. Colonel Chris announced loudly. Now, please, the top 10 new recruits of the competition, come forward to receive your awards. Upon hearing this, Motianyun and the other top 10 recruits stepped forward to receive their accolades amidst the envious gazes of their fellow recruits. At this moment, Brigadier General Griffith Fred approached with deliberate steps, clad in a greenish-brown uniform indicative of his rank. The highest commander of the Dunistar Insectoid Frontline Defense Military Base commanded respect and attention. This garment is far from ordinary, for it is crafted from the exoskeleton of a Zerg overlord. The Zerg overlord is a formidable entity among the Zerg forces that invaded the Oran Empire, possessing a combat prowess on par with that of epic battle mechs. In contrast, the even mightier Zerg units are the Zerg commanders, representing a distinctly superior tier of existence. Within the hierarchy of Zerg entities that besieged the Oran Empire, these commanders are classified as elite Zerg. It is said that there exist even higher ranks, such as the Zerg Marshals and the Zerg Kings, though the details beyond the Zerg Queen remain a mystery to Motianyun, who has gleaned this knowledge from military training sessions on basic military skills for new recruits. The classification of these Zerg levels is purportedly the work of beings from a more advanced civilization, yet the instructors of such advanced courses claim ignorance regarding the specifics. Thus, Motianyun's understanding of the Zerg hierarchy, from the lowest to the highest, encompasses ordinary Zerg, elite Zerg, leader Zerg, Zerg overlords, Zerg commanders, Zerg marshals, and Zerg kings. Notably, the life forms of Zerg below the commander level and those at the commander level and above are fundamentally different. However, all Zerg share certain commonalities, such as their basic biological structure comprising Zerg crystals and Zerg chitin, as well as their capacity for evolution, which is achieved through the consumption of matter and energy. Zerg life forms below the commander rank exhibit a diverse array of forms, with two distinct evolutionary pathways. The first evolutionary path is the consumption of matter, primarily aimed at fortifying the exoskeleton of the insectoids, rendering them formidable in close combat. The second evolutionary path is the absorption of energy, which enhances the crystalline cores of the insectoid species, granting them exceptional prowess in ranged warfare, capable of unleashing rapid and devastating energy beams. Insectoid commanders and those of higher rank possess astonishing combat capabilities, rendering them virtually invincible against weaker mechs of the same combat tier, who can only flee in desperation. Should they be pursued, their fate is undoubtedly sealed. But what accounts for the extraordinary strength of insectoid commanders and above? It is due to their simultaneous evolution through both matter and energy consumption, endowing them with no discernible weaknesses in either close quarters or ranged combat. Yet, this is not the entirety of their might. Insectoid commanders and those of higher rank possess intelligence that often surpasses that of humans, indicating that they are not mere savage beasts, but beings with a technological civilization. Consequently, they also embark on a third evolutionary path, the evolution of mental strength. This third avenue equips them with martial skills of terrifying potency. If we consider a mech pilot as the amalgamation of an individual and their mech, then insectoid commanders and those of higher rank represent a perfect synthesis of being and machine. For the Zerg, particularly those at the tier of the Zerg generals and above, their exoskeletons serve as their mechanized armor, while their crystalline cores function as the source of energy and the true brain. Although the intelligence of Zerg below the rank of generals is relatively diminished, it does not imply that their combat prowess is similarly lacking. In fact, their numbers far surpass those of the Zerg generals and higher ranks by millions. This is attributed to the remarkably rapid reproduction rate of the lower-tier Zerg. Given sufficient energy and resources, their population can exhibit exponential growth. The Zerg, with their seemingly inexhaustible ranks of lower-tier individuals, relentlessly consume and evolve, steadily expanding their dominion throughout the cosmos, ultimately becoming the most formidable race in the universe. Thus, they have embarked upon their terrifying ambition to conquer the entirety of the cosmos. Notably, the Zerg generals and those of higher rank are exceedingly rare among their kind. How is it that such a vast number of lower-tier Zerg can evolve and give rise to a scant few Zerg generals? The answer lies in the necessity for the higher-tier Zerg to devour vast quantities of matter and energy. Furthermore, their mental prowess must reach a level akin to the spiritual sea among humanity, a prerequisite for the emergence of a Zerg general. When Mo Tianyan first encountered these intricate details about the Zerg, he was utterly astonished, along with his fellow recruits, unable to regain their composure for quite some time. Subsequently, Mo Tianyan also learned about the historical context of the Aolong Empire and the events following the Zerg invasion. Previously, the Aolong Empire was a native civilization on a small planet, which, under the guidance of remarkable scientific pioneers, underwent 8 industrial revolutions, emerging from its home star system. Subsequently, a remarkable explosion of scientific and technological advancements occurred in the exploration of the cosmos. After enduring several intergalactic civil wars, the existence of psychically endowed beings, genetically evolved warriors, and mechs was unveiled. Ultimately, a formidable civilization emerged, adept at merging technology with genetic evolution, resulting in a powerful synthesis of mechs and warriors. This civilization successfully eradicated other civilizations within the galaxy, seizing control of the entire star system, which was thereafter christened the Aolong star system. Chapter 71. The Invasion of the Zerg, the History of 3 Stellar Civilizations. Thus, why was this civilization designated as the Aolong Empire? An empire implies the existence of a supreme ruler, whose authority is unparalleled. Consequently, this sovereign possesses the might that surpasses all within the empire. Since the inception of this civilization's integration of technology and genetics, a cadre of beings emerged, their strength vastly exceeding that of ordinary individuals. These formidable entities held a status and identity that far eclipsed the common populace, giving rise to a new social echelon known as the Mech Masters. The most powerful among this class wielded cataclysmic power, akin to the gods and totems of primordial civilizations, rendering them immune to any influence within the empire. Moreover, given the formidable status of this individual, he effortlessly seized the ultimate authority of the civilization, proclaiming himself the highest ruler and establishing the Aolong Empire. It is said that Aolong is the surname of the empire's sovereign, and upon assuming control over the civilization, his lineage, the Aolong family, ascended to become the most esteemed royal family of the Aolong Empire. After the Orlan Empire unified the entire Orlan star system, this advanced civilization set its sights on the vast expanses of deep space. Thus commenced the Orlan Empire's new ventures of exploration and expansion within the cosmos. Following years of exploration, the Orlan Empire encountered 2 formidable, star system-level civilizations, the Nebulapod Federation and the Dylan Empire, whose powers were comparable to its own. These 2 civilizations had been embroiled in conflict for many years, unable to secure a definitive victory due to their equal strengths. Upon discovering the Orlan Empire, the Nebulapod Federation and the Dylan Empire, initially intent on continuing their rivalry, found their competitive dynamic disrupted by the emergence of this new contender. Subsequently, both the Nebulapod Federation and the Dylan Empire turned their attention towards the recently discovered Orlan Empire, engaging in a series of exploratory skirmishes. However, the Orlan Empire proved to be a formidable adversary, successfully annihilating the vanguard forces of both civilizations almost simultaneously. Unyielding, the Orlan Empire retaliated with a significant military response, but ultimately faced defeat. For thousands of years thereafter, these 3-star system-level civilizations continued to collide and clash, instigating numerous conflicts of varying magnitudes across the cosmic expanse. Yet, none were able to inflict significant damage upon one another, resulting in a stalemate. Thus, a delicate balance of power emerged, characterized by mutual checks and constraints between the Orlan Empire, the Nebulapod Federation, and the Dylan Empire. Years later, the 3 great civilizations of the Orion Empire, the Northern Leopold Federation, and the Dylan Empire encountered a formidable common foe, the Zerg civilization. Initially, the Orion Empire, the Northern Leopold Federation, and the Dylan Empire were preoccupied with their own rivalries, paying little heed to this new enemy. In less than a century, however, these three stellar civilizations suffered grievously. The relentless Zerg swiftly occupied all territories beyond their own systems, with the Orion Empire nearly facing invasion deep into its own domain, approaching a staggering 100,000 light-years into its core regions. The Orion Empire paid a heavy price to expel the encroaching Zerg. Although the Northern Leopold Federation and the Dylan Empire did not experience losses as catastrophic as those of the Orion Empire, they nonetheless suffered significant setbacks during the large-scale Zerg incursions. From that point onward, the Orion Empire, the Northern Leopold Federation, and the Dylan Empire found themselves unable to attend to their rivalries, wholly engrossed in the task of eradicating the Zerg. Yet, what transpired next left them all astounded. They discovered that the Zerg seemed virtually inexhaustible. No matter how they concentrated their forces, annihilation eluded them. Instead, the Zerg appeared to proliferate and grow stronger with each engagement. In a monumental conflict against the Zerg, the Orion Empire amassed over 10 billion starships and countless mechanized battalions, vowing to obliterate the largest Zerg hive discovered in the vicinity of the Orion system. The colossal hive of the insectoid species was constructed using a myriad of planets, numbering in the countless billions, with thousands of stars at its core. This vast hive extended over a span of 1,000 light-years, prompting the high-ranking officials of the Oolong Empire to become restless upon witnessing it. Thus commenced what would be recorded as the most extensive military operation in the annals of the Oolong Empire's history. This protracted battle raged on for an entire century, consuming the full might of the civilization and expending the energy equivalent of thousands of suns before the insectoid menace was significantly diminished. However, the cosmic fleet, numbering in the tens of billions, had already suffered catastrophic losses, with barely half remaining. Just when it was believed that the insectoid threat had been almost entirely eradicated, an unexpected revelation emerged, casting a pall over the high officials of the Oolong Empire. It turned out that during the course of this conflict, both the Northern Libid Federation and the Dylan Empire were also besieged by the insectoid invasion. They, too, had devoted their entire civilizational resources to vanquishing the invading forces, only to trace the source back to an even more formidable hive, larger than that near the Oolong Empire. This new hive spans several thousand light-years, and the advanced forces of the insectoids had already left these two stellar civilizations in disarray. Who could fathom the number of insectoids lurking within this vast hive? After careful consideration, the Northern Libid Federation and the Dylan Empire resolved to share this alarming intelligence with the Oolong Empire. Subsequently, the three great stellar civilizations, Oolong Empire, Northern Libid Federation, and Dylan Empire, engaged in discussions, ultimately deciding to set aside their past grievances and embark on their inaugural alliance. The united objective this time is the colossal Zerg Hive, situated millions of light-years away from the three prominent civilizations, the Orlon Empire, the North Leopold Federation, and the Dylan Empire. This marks yet another epic confrontation, with the three civilizations collectively deploying over 20 billion starships. Even the mightiest mech legions of the Orlon Empire, North Leopold Federation, and Dylan Empire, including the ruler of the Orlon Empire, are personally overseeing the command. The Zerg, never to be underestimated, unleash their most formidable forces, overwhelming countless starships, sending them fleeing across the battlefield. This compels the most powerful mech legions of the three civilizations to engage directly in resistance. The battleground of this war is known as the Zerg Front. Following the conclusion of hostilities, both sides find themselves in a stalemate. The three star systems remain at a disadvantage, retreating to a defensive posture, while the Zerg continue their aggressive onslaught.